having the father of the bride do a 24-hour stream is a Jewish custom. It goes back centuries. It is customary. Back in the shtetl, you would see little Chesky would be sitting in his some town like Matala and sitting at his table with his laptop. The cameras that they had were not quite as developed as ours. Same microphone, though. This goes back centuries. And they would stream to their audience, telling over Jewish jokes, things of that nature. Usually, in the background, you could hear the clucking of the chickens. There's an old cow, which Yankee refuses to buy off of him, which is mooing in the background every once in a while, a little background contextual noise. And the Tata, the Kala, would sit there for 24 hours and just stream. So you're all partaking in something that is very rich in culture. They were doing this in Russia, they were doing this in Poland, in Germany, all over Eastern Europe. Ungarische Yidden, and Hungarian Jews, they would always wear a tie. That was like the big machlekes. That was the big division. Do you have to wear a tie? This was if you look through the Talmud, there's a whole debate. When you're doing a 24-hour stream as the father of the kala, father of the bride, is there an obligation to wear a tie? Now, Rabbi Kiva was very makel on this. He said, you don't have to wear a tie. You don't have to. The key is that you need to make sure that you keep the 24 hours. But the question is, what if a person doesn't make it the full 24 hours? Can they, if they make it more than halfway, have you fulfilled your obligation of doing 24 hours? Or is that not considered to be, do you have to start all over again? Now, Rabbi Kiva, as you would expect, he said, Mixas Yom Kikulo, part of the day is like the entire thing. Once you reach the halfway part, you're okay. Rameir was much more machmir, though. He was much more stringent. He said, unless you make it into the 24th hour, you have not fulfilled your obligation as father of the bride to stream for 24 hours, and the entire thing must be done all over again. Oh, so then our rabbis asked, but what happens if it's beyond the end of the month when YouTube is going to pay out revenue? What is the point to having a stream on that date when it's no longer going to be beneficial towards paying off the cost of the wedding? Our rabbis answered, it's not really, it's meant as a knas, as a penalty, in order to make sure that a father is going to be alert to his obligation to his daughter to ensure that he streams for that 24 hours. And certainly, if he's aware of this potential penalty, that he will make sure that he fulfills his obligation appropriately and in a timely manner. There you go. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you so much. I need to give you a new link because we are on stream too. I need to start sending out brand new links to everyone. Everyone new, and you get a link, and you get a link. Everyone gets a link. Let me take care of that presently. But I owe you something first. I owe you something first, my friend, and that's one of these. Andrew says, for one long staircase just going up, one even longer going down, and one more leading nowhere just for show. Ba-da-da-da. Bump. Thank you so much, Malstov. Mary is not going to let me rest. She's not going to let me rest until I show this Jim Brewer thing. Until I show Jim Brewer. Can't tell you how many times Mary said, she's not letting me rest. She's like, you have to show the freaking Jim Brewer. How's slide back training going? Very poorly. Very poorly. I'm all over my son about it. Joe, can you pin the highest dollar amount where you're shooting past? That way we know the goal. 300 is where it's currently at. 300 is the highest. Is the highest one. In fact, I'm going to add a new competition now for part 2. Now that we're in part 2, I'm going to send you a link, by the way, Steve. Now that we're in part 2, I'm going to make a for the second half of the day, because I know I'm tired. I know my strength is starting to wane. I'm not going to kid you. The strength is starting to wane. I'm going to be having a make me laugh competition. How does a make me laugh? How does a make Joe laugh competition work? So the problem I have is this. A make Joe laugh competition. So which banner should I put up? I can only have one banner. I have 2 things going on now. I got the super chat thing and I got the make Joe laugh thing. What am I going to do? All right, well, let me edit this. Edit. All right. So, a make Joe laugh competition is whoever sends a super chat that makes me laugh, the funniest one, but I have to actually laugh out loud. The funniest one, I will give you 10 times what you paid for that super chat. Up to a maximum of $200. Meaning, if you send me a $50 super chat or a $100 and it kills, I'm capping it at 200. I don't want otherwise, like, next thing you know, I'm gonna also be like, Joe, you owe me $3,000. I'll be like, that's not funny. I don't think that's funny anymore. That's not funny. Yeah, so I'm capping it that the maximum I'm going to be paying out is $200. But yeah, make me laugh. If it's a $5 super chat that kills me, I'll give you 50. But I want to give you a suggestion. I want to give a suggestion to you. Those of you who are thinking like I can win that money, I can win that $200. Those of you who are thinking that, I want to make one thing clear to you. My personal advice to you is I'm much more likely to laugh, like genuinely laugh, which is what we're looking for here, if it's a comment that engages with the flow of the conversation or some topic that I've covered within the last 45 minutes. If you're going to sit there writing out some joke that you think is funny, it may be funny. I'm telling you, the chances that I'm going to like really laugh hard at it are very low. So I'm recommending stay with the flow. Stay with the flow. You can send in whatever you want. But that's the way it works. Whoever makes me laugh hardest, it's 10 times what they paid in the super chat. There you go. And I'm going to have a final tally. We'll have a cutoff point like sometime during the last hour, sometime between 11 and midnight. The ones that are in the contention, I'm going to I'll sort of set aside. But I'm not promising. I'm scared to say this. I was thinking about making like different competitions, like the $5 range and the $20 range. I might do that. But yeah, that's the make Joe laugh competition. Steve, I need to send you a super chat. I need to send you an invite. So I'm going to do that now. Make me laugh. That's the goal. I am going to share the Jim Brewer thing only because otherwise I think Mary's going to have a heart attack. Picked up a hitchhiker. He says, "Aren't you worried that I'm a serial killer?" I say, "What are the chances there would be 2 serial killers in one car?" See? It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. That's not going to win. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not going to win. It's not going to win. Let me do your Jim Brewer thing. Oh, let me send an invite to you first, Steve. Okay, so I got to send this to a whole bunch of people. This is new link for part 2 of 24. Here's this one, please. Copy and paste. I gotta send one to Steve. Where are you, Steve? Steve. Did I not send one to Making More Simple? I don't think I did. Promised Andrea. Where are you, Steve? I don't see this, Steve. Okay. So this here. And I'll send one to this surprise guest, which will maybe surprise some folks when you see this individual. And definitely want to say one. I got someone here. I know I got someone here. Look at this. How are ya?
My buddy. How's it going?
Awesome. You missed this. You missed this in the middle of the night. I found myself in this debate with an atheist. I ended up talking theology. I was thinking of you the whole time.
Oh, thank you. You know, I miss talking with you. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and I think I've been withdrawing from a lot of streaming and doing a lot less of it, and trimming down where I go and what I do. And I was like, but I will say, you are one of my favorite people to stream with. You're always interesting, thoughtful, polite. You bring out the best in me, and I really thank you for being here. And I want to congratulate you again for another 24-hour stream. You're killing yourself.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking, but sometimes you just got to do. You just sort of, you man up and you plow through. And that's what I'm doing. I'm manning up and plowing through. That's what she said. So, yeah, the conversation I had was this guy, Tim, who was saying he's an atheist. And I was like, I ended up spending 20 minutes walking him through the complete illogic of atheism. And by the time I was done, he ended up admitting it's possible there's a God. And I said, there you go. You're an agnostic. I win.
Right. Well, I think agnosticism is a more honest assessment of the world than is pure atheism, because atheism is a explicit denial, and that is an appeal to the arrogance of our rational thought. And I think that it's the same mistake that somebody who is so sure of themselves that they can't even consider another position. So I was an agnostic for a while, and but I have some atheistic friends and agnostic friends. But I think that you do have faith. This is the problem with both positions. is that faith exists within man. You cannot eliminate faith from our operation within the world, right? So the question then becomes, where are you placing your faith? Now, most agnostics and atheists would disagree that they actually have faith. They would try to appeal to their higher rational thought and say that they have the pinnacle of rationality and they govern their lives through the rational brain, right? But I would argue that that is absolutely impossible to do. You cannot operate in the world, this world, the human world, the real world we live in, without placing your faith in something or somewhere. Where that is, of course, is the first commandment of idolatry, is God says, you shall place no one before me, right? And so if you are placing your faith in something else, now that's a person of faith saying, but what it is it's a Judaic recognition of the situation of man, that we do have faith, and where we place it needs to be decided. Now, the Judeo-Christian view is we need to place that faith in God, but you need to recognize as a human being, you viewers out there, that your faith is being placed somewhere. Where it is, you need to figure out, because most vessels that are out there, all vessels other than God, but most vessels that you are placing your faith in are unworthy of that faith. So that's the way I would respond at this first shot.
Right. That's perhaps more powerful than what I gave him. I should have just thrown you. I should have thrown him out there. Like he would have slain him. I basically started under a theory that all people, even the most devout people, to the extent that they commit a sin, are basically irrational if you believe in God to commit a sin, because if you believe in justice, then God's going to have to make the punishment worse, balance out that it's not beneficial for you to do this sin. That if anyone would know the full extent of the pleasure they'll get from this sin versus the pain they'll get from the punishment, it has to be, there's only way is justice is if the punishment outweighs the pleasure. Otherwise, sinners are basically making the right call and sinning. So the only way you can have justice that's implemented fairly is if we had full knowledge as to what the punishment and pleasure are, that we would choose to not sin because we would recognize that as being beneficial. That being the case, to the extent anyone who's very devout ever engages in sin, one could interpret that as, on some level, displaying a lack of belief in God or God's judgment or God's wisdom or God's omniscience or God's justice. But in some way, you're displaying a lack of faith in God, and that is a level of agnosticism. It's a lack of pure faith, and it's a level of agnosticism, which is why I was saying that to a large degree, all humans are on a spectrum of agnosticism. Those who have deep faith but occasionally sin, and those who say, those are all the other end of the spectrum, who basically say, I really, really don't believe there's any God at all, but I'm not sure. That is your spectrum, which is very, very broad, but there's always some level of agnosticism that man is displaying. However, when someone says, I'm an atheist, I'm positive that there is no God, now you're basically saying that your belief in the lack of God is even more devout than the most devout religious person. Whoever you are, that you're very religious and you believe in God, if you're ever sinning at all, you're less of a believer in God than that atheist is in the rejection of God. Think of the hubris of that you're
hubris,
that positive.
That's the word.
You're that positive that there's no God at all. That it's impossible. That I was like, I don't think that's actually true. I don't think there's any human like that. I think you want to convince yourself of that because it's easier for you to say that there's no God. That's when it has to be jumping. No one could jump that far off a cliff without desperately trying to cling to, I'm praying that there is no God now, because I think that'll make me happier. I think I'll have less to worry about if there is no God. But you don't really believe that, but you're expressing it because you want everyone to think, you want to fool yourself into thinking that there is none, because that is less terrifying to you in your present mindset than the notion that God exists.
Excellent. Well, interesting. Yes, and because you've been a man of faith from basically birth. I mean, you were raised very strictly as an Orthodox Jew, whereas I came up through a Protestant church. I was sort of marginally Protestant, and then I kind of gradually slipped into what I would say is agnosticism until maybe about what 10, 12 years, 15 years ago, something like that, in which I found my faith, and I am now fully Catholic. However, so it's interesting to discuss something because I mean, I'm sort of new, I would say new to my faith. But I fully recognize a lot of the agnostic arguments, and a lot of my close friends are agnostics. And I appreciate, their rationality and their reason, but I also say that there is more to the world than we can comprehend and that reason can accomplish. That any value judgment that is made is basically a judgment made from a position of faith and not purely rational. So somebody who dictates their life and appeals to a rational universe is shortchanging the whole universe as it exists. And it's also what you said. I mean, I came at my faith through gratitude and humility. Those are the two factors that I think mostly captured my ability to gain faith. I have a question though for you, as somebody who's Orthodox. What is the Orthodox position on original sin? Because I know the Catholic Church, we believe in original sin, founding back to Adam and Eve and the Genesis. But there's a lot of Protestant denominations who do not believe in that concept. What is your thoughts on that?
Original sin meaning like Adam and Eve with the apple?
Right, that human, when, for example, we have baptism, right? So a baby is born into this world and we baptize them to cleanse them of any sins as they come into the world, because even that baby is stained by the sin of humanity, the sin of the earth that exists because we are fallen as humanity. So we are.
This is where I get confused about what Christian faith believes, and maybe you can walk me through this, because I've heard original sin described in two completely different ways. One is original sin is you're a son of Adam and Adam sinned. And the other I heard is your conception comes through an act of Congress between man and woman, and that is on some level sinful. And as a result thereof, your very existence is a product of sin. Those are two completely different sins. One is a sin of Adam. The other is sin of your mom and dad. So my question is, which of those are you classifying as original sin?
Well, it's a good question, and I am by no means a theologian. And this is
because I have two very different answers depending on what your answer is.
Let me move it back to this. Let me put it this way. I think that the earth, humanity, and everything that we are, the world that we live in is fallen. We do not live in heaven. Heaven is someplace that is not reality and not earth. So the fact is, and our bodies are not perfect. Our minds are not perfect. And our souls are not perfect. We are not perfect. We live in a fallen world. And therefore, because we exist in this world, we cannot be perfect. We are not sinful. And so by cleansing ourselves of sin and by working towards God, we hope to join God in a perfect state at a future time, but that our state now is not worthy of entry into that place because we are stained by sin of our very existence. So I wouldn't necessarily relate it back to a Genesis story or an act of Congress. I would instead attribute it to the entire world and the creation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't really get that.
Well,
I think I understand what you're saying.
That's my view.
I don't really get that, because to me, that falls in line with the people who say that God hates man, because you're basically saying God put us in this situation. He put us here on earth. So now you put me in a state of sin, and that's somehow my fault. That doesn't seem to make sense. Like that seems like that I can understand why someone would hear that and then walk away from that thinking, well, based on your perception, God is pretty mean. And I don't.
Well, God works in mysterious ways. It's for us to make judgments about God, I mean, is rather arrogant. Again, I mean, I'd say that we try to perceive God through our various senses and our rational thought and our faith. We perceive God, and I think that I'll just, I'll try to say it this way. I mean, it's a hard topic, and I'm by no means speaking for all. I'm only speaking for me
Yourself
and my
personally.
faith, right?
Right.
So, and I am by no means a scholar. I mean, I would respect your scholarship on your faith much greater than my scholarship on mine. But faith comes from within. So, given that, I think God has given us free will to choose Him or to reject Him. So that is the explanation for the existence of evil. Now, why he wants our love, I don't know. Maybe he's lonely. I don't have any clue. But I think that we do have the free will to choose him, and he wants our love and faith. And by choosing him, that is God's will. That is God's gift to us. Now, in order for that choice to be real, there has to be the choice to reject him. So I think that kind of weaves in. The fact is that we have a broken world because we have choice and we have free will. If we didn't have choice, we would not have a free will, and we wouldn't have such a choice before us. It would all be predestined, and we would just be enslaved by God. We'd just be made to be good or perfect, and then we would not have that companionship or that fellowship with God. That's kind of the best way I don't know. Does that make sense?
I think so. This is a very different perspective than what Judaism has. I want to come to this. Let me get to a couple of things first, and then I'll try to work my way back into this, because this is going to take me a good 45 minutes. Probably. How long do you have with me, just so I know beforehand?
Oh, I have until 1.
Oh, so you only have a half hour. All right, let's do it now then.
But I am planning on coming and pulling you across the finish line tonight. So
are you?
Yes. Hold on.
So maybe we do this tonight. Because I can't. I won't be able to wrap this up, and this is more than a half hour talk. This is going to be something.
Let's begin it. Let's see. Because don't tease us like that. Don't tease me like that. I don't know what the future may hold. So let's strike while the iron's hot.
Very well. Very well. What you're describing really seems to me that when you're talking about man's free choice, that free choice is a derivative from what the Genesis perspective of original sin, that Adam and Eve eating forbidden fruit, that is what creates this conceptual freedom of choice. What I understand about the story of Adam and Eve is, it's not an apple tree, it's a fig tree, or some other, perhaps a grapevine, but probably a fig tree. And we have an intimation from that based on the fact that they use fig leaves to cover themselves. But nowhere does it say apple, it just says fruit. And that Adam made a conscious choice to eat from the tree of knowledge because he was looking to have free will, and that he wanted to have an opportunity to display his love for God by exercising free will in getting more commandments from him, and that the only way he could have that, because he was basically limited to this one commandment, and he was like, I want more than that, and hence that he wanted to have free will. And that, so I've heard some rabbinic scholars, not all, there's a lot of dispute amongst rabbinic scholars as to exactly what the process, why it is that he ended up eating from that fruit. But I have heard some authorities who are well respected saying that is that was part of his mind process. So now, that being the case, so he basically was expecting that he was going to get free will, that he learned the difference between good and evil, get free will, then worship God and attain a higher level than he could attain. Meaning, we look at angels as they're spiritual beings, but they're limited in the fact that they don't have free choice, and their lack of free choice just means they're living in this purely metaphysical, pure state, but they didn't earn it. And if someone can actually attain by earning and fighting through the struggle of free choice, that is what enables them to attain a much higher level than someone who is just gifted with purity without having free choice. So Adam basically was looking for something higher than that. Now, when God says, okay, I'm removing you from the Garden of Eden because I don't want you to eat from the tree of life because that would give him eternal life, that was not a way of punishing man. And death was not really a punishment, even though God uses it, describes it as a curse, in the sense that that's an actual blessing, because no person could live for more than 1,000 years and manage to have any chance of retaining their free will in the positive way for such an extended period of time. In fact, in the antediluvian stage, they used to live for a lot longer period of time. Now that we're after Noah, God started shortening lives because he said it's too difficult a chore for man to be able to retain a pure state and make the positive choice for hundreds of years. So whereas man like Methuselah lived for 969 years and a short lifespan of Enosh was 360 years, that God basically said, I'm going to start steadily shortening lives down to 120 years as like sort of like the kind of cap, which is you actually see today. Some people can reach like 100, 108, 115, but no one seems to get beyond 120. There's dispute as to whether or not that actually is a cap or that's like sort of like around the cap. But we actually, when we give a blessing to someone, you might see sometimes if you see two Orthodox Jews write a letter to each other, they're Hebrew letters, which are an acronym for the words Admea ve'esrim shana, which means until 120 years, because we basically, we give a blessing that someone should live, that whoever you're corresponding with should have a life that's going to last as long as it can, which is until 120. So we actually will frequently reference this, but I digress. So now we come into, now man is here on earth, and what is the reason that God puts us here on earth? What's the whole game plan? Like, why do this? Like, why set us up here? So if you ask me what my perspective is on this, based on the rabbinical teachings that I have, God put us here not because he wants to put us in a place of sinfulness or a place of dirt or a place of impurity, and so that we would be obedient slaves worshiping him, but that God is an entity which is filled with goodness, and that is a part of his essence, is being good. The problem is that you cannot be good if you are in isolation, because goodness necessitates that you are showing kindness, compassion, and displaying that goodness onto a third party. So that's the role that man plays, is that we are the entity for God to display goodness to. This shocks people like many atheists like Stephen Fry, who think that God is the most cruel thing on earth. Quite the contrary. Our very existence is for the purpose of God displaying goodness. But in order for there to be justice, we have to earn that goodness. And if we don't earn that goodness, and if we are corrupting this earth through impurity, by adding impurity rather than bringing spirituality or purity to it, in that case, it would be injustice for God to not punish us. That would not be God being good. That would be God being evil if he sanctions and blessings and blesses our corruptness. So that's why that too, when he's punishing the wicked, that is part of his goodness, in that he's maintaining justice, because certain virtues like truth or justice are essence of good, until you put a modifier in it like social justice, because that's literally lessening. Justice itself is pure and good. When you put a modifier on it, you are cheapening it and making it the opposite of what it's supposed to be. Ben Shapiro made that point in a video 12 years ago, which I thought was a brilliant.
That was a great video. I really think he's a brilliant guy, and that was one of those. He knows that. I mean, I really respect a clear thinker who can express themselves in very few words and in simplicity and clarity.
Yeah,
that is the mark of genius, and he definitely came through on that point. Well,
and I'm wrapping up here when I tell you that the objective of man is to basically try and purify that which is impure, to bring purity to that which is impure. So we look at, for example, sexual congress between man and a woman, as that if it's designed to enrich the world, to better the world, to display a genuine affection and create life, that is taking an act which can be mundane and pornographic, literally, into something that is of a holy union, of of mankind becoming harmonious with mankind. And that is essentially, and and people think of that as, as like the beautiful union of a couple. That's essentially what that is. And when man is being good unto others, whether it's raising a child or showing kindness to a stranger or something like that, that they are thereby purifying the world. And when they display goodness, what we're doing is we're trying to emulate God. That is how you emulate God, and that's how you bring holiness into an earth which is otherwise filled with gross impurities that are placed here by man's corrupt actions. So that is essentially what our role is. Our role is to help make the world a better, more beautiful place where there's genuine respect and caring for our fellow man, where we're trying to help each other, where we're trying to display goodness and emulating God. And through that, we attain a level which far exceeds angels who do not have free will. And that essentially is the story of life from the perspective of Jewish faith.
Interesting. Well, and I really appreciate it. It is very different than I would say that my faith is.
It's very different.
And I'll just kind of start with the first thing, and it may come from, all I can do is speak for myself. And Catholic Church may disagree, but I don't know. I'm just being me. First thing is, I am definitely not a biblical literalist. So I do not believe that men had to have lived hundreds of years old in order for the essence of truth to be vile. I think that the stories in the Old Testament, mostly, I would say, are mythological. And when I say mythological, it's like, well, they say, well, that means it's not true. No, I'd say it's more than true. It's greater truth. It's at a level of truth that we can't understand. For God to reduce himself to a man and communicate with us on earth, he can't communicate God ideas to us our little brains. So he has to kind of direct in allegories and symbologies, because all we deal with the world through symbols. At least that's the way I deal with the world. So it's not important to me that there was an actual tree or if it was a fig or an apple in order for the essence of the story to be true, which to me is, and I think it's representative of man's fall from grace. Now, what I'd say that if you're an evolutionist, which I believe also that evolution was the mechanism of creation, then the Adam and Eve story is us leaving the trees and the animal-like world and gaining consciousness, gaining the tree of knowledge. So that trend, now we gain the knowledge of death and our own mortality, right? And mortality, right? That's the right word. And so now when you see a deer, the deer's grazing and the lion comes and it's like, oh, a lion. So they run. And once the lion's gone, they forget about it. It's just reactionary to the world. Whereas if you have a knowledge of death, you're like, that thing can kill me. And then also that allows us to imagine evil, because now we recognize what we fear as our death. And so now all of a sudden, by having that knowledge of consciousness, we are coming into the world as conscious people, bringing evil into the world. In fact, my fantasy novels are picking up on this theme, and I'm going to play this out as a story. So what I'm saying is that, does that mean it's not
the story?
true?
The allegorical story is a way of enabling man to visualize and better comprehend the lesson that's trying to be conveyed.
Exactly. And same thing with like the nativity, which is the heart, I would say, of a Christian thought. Because it's a universal experience of mankind to have a mother, a child, and a father, right? In the manger, in poverty. So that's a universal human experience. We all are born into this world. And so that's why it's the center of your faith. It's a human experience. And for God to touch us and to come to earth and as a human being to experience and see it through our eyes, that also, but how is God going to communicate to us? We're so imperfect and flawed. We're not worthy, nor are we capable of really understanding God's will. So he's revealing himself in the way that he can, that we can understand in the best form that we can understand. And one of those things is through mythology, allegories, stories, parables, All of these things are ways to communicate God's will, and we need to try our best to reach him. So it's a very, that's kind of my, it's not required that the Bible be literally true for me to have faith.
I'm very confident that the perspective you just laid out is probably the way the overwhelming majority of mankind today reads the Bible, to the extent that they give it any credibility at all. I think that they almost certainly, the majority of them, the vast majority of them, I mean, like probably over 90% of them.
Well, and probably some conservative and Reformed Jews probably have that view,
I said
right?
mankind. I didn't say, I wasn't limiting to Christians. I was saying mankind. I think most people do. Okay. I will tell you that Orthodox Jews take it far more literally than most people on earth. Not every part of it. I would say that the story of Genesis, I would think, is something that we recognize we can't really wrap our heads around. And I mean, even just the first sentence is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So if it's created, then what's happening on day one when God's creating light? And what is there an earth at that point? What is
the mechanism of creation is different from?
There are rabbinic disputes as to whether or not evolution was the process, or whether that was the process, and that there's sort of like a condensed timeline of 7 days, which is not, literal. I think most people would say that it's hard to understand how it could be literal when, in fact,
how does mankind understands God's timeline? We project onto God our view of the world by saying, well, days is a human observation. Our life cycle is short compared to God. So, for us to think, well,
even more simple. On the fourth day is when sun and moon are created. So if you don't have a sun and moon, what the heck is a day? What's 24 hours? What's a day if you don't, on day 2, when there's no day, when there's no sun and moon, what is a day? I mean, that's a question that's staring you in the face if you think it's literally 24 hours.
Well, and I think I can speak for a lot of Catholics, or maybe I should say historical Catholics. I don't know about today, but and that is one of the reasons that the West exists is because of our Judeo-Christian heritage. And I believe that we have been given all of the tools, our brains, our hearts, our hands, our existence itself, to understand God. So our senses are here. So, by exploring creation and exploring it truthfully, science, for example, was driven a lot by the Catholic Church. And this whole Galileo statement, they love to push that to break science away from faith. But that is an unusual, that was an anomaly, but that is a secular way for people to attack faith. Whereas, in fact, the Catholic Church has been preeminent in pushing science as a way to discover God's creation. We have, I'm always intrigued by how when back before we had science and we're maybe tribal in the land, and we looked up at the stars, we says, well, maybe those are of heaven and those are fires, and there's 1,000 of them, and this is what it is. And now when we know that the universe is infinite, and the infinity of man, and the infinity of the small, and the infinity of the large, the arrogant human response to these discoveries is less faith. We say, oh, now we understand everything. When in fact, if you would explain that to this tribal guy, he'd be like, that's just amazing, right? Oh my God, God is infinite, God is great.
Right.
But here we are, the arrogant man. We look into the universe and we see infinity, and we think, oh, well, now we understand everything. I mean, how arrogant is that? So I think that our knowledge and the gifts that we're given are a way to praise God and for him to reveal himself through his amazing creation.
There are a lot of indicia in Jewish thought as well that God displays his majesty through sharing science with us, and that I'm afraid of getting like too mystical in the way I start to describe.
It's your show, and you believe what you want. Be as mystical or as not as you want. I mean, it's your stream, man. 24 hours. God bless you. And I love you as a brother, I know. And I am very proud that we can have these conversations. There's
a thought process that which we don't understand about it's gonna be so hard to explain.
Okay, go ahead.
There's 2 types of knowledge. There's knowledge of that which is spiritual, and there's knowledge of that which is physical. And we believe that the Messianic time is supposed to come at its latest 6,000 years into creation, and that we are roughly 5,700 years in since then. That that Messiah like must come within the next 250 years, which is on the time scale like a really short period of time from now. Like it's really like, that's in the lifespan of my great great grandchildren, right? I mean, one would imagine, right? And that's compared to the fact that I'm at least, I can track back 30 generations before me, and to say that we're in the last 3 or 4 generations before we're confident that Messiah must come. That's on the latest, if it doesn't come sooner. That's a pretty short period of time. Well, um, um, we believe that in the as we're nearing the Messianic age, that there is a flood of knowledge that God is anticipated to share with us, and that knowledge can come in a spiritual form or physical form. And what we've seen is, and that basically, if man was on like a higher plane and not as corrupt as he is, that it would have been in a spiritual plane. But because man has made himself very earthly and really about celebration of the earth, that the knowledge that God has shared has come in about the physical plane that he's sharing with mankind in ways that, as we're coming now into the end of humanity's pre-messianic existence, that it's basically that we're seeing this great flood of scientific knowledge. So if you look at calculating when the earth was created and go based on the timelines that we calculate, and you go 5,000 years from then, you actually come into the year roughly 1250 or so, which is around the time Francis Bacon. So that's basically, and we look at like that that the last 1,000 years, which we say like a day is like 1,000 years to God, that the world is created in 6 days. That's how, and that's why we have 6,000 years as that time parameter, as reflection of the 6 days. Whereas in the 6th day, as we're coming into that last 7th day, that starts from the year 5,000 to the year 6,000. So now if you count the year 5,000 and look into the English calendar, that translates roughly into the middle of the 13th century, around 1240 or so, which is when Francis Bacon, the father of science, comes along and comes up with scientific method. If you come forward 500 years from that and get into the 1700s, the mid 1700s, now you're halfway through that 1,000-year period. Meaning, if we jump forward from 1250 to 500 years, looking at a day being 1,000 years, now half a day would, and getting closer to the end of this period in the last 500 years. So that midday portion would be around 1750, the middle 18th century, where we start seeing all sorts of explosions of knowledge that mankind never had before about electricity and about various things. This is the age of Ben Franklin in this period of time. Well, now as we're coming into the final phase of things, where if you move 250 years beyond that, because that was actually 1740 is roughly when you're at 5,500 years. So if you go 250 years beyond that, you end up coming into 1990, and that's when you're now in the last quarter of the day, and that's when there's the explosion of understanding computers, and that we have now seen in scientific journals over the last 30 years. There's been more information that has been compacted and stored into scientific journals over the last 30 years, not just in computers, but in medicine, in physics, in understanding space, in so many different ways. Our scientific knowledge has jumped by leaps and bounds over the past 30 years when we hit this final 250-year stage, that it far exceeds by like a scale of like 1,000 anything man had achieved in the previous 5,700 years, or in man's existence. If you look at the number of scientific scholarly articles that have come out over the last 30 years, it dwarfs
Well, that just means more
history of
people are
man.
writing. It doesn't mean that they're scientific.
But there is a
are
knowledge. We understand disease so much better. We actually learned how to create a cell. I mean, that's an astonishing thing. We learned how to create a living cell over the last 20 years. That's an astonishing achievement by mankind. I mean, everything that we've seen as far as our understanding in every area of science has been an explosion, which we basically say is a reflection of God basically releasing a storehouse of knowledge onto mankind. Now, this is, like I said, this is a very deep, this is something that's not, it's not something we talk about in synagogue or even that they teach kids in yeshivas. This is something that, like, I've studied a few things which are basically talked about this explosion of knowledge that we have here now. I'm not sure how I got started talking about this particular thing, but I think that what we are seeing in this period is these are different signs that basically people of Jewish faith look at as indicia that we are reaching a new era for mankind. And it's unfortunate that we sort of see that, and we see even in biological, look at the experimentation, the way they Frankenstein human beings today.
What can I maybe try to summarize what you're trying to say here, or is and maybe this is Jewish, maybe this is Old Testament, I'm not sure, and that is that if you have faith, you see faith around you, you see signs of God around you. If you don't have faith, it all becomes coincidence and random act, and you don't see things. And it's one of the, I think that's one of the Old New Testament ideas, is that your eyes, and I'm terrible about quoting things in the Bible, but your eyes are opened when you see it. When you have faith, you see, and when you don't, you're blind. And
Right.
that's kind of the way it was. Like, why you see miraculous things? Well, in the birth of your child, or the marriage of your wife, or how you found or thing, you see God's touch in all these things that surround you. And but if you don't have faith, then you don't, right? So it's kind of like, it's almost a way of seeing the world through these lenses, and you are open to these experiences. So you are placing that faith lenses into the world and seeing signs that affirm your faith,
right,
in ways that in ways maybe that is personal to you.
And by the way, what you're saying really applies in any way that a person applies himself, to be fair, right? So it's not really an exclusively a faith-based way of looking at the world. If you're an architect and you see a building, if four people are standing in front of a building, okay, and staring at this unusual exotic building, right? So one person might be staring there and looking at all the different windows and the way the light's reflecting off of it. Another person who's an architect will be fixated as to, like, the structure. How did they manage to put the, to set up that it would support itself properly? An engineer would sit there and he would be able to picture in his mind what the blueprints look like. You wouldn't see it that way because you haven't been trained to think that way. But an architect would very likely be able to look at this building and be able to visualize what the blueprints would look like and how different they would look from the other blueprints that he's seen. If it's an artist standing next to that architect, he or she would take note of the different shades of blue or different shades of brown that are being reflected, and that's what they would be fixating on. That's what they would see, things you or I are seeing but aren't paying attention to because we're not thinking about that.
Those neither one is false. Both are
correct
true in the perspective.
100%.
And this 100%. Is why I try to say my faith comes from this direction and what I believe is personal to me. But I think that there is an infinite number of paths to God, depending on who you are. That there isn't, like, if I can share you how I see it and how I come to God and see what I see, but that doesn't mean that's the way for you. It may be, it may be not. Only by communicating and sharing can we discover God through ourselves. And that's, let's have true discussions between each other. And can I go back to you were professing a perspective of faith about the coming Messiah. And that is obviously a Jewish perspective. Obviously, the Christian perspective is the Messiah came in the form of Jesus, right? And
I thought Christians believe there's going to be a second coming of the Messiah.
Well, that's a question, and that's there's a. The second coming comes when you die. Right?
Oh, is that what that is? I thought it was a belief that Jesus would return to Earth or some.
Well, there's divided. Let's say there's divided opinions on that. If you say that God established a city of, well, St. Augustine of Hippo is one of the great scholars of Christian thought. And he wrote a book called The City of God. It's actually on the city of God against the pagans. And what was happening is after Rome and Constantine made Christianity the official religion of Rome and the Roman Empire, that there was several centuries passed, but then eventually there was pagan conquerors that destroyed the Roman Empire, right, over time. And there was a rebellion. There was a line of thinking amongst pagan Romans that how can bad things happen to good people? It must be the Christian God who is renouncing the people and the faith, and the adoption by the Roman Empire of Christianity led to its ruin. All right, and so because here they are sacking Rome, where's Christ and where's the second coming and where's the God, right? So that is a fundamental theological question that I think all faiths have to deal with, and that is, why do bad things happen to good people, right?
Yeah.
So St. Augustine addressed that in 5th century in a book called The City of God. And his response to that was that Christ came back to earth and set up his kingdom within our hearts, and that the pagans are wrong. It was a corruption, it's unfaith, but basically that the kingdom does exist, but it's within the church and within the hearts of man. And we will face God again, but it comes, maybe there'll be a second coming, maybe there won't be. But in the meantime, I will face my death. And hopefully I will have the opportunity to plead my case before St. Peter at the gates of heaven, or I will be judged at a future time. And at that point, so we all face our Creator at some point, and therefore that second coming does it require for God to come to us, or do we come to God? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but I'm just saying that there is. I think we need to get ourselves in order the best we can, and also, and here's another thing I think we share, is that by following our faith and putting our house in order, and following, what we believe in, and doing the right thing and treating others the way we should be treated, that results in a good life. And somebody mentioned in the chat that the Orthodox Jews, and I think faithful Catholics and faithful Christians, they tend to be happier. They don't have the divorces. Like the divorce rate in the Orthodox Jewish community is infinitesimally low. And I think that you find that people that are committed to their faith and place God first tend to be quite happy people. And that to me is it's almost an answer that if you live life accordance with God, that is the gift that we've been given. That is a path to happiness. And a path to unhappiness is to deny God and to make an infinity of choices which are in denial and not following his path. And that leads to a lot of human suffering here on earth.
I agree. And I'll tell you something, but I want to caution on that. That what I've seen about that is that works when you're looking at broad numbers better than when you're looking at an individual. Meaning, you might see an individual who's like a very righteous person who still ends up leading a miserable life, and you just say to yourself, "How is that just? How is that right?" And what I would say to that is something similar to what I was trying to describe earlier when I was having a religious discussion, is if every person who was righteous lived a phenomenal life of happiness and wealth and popularity and easy living, and they were able to enjoy that here on earth, man would quickly take note of that. And then the inspiration for doing it would not be recognition of God, but recognition of themselves, that, hey, it benefits me to do this. That's why I'm doing it. And that would not be actual service of God. That would be a form of service of yourself, that it's like, oh, if I work out, I get fit. So like someone who works out because it makes them look good. So that's a natural reward that I'm getting for it. That's my motivation. They're not working out because that's a way of serving God. It's just, this is what's best for me. So if it's what's best for me, not because I'm growing in closeness to God, but because I'm going to become wealthy if I do this. I'll have a long life if I do this. I'll have great health if I do this. If that's what every righteous person would enjoy, then everyone would do it, not because they give it the slightest darn about God, but because they're trying to take care of themselves. and that wouldn't be service of God. So
Can
you
I
have
jump-
to
can
have
I
some
jump back
righteous
one-
people. You have to have some
I
righteous
got to get
people
going pretty
suffering.
soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
MG Law reminds me of my own Nicene Creed. You know, of course, the Nicene Creed is a profession of faith that we say every Sunday at Mass. So it is the definitive statement of belief by, it comes from like 300 AD. So MG Law says, it's right there in the Nicene Creed. He's reminding of my Catholic roots. He says, he will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. So this is the Nicene Creed. Now, again, I'm a little, that implies that there will be a second coming, but it also implies that the living and dead will be judged. That to me also means that I can come to God and I will be judged. So he will come again in glory. Well, will he come to me or will I come to him? When I'm at heaven? So he will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. That means that that's a promise of heaven. So anyway, I wanted to.
Or it could be a resurrection of the dead.
It could be, and it could be. And there's, like I said, there's theological discussions. Predicting the future, I think it's kind of an exercise that we all like to do.
You'll never get anywhere.
You'll never get it. So I don't worry myself so much about, being the God predictor. I try to live. What is God telling me? What is the faith say? Try to live my life in that accordance. And one of the things is we really need to work. And one of the reasons I love talking with you is because you are as honest as the day is long. You tell me exactly what you think. You're open, and we have great discussions like that. And I really try to do the same thing because it's difficult to understand and comprehend the world enough without filling our minds and our media and our everything with all this deception. We are just drowning in lies. And I think it was Nathan Sharansky, it was Alexander Solzhenitsyn who even said, the way to defeat tyranny first is to not repeat lies, not to incorporate lies into our heart. And that is why I love coming on here with you, because we really are seeking God together through truth.
You're awesome, my brother. Thank you so much. I hope you're able to pop by later, but if you can't, I totally understand, and I very appreciative of the time that you stop by. Later,
it's great to see you, man. And
by the way,
try to catch up later tonight.
This isn't going to win either. It's not going to win.
you got to do it with see. These are all jokes from my friend.
Walking down the street, and the hood guy says, "Hey, mother effer." I say, "Hey, Reverend."
That's funny.
That's
funny.
It's cute.
He's like walking down the street. You're like, "Hey, mother effer," and the guy says, "Hey, Reverend." That's funny. And then of course I have another one. This is all from my friend who's a good joke teller, and I can't remember jokes like one day to the next. And he says, like, he would always tell me he was a Episcopalian, right, which is Church of England. And he says, and he'd always say, "Yeah, Episcopal is as close as you can get to Catholic and still go to hell."
Nice.
All right, man. God bless you. I'll hope to see you
tonight. Thank you so much. Later, my brother. All right. Before Mary has a stroke, because I care about you, Mary. This is my display of appreciation for your dedication to my show here. So I'm not a big Jim Brewer fan personally, but I'm doing this is really for you, Mary.
What is going on? Right? Like, it's past. It's past if you're divided politically. Even, you have to admit, even if you're like, I don't care, as long as it's not you know who. Like, that was like a demonic, like the devil came out and just whoever, like, we're gonna make people hate Donald Trump, hate. Get him. I hate Donald Trump. He's a racist. He's a white supremacist. He's an insurrectionist. They lynch people. Even.
That's good.
I'm not going to blame you because I saw the news channels. I saw them saying, he's racist, he's sexist. You would just wake up to pee in the middle of the night. He hates Mexicans, and he says they're rapists, and he hates black people, and he... They had, remember the Women's March? We're gonna march! I have a vagina! I have a vagina! Oh, they knew what a woman was then.
Nice. It's a strong finish. It's a strong finish. It's a strong finish. Not bad. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid. All right. That was worth 2 minutes. That was worth 2 minutes of my life. How's slide-back training going? Don't even ask. The dream is alive. The dream is alive. Still just a dream at this point. What's worse than ants in your pants? Uncle, stay awake. Uncles. Really? No. What's worse than ants in your pants? Uncles. We're going to do better than this. I'm telling you now, we're going to do better. We're going to do better. Stay awake, Joe. You got this. Thank you, Ron. Sahar Silverman. Mazel tov, Joe. May they have endless brachas, Oisher, the simcha. Brachas are blessing. Oisher is wealth, and simcha is joy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kathy, your realtor, Warnet, became a YouTube member. Welcome to the following, Kathy, my realtor, Warnet. If in case you're unaware of it, Kathy is my realtor. I'm not really buying any property right now, but if I were, she'd probably be my realtor, and she should be yours. There you go. I just made it tax deductible for you. You should try out Kathy Warnet for your realty needs. Make sure that you check out Kathy, because she's not just a realtor, she's also a member of the following. And the following is all about community unity and greater personal growth. And if you're going to be looking for a realtor, don't you think you want one who's going to believe in greater community? I mean, that's part of realty, right? I mean, that's basic. Who wants to move into a house that's not part of a community? Where you're going to live out in the ocean? You're going to live in the Sahara Desert? You want to be part of a community. That's a realtor. You need Kathy Warnet. There you go. There you go. There you go. Kathy Warnet. You're a realtor. Ever wonder why Ethiopians win all the races, all distance races growing up? Distance races growing up, running from lions, eating you, and see if you ain't the best. The slow are eaten already. Nope. Sorry. Nope. Tammy time. Congratulations on the upcoming wedding. My husband, I look forward to watching you every evening from California. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thanks, the entertainment. You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. And thank you for the support. I really appreciate you. Can I pivot to the Crumbley trial? Steve, have an opinion? You know what his opinion is. I don't have to ask him. You know what his opinion is. I know what his opinion is. We all know his opinion. We all know his opinion. Trial shouldn't be happening. Defense counsel sucks. Me, just arrived to the stream. Good Lawgic, Steve. We'll do it tonight. Me. Really? Why Adam and Eve covered themselves? Because they were ashamed. Because their knowledge of good and evil made them basically instilled in them, I guess, a sexual appetite that did not exist prior there too. So they could appreciate the difference between being covered. Once you are able to have lust, you can appreciate I guess it's a human dignity type of thing that basically is part of it. I think human dignity is part of understanding good and evil. There's not been any observable evidence of a change in kind. To believe that sounds like blind faith. Perhaps. I don't deny that. He was asking me what I believe. I told him. Milestone blessings, Joe. Thank you so much. Real Hydro says, have you guys ever read any book by Zachariah Stitchin? My favorite book is 12 Planet. I've never heard of him. Nope, I haven't. Sorry. What is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great efforts? So this is part of the whole blind faith thing. Is I actually believe that the tests that we get are geared for our personalities, and that it would be kind of cruel of God to give us a test that we don't have any capacity to pass. So that being the case, I think that we are all challenged in different ways. And some people are able to have the capacity to overcome an evil nature. That's sort of how they're hardwired with that built in, and others are not. The same way I think that people who are parents of a child with special needs, I think tend to, by more often than not, they have an inner fortitude to them, which just astonishes me. I have in my family two nephews who, I don't like the term disabled, but definitely special, definitely are high needs children. When you meet them, it's pretty apparent that they have, special needs. Not like cerebral palsy, but, levels of autism. And two different families. And I'm telling you that those two boys' parents are remarkably strong people. Like remarkably strong. And the support that those children get, both from their parents and from their siblings, and seeing the impact as to how they do everything they can to try and normalize the life of these children and treat him without any resentment of the extra attention, but quite the contrary, like siblings with deep love for him, no less than they have for each other. But the reason I bring this up is because I don't think a lot of people could do that job so well, so effectively, so with such strength, with such display of strength, without the challenge crushing them. And I sort of almost feel like, God knows what he's doing. It's like he gives it to every time I see one of these kids, they tend to have parents who are just remarkable people. And the duty and obligation of filling that role gives them an opportunity to manifest their strength of character, their great love for humanity, for their children, and their great love for all life, and grow into something that they could not possibly grow into. Talk about the parents growing into something they could not possibly grow into without having to deal with that challenge. And yet I see other people who are parents, and I'm like, yeah, if they had to deal with that, they would crush them. They would never be able to do that. They just wouldn't be. So I always sort of feel like, I think God sort of knows these things. Mexico doesn't do well in the Olympics. Anyone who can run, jump, or swim is in the U.S. Oh, well, I see what you're doing. I see. That's good. It's not the winner. It's not the winner. We'll know it. We'll know it. You will know that this one is in the running. I'll let you know. There's probably a few in the running. Telling you, play off of the conversation. Play off of commentary I do when watching a video. That is much more likely to just like trust me. Trust me. That's a good clip. Now, where's The Exorcist? It was very all right. What else we got? Let me check this out. Bill Dozier says, may your door's wedding be glorious, May you keep your eyes dry during the ceremony. Thank you for all you do, Joe. You definitely pick up Raquetta's slack, that disloyal shyster lawyer. Yeah, thank you. I just try to be me. We can only be ourselves. All right. I was told to check the updated list for my diggers. Updated. Where am I supposed to find this, diggers? Where am I? Where's your list now? Let's see it. Here's my updated list. Homework for Joe. Is that the homework for Joe? It's not. I don't want that. Alex, at any moment. What is the update? Here's the spreadsheet in case you're still looking for it. Is this the updated one? Let me see. Is it updated? Oh, those are the crossed out ones. Okay. Oh, Lord. It's been updated. All right. Good. Look at this. We're plowing our way through. Okay. Plowing through. Dang. Since that shout out was tax deductible, congratulations. You see, this is how you know a successful realtor here, because she knows how to invest in herself. Yeah, there you go. Podcasters, take notes. Understand your client base. That was great. This is what a successful realtor is. This is why Kathy Warnett needs to be your realtor. Kathy Warnett. Warnet. Kathy Warnett. Google it. You'll find Kathy Warnett Realtor. Trust me, she's going to hook you up in a house of your dreams. You're going to love it. Just say Good Lawgic sent you. Good Lawgic sent you. She takes care of all members of the following. That's what she does. That's what she lives for. She lives to serve the following. It's like I would give her a rake, but I'd be wasting her talents. Because she's like meant to like be putting members of the following into houses, and she should put you in your next house. Kathy Warner. Check her out. There you go. That was good. Oh, we got that. Mary says, everything happens for a reason. Thank you. As my son is autistic and severe seizures, we adopted him. He was 2 days old and I had no idea. You brought that could help. 2 lawyers walk into the bar, their heads hurt after. It's not how you win money. This is a wasted investment. I told you. If I give you advice, take my advice. Find a moment. You'll find it. You'll know the moment. And you'll be like, so I'll say something and you'll think of something which will be funny. And then you'll just zing it out there. And bam, you'll know it. Trust me. Don't try to force it. Have you invited all subs to the wedding? No. Just want to stay in the parking situation when I come. Love you, Joe. See you in BH this summer. Oh, it's T. Cruz. Can't wait to see you there, brother. Thank you for stopping by. You're invited. You can come. This is a guy I know. Rangers in 4. What are you smoking? Rangers in 4. Rangers in 4. Oh my God. What are you smoking? That's your name? Rangers in 4? What do you really want people to think you're on crack? Who the heck would think Rangers in 4? That doesn't make no sense. Maybe you mean Texas Rangers, not the New York Rangers. Rangers in 4. Please. Please. Thank you, brother. All right. Let's let me get on to my next clips. Here's my update list. Okay. We're gonna work our way down. Voting rights women. Oh, this has potential. Voting rights women has good potential.
Women weren't allowed to vote until like recently. Like,
Where's that movie?
women weren't allowed to vote until like recently.
Okay,
like,
I know.
1918, and I believe it was ratified in 1920. So we've had a century of women being able to vote, but okay.
But the fact that that wasn't available.
I would have preferred not having the right to vote in 1914. Any reason why I might have not wanted the right to vote?
Because you would have stayed at home. You would have been like the caretaker. Is that what you're kind of saying?
From 1914 to 1918, what happened?
Like, what do you mean?
From 1914 to 1918, what happened?
A lot.
Guys, you're not
Great.
making an awesome case for the right to vote when you don't know that World War I happened.
women weren't
Technically, back then it was called the Great War because they never thought there would be a 2. But yeah, definitely need the right to vote. Definitely need the right to vote. You really, really need the right to vote. Whew. Wow. What do you? It's almost like this show, the Whatever Podcast is such an exercise in Americana. It is such an exercise in Americana. This is classic America in all of its self-awareness. The success of this show, the Whatever Podcast, is, in my opinion, one of the great reflections of American self-awareness. What do I mean? What does that mean, Joe? What's American self-awareness? Well, what is the concept behind the Whatever show? We're going to take a couple of intelligent folks, genuinely intelligent folks, who have some personality, know how to present an argument, a legal argument, who are young men who are, at least moderately attractive men. And we're going to team them up with a bunch of, for the most part, with very obvious exceptions on occasion, but a whole bunch of girls who most men would look at and say, that girl's a smoke show, right? I mean, that's basically what they put in there. Whether they're OnlyFans or they're women with but basically girls who have tons of guys chasing after them. And then we're going to show just how stupid they are and how moronic their politics are, their ideologies are, their perspectives on health, on healthy relationships or growth of society, and that everything they understand about the way the world should be is stupid and backward. Ask and engage them in fun conversation and basically expose them for being morons. Well, how is this an exhibition of American self-awareness? Well, because what America loves to do is to build up heroes and people we can idolize. And once we successfully build up someone who we can idolize, what we love more than that is the ability to tear those idols down and destroy them. That is what America loves to do in ways no other society loves to do it. What we love more than that is if they're able to climb up off the mat and rise back up and return to their place of stature and status. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the first 2 phases with these girls. They are women, young women who are idolized by tons of men. Other girls are envious of their looks or whatever, their popularity or their celebrity, whatever level of celebrity they have. And we're going to display them in all their glory with all their looks all made up and stuff like that, occasionally with some bizarro looking hippo, creature who's there as like a freak show type of thing. But for the most part, a whole bunch of girls who are relatively attractive, or at least believe that they are, and then have them get crushed to just look like the loser, stupid moron. Can't see how they're walking into a trap, making inane, stupid arguments, displaying their ignorance of basic things like when was World War One, or their warped perspective of the world, so that we can laugh at them, which is our way of tearing them down. And then if they grow from it, that's them building themselves back up. It's such classic American self-awareness. That's why it's so successful. It's perfectly tailored for America. It really is. You have to give them credit. And especially you're able to throw some eye candy out there to help bring in the viewers. This was an easily predictable winning formula. And think of all the great moments you have. Grifty, remember 4 months. Want something to get your blood boiling? Watch Vivek interview the Breakfast Club from last week. I'll DM you the link. I saw a clip from that, and it got my blood boiling. Saw a clip from it where he was trying to explain something, and they're like, yeah, but it won't make, I don't think it's going to get my blood boiling, because I've seen the blindness. I've seen the lack of self-awareness when it comes to like understanding politics whenever it's something that reflects your own demographic. And I can't say that Jews are immune from it either. When it comes to Israel, and black people tend to have crazy perspectives about things when it comes to looking at everything through a lens that constantly being persecuted. That was my recollection. So it's something that I feel like has gotten like just old. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I've seen it a lot. Not that it's old, because it's a new variation on something I've seen. That's basically what I mean. All right, let's check out Pierre Polier destroying someone.
Are you serious?
I'm asking you.
No, I mean, are you serious? Come on, you're telling me. No, excuse me. Let me answer your question. Are you honestly saying?
Notice the music in the background. I think it's Sweet Dreams, right? It is Sweet Dreams, right? Marilyn Manson's version of Sweet Dreams.
That it's society's fault if a repeat violent offender commits 60 or 70 offenses. I think that criminal is to blame for his own actions. He is personally responsible. We're not talking about some kid who made one mistake when he was 19. We're talking about people who do 60, 70 violent offenses. And then they're because they're criminals.
But why are they criminals?
Because they do crime.
Why do they do crime?
Because we let them out early on bail.
So because they
I think we've solved the riddle here.
Because they got let out early on bail.
That's right.
They then commit the crime.
That's right. That's what all the experts agree is the cause of the crime.
And they stayed in jail the whole time on bail in jail. They would then not commit crimes.
Because they'd be in jail, so they couldn't commit crimes.
Are
you serious?
I'm asking you.
No, I mean, are
you? But wait, but they'd be in jail. Yeah, not committing crimes, but they'd be in jail. But how do you know they wouldn't be committing crime? Would they be in jail? This is a clip I like. This one I like. This one I like. All right, what we got next? That was Pierre Polier. I like this. I had the little Jordan Peterson. Let's check out Jordan Peterson.
This is the most iconic Jordan Peterson burn of all time.
You see? And I know that guy has a popular channel, but he did, he just threw this.
Jordan Peterson, trending #1 on Twitter. Jordan Peterson, international bestseller. Jordan Peterson, right? This is what I'm saying to you. Why the rage, bruh? You're doing well, but you're a mean, mad white man.
You're a mean man, white man. You're a mean. He's not even pointing at him. He's pointing to the audience here. He turns away from Jordan Peterson. It's like Jordan Peterson, but you're a mean, mad white man. Every time I've seen this clip before, and I'm telling you now, every time I see him do that turn, I'm like, you're such a crappy showman. This is like Amber Heard, looking at the cross-examiner and then turning to the jury and saying, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It's you're a mean, mad white man. How does anyone not look at this guy and just like see the face paint, the clown face paint? I see rainbow color hair just skyrocketing out of his scalp, and like big floppy shoes.
And you're gonna get us right. And I don't think Jordan Peterson is suffering from anything except an exaggerated sense of entitlement and resentment, and his own privilege is invisible to him, and it's manifest with lethal intensity and ferocity right.
Look at how he sits there. Just waiting for him to finish. You finish.
Here on stage.
It's conceivable that I am a mean man, but I would say the fact that race got dragged into that particular comment is a better exemplar of what the hell I think is wrong with the politically correct left than anything else that could have possibly happened.
If you enjoyed that clip and you love watching debates like this, then make sure you subscribe.
I didn't think that was that great a zinger. You oversold the zing. You oversold the zing there. You oversold the zing. That was not like it was okay. You oversold the zing. No? Tiamo Lisa. Joe, I DM'd you a good joke on X. It's getting old now. All right. I'll count it as a 20. If it wins, it wins. Tiamo Lisa. Gotcha.
Did you guys hear about the actress who got stabbed?
No, what happened?
Reese.
With a spoon?
No, with a knife. Did you guys hear about the actress who got stabbed?
No, what happened?
Reese.
With a spoon?
No, with a knife.
This is not. I gave you all the insight. I gave you all the insights. I would count that. If it made me like laugh out loud, I would count it and put it in the running. These are not. I'm telling you. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. It was cute. It was funny. It was cute. But we're gonna see better. Trust me. I believe in you guys. I believe in you. I would account. I'm telling you right now. You share with me something, and you tell me check it out, like whatever, and I'll count it based on the super chat that you tell me to check it out, and that's fine. Especially if you're worried that my delivery is gonna suck, which it almost certainly will. It almost certainly will. So yeah, but trust me, I am very confident the winner will be someone who throws out a zinger based off of the conversation that unfolds. That's how it's going to happen. Believe in me. In case any of you are unaware, because I have two things that are going on right now. I have what you see down below, right? What you see down below, which is that whoever sends me the biggest donation, I will send them a signed NYPD hat. Currently, it's at 300. Which says Bella Stella by my recollection. I sent 300. Although some people are not too far behind. But and the other is that I have a make me laugh competition. Whoever gives me like the funniest line in a super chat, I am going to reward that person with 10 times the cost of their super chat, up to me paying out 200. So if you send me a $50 super chat and you win, I'm not sending you 500. I don't want there to be any confusion about this. I'm going to cap my payout at 200. But whoever sends, if you send a $5 super chat and that's the funniest one, I'll make it 50, 10, 100, 20, or anything 20 or above. I'm going to cap at 200. So there you go. Make me laugh. Make me laugh. I will happily. I've done this before. I'm more than happy to kick out the payment. You'll get paid today. So make me laugh. Make me laugh. But I'm telling you now, my advice to you is instead of sending me some sort of joke thing, send a line or something like that that plays into the dialogue and conversation. It could be I'm watching a video and something happens in that video and you have like a good zinger. Those invariably are going to be funnier. Invariably. That's where the winners always come from. I'm telling you, I'm trying to help you. Trying to help y'all. Where was I? And I know the humor is subjective, so that's why I'm trying to help you and tell you this is what tends to make me laugh. Where am I at? I know where I was at. I was looking at. Okay. Just to Jordan Peterson, right? Okay.
I grew up under Jim Crow law. I know about the colors only, the whites only. I grew up in Alabama at that time.
My gosh.
And black people were better off then than they are today. And they were doing just fine until the so-called civil rights movement came along. Jesse Jackson and all those guys said, oh, this is bad. This is racism. And they became the leader of the people, the blacks. And then they sold the blacks over to the Democratic Party. And it's just been downhill for the blacks ever since. They don't have families anymore for the most part. They are begging, they're blaming the white people. Enough is never enough. We've given them everything they asked for. They're still begging, they're blaming the white people. Why did the blacks get worse than they were before the civil rights movement?
I disagree totally.
And what? I was there.
I disagree totally. I don't know if you really think you're better off now or worse off now. That may be your personal experience. But I know that for the country and for the people in our country, we're better off now.
No, the black people.
That's my opinion, and I'm going to stick to it.
I grew up under Jim Crow law. I know about the colors only.
I'm trying to practice my reaction for when I start making videos that I'm like reacting to a video and the facial reactions I'm supposed to make. So this way everyone knows what I'm, so I have to be very expressive with my face. At least that'll be like something more than someone saying something like, check this guy spitting facts. Like and subscribe for more. And then just playing the clip, which that's not even a reaction. That's not even a reaction. That's not anything. That's not anything. That's lazy. You lazy. You just got a video editor who just like clipped you saying that and just slapped it all together. There's a modern joke somewhere in the story of Jacob marrying Leah saying something, something, this isn't what I signed up for. Something, something, a man. Something, something, this isn't what I signed up for. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get there. I'm telling you, we're gonna get there. You'll know it. You'll know it. You'll be like, oh man, that's gotta be in the running. When the majority of people be like, that's gotta be in the running, that's when it's gonna be in the running. And you'll see it's gonna start cascading one after another. Usually whatever. That's we'll know it. We're gonna see it. Oh, Fuera guy. Definitely want to see a Fuera. Definitely want to see a Fuera.
Donald Trump is running for president again in the United States, as you know. What advice would you give him?
Que continúe con su lucha en contra del socialismo, porque es uno de los pocos que entendió cabalmente que la pelea es contra el socialismo, que la pelea es contra los estatistas, y comprendió perfectamente que la generación de riqueza proviene del sector privado. Es decir, el Estado no crea riqueza, el Estado la destruye. El Estado no puede dar nada porque no produce nada. Y cuando lo quiere hacer, además lo hace mal. Entonces, me parece que si yo, desde mi pequeño lugar, lo único que podría decirle es que redoble los esfuerzos en la misma dirección de defender las ideas de la libertad y de no darle tregua ni un solo segundo a los socialistas.
Donald Trump is running for president again in the United States, as you
Not 1 inch. Not 1 inch. This is the big mistake. The big mistake that politicians have made. Big mistake is, oh, I'm going to make myself more likable if I bend a little. No. Learn from Mr. Afuera over there. Learn from him. Learn from Milei. Learn from Milei. You double down, people respect it. Don't be afraid. Double down does not mean speak angrier in the rhetoric. It does not mean you have to be a jerk. It simply means no means no. See, it's very simple. Use their own words against them. This is how you can be effective. You take the person's own words and you use them against them. Simple phrases that we've heard the left use over and over again, right? How many times have we heard the phrase no means no? No means no. No means no. Everyone thinks of that in the context of a woman being attacked by a man. But you say, no illegal aliens can come into this country. And no means no. It's that simple. And they'll respect that. They'll respect that. And there's nothing you can say back to it because you've already established the parameters. No means no. I got to work with Milei a few times way back. What a guy. He makes me almost want to repatriate, except I'm pretty sure the Peronistas will accident him soon. Yeah, well, can only pray for his health. Well, the reason they hate libs of TikTok, the reason they hate him, it's an ironic thing about libs of TikTok. There's an ironic phenomenon about libs of TikTok because you basically, and it is sort of, you're correct in what you're saying here. It's a pretty astute point you're making here because you're picking up on exactly what I just said. These leftists who are creating these cringe videos about, you know, school teachers who are all excited about teaching 4-year-olds about their bodies or about, you know, their sexuality and how, you know, some boys are really girls and all that other crap that they get so excited to share with the world. But then when they're looking to share it with only a certain portion of the world. But social media is all about trying to share it with the public at large, but they really don't want it shared with the public at large. It's like their own private little club secret of like, oh, look, we're winning. And as soon as it's exposed to the general public recoils in horror, saying, what the hell are you doing? You're a monster. And that, instead of getting the validation they're seeking, turns into shame, 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 shame. The exact opposite of what they're searching for. It's ironic because what they are looking for of public validation by going to social media, lives a TikTok, puts it in front of a megaphone, shares it with an infinitely huger audience. And that becomes their own undoing. Precisely right. He's dead, Jim. Take their own stuff and use it against them. It becomes something that they can't even refute. You can't even refute it. You're tripped up on your own tongue. Your own tongue exposes your corruption. It exposes the sickness that you're purveying. Because when it's a bright light that's showing on it, you're humiliated. And that only goes to show how sick your practices are. Double down. I ran into a Joe Cult member the other day. She said black is best and adding cream is misogynistic. Wait, what is this? I ran into a Joe Cult member the other day. She said black is best and adding cream. I think I'm missing it. I think you're trying to there's no cult. So it's not at all a cult type of cult. She said black is best and adding cream is misogynistic. It's just going over me. I'm going to put it aside though, because I expect that my next guest will be able to walk me through it. Glad she did that, given 15% of public school teachers groom their students. I hope it's not that high. I think that's a scare tactic that people try telling us it's that high. I hope you're wrong. But even if it's 5%, that's horrifically high. Because that's 5% of our youth. I have a feeling it's higher than 5. All right, next one. Next reaction. I'm enjoying this.
Okay, is it okay if I touch it? Yeah, okay.
I did that one. Did I do this one? I think you guys forgot to cross this one out. All right, let's see what this is.
Because I'm better than you, I choose to make my children fresh bread every day. I tell them as a wife and mother, it's the least I could do. I love to lead by example, showing my daughters what a woman should be. Anything less would just be crummy. In all seriousness, if you don't raise your kids like I do, they'll probably be felons and be ugly. Now that sounds like a half-baked plan, doesn't it? I like to tell my daughters, all you need is a good recipe and a Bible. And definitely don't worry about bringing in that dough, because that's a man's place anyway. Stop testing God's will and stick to your bread and butter. Because I'm better than you, I choose to make...
These people are so sick. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. I wonder when libs look at this, do they think it's as cringe? Because sometimes I get people share stuff with me and I'm like, this is so cringe.
Make my children fresh bread every day. I tell them as a wife and mother, it's the least I could do. I love to...
This is so cringe. It's so cringe in how they're trying to parody the right in a way that's so obviously not at all the way it's not even the same frame.
To lead by example, showing my daughters what a
You see how she's looking like she's spaced out, zoned out?
woman should be. Anything less would just be crummy. In all seriousness, if you don't raise your kids like I do, they'll probably be felons and be ugly. Now that sounds like a half-baked plan, doesn't it? I like to tell my daughters all you need is a good recipe and a Bible. And definitely don't worry about bringing in that dough, because that's a man's place anyway.
Look at her like trying to look like a zombie. Even when you don't parody someone by having them look miserable, stupid, idiot. You're gonna let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, honey. If this is your business, you're gonna need a man. You're gonna need a man. I hate to say it. You're gonna need a man. You suck at it. You're terrible. You're not funny. It's like you're trying way too hard, and you're sort of mixing up when it's supposed to be a parody versus when it's mockery. And you're crossing that line so many times back and forth in the same video that all that ends up is just being confusion. It's like you don't understand your own source material at all. And then you think, and it just turns out cringe. I've seen white people dance better than this. This is bad. This is bad. I've seen Jews play basketball better than this. This is very bad. Whew. God. Man, that woman, she needs... Some people, they just need... What is that? Oh, no. What's this?
So I'm not allowed to be out as trans non-binary at school. Do not come up in my comments saying that I am allowed, because I'm not. I live in Louisiana and it sucks here. So of course my response to this is to be as obnoxiously queer as possible. So I've got my rainbow hair with leopard print. I've got my rainbow glasses. Sometimes I wear pins too with various rainbow things on them. I don't have any today. I just have my COVID sticker. I wear things that do not match at all. Basically, my goal is to look like a unicorn threw me up. If I can't do that, what's the point? So I'm not allowed to be out as trans non-binary at school. Do not come up in my comments saying that I am allowed, because I'm not. I live in Louisiana and it sucks here. So of course my response to this is to be as obnoxiously queer as possible. So I've got my
Gingy. All right. Thank you, Wajatoychik. I'm just going to call you Sheik. Some of the studies I say it's as high as 25%. The scare tactic is when they say it's in the 70s, but it isn't. It's probably comfortably above 10%. We're all just prisoners here of our phone device. Just because I'm a dad doesn't mean you need to give me dad jokes. Okay? Seriously. That's not a bad one, though. It's not a bad one. We're all just prisoners here of our phone device. It's not bad. As planted jokes go, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'll put that one aside. Okay? I'll put that one aside. It's not going to win, but I'll put it aside for now. So, as for now, how many times do I see Woke Barber? I've seen Woke Barber 16 times here. What's happening? What's happening? Trad wife. What is this?
You should be able to buy an electric car. You should buy a gas fired car. You should buy a hybrid. You should buy whatever the hell you want. I mean, some people like electric. If you want to drive for 14 minutes to the candy store, electric is very good. But if you actually want to get into a car and drive for a few hours, You know, they're doing a couple of other ones with electric. They're going electric crazy. It doesn't work. They want all electric army tanks now. Think of this. So they want to have an army tank that's electric. You can't get it recharged. It doesn't go far enough. It doesn't go strong enough. But they want to have electric. So that we go into enemy territory. We will blast the shit out of everybody. But at least we will go in with environmentally nice equipment. So do you believe it? You should be able to buy an electric car. You should buy.
I thought he was going to go in a different direction there. I thought he was going to go in like, and we're going to be like 14, we're going to be like 6 miles in, and we're like, hold on, we need to plug in. Where's your nearest outlet? Oh, crap. We just blew out your whole electrical grid. Damn it. Now what? Oh, that's great. Oh, you went a whole different direction, which is pretty funny too. We're going to destroy your planet in the most environmentally friendly tanks we can find. He's so good. Hi, we're America. Under Biden, we're here to destroy the planet in the most economically friendly way possible. Oh, that was good. What's this? I missed this one.
It's a very simple explanation as to why America.
Okay, so I did this one. I want to make sure I didn't miss any. I missed this one.
Want to terrify a liberal? Show them this video.
Pay me to vote for a Democrat. Local, state, federal elections, I don't care what it is. You couldn't pay me to vote for one. You know why? They're evil and corrupt. Because they know that we, and I mean people whose skin color look like mine, they know that we vote party over interest. So after we vote, what do? What? They don't need us for anything. That's what they do, year after year after year. I'm from Baltimore, and I go home at least twice a year to see family. Same abandoned homes, same crime rate. We haven't had a Republican mayor since the 60s. And look at our environment. The same can be said for Memphis. The same can be said for St. Louis. The same can be said for Detroit. The same can be said for a lot of these cities all over this country that have been led down the toilet by Democrats. You're goddamn right. Stop voting party over interest and vote interest over party.
Want to terrify a liberal?
Nice. There you go. Add a music one. Let's see how it goes. This is last night on the following program. Dude does great work. Let me see what he did. Let's see what you did. Let's see some music. Last night on the following program. Take that here. All right, let's see how it sounds. Probably a little test here. Let him drown.
I did plagiarize.
Let him drown. That's not us killing them. That's not Texas killing them. That's them deciding to risk their lives swimming across a river to break the law and come into a country that they got no freaking business coming into. F them. Who the hell told you to come? Stop pretending that there's no cost to Americans. Are many of the people coming here harmless people or relatively harmless people who are looking to make a better life for themselves? Certainly. Probably the majority of them. Probably the vast majority of them. I don't care. This is about respecting the value of so much better. Rather than just saying any schmuck can walk across our border and suddenly is an American. There is a special privilege to being American. No, there's actually probably no greater privilege on earth than to be an American. And to basically say that anyone can walk in here and pose a threat to America means you don't get the slightest damn about America, and you certainly don't recognize. Hold on a second. I think the volume's messed up. Let them drown. That's not us killing them. That's not Texas killing them. That's them deciding. That's so much better. Risk their lives swimming across a river to break the law and come into a country that they got no freaking business coming into. F them. Who the hell told you to come? Stop pretending that there's no cost to Americans. Are many of the people coming here harmless people or relatively harmless people who are looking to make a better life for themselves? Certainly. Probably the majority of them. Probably the vast majority of them. I don't care. This is about respecting the value of being an American rather than just saying any schmuck can walk across our border and suddenly is an American. There is a special privilege to being American. No, there's actually probably no greater privilege on earth than to be an American.
Yeah!
To basically say that anyone can walk in here and pose a threat to America means you don't give the slightest damn about America.
Yeah!
You don't recognize the value of being an American. And if you don't recognize the value of being an American, your opinion means squat.
Hell
Okay?
yeah!
It's not.
Hell yeah!
That's awesome. Last night on the following program. That's the channel you need to be following. That's it. You don't need to be up to me. You should like and subscribe. I mean, let's face it. It's a gratuity and it doesn't cost you nothing. So it's a gratuity. So it's for your own good. It's for your own betterment as a human being that, you train yourself to show that gratuity, especially if it's not harming you whatsoever. I'm simply saying, why do you need to watch me when you can basically get everything in a nutshell right here on Last Night on the Following program? There you go. There you go. Makes me extraneous. It makes me wonder why I do what I do. I should just watch him. I don't have to work so hard. I can just go there and watch his channel. Wait, would that work? I don't know about that. Viola Pride. Got a laugh out of the last Trump video. Guess I should pay for it. Shout out to the diggers. It doesn't work after the fact. That's not how this works. You can't try to cash in afterwards and be like, oh, I put up that last video that you laughed at. No. That's not how this works. That's not how I'm already being kind and saying, I'll give it, but not after the fact. No, that's not, you can't. Come on. It's not just agreeing with myself. I'm saying the music makes me sound so much better than I actually am. It's awesome. You're welcome. All right. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. All right. Where was I at? I was looking at more videos here. Diggers, you've done some really fine work. I'm just going to say. You've done some fine work. Try and collect after the fact. Come on, Viola. You know better than that. Where are we at here? Okay, so let's see. I got to sort of see which one I'm at here. I got to take this off. I got to go into Chrome. I hate dealing with Edge. Edge sucks. Oh gosh, look at all these windows. Look at all these freaking windows. How does anyone keep track of all these damn windows? I got Norton over here. I got my Stream Deck over here. Everything's running slow because I have 4,000 windows. I got Ron Coleman over here, my channel analytics, Hasidic rabbis. God, this is just a nightmare. I don't even know what this. Oh, this is what I started the night with. This I need. I can't touch that. I don't know what that is. This is something I was planning on watching later. That was shared by someone in locals. Yeah, this is a good one to use. All right, let's go here. Okay. Smaller. Okay, I need this smaller. Don't tell me it's easy to make this. Too small. Okay, so I got this. Got this. Okay. I don't know what to do with your $20 here. I'm not supposed to be like totaling up, but I think am I supposed to count this towards the extra $20 now? I'm supposed to say it's $320. Is that what I'm supposed to do with this? Is that what I'm supposed to do with this? Probably is right. I mean, she's in the lead. She's in the lead. I should probably credit the $20. All right, I'll credit the $20. I'm not gonna. If you start nickel, I'm just saying. I'm not gonna start counting if it's like $5 ones. I can't. I'm not a math whiz, but I am gonna. I'll credit you on this one. $20. I'll credit you. It's like a bid. It's like a bid, like bumping up your bid. I think that's fair. In $20 increments, I can do that. All right. There you go. Did you know you were in the lead? Did you even know you were in the lead when you sent the $20 super chat? Bella Stella. Okay. What we got here? Uh-oh, something went wrong. In 2007, Senator Biden put the president on notice he would impeach him for going to war with Iran. Congressional approval.
And I want to make it clear, and I made it clear to the president, that if he takes this nation to war in Iran without congressional approval, I will make it my business to impeach him. That's a fact. That is a fact. And I want to make it clear. And I made it clear to the president.
Yeah. He's got all sorts of problems, this guy. Yeah, can you refresh?
That I received.
What we got? HB 24. Bill of Rights for Foster Youth.
So a letter that I received from a doctor of the head of the chapter of Colorado chapter, leader of Gays Against Groomers, and a member of the LGBT.
All right, come on.
Sir, the title of
Representative DeGraff, we are not going to use the word groomer or grooming in this debate.
That's funny. That's funny. Oh, idiot. Groomer. Yeah, why are we not going to use the term groomer? Look at this schmuck in the green shirt. Tell me that's not a groomer right there. Hey, we're not going to use the term grooming here. Hey, we said we're not going to use mean terms like groomer. We're not going to use groomer. That's the name of the group, schmuck. This is great.
All right, come on.
Sir, the title of
Representative DeGraff, we are not going to use the word groomer or grooming in this debate. It is pejorative. It is speaking to personalities in violation of Rule 23D. Please find ways to express yourself without using pejorative words and transgressing the rules. Please continue.
What do you want him to say? Gays against pedos like you? What is he supposed to say? What's he supposed to say? Pedos trying to turn out kids? Is that better? Would that be less offensive?
The name of their organization is what I read. They have a First Amendment right to name their organization whatever they want,
including Gays Against Groomers.
All right, I'm sorry, Representative. We're going to have a brief recess.
We don't know what to do with this now. What should we do?
So a letter.
This? We're going to have a brief recess. How dare they call me out? Schmuck. When do you get your tracksuit? Okay, listen. Let me explain to you. Those of you who are waiting on the tracksuit, okay? All kidding aside, because I did mention that there's going to be a limited edition tracksuits available. I sort of want to make it a tracksuit that is going to all be synonymous, which means I kind of need a logo, which is why, because I figured, like, what am I going to put? What am I putting on this tracksuit? I got to put something on this tracksuit, right? I mean, I could put the following on it, but that seems kind of like just, there's got to be like a little bit more that's just sort of makes it easier for members of the following to find each other. So I was thinking if I had a logo, let's sort of put up here a logo that sort of helps the whole thing, right? I mean, that's really what. Otherwise it needs a logo, right? It needs a logo. So I've been working in that vein. Don't think I haven't been working in that vein. That vein is being worked. It's like a mine shaft. That vein is being worked. The vein is throbbing. Okay, like a throbbing vein in your temple. Okay, it's working. I'm working that vein now. Okay, and okay now. I put up here and even pinned. I pinned on X. This. See, this is me working. You think I'm not digging? This is me digging. I even offered up money. So I need a cartoon emoji myself for branding. Thinking this is something I probably should be putting on a tracksuit, right? I'm not putting my face up there. That would be stupid. That's kind of dumb. But I need something for branding. So I said, I gave what I think it should feature, and my PD hat, strong jaw, because I don't like when my jaw looks fat. Okay? I know my face is fatter than I think it to be, but in my brain, my face is not as fat as it is. Okay? In my brain, I live in an alternate reality where I have a squared off jawline over here. That's just, and I want that reflected in a cartoon emoji myself. And then I should have like the two-tone hair where it's a little darker here, a little lighter here. I mean, that's sort of green eyes are a plus, with or without glasses. Go either way. I don't care. Alternatively, it could be some sort of identifiable image, like Viva Fry got his whole shadow thing going on. And let's see what replies I get. Anything? Ian Runkle wants to like punish me. Thanks, Ian. Don't forget the tracksuits. Okay, now I'm seeing some effort here. I'm not seeing anything that I'm feeling. He's used to working with Americans. This isn't working. That's not cool. Frozen flaming. Don't brand, stay substantive. Okay, that's not bad. I think they really just took a picture of me and just sort of froze it. I'm almost positive that's what happened here. That's actually, and they just sort of AI'd it. But that's actually better than like, it's working its way there. I'm positive that's a picture of mine. There you go. That could be branding. That could be it. The struggle is real. Tracksuits are too old school. What about capes? No, there's no capes. Why not use your GL script embroidered in gold thread like high-end brands do? Like I have over in the corner here, the little GL. I could do that. That's really not a bad idea. I might end up doing that. I'm gonna need like a minute here. Okay, I'm gonna need a minute because I just need. It's probably gonna be 3 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. I need to show you something. I need to show you something because this is the life. This is the life. Unbelievable. Unfriggin' unbelievable. Oh my. I need to show you something. Email I get. Video cannot be monetized and is blocked in some territories. 24-hour Father Bride live stream. Yeah, the first one, part 1, is blocked. Why? Why is it blocked? Who would be blocking my stream? What is the problem? Why do some people have a problem with it? You want to know why some people have a problem with it? I'll show you the people who have a problem with it. This schmuck, Jeremy Hotz, the Canadian, the boring snooze fests. Americans are so stupid, eh? They vote for an orange man who's an idiot, eh? I met some Americans. I went down to Texas and they said, you all not around from here? And I look and I say, yeah. And there's only one of me. That boring jackass. I want to just go on record as saying he was very, very wise to copyright strike me. And the reason he was very, very wise to copyright strike me is because his content is so stupidly boring and lacking in any entertainment value that even if I took away one view of his stupid waste snooze fest of a monologue that seemed to drone on and roll around in the same non-joke 47 times over in what I could only assume was a video that would be used in, I don't know, Benghazi or someplace that they're desperately trying to break the most hardened terrorists. And they said, we're going to make you watch this crap all day long. So they figured that's not going to generate very many views. And if Joe takes away one of our views, that's someone who's never going to come back and watch my content again. So I really need to strike that down. So it was a wise business move on your part, you pathetic loser. Jeremy Hotz. What a miserable show. Yeah, miserable show is actually a kind way of describing his crap fest of lack of talent material. Jeremy Hotz. So wise move on your part. Wise move. Because anyone who saw it is that much less likely to like anyone go. I had to call your name out so that anyone who's ever watching this video can appreciate that if you love someone, if someone you love, know, care about, somebody you don't want to see stab themselves in the eyes or wish for deafness, and you find that they're going to a Jeremy Hotz show or watching a video, plead with them to reconsider so that they do not engage in any sort of self-harm. The following is all about not engaging in self-harm. And accordingly, I urge you to caution your loved ones, even your enemies, not to suffer the cruel fate of having to be stuck watching any crap produced by Jeremy Hotz. That's just my thought. That's my thought for you, schmuck. That was my point, Linz. That was exactly my point. It was like the most boring 3 minutes of 12 hours was when I was stuck watching Jeremy Hotz. And that schmuck copyright strikes me. But I do need to call attention to someone who's a very fine person named Maureen, who says, blessings to you and your family. Thanks to many hours of thoughtful combos and entertainment, and dropped a $100 on me in Venmo. God bless you. God bless you, woman. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So unbelievable. The audacity, the audacious audacity. Now, there's someone who sent me, I just want to say something else. I don't know why. I'm having a problem with PayPal where they want me to create a new password, and I don't know why they're asking me to do this. Someone sent me like a $5 joke through this is just not working now. I don't want to have to deal with this. And when I try going through my phone app, I can access it and see that this guy. I want to be clear here because I don't want someone. This guy Josh sent me $5 and he sends a comment which says a guy goes to his rabbi and says rabbi, and then I don't want to show it to you because I don't give his last name. I don't know how to cover that. Even though I question whether that's really his last name or whether that's just a name he chose. I don't really care, but in case it is his last name. Rabbi, you'll never believe what happened to me. My son left the house, and then it gets cut off when I click show story. I can't see it. It just doesn't show me the rest of it. So I'm sorry, Josh. I don't know what to help you. I don't know. Select all, mark as read, 2 clicks. What? Select all. It's not working. I don't know how to fix this. I'm sorry, Josh. I also want to say thank you to Ricard for sending me $20 and Karen for $25 for wedding fund. So this is for each of you who sent me through PayPal. Thank you, guys. You awesome. You are awesome. I don't know why. When I'm trying to use my password, they want me to put in a new password. I can't. It's not this. This is not what I want. I'm going to go to here. Let's try this. I start getting very confused. They're putting me in a difficult place. PayPal confuses me. The reason PayPal confuses me is because I sometimes use good Lawgic. I sometimes use Joe Neerman, and then they're like, and I think I have 2 accounts, and it just gets me. I start getting very boggled. I'm like, and then they make me change my password, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Can I get back to what we were doing? Because I was enjoying this. I was having a good time until I saw Jeremy Hotz being a schmuck.
Let me be quite precise. It doesn't concern me a bit that a teacher, for example, wants to talk about Marxism or communism. We need to know more about Marxism and communism and socialism and all that sort of thing. I think where you draw the line is where the individual, in effect, says, I'm not just going to teach the students about that, but I am going to advocate that the interests of a foreign government be placed above that of the United States. Then I think you have to take a look at it, particularly if that foreign government is involved in military activities against the United States. Let me be quite precise. It doesn't concern me a bit that a teacher, for example,
What do you think about that? It's okay until they start advocating. Yeah, I think that's what our schools should be doing, what he's suggesting. But I don't think then I question, like, can you stop someone who is advocating, or is that free speech? But then there's free speech in a school. Yeah, I agree with him. That's what I come to. I agree with you, Mr. Richard Nixon. I'm good with what you said there. Here's President Nixon again.
Well, Russia at the present time is at a crossroad. It is often said that the Cold War is over and that the West has won it. That's only half true, because what has happened is that the communists have been defeated, but the ideas of freedom now are on trial. If they don't work, there will be a reversion to not communism, which has failed, but what I call a new despotism, which would pose a mortal danger to the rest of the world, because it would be infected with the virus of Russian imperialism, which of course has been a characteristic of Russian foreign policy for centuries. The West has, the United States has, all those who want peace and freedom in the world, a great stake in freedom succeeding in Russia. If it succeeds, it will be an example for others to follow. It will be for China, for example, to follow. If it fails, it means that the hardliners in China will get a new life. They will say, it failed there, there's no reason for us to turn to democracy. That's part of what is at stake here. Well, Russia at the present time is at a crossroad.
That's probably true. It makes sense. Intellectually, it makes sense. I think that makes sense. All right. Dun, dun. I just covered that.
My son and I are failing math. Now he's getting a C- in math. In private school, that's not good. That's failing math. So, of course, she brings me in for a parent-teacher meeting.
I think the volume is off. Let me refresh.
My son and I are failing
Nope.
math. Now he's getting a C- in math. In private school, that's not good. That's failing math. So, of course, she brings me in for a parent-teacher meeting. Hi, Mr. Coy. Mr. Coy, please sit down. I don't want to startle you. I want to nip this in the bud. Just want you to know, Mr. Coy, that your son has a C- in math. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. What are we going to do to solve that, Mr. Coy? Well, you need to help me help him. When he gets home, you need to crack open that book, and you need to start working on those questions with your son. And I was like, you know I'm a comedian, right? And I hired you to teach my son math. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we going to do to fix that? Sounds like you owe me money. My son and I are failing math. Now he's getting...
That's pretty good. That's not bad. That one's not bad. All right. I'm going to go back to Crumbley and see if she's doing any better. That's what I want to do at this point. I want to check on Crumbley. Let's check on Crumbley. I think it's time. Jennifer Crumbley.
So you met them at the county complex and you had the second interview, which was just under an hour long.
Correct.
When you had that second interview, now that was in February of 2022, you told them again, you confirmed for them again, as much as you probably didn't want to, I had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
In the third interview, back in December, just a couple months ago, they asked you again for more information, and you told them again you had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Now, the prosecution may ask you a lot of questions.
Understand the form of the question doesn't matter, but I asked him now to.
I haven't even asked my question.
Okay, what's the question?
My question is, when you talked to law enforcement and
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry,
okay.
Specifics matter. Okay, so counsel's going to request these kind of questions from the witness. She has to be
I
specific.
can't even get my question out.
Okay, well, he needs to know because there are 3 different times, so that would help him too.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Over the course of the investigation, you testified earlier that your answers to certain questions have changed. Correct?
Yes, I've added.
You've added. Okay. But one thing you have not changed, it's not the statements about your sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You've always said you had a sexual relationship. As police came and talked to you a second and a third time, they wanted more details about where you had sex and other details about those experiences, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I was asking you if you felt like you were threatened in any way, that had to do with feeling threatened that your job was at issue or that your benefits could be lost,
Judge, I can
correct?
object again for the question. She needs to be specific. She's gonna have something like threats. That needs to be specific.
Okay, then I'll go to the third interview, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
In
be
the,
specific.
okay, I'm gonna be very specific. In the third interview, when we talked to them in December, they specifically said to you, talked to you about your job employment as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They specifically talked to you about the details of your benefits, including your pension, correct?
Correct.
They made you feel like if you didn't give answers they wanted.
Actually, in the form of the question, they made you feel. How could he possibly testify to what somebody else's intent was? That would be speculation.
That's
I'll ask
not
how
what
you
she's
felt.
asking.
When
Did
you
they
were
make
in
you
that
feel?
third interview, you were scared at the thought of losing your job or benefits.
She's giving me a headache.
No, I was not.
You do not want to lose your job or benefits.
No, I don't.
And when you were in that conversation with them, it was during that third interview that they asked you the same questions you had been asked many times before, correct?
Correct.
And they were saying very negative things about Jennifer Crumbley to you during that third interview.
That's specific.
Yeah.
Objection in the form of the question.
Yeah, negative like what?
They told you that they had evidence of Jennifer lying about things, correct?
Oh, God.
They gave you the impression that you didn't know everything about Jennifer Crumbley.
And speculation, Judge, they gave
I'm
you
asking
the
his
impression. Hang on, I'm
impression.
not done. They gave you the impression. If she wants to cross-examine him on statements, she can. But she can't make a broad statement about what their intent was. That's speculation.
Well, their intent is speculation, but if you have specific examples of things that were said, potentially about the police, to this witness, you could ask them what was said.
Specifically, the officer talked to you about ranks within the fire department, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about seniorities, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about all the training you had to go through to take each position and the seniority levels at the fire department.
Correct.
You explained to them how you got to each position at the fire department, correct?
Correct.
The officer explained to you that it's important that all the cards are on the table, correct?
Correct.
And then the officer begins to talk to you and reassured you you're not in any trouble. Is that a true statement?
Correct.
And they begin to tell you things. That officer tells you he's not trying to be threatening to you, but he wants to put the cards on the table, correct?
What page are we talking about?
It's at 18 minutes and 57 seconds in the third interview. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And when he told you that the cards should be on the table, I'm asking your impression, took that to mean that your job and your benefits could be on the line if you said anything favorable for Jennifer Crumbley.
Objection. He just answered that he wasn't threatened. He just was asked that question and said, no, I wasn't.
Threat, me too?
No, ma'am.
Was there any kind of veiled threat? Did you take anything as a veiled threat?
Yes, just that the information that's now out regarding my relationship was going to be out publicly.
Okay, so there were veiled threats made against you.
Hold on.
I'm just clarifying. That was
What is veiled threats
Well,
mean?
I asked if there were any.
I know, Judge, and that's fine. The court's entitled to ask whatever the court
Okay,
likes.
I asked if there were any veiled threats, so that was his invitation to say, yes, they said that they would call my boss, so they said that they would, make sure everyone in my union knew, whatever it is.
Those are all great questions to ask, which I will.
All right.
okay. When you were interviewed in the third interview that lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes, it's fair to say you discussed far more than in the first and second interview with police. And when you were interviewed the first and second time with police, when it was closer to the shooting, you would agree with me that you were truthful in those interviews. And during those first and second interviews, you also, in between those two, wrote
Did they
a
really?
statement that you typed out.
Yes.
Okay, so some of the information that you're saying
Michigan
now
is such a crap show.
is only from, and I'll go through specifically what
They
you
work
did.
hand in glove with each other. That law definitely is
So
working hand
when
in
you
glove
were
with this
interviewing
case,
those
obviously.
First and second interviews, you never said
I think this case
that
made
you
them pass
thought
this law.
there was something wrong with Ethan, or
I think
that
this
he
case
was
is the chicken, the
disturbed,
law is the egg.
correct? And today, when you're on the stand, you're saying you believe he was disturbed or there was something wrong. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in part, the reason you have changed your opinion is from information the police told you when they did those interviews with you, correct?
I see what you're doing there. That's not bad.
So you got additional information from the police.
That's not
which
bad.
You don't know whether it's true or not, correct?
Okay. Oh, you see, you're
And
getting the
you would
idea.
imagine, you would think that
Sugar's
the
getting the
police would be
idea.
truthful with you when they're telling you information. Okay, and if they're not being
I'm
truthful
going to boost the
with
volume
you,
on the court feed. I'm going to have to
you're
hear her
believing
louder.
what they're saying anyway.
Yes.
And you would agree with me because you just said you also saw a lot of media reports about various things in the case. Now, the
Because she
media
sucks.
reports in the case have different information than things you initially thought or saw, correct?
Correct.
So when you've seen the media reports and you have a police officer telling you that the evidence you didn't know,
Not bad.
it just made you second guess what you knew back right after
I
the
like.
shooting, correct?
I did make me second guess. It just,
I like that one.
some of it, because of timestamps, allows me to recall stuff better.
Well, would you agree with me? And I know you said you testified you have some memory issues.
Judge, I like the witness to answer the question. He wasn't done answering the question.
I thought he was. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I don't.
You said there were timestamps.
Yeah, when it helps if someone enlightens me, like if we go through messages, then I can actually I remember things. I can remember if you request specific information, I can give it. If someone just asks for something, I'll put out information, not knowing what they're looking for. The more specific something gets, the more accurately I can.
Kala is the bride. Kala's father, the bride's father. I always smile.
No, you're totally fine. I'm going to put your messages up on the screen. Can you please turn this on? It's on. Can you please switch it over? I have to get this. Is the screen on up there?
2:43 p.m.
Okay, you and I would agree that when you sent these messages,
I don't know whether you would agree.
back in November and December of 2021, when these messages were sent, at that point you thought differently about the case than you do now.
Correct.
But the information you had at the time was information that you had personal knowledge about because you had just talked to Jennifer Crumbley and had just exchanged all these messages, correct?
Correct.
You would also
No,
agree with
I
me
haven't.
that when somebody in the courtroom shows you one message without the context around it, sometimes it's difficult to remember all of what you were talking about, correct? So for example, the prosecution asked you about this message, okay, on page 53. And I'm going to go up a little bit and then we're going to go through it to see if the answer might be different. When you testified to the prosecutor, you recall testifying that Jennifer Crumbley, you believe, told you to delete all your messages, correct? And I'm gonna go down, I'm
I
so
was just
sorry.
referring to what I read.
Okay, so 53, they just put up this text that says, clear your cache, I don't know, how do you say that? Okay, they didn't show you the messages before it or after it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go up a little bit before it, okay? Prior to that conversation, so if we just go a little bit up in the messages, okay? Jennifer Crumbley says, and this is specifically on page 53, and I'll leave it still, I apologize. Jennifer Crumbley
Do you
said,
have a link?
can you see if James's account is deactivated? Correct?
Correct.
Now by that, you knew she was meaning his Facebook account.
Correct.
So you said, and it's up on the screen, I'll check. Your next message to her about a minute later was, nope, still up, correct?
Right.
Now, you would agree with me that you were responding to the message about, is James's account still up? His Facebook account.
But yes.
So while you were having this text conversation, you went in and checked to see if you could see James's Facebook page.
Correct.
Now, Jennifer says to you, and I'm going to just keep going further down, we just
Lord.
got new phones with old numbers to take care of this shit, correct? And at that time, it's when she's trying to delete all social media accounts. You are aware of that, correct? And Jennifer types to you, and this is the message the
I don't get it.
prosecution brought in, clear your cache, correct?
Correct.
And you said, good move, correct?
Correct.
She says after clear your, I'm gonna say cache, because I don't really know how you say it. She says clear your cache, then check,
Cash.
okay? And you wrote cache cleared, it's still up, correct?
Correct.
By clear your cache, she was saying close Facebook and restart
Objection,
it.
Judge, again, speculation.
Well, it doesn't call for speculation.
I can ask him what he thought it meant, I'm sorry.
That's not what clear your cache
When
means,
she's trying
idiot.
to find out if his account
Just
has
get rid of
been
your
effectively
cookies.
deactivated,
No, it
what
means
did
clear
you
your
do to
cookies.
see if the account had been deactivated?
What it says, I cleared my cache. It means that when Facebook cleared the cache, which keeps, I don't know the computer terminology, but it keeps track stuff and whatever. So it kind of would make it refresh. I would get a fresh view.
So you wanted to refresh it to get a fresh view
No,
to see
idiot.
if the open account was then closed.
No,
So this is not
it
about
clears out the stored
deleting
cookies
messages.
and
This
looks
is
for
about
as if
checking
it's the
the
first
status
time.
of a Facebook
Idiot.
account.
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking him if he
Well,
perceived
ask
it
him.
to be.
Well, ask him.
Did you believe this message exchange was to find out if James's Facebook was closed?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and then the conversation keeps going. Jennifer Crumbley says he can't get into it and we not deactive or hot deactive. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And Jennifer
I'm
writes,
starting to feel like
"Then
allergic
deact."
to her voice.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then you wrote, whatever you did, the second attempt to deactivate your account worked. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at this now, then Jennifer says, so it's gone. And she says his, to specifically ask you, his Facebook account now is gone, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, it's still up. Then you say his page is gone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when we look at more context around that message, clear your cache, do you believe that the intent was to have you refresh?
Who
to
cares?
figure out if the Facebook account was active and had become deactivated?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I am going to go through with you messages that were exchanged between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley back in November and December of last year, okay? They've been admitted and the prosecutor asked you about a few of the messages, okay? I will put the messages up on the screen, and if you need more context around what I'm showing you,
Oh
I
God!
need you to
Don't
tell
give the
me.
introduction.
And I'm going to apologize in advance.
What are you in
I'm
law
gonna go
school
out
still?
of
What the
order.
hell
I'm
is
gonna go
happening
in
here?
order of the
You're in a
messages,
murder
okay?
trial, woman.
So if my questions bounce around,
Oh my
it's because
God.
I just prepared them in a few minutes.
It's
Okay?
like this is how you make a jury hate
So
you.
let's go to page 7. Okay.
Do you ever hear the prosecutor say give introduction like that? No, because they know that that's very annoying. It's very talking down. Like everyone around you is an idiot.
7,
Everything about her is so.
after talking about Jennifer's asking me, and I'm going to have it right on the
Why
screen.
are
is
you
my
the way you
Facebook
are?
Page still showing. I deactivated it, and you said you'll check, right?
Yes.
Okay, you told Jennifer you'll have plenty of threats, correct?
Right.
And you told her at that point,
It's just,
I can still see your
just
page.
as stupid as
James
the
is
other
also,
two, including
right?
Crumbley Lawyer.
Okay.
You were close.
Going down further.
You didn't stick the landing.
So I'm going to go to page 8
You didn't
of
stick
this
the landing.
text thread, and you can tell me if I'm going too fast. Jennifer sent you screenshots, okay, and I see 1, 2, 3.
You need to stick the landing a
screenshots.
little better, I
Those
think.
were threatening messages that she had received, correct?
Yes, $90.
And you told her right after that that won't stop. You
Worcestershire?
suggested to her, do not
I'll
respond,
tell you what.
correct?
You have such dedication to getting the
Is that
hat.
right? Okay, now there is.
And if you win on the joke,
uh,
I'll throw in the hat.
8 through.
Okay?
After
I'll throw in the
page
hat.
8, okay, there's a number of screenshots.
I'll let you
okay,
credit it
that
for the
you
hat.
begin sending on page 11.
I'll let you
okay?
credit it for the hat.
And so on page 11, you
Okay.
send 1, 2, 3 shots. Those are threats you found on
Because
her
you're not going to catch
Facebook
the
to make her
320.
aware of those, correct?
So win on the joke,
So then we go on to page
and I'll let you
12.
opt for a hat
There's
instead of the
3
money.
more screenshots
Just you.
sent to
No one
Jennifer
else. Just you.
showing her 3 more threats. Then going down, okay, and I think the jury is getting this. Page 13, 14, 15, and 16 all contain more individual threats against Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to
This
say
kid-
at that point, you knew people were threatening her and her husband.
It's cute. I like it.
On page 16, you say, I can't.
Hold on, objection. If you can't even see them on the screen, how is this witness able to say correct to her affirmative question, this is a threat? The witness needs to say whether or not, one, he can read it. If he can't read it, does he remember it independently? Because that's important to know.
Runner, if I knew this was going
And
to
even
be.
can counsel read it?
Okay, yeah, ask the question, and, yeah, ask him the question.
Okay, my question is, those messages that you provided to Jennifer were to show Jennifer specific threats that you could see on her Facebook page, correct?
I would say that what was going on, bad things being said, anything like that along those lines. That just there were a lot of people saying horrible things.
So some of them may not be a specific threat, but it's horrible things, correct? And overall, the things you are sending to Jennifer Crumbley, you, in your mind, want her to stay safe, correct? In the moment when you're sending her these texts, you are worried about her safety.
Making her aware of what's going on
Okay.
in the community.
And there was so much bad stuff, so many bad messages and threats and whatever else that you said to her, I
Objection in the form
can't.
of the question, so much bad stuff, threats, whatever else.
Yeah,
Unless he has personal knowledge, that's a problem.
Well, we just had him testify about the personal knowledge, so.
Okay, so you saw, there was negative things in the past, there's negative text, there's negative Facebook posts, and you're sending some of them to her.
Yeah.
Okay, and it got to the point where you told Jennifer you couldn't keep up. There were that many.
Yes.
And again, on page 17, and I'm not gonna go through each one, but on 17 through 27, okay? So over the next 10 pages of screenshots, you're still sending, I called them bad messages, which is vague.
Objection, she can't refer to them as anything.
If you know, what are they?
What are these?
What are they?
God, why don't you just turn to the judge and say, Judge, can you please ask my questions to me? Because I don't know how to do this.
But unless he has specific recollection, Judge, you can't expire personal knowledge. It's basic rule.
During that time, were you sending her screenshots of anything else?
No joke.
Thank you.
That's definitely
Now,
true.
when you and Jennifer were talking, and if you need more context, let me know. I'm going to ask you about some specific things, but I've got the whole thread up, okay? Jennifer says to you, and I'm on page 30 of the text, her reaction was, Ethan ruined his life, our lives, and multiple others. I don't even know how to absorb this, correct?
Correct.
That was a response she gave to you about her. That was a
What?
response she gave to you about her feelings.
And it makes her sound very self-absorbed. Great job reading this to the jury. Makes her
Now,
sound completely
going further
self-absorbed.
down, on page
You bumbling
31,
clod.
she said to you, I'm in panic business mode and I need legal help stat, correct? What was your impression? What is your belief panic business mode means?
You should be able to see them. You have membership. Look for them in a lot of
She goes
videos.
on in her
I
next
see you're a member.
text
You should be able to
talk
see them.
about selling the
They're all members
horse.
only.
And
you're a member.
in these texts, she ends up talking to you about what she's doing with her pets. Correct?
I don't see it. I can just see with talking to Kira about for the horse.
It's
I'm sorry, I don't.
no, that's okay. I don't want to cut you off, and I'm sorry I didn't mean to. My question is, as Jennifer's texting you, it's obvious, and tell me if it's not, that she's trying to take care of various business
Objection.
related to their house and work.
Speculation again.
Yeah.
If you know, what was she doing and telling you about this?
What I see right here is dealing with the horses. That's what I can see with this page.
Okay, we'll get to some of the other things later. Then.
You're so bad at this.
Now,
You're literally just like clanging your
when she mentioned getting
get a
an
shovel
attorney,
and hit your own client
on
over the
page
head with it
32, you
and put her out of her
specifically
misery.
asked her to defend you two or Ethan too, correct?
Correct.
And her response to you on page 32 was Ethan.
Correct.
Further, on page 32, Jennifer wrote to you, then there's the fact that the system failed. They should have never blown it off and made it seem of no concern and gave him the option to go back to class, correct?
Correct.
That does not say, I chose for him to go back to class.
Why is this the right witness for this?
Jennifer
Because he
Crumbley
was
says
part of the
it could have
conversation.
been prevented.
So her self-serving statements are supposed to be helping you?
Jennifer texts you
Jesus.
or messages you. The whole conversation was very nonchalant. Oh, here's a list of counselors, but we don't see him as a threat. And we just agreed because he, capital letters, has never done anything wrong, correct?
Correct.
And when this
You're
text
such a
came in, you
stupid human
believed
being.
she was talking about the counseling meeting that you knew she had had at the school.
Who cares what he believed? How is that relevant?
In her description in this text is that they were nonchalant.
Correct.
And she, you know Jennifer Crumbley, you've dealt with her before, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, knowing Jennifer, did she seem upset with the school?
It appears, yes.
She also goes on page 33 to say, I failed as a parent, I failed miserably, correct?
Correct.
Knowing Jennifer,
Why don't you just get a statement from her that she killed those kids? Idiot. What?
you wrote back to her in response to that comment, You didn't do this, correct?
Correct.
And on page 35, I'm scrolling down further. She lets you know, I'm scared. Correct?
Correct.
And you say to her, I bet you literally need to disappear once you are free to do so. Yes?
Yes.
Why were you suggesting that she needed to disappear?
Just because of the public, everybody knowing everything that's going on with their names and everything, you just can't be in the public once that your name's out like that.
So not being in the public, you were suggesting to her, you need to disappear in terms of not have the public see where you are, things like that, correct? On page 36, Mrs. Crumbley is talking to you a little bit more and mentions to you, my son did this. I still can't even figure out where his brain
Yeah, I'm not
snapped."
wearing headphones. I'm listening to her, and I can't.
That was what she said to you
I can't.
on December 1st, so the day after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And your response to her, when she says she doesn't know how his brain snapped, was, I do not know, right?
Right.
You have no idea what could have happened. You had no idea or reason to see personally that something like a shooting was going to happen, right? So when you were testifying earlier that you had concerns that day and thought a shooting might happen, that's a new opinion you have that's different from this day when you were messaging Jennifer.
Kill me.
I wasn't ever thinking shooting was going to take place. I didn't or he would hurt himself.
So you never thought a shooting would take place at that time, after that time, or now? So if you were concerned about anything from any conversations with Jennifer, it was about him hurting himself.
Most of my chat would have done a better job than this. Is just so.
Jennifer goes on and she's talking to you further about her reaction to everything that happens. And on page 36, she tells you, I want to die. Is that fair?
Yes.
And on 36, you told her, be careful of anything you type on Messenger or text. It will all be subpoenaed and kept track of. The FBI is involved. They can access anything and everything.
Including this
correct?
conversation.
And on that day, you were informing Jennifer, just know everything you say, law enforcement can get.
Correct.
And you were sending that because that's what you believed.
Correct.
And this is an example of everything they could get, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did Jennifer say to you, delete certain messages or anything, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say to you, oh God, I gotta go delete all these messages, right?
Correct.
In fact, she just keeps texting you through the next couple days through Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
Even after you give her the advice, they're gonna get it all, yes?
Yes.
I'm going down to 39,
Because I hate everyone in the room.
and at 9:25 a.m. on 12/1, Jennifer Crumbley's told you that he is being arraigned and
Oh,
tried as an
thank
adult.
God.
Watching it now.
Thank
You would agree with
God.
me, she's talking about
I
her
need
son.
I need a diversion
The
the
shooter.
worst way possible.
You told her you had just heard it and asked how she was doing. And her response,
Megan.
26,
Joe!
Hey.
How are you? I haven't seen you or talked to you in so long.
I'm in pain.
Oh, what are we watching? I don't even know. I haven't been paying attention. I was at a field trip today with my kid.
Jennifer Crumbley trial.
Oh, this is what my audience wants me to cover. Yes. I only saw day 1 and 2.
She's the most painful attorney in the world. She's so bad at this.
The defense attorney you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been holding this up like every other
She sent
minute.
you this text and said, try to find a place to stay right now. You knew she could not go to her home.
I don't know.
Also, would agree with me that this was at a
She
time
can't ask a
when there was
question.
lots of threats.
She's read so much incriminating stuff.
Specificity, and we've already talked about this.
I'm so sorry to hear that because I think this is a bullshit case against Jennifer Crumbley.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I want to know how come none of the parents of the mobs of kids who kick other kids to death in the inner cities they never get held responsible. Why her?
I'm glad
She's
you were
white.
safely
And
out.
they bought her a gun.
I can't even imagine.
They bought him a gun.
Shoes. Why did you say those things?
Going back to like all the messages and everything, or something involving her family or something.
This is her lover that's on the stand.
Her lover? She has a lover? Oh shit. Did her husband know about this guy?
Sitting down, she's asking you if you've heard anything, any other rumors, correct? You're telling her, I haven't heard anything.
I don't think they're still dating.
And then
You think?
says,
You think it might be over? The thrill is gone.
I heard we made it.
I mean,
And your response,
maybe he's dating old Jennifer, but this defendant ate her. So.
I can't hear a fucking thing. God, with this stupid court audio through a potato.
Yeah, I think my audience getting mad that we're talking.
At that
I'm
point,
sorry.
there
No,
was
it's
a
all right.
message
It's not your
that
fault.
was unsent.
It's this
that
woman's
said,
painful.
It was. We had the string lock on it, came with the case, correct?
Hold on.
I'm glad you found them.
It was deleted.
Right.
I've already got it.
So the message she sent you that was deleted is we had the string lock on it, came with the case.
That's not bad.
Okay, so
That's
Jennifer
not
is
bad.
representing to you, we had the gun.
Sean Smith thinks stare decisis is a constellation. That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
That's the message you're seeing now.
That's
the
you see,
message
that's your best
prosecution
one so
saying
far.
she
That's the one I'm
unsent.
saving. That's a pretty good one.
Prosecution's saying this.
I have a competition going.
The expert who testified.
That the funniest joke gets 10 times the award.
Expert said, but Mr. Keystone
But I-
Nice.
said,
10 times what they paid. Eric,
Eric.
How you doing?
we're
the
watching.
message about we had the
We're
string
watching
lock on it.
Jennifer Crumbley
Do
trial.
you know what a string lock is?
This is defense counsel cross-examining Jennifer Crumbley's lover.
What?
Okay. What does she have to do with a gun and a kid at school?
So the
Hey.
message.
Oh,
to
what is she?
you
The
does
mother?
not
I don't know.
say, oh my God, the gun was unlocked, right?
She does sound like she
Even if
wanted
she
from the
unsent
kitchen to the
message
courtroom.
to you, we never got it.
We're gonna
The
just blow a
message
show for
says,
you.
We had the string lock on it.
Delete it again. It's mischaracterizing the evidence.
It's unsent.
She can't ask a question, this woman?
If it's sent and deleted, they retrieved it. It's a distraction.
Okay, but I guess my point is the message that was retracted does not say we left it unlocked. That's what I'm asking.
Edward Ruger. He can testify that what the messages are. I introduced the exhibit. Edward Rugerowski already testified to what this means. So I think that speaks for itself.
Okay. Well, I think she switched to a different question.
Oh, I see. You're typing about Megan.
I'm pretty sick of it.
Isn't that her whole channel?
Yeah, it is. And it's bullshit.
On page 44, there's another message that appears to be deleted. Deleted or unsent. Which
I'm
one?
pleading ignorance.
Deleted,
It's not my
retracted.
word, Judge.
I'm asking you just so
Asking
we
the
can avoid it.
counsel.
Well, everybody's pleading ignorance because nobody wants to be the next target.
I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm too tired to think about this.
Okay, there's another
I've
message.
been up since
that indicates
I've been
it was
streaming for 15
unsent.
hours now. So
On page 44.
And why?
because I'm the father of the bride.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Trying to raise some money for the pain of the wedding.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
That steak dinner for 300 people.
Ooh.
Jennifer did not send you any messages that says
God, with inflation, that's got to be insane now.
that weapon.
I am going to look up Jalen Freiberger because the
sending
Michigan
any
Supreme Court never
messages
heard of that
like,
case.
oh
So
my
I'm going to
God,
look that
you
up now.
left it unlocked and left the bullets in it, correct? Your
I don't know, Megan. Maybe it'd be a hamburger steak.
Chop steak, maybe. Go with the chicken,
Tartar.
Joe. Go with the chicken.
Tartar. Look how it is.
OMG, OMG, OMG. You agree with me? That means, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Jennifer goes on page 45 and says, there's an unsent message at 12:42, okay? And so the next message has the unsent message, and it reads.
Justin, I hate to keep doing this, but it's mischaracterizing the evidence.
Yeah, it was.
That's what she does.
Received it, and then it was later deleted.
I guess I'm not understanding this unsent thing. Okay, so there's a message Jennifer Crumbley deleted.
But it was first sent.
That was first sent. So it's extracted, it was ultimately deleted. That message says, oh, no, I'll never be okay. I lost my son, and he's a murderer, and I'll forever have to live with that, correct?
It's brutal.
And she says, I'm not even sure life is worth living anymore. Correct? Jennifer Crumbley, at this point, from knowing her and receiving these texts, feels, from what you know of her as a person, you would believe she feels really, really, really awful.
Speculation.
Well, it's over speculation.
I asked him from what he knows of her.
Let's speculate.
Jennifer also texted you, messaged you.
The jury can draw conclusions from that.
I have nothing left to live for. He was it. And I take it to mean he was it. I have nothing to live for. He was it. Does that message make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, she's selfish, and all she cares about is the impact on her. That's what you're painting to the jury. You're basically
what is your
just
understanding?
killing your own client here. I found the case, Janelle. You're correct. The difference is the father broke the law to buy the kid the gun that the kid used to shoot up the school. So that breaking of the law is why he was found guilty. He got the kid the weapon illegally. That's very different from a parent being negligent and being liable, even though no one could foresee this thing happening. It's not the same thing because the father broke the law to help the shooter commit the violence.
License plates and identity.
If he wasn't his father, he would still be theoretically held guilty. If he was a stranger who broke the law to get the kid the gun, he could have been convicted. It's not the guardian relationship which is convicting him. It's the breaking of the law to give access to a shooter to commit the violence.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's be honest. It's revenge. They want to have other people in their sights, and they want to over.
That's why this. I'm saying is, no. Janelle raised. She said, "This is not the first time a parent got charged because the father of a shooter got charged in Washington in 2014." What I'm saying is, he wasn't charged because he was a father. He was charged because he was the dude who got the shooter the gun, and he happens to be the father. So I'm saying it's not because of negligent guardianship.
And you knew about
Fair
it
enough,
from talking to Jennifer.
And we've got that other case near me where she was convicted
You've never met
for the student that shot the teacher at Rich Neck Elementary School.
I apologize. I thought you said you had not met him. I apologize. Then if I said it wrong.
I don't remember that shooting.
But the Crumbley one really bothers me because I feel like this is a distraction from the school administration, principal, etc., who didn't bother looking in the damn bag.
And told them he could stay in school. They don't want to talk about that.
But I do know
Yeah, the counselor painted it as we really wanted him to take home. Did you ask him to take him home? No.
So,
but we really wanted him to. And we told him that he needs counseling.
From Jennifer, prior to
It's so sick.
any of this,
It's
This is all don't look at how culpable the administration is in this case. Let's blame it on mom and dad.
Thank you, Jack, my guy. I don't remember. I think I did more than 6 or 7, but I don't remember how many I did.
says we
I
will
started a
never
couple
be the
weeks into the
same.
trial.
And then
I
her
went
next
down to the
text is,
courthouse
"It's
for
like
one
mourning
day.
the death of my
I
child,"
think there was more than 6 or
correct?
7.
It's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley expressed sadness in these messages to you about her
I think I did
feelings
like
with her son,
15 or 20.
correct? She expressed sadness about what happened to the victims and their families, correct? And the whole.
Objection to the characterization of the evidence, Judge. You can read what's on the text. You can't testify to what Jennifer Crumbley was trying to express.
Did she ever state that?
You see, the judge is trying to help because she's so bad at this, and she wants to get this moving along.
Let me guess, public defender?
For themselves.
I don't think so.
Okay, and I apologize that I have to.
I think public defenders would be better.
I didn't
Wow. I mean, I would just be going up there and calling the principal, calling everybody, just spending all day long.
Well, we're still on the case in chief, and she's been so bad. So bad.
On page 49. Jennifer tells you, "Don't apologize. Ethan's life is over. I need to focus on saving ours. Staying out of jail and not going into a financial hole," correct?
Correct.
And
You know, it's ironic
I
that
really need my.
the schools know so much more about how to raise people's children, if you ask them, and things that should be done, unless it comes to taking responsibility for something that happened with the kids. And, you know, hey, that's the parents. It's all their fault, those idiots.
Yep.
You respond to her, yes, you support her.
By the way, the
yes,
counselor admitted that like
you
half
need
the
to
school
focus on you, capital letters.
kids own guns,
Nothing
and
to
they still
do,
didn't
and no
ask
attorney is
if he had
keeping him out of
access to a gun.
multiple life sentences.
What? Okay.
You need to get in it.
I can
He said in
confess.
this school, he said in this school, half the prom pictures feature kids with
Then
guns.
you say you don't know.
Okay, well, I confess. I was a kid once. I might have gotten called into the office a couple times.
She
Uh-oh.
says she's working.
He's got me back going. I had no rights. They would search my bag in a heartbeat.
Now,
Just for giggles. What do you got in here, kid?
Well, they were claiming that they couldn't because of Fourth Amendment
this is
rights.
on December.
When did that ever happen with the school? That's bullshit.
That's what they're claiming.
They searched the lockers. They searched the bags. You have no rights whatsoever. I would think it's part of your contract.
Viva!
What's
And-
that? Hold up.
And by the way, Joe, even if you wanted to say Fourth Amendment, don't tell me they didn't have probable cause. You don't think that drawing
They
that
claim
the
they
teacher
did.
confiscated wasn't probable cause? Oh, give me a break,
He
dude.
said- He claimed that I was holding the book bag, which had the gun in it, and the kid didn't look nervous. So I thought his lack of looking nervous meant there was no probable cause.
Oh, he's a body
No,
language
no,
expert too.
They have probable cause to look in any kid's bag for any weapon if they think.
So
That's
so
what he
the
claimed.
basis of knowledge that
That's what he
we're
claimed.
relying on is what you're
Okay, well, you're the lawyer, Joe. Is that accurate?
correct.
Yeah, it's as far as probable cause, you know, that
It appears on page 51.
he's drawing
that Jennifer
pictures.
deleted another message.
Explicitly threatening pictures enough to freak out the teacher to pull him from the classroom.
This woman's questions are annoying me, so I'm turning this off because she's getting nowhere. She's just burying her client, and I'd rather talk to my guests about this case. So I apologize, and I'm gonna mute this for a bit so we can talk about this situation because I think my audience will gain more from it than the jury will gain anything of benefit to Jennifer Crumbley by listening to this questioning. So,
Hi, Megan.
Get out of here, Megan. She fell off. I don't know where she is. So, this is what they said they had seen when they called him down. The day before, he's looking up bullets online. There's nothing illegal about doing that, but it's against school policy for them to do that in school. She said to him, the school doesn't know this, but she said, you can't get caught doing that. So that makes her look like she's complicit in him doing something, even though if you think about it, if he was at home doing it, there'd be nothing wrong with it. It's not like it's a crime, it's not anything. And I'm sure half the kids in the school looked up bullets at one point or another. If half of them own guns, they're going to be looking up bullets online. So that's not like a crazy thing. It's not something that should be alerting anyone. But after the fact, it's very easy to say, you see, he was looking at bullets. They should have realized something.
Okay, fair enough. And I understand about legal and not legal. I can look on how do I bury a body, and it might be me looking up a Norm Macdonald comedy routine.
Right. But hold on a second. There are three
Violet, close my door, please, honey.
There are three things. So he's looking at bullets. The morning of the shooting, they saw him looking at videos of dramatized school shootings. Not actual school shootings, but dramatized school shootings. Mm-hmm. Then the next thing they found was during math class, he's drawing pictures, which are displaying. I can pull up a copy of the picture.
Violence-inspired pictures.
It's best if you actually look at the picture. I'll try and pull it up for you.
The picture doesn't even matter though, Joe, because at my kids' school, they go to public school. They have a right, and it's in the handbook, to search your backpack, your locker, at any time for any reason.
And they do random searches. I mean, at least when I grew up.
Yeah, they can look in your backpack in your locker at any time. They don't need probable cause.
They search for cell phones and see cell phones for God's sake. So this whole thing of suddenly caring about the Fourth Amendment, I would like to talk to every other student there and say, have you ever had your bag randomly searched? All we need is one. All we need is one student to say that.
You abandon your Fourth Amendment rights by school policy. So
one would think.
You guys will freak out hearing this, but at my child's school, a student was actually strip searched looking for a vape. Female student. It's a vape, but still nothing has happened, and the same male officer is still employed. It's incredible.
So I'm going to show you the picture. This is the picture he drew. The math teacher took a picture of it, sent it to the school counselor. So you can see where he...
Zoom in a little more?
Yeah.
The thoughts won't stop. Help me. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's you might say a cry for help.
Blood everywhere.
Wow.
Bullets. This thing, he thoughts won't stop. Help me. And the body here with a lot of blood. Laughy face.
That's a literal. That's a literal cry for help.
I mean, exactly.
Yeah. So they viewed this as him being a potential danger to himself,
or others.
But I'm telling you how they viewed. I'm telling you this is what they viewed this as. That the math teacher took a picture of this in the middle of math class. He still had the paper with him, so he continued doodling on it and started covering it up, because obviously it seems to me that it seems as if he realized this is going to be like a whole headache that I have to deal with. So he starts crossing stuff out, and this is what it looked like by the time he finished math class. Make this a little smaller. So he crossed out the gun, takes out the help me, takes out this other thing that he said, and then he says this is a video game. Crosses out the body, and they say that he had told his parents that he wants to make video games. So he's trying to cover up, and then he starts writing OHS, which is Oxford High School Rocks. I love my life so much. We're all friends here. Harmless act. It's like he's like so overcompensating. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. He's so overcompensating that it's laughable. I don't know what RMX 808 means, but so that's the modifications that happened between picture 1 and picture 2, where he took out blood everywhere and all that other stuff. Okay, so anyway, so this is what happened. And the math teacher said, I've seen warning signs of him, displaying, saying things or whatever, or drawing things that seemed on the violent side. Okay. They had never spoken to the parents before. And basically now they call the parents down and they bring him in after this math class, and both of the parents come down, and the meeting lasts 10 minutes. And according to the counselor, they said, I really wanted him to go home. Did you tell him to send him home? No. And when the other guy brought, and there was 2 counselors, there was a counselor and then there was the dean of, I don't know, social behavior or something like that, who's basically the disciplinarian of the school. He said, I brought the book bag in there and I was holding it, and he didn't look nervous at all.
Okay, hold on. I want to point something out about that. Not looking nervous at all and that bullshit. One, you do realize that this has been studied over and over and over, and there was a counselor in the room, so they should know better about it. And they should have called the police on this to me, no matter what. People who have decided that they're going to take a very bad action that we can never say the word about on YouTube often are extremely calm and settled and sometimes very happy because they have made a decision.
Do you mean to themselves or to others?
Specifically to themselves,
right? Okay.
But quite possibly others. If somebody has made a decision on and they're very stressed out and they've made a decision, that stress level goes way down. Mm-hmm. And that decision may be a very dark decision, but it's very common. Why he wouldn't be stressed? He doesn't care. And by the way, if something was found, he doesn't care. I mean, this is somebody, from what I see, who is pretty much over the line, obviously, with the actions that took place after. What does he care? He's kind of just written it all in. Hey, nothing matters, da, 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 da. So this whatever disciplinarian, what have you, you have a counselor. Why wouldn't you call the police? To me, those documents alone are scary enough that the police should be called. There should be an overabundance of caution, whether it's against others or the kid himself. Okay, go home. Well, wait a minute. Shouldn't you say not to home, but the kid should go immediately into counseling? Should be talking to somebody. If you think there's an imminent threat to that child,
72-hour hold.
Yes, something should be done. That's just getting ludicrous of, oh, we don't want to acknowledge that. But you know what? We're going to prosecute the parents. We're going to prosecute them because we dropped the ball.
So
we didn't.
They viewed him as a threat to himself. They said he had been depressed for a number of reasons, including the death of his grandmother, his best friend moved away, and his dog died. So and also that he had been forced to stay home during COVID, and that affected his mental state. So all of those factors were the reasons that they attributed to his depression, and they thought that he was most likely a threat to himself, and the worst place for him to be would be alone by himself at home. So they basically say, you're crappy parents that you didn't go home and stay with him. That's what they're trying to portray it. Then that also they're saying that you knew he had access to a gun. You didn't tell the school. But the school never asked. And the counselor admitted that half the kids in the school take prom pictures with their proudly flashing their arms. Like their weapons in their prom pictures. Because
if it's that part of an area, there are areas where a lot of kids have guns. I mean,
right.
I grew up in one.
Don't even ask.
I live in one of those. But the kids here don't take pictures with their guns like that.
But the point is, that's how proud they are. That's how common it is. It's not like in the Northeast here where no kids have a gun, or no kids in a private school have a gun or something like that. But over here. Over here, they do, because that's the nature of this part of Michigan. So that being the case, they didn't ask the kid if he had access to a gun. They didn't ask the parents if they knew if he had access to a gun. They didn't. Why not ask that question and see how he reacts to it? You see him drawing a detailed picture here. I mean, this to me, that's a pretty. Look at this picture. I mean, this is a guy seems
explicit. And by the way, when you want to check the bag, Joe, not only for a gun. It could be a knife.
Yeah.
It could be, he could harm himself with the razor. Yeah. There are a lot of options for him to cause harm. Let's make sure. Let's see how imminent it is. Hey, kid, what you got in the bag? So at the worst, you can say what you got. There is none, but blame the parents, man. Nail those sons of bitches every time. It's just ridiculous. Now, I in my opinion, I could let the school a little bit off the hook, but not when you want to prosecute the parents because you dropped the ball.
But look,
hold on. For those who don't know all of the facts, did the school bring the attention of that drawing to the parents?
Yes.
Yes, they were all in the room
they
together.
Called them down because of the picture.
But
like the day of or the day before type
the
thing?
day of. The day of.
When did the school know of that picture in the math book?
A couple hours before it happened.
November 30th, he draws a picture. 2 hours later is when the shooting happens. In between, the parents
the parents come. But I heard, and I didn't hear the evidence put on yet because the defense hasn't started their case. But in the opening statements, I believe I heard the defense attorney say that the school had other warnings that they did not inform the parents of previous to this, that the first time the parents heard about any issue with him was that drawing that day of the shooting. If that's true, the school has even more culpability for not involving the parents before that day.
And somebody pointed out the school isn't prosecuting the parents. No, they're not. But the school is part of the state. The prosecution is part of the state. I am blaming the state in this. And I'm rolling all these characters together as the state, if you wanted me to clarify.
Okay. And I'll tell you what's so frustrating about this attorney, who is, it seems like she's pre-law, like an undergraduate and pre-law student. I mean, it's an embarrassment listening to her. Is this guy was this counselor looked terrified, and she had every opportunity to go after him and basically say, put him on the defensive, because the whole crime that they're saying is their gross negligence made this foreseeable. And that's why they can be theoretically be held culpable for involuntary manslaughter. So what you need in an ideal situation is to get their own witnesses to admit this was not foreseeable. You need to pound that home. And the way that she could have, the way I think any decent attorney would have, is you basically start pointing the finger very hard at him. He actually said he had to go to counseling himself after this because he was so shaken up by this whole thing. He looked like a tiny wuss of a man. Like just the wimpiest man you can possibly imagine, and he looked like he was practically going to cry without any cross-examination happening. And I was like, what you do here is you basically lay down the foundation as to how skilled he is, how much training he has, far more than she has, and then you start basically saying that you saw these pictures, you knew about the video he watched, you knew about the bullets, you didn't ask about him about whether he had access to it, you didn't ask the parents if he had access to a gun. For all you knew, he might have gotten access to a gun without the parents knowing about it, maybe from a friend or some other person. You didn't ask him even if he has access to a gun. You didn't ask anyone these questions. And the reason that Zachary is dead is because of you. The reason Amy is dead, I'm making up these names, whatever their names are of these victims, I would go victim by victim, all 4 of these involuntary manslaughter charges, say this girl is dead because of you. This boy is dead because of you, because you didn't foresee this. Why didn't you foresee this? Why didn't you foresee this? And invariably, he would say, I didn't foresee it because nobody could foresee it, and defend himself that way from his own feelings of guilt, and in so doing provide an umbrella for your client because their own client is saying nobody could have foreseen it. Boom, end of case, close up, let's go home. But instead, she basically was like, so you didn't send him home. You didn't force him to go home, did you? You could have forced him to go home. What if he was sick? Could you force him to go home? It's like, what are you asking him? I mean, these are nice, these are okay questions, but she's dancing around and never put him in the defensive, never once made him say that this was not foreseeable. And that's the whole case, is that is the case. That's it.
Well, and I guess what you're saying too is the question is decent, maybe a follow-up question, like, so you didn't send him home.
Right.
Is that normal?
Which, by the way, the judge is the one who actually asked that question. Because the defense counsel did such a bad job of getting there that finally the judge is like, I'm confused. Did you tell them to take him home, or did you not? And she's like, I didn't tell them, but I thought
the counselor is she man or woman? Is it a woman? The counselor,
woman.
Is she subject to recall for the defense's case? Is she planning on maybe questioning her during their case? And
you're saying the witness? The witness is a man. The witness was
the witness. Okay, the counselor. So is he subject to?
When you say counselor, I'm an attorney. I think lawyer. When you say counselor,
no, I mean the psychologist or whatever. Is he subject to recall? Is she going to bring him back during her case?
Theoretically. Oh, Eric, you're too kind. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Could he be called back? Yeah. He could.
What's the evidence on the parents got him the gun? It wasn't locked up at home,
and they look like crappy parents. Basically,
What's up with the bottle of whiskey next to his bed?
A bottle of whiskey next to his bed?
Apparently, I'm just reading an article as we're doing this, and apparently there was an empty bottle of whiskey next to the kid's bed in the house.
I didn't hear about that.
Okay. Yeah, I remember there was quick reference to it. I don't remember exactly.
So they got him the gun. It wasn't locked up. He had free access to it. They could have taken him home. I'm just reading an article here that the CEO of her former company where she used to work before getting fired after this said she could have gone home or she could have taken him to work if she needed to take care of her son, as if that's the legal question at issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also that she cares a lot about her horses.
Her explanation for not taking him home, though, is she says she asked the school counselor if they should, and the school counselor said it was up to her and her husband. And he said, the kid said he didn't want to go home because, and she figured, well, he had a really hard time being at home during COVID. So why make it worse if he's struggling? Let him stay at school if they're willing to keep him. I don't see a problem with that.
That's her out right there.
I don't see the problem.
They said no. I mean,
it's up to you. If it's up to you, and then you say, okay, well, I think it's better for him to stay in school right now, then how is she at fault for that? It is the school's fault. It has been the school's fault from the beginning. And Joe, you said they sound like bad parents. I would say I haven't heard all the details, but I did hear some of the things that the prosecution is using against them, which is taking him to a shooting range. And I think you can't win with the state. You're either, you do one thing and you're guilty, you do the opposite and you're still guilty. Because for instance, if they had guns in the house and they didn't train their kid how to use them safely and in safety, then they would also be responsible, right? But they do have guns in the house and they did take him to a shooting range. And here's mom going with him to the shooting range for the first time, trying to spend mother and son time. There's nothing illegal about going to a shooting range with your minor child. There's nothing illegal about teaching them how to shoot. There's nothing illegal or dastardly or bad parenting about teaching a kid gun safety, and it's the proper place to do that. Exactly.
Now, the issue would be apparently that if it's not kept in a safe, and apparently the other safe had a default, the default 000, so it was easily accessible. So teach him about gun safety and then leave him accessible to the kid.
Well, that's part of teaching about gun safety, because I'll tell you what, the guns at my house I had full access to growing up. I mean, give me a break. Is there a law that says all guns have to be locked up in the safe in the house?
In Canada, in Canada there is.
Yeah, but we're in the real world.
We're
in the free world.
Yeah, not in America, and not that I know of. And also, I mean, same thing. My house growing up, my dad had guns in the closet. The gun safety, or the safe was, if you touch those guns, you're going to get it. And nobody touched the guns. Okay. Don't touch dad's guns.
I want to clarify. It's not my finding of fact that these are bad parents. What I'm saying is the state is presenting a case trying to say they're bad parents. And you're right. They're definitely trying to say that accessing them to guns or even introducing them to guns, they're trying to draw an implication that's a negative sign of bad parenting. The Michigan Supreme Court, when they were questioning the attorney about this, even hit the district attorney on this, saying this doesn't seem like it's a fair assessment. It seems like you're trying to punish a little bit, like you're trying to punish people who believe in the Second Amendment, when in fact a lot of kids who are troubled learn responsibility from learning how to handle guns, and perhaps it would be therapeutic for a troubled kid to start learning how to handle a gun. And aren't we sending a bad message by saying that giving them access to a gun is the wrong thing when it could help a lot of kids? And that was that was a reflection to me that at least they're really trying to process this in what's fair and what's the healthiest way to approach this. I was very surprised to hear the Michigan Supreme Court ask that question, but they did.
Can I point out too that when growing up with guns, a lot of kids who get injured or harmed with guns are those who have not been shown exactly what the gun can do. It's a big difference than watching TV or playing with a cap gun or whatever. When your parents take you out to the range, backyard, wherever, safe location, and you feel that gun, that power, and you see what it does, it is a very impactful lesson. You have a clear understanding of exactly what it is capable of. And it makes me crazy, the whole idea of just locking up this and that. No, I personally feel that kids all should be. I would like to see the school take kids to the range for a field trip to, at least in a safe environment, fire a gun and understand what it is capable of, what you can do with it, etc. But I'm a radical two-way guy.
One of a really good safety lesson also is and many gun experts will tell you this, that if you have guns in the house, or that you need to make sure your children know how to unload them. to make sure that to be able to check to see if a gun is loaded and unloaded, so that if they are at someone's house and someone pulls out a gun or they've come across a gun, that your child can unload that gun, take it to an adult. Like to say, we're not playing with guns. We don't do that. And this is not, because too many accidents happen because kids don't know anything about guns. They don't know how to handle them, and they come across them, and the next thing you know, somebody shoots a friend on accident.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear how they've been trying to portray her as a terrible parent? Like all the different things they've been doing to try and portray her, which this defense counsel has done a very poor job in refuting, and why it is that I think that it's very possible a finder of fact will think that she is a negligent parent. Okay, this is what I've seen from the witnesses so far. Okay, today we have a witness coming out here saying that she's busy having an affair, which is not the sign of that's not the sign of dedicated wife mother. It's just not a good look. We have a text message of her telling the kid don't get caught by the school, which makes her sound very complicit in trying to basically break school rules. Some
get caught doing what?
Looking up bullets in school. But
okay.
So that's not a really good thing. They came in there for a meeting for 10 minutes. The counselor said, I expected that they would take him home, even though he admitted he never told them to. And most parents would have taken him home, but they said they decided not to take him home. And if they
the professional gave them the option. The professional gave them
Eric,
that option.
I'm laying out all the factors that the state's trying to plant in the minds of the jurors. You're correct. Okay. You're preaching to the choir. I'm just saying this is the package that they're preparing for closing, that they're going to lay out there as to why the jury should look at her as being a terrible parent and a substantive factor in leading to these kids being killed by Ethan. Which, by the way, one of the stupidest things that this defense counsel has done is she asked that we never refer to Ethan by name, which I think is a terrible thing. You want to keep identifying.
I thought that was terrible.
It's Ethan that's the shooter. It's Ethan, not just referred to, but it's
not the shooter. What is that strategy? Who came up with that strategy? What a stupid ass strategy.
An idiot came up
with that. What do you think her
strategy.
explanation for that was? I was trying to figure that out. People were saying, well, maybe it's to
triggering for the mother.
No, I think they're stupid. Yeah, by the way, that
ridiculous.
I'm sure that erasure of his identity helped encourage him to try to draw attention to himself in the first place. If you think about it, if he felt invisible, a lot of these things are kids who feel invisible and things like that. So this mentality that they have, and they're going with, again, the state, may have contributed. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe. Keep trashing Mom.
She had the ability to leave work and claim that she had a very important meeting, which is why she couldn't be home with him. But her boss came in and said that she didn't have any meeting that he knew of that she had to be in, and she certainly could have worked from home if she was so inclined. There was some text messages where she kept sharing this picture after it was sent to her with different people, which makes her just seem like a little bit crazy. She sent it to the horse stable. She sent it to her boss and saying, this is the crap I have to deal with. I don't know if she's phrased it like that. She's like, I got to deal with this issue. And she sent it to the stable girl. She seemed very... They portray her as being very involved with her horses, which to me, you can say, so if she was negligent of her horses, does that mean she's a better parent? Like that does either way.
Doesn't make sense either. Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, you damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
But and that basically they try and paint her as being very self-involved, not having enough time for Ethan, not caring to take any time when he clearly needed, not telling the school about his access to a gun, leaving him with the access to a gun. And then when seeing that he's drowning, instead of running with him to a counselor, the way that to some therapist, the way the school counselor was hoping they would, he would have called DHS if she didn't get counseling within 48 hours. Big deal. Didn't mean that minute, but that's how he's portraying it. In that case, that they were going to have the kid removed from their custody for being negligent parents and failing to get him counseling within 48 hours. But he started killing people 2 hours later. So that's what we see. So these are all the different factors that are designed to make a jury think that she's a terrible narcissist who doesn't have enough time to take care of a kid and left this kid with access to a gun that he used to kill 4 other kids in his school. And also, one last thing is in her phone, in her interview in interrogation room, they have a video of her spending the entire 20 minutes. This is 3 hours after he shot up a school, looking through her phone. So she looks as while the whole area, everyone in the community is rocked by this school shooting. The visual, it's from up above, so you can't really see her face. The visual is that she looks so detached for 30 minutes, 3 hours after the
shooting. Also be in shock, for God's sake.
100%. You're preaching to the choir. She said, the defense counsel was trying to say she was looking up to give them access to information, but all you see in the visual is she's sitting back, looking through her phone, almost as if, and also all this expression of concern about the impact it's going to have on her and her job, and see me. And look, you can come up with all the emotional reasons, and I'm not saying that she's a bad person. I'm not saying
but they're doing a good job
bad
painting
parent.
her.
They're doing a phenomenal job of painting her as being very self-involved, not giving the slightest damn about these kids who are victims or her own kid, and just worrying about the impact it's going to have on her because she's just someone who cares about herself and having an affair with someone because that's all she is.
Well, let's say it's all true.
That's the thing. It's all after the fact. I mean, what does it have to do with any negligence leading up to the fact?
And who cares? I mean, I'm sorry to say, but let's say everything they said about her, and that whole picture they painted is 100% true. Mm-hmm. Does that make her culpable for what that kid did?
I don't think so.
Neither do I. So I think a lot of that is just we're smearing or slandering her image, which may or may not be true. Mm-hmm. And even if it is true, what's the relevance?
Has there not been any analogous cases like where a kid takes out a parent's car because they left the keys around and does some damage with it, and the parents are held responsible, I don't know, for compensation, civilly or criminally? Like, the strongest argument is just that they get a kid a gun and they don't lock it up, they don't take any measures to protect it. Maybe they don't have to under the law. No, I should say maybe they don't have to under the Second Amendment, but if they leave it accessible to a minor child who then causes damage with it, the parents civilly is one thing, but criminally could be liable for negligence for allowing the kid who's clearly going through stuff to access a firearm. I mean, you can make the argument. It's I just don't know. Is there any precedent?
I'm not sure.
Because I mean, civilly, again, a different preponderance of the evidence and whatnot. But the argument for negligence storage of a firearm, is I presume it's a crime. Let me just maybe Google.
No,
this.
so in Michigan, it actually passed the law about storage passed after the Crumbley shooting, so they didn't have one at the time.
That codifies for clarity, or at least for policy. But just in general, like leaving a loaded firearm in a place where it's reasonably foreseeable some kid shoots himself with it. You could understand an argument for negligence coming out of that. I don't think this is quite as bad, but I mean that's the only place where the argument is. So they got him a gun. What they knew the kid was troubled. They don't take any measures to lock up the gun, and then the shit hits the fan when on the day of.
But leaving the gun available, it's like, yeah, if you go to Burger King and you leave a gun on a table, yes, I totally agree with you.
Yeah,
but leaving it at home is a different story.
Well, true, but at least
especially if you don't know your child is likely to use that gun in a crime. If it's never happened before and you've only ever seen him use the gun in a responsible way, what would you why would you think that he would pick it up and go and commit a crime?
No, but so long as we agree on the extreme examples, leaving it on a table in Burger King or in a bathroom at the Washington Capitol, you understand negligence. So now the only question is, are we in a gray zone, or is this the white zone to the black? That no, leaving it at your house, even if you have a kid who has shown an interest in it and might have some issues, that's maybe in the gray zone.
Well, and by the way, David, on that whole leaving it at the house with the kids who have issues, etc., there are a lot of people out there who have, quote, issues who are veterans.
No, well, for sure.
And there are weapons. And by the way, you can't get anybody who is more well-trained with weapons than a lot of these veterans. And that's something that has been debated in society for a while, whether they should just have things pulled or seized or not. And you could leave it on the table anytime you want.
I can't highlight this comment, but J Frith 279 says you and you alone are responsible for your safety. Not when you're talking about minors under whom you have or over whom you have control. If it were an adult, I don't think any of these questions get asked. The fact is, it's a minor kid, and the parents bear responsibility for their minor children under the law. The only question is, under this specific set of facts, what responsibility, if any, do they bear? So it's not quite as simple as saying, you and you alone. The parents are responsible for
my knives are in the kitchen block. A lot of houses have butcher knives in their kitchen block. Are they responsible if the kid takes it? I'm just curious because it's not secure.
Question. Good question.
That would be, now we're getting grayer and grayer. A gun, the purpose of which is either self-defense or, a gun is not used to spread butter on toast type thing. So,
well, neither is a butcher knife.
I don't use my butcher knife for that either.
Well, I do, but that's just because I have really big toast. No, I'm joking. But
what a weirdo.
I mean, at least you're getting into the gray zones, and I'm not making a definitive statement one way or the other.
If it's very cold butter, sometimes you need a butcher knife. Okay, stop.
If it's cold butter, you need a gun. Warm it up.
Cleaver.
I want to be clear when we're talking about the parents' negligence here, that there's really two different theories as to why they theoretically could be negligent, and I think it's important to parse that out for the audience here. You can look at them as being that as a parent / guardian, they have a responsibility to look over the kid and or take care of the kid, and they're neglectful in that, or grossly neglectful in that, which is what leads to this. Or you could look at it as if they were a stranger and they did this and had no parental responsibility, but they had knowledge of his gun, they gave him access to a gun, had knowledge of the gun, and all that other stuff. Should we hold them liable? These are two different theories, and they're an important distinction, because then because if you're saying it's about the parental element, in that case, you can start looking at different steps that perhaps as a parent or a guardian they should have been more involved, should have had more of a duty to take off from work, to prevent him from hurting himself or hurting others, or to notify, or to provide, different types of steps to take care of this, rather than just a stranger who gives him access to a gun and doesn't lock it up securely. This important distinction, though, is because he's charged as an adult. And this is what a lot of people are struggling with. He's charged with an adult.
That's a good point.
Pleads guilty as an
really
adult.
Interesting.
If he's an adult, then in that case, it's much harder to understand why they would have a duty as parents. You can say they have a duty as a stranger, in that they're encouraging a stranger to do something, but it's much harder to understand how he's charged as an adult, that he's responsible for his actions, yet they're still negligent, that their parenting of this adult was insufficient or grossly negligent and leading to this result.
Well, it seems to be two mutually incompatible arguments, that the parents are responsible because the kid's a minor, and then they charge the kid as an adult. I'm just looking for any criminal law where you have the equivalent of vicarious liability for the parents. But
I have an analogy, because David loves analogies.
Hi, Danny.
And I'm curious to see what you guys think. We have a swimming pool in our backyard, let's say. I don't personally, but let's say you're in a house, you have a swimming pool in the backyard.
Attractive nuisance is a whole different set of standards.
No. Let me finish my analogy before we
okay, go ahead.
Jump in. In fairness.
Go ahead.
And you leave it in the house, your kid never got taught how to swim or anything else, they fall in and drown. You didn't have it secured in any way. You leave them at home with access, they drown. Now, that's kind of negligent. Now, however, let's take the same scenario, and you gave the kid swimming lessons, and you know for a fact that the kid can't swim, and the kid drowns in the pool. Are you responsible? And I'm drawing this as an analogy because you have a gun in the house, and you have a kid who has been to the range and has been trained on how to use it and how to shoot.
So the reason I mentioned attractive nuisance as soon as you mentioned the pool is because this is one of the things that hit on us in law school, that specifically a pool is used as the common example in Ford, and I'm sure in many other law schools, that if you have something in your house that is naturally going to draw minors toward it, and is a potential threat to those minors, there's an increased duty or responsibility, even if you're not a parent. But if you're a homeowner who has a pool and anyone in the neighborhood can just walk into that pool, that's considered an attractive nuisance. It's almost like you're baiting them to risk their lives, and the standard of liability is going to be much stricter on you because you have that attractive nuisance to make sure that you're protecting minors from hurting themselves. So that's why in general you never want to use a pool or anything else that is likely to draw kids into a dangerous situation.
I'm only looking up Florida statutes now, and this is very cursory, real-time research. But motor vehicle, parents can be legally responsible for their kids. And I think this is criminal, or this is penal and not civil. Vandalism. I mean, so the argument that someone said, we're going to sue a company for getting fat from their food is not the same thing. The only question here is whether or not whether or not it's criminal neglect of the parents for the act of the kid. And you know, the pool is, again, you know, Joe's right, an attractive nuisance. Leaving a loaded gun in a Burger King bathroom might be an attractive nuisance, or at least
it is
negligence. And if a kid does drown in a pool, the parents sometimes do get charged with child neglect. So, but
right, that's why I drew. That's why I drew the parallel, because you have the training and the ability. So you would not expect that to happen, versus if you give no training or ability, then that's obvious neglect, in my opinion.
Well, no, but then the training and the ability might even be aggravating factors if they teach their mentally unhinged kid how to do it more lethally. The threshold should be very, very, very high. And from what I summarily understand, it doesn't seem that we're there yet. But sorry, Danny.
I think the problem with that analogy is that you're taking out the middle person here. You're taking out the factor that led to the criminal act. And in this case, the factor that led to the criminal act was this kid. This kid had the intent. It was a specific intent. He went and carried out the act. He's already been charged and found guilty for that crime.
As an adult.
Can the parents then be responsible at that point? That's the question.
And the reason the adult... I'm sorry, you finish. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I would just think that in civil law as well, this would be considered an intervening cause, where it's like, okay, this is where I compare it to having a wrongful death suit for a DUI against the parents. So let's say you buy your kid a car. He's 16 years old. You know he's reckless. You know he's a little bit crazy. He's not a great driver, but he's still learning. All teenagers are a little bit reckless. All teenagers make mistakes. Kid then goes and gets drunk. You did not know the kid was getting drunk. You had no control over the kid getting drunk, except maybe the fact that they were at their friend's house at 8 p.m. You were not expecting them to get drunk. They then drive home at 11 p.m. They run down 3 other kids. Is the parent then liable if the parent is the one who purchased the vehicle for the kid, knew that the kid had a reckless background, that he drove recklessly, and not only purchased the vehicle, but also bought the insurance and ensured that the kid was getting his license permit and his driver's license?
I would say yes if they threw the party. If the parents threw the party and the kid was getting drunk under the roof.
The alcohol, I would probably agree with you.
Yeah, that's
right,
what. Otherwise, no.
I have a question for all of you attorneys here.
I have so many.
But handing that's the difference, though.
Well, this is what you get for having a panel, Joe.
To a kid is very different than handing alcohol to a kid. Alcohol is it will change the way the child will react, behave, etc. The gun does not. A gun on its own is not going to make me want to go shoot a bunch of people.
Save your questions for a moment, Megan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll come to your questions. I just want to point this out. The reason it's so significant that he's charged as an adult is because if this kid was a minor, or if this kid was a 20-year-old who had special needs, autism, and had the mind of a 6-year-old. So in that sort of circumstance, there's no real cognitive decision by a third party to do something unusual in an unusual type of misconduct, because you sort of assume that this kid just doesn't know better, or this adult who has special needs just doesn't know better. So it's like the same way if you leave a loaded gun with a 3-year-old, you have to assume that terrible tragedy can happen from that. So if it's a 7-year-old, you can understand similarly, or if it's a 20-year-old who has the mind of a child, you can understand terrible things can happen here, and you are more responsible. When you're charging this kid, this 15-year-old, as an adult, you're basically saying, you know why you're guilty? You're guilty because we look at you and understand that you had a thought process that I have a gun and and I'm deciding to hurt people and try to kill them. And since you tried to kill them and succeeded in that, we are going to punish you because you formed this mens rea, this whole intent. Now, once the state is attaching that intent and saying you're guilty, and in fact getting conviction based on that, now that is what, as Danny described, that much more of an intervening factor. It's not like some tool that's going around firing when the tool happens to be a 3-year-old child. This is an intervening thinking person who's making decisions that are unexpected, types of misconduct, and that is has invariably been held to be an intervening factor, which we say now there's no proximate cause. You can't say that the person who was there beforehand is responsible, because there's no way they could have possibly predicted that someone's going to decide to engage in this type of misconduct, as opposed to when there's no decision because you have a 3-year-old. And that's why then trying him as an adult is such a significant factor. It's because it's a recognition by the state that there's an intervening factor here, which should sever that proximate cause from the parent to the students who are
She need a
injured.
better lawyer.
Joe, I think you need to clip that, Joe, and share that part there, because it highlights the intellect, the logical inconsistency in charging him as an adult and then going after the parents for negligence.
Which by the way, I love that. The one thing that I would throw back, or I don't know if they're going to try to throw back, is they may be trying to treat the parents as accessories.
That's not what they're saying, though.
But that's
They're
not
saying,
what they're charging them with.
I understand.
That's not what the Michigan Supreme Court said, though. Ultimately, they said that their gross negligence now is a contributing factor, which we're gonna now say you can be held for involuntary manslaughter. But it's saying involuntary manslaughter when someone's making a decision, it's just a cognitive decision. It's just crazy.
So then why did they let it go?
This leads into my questions that I have for you, actually, about the standards, about the negligence, the elements for negligence in Michigan as decided by the Supreme Court there. So there's 4 elements, and these are the questions I'm assuming the jury is going to be instructed that they have to answer, which is, did the defendant owe a duty of care to prevent harm to the plaintiff? And the plaintiff here being the state, is that correct? Does the defendant have a duty of care towards the state? Did the defendant's action...
I think it's the victims.
Or the victims. Did the defendant's action constitute a breach of that duty? But it has to be a specific action. The law says it has to be a very specific failure, not something else that must have caused the injury. And so what is that specific failure? That would be one of my questions. And was the plaintiff, we know the plaintiff was injured, so that one is met. But it has to be as a result of the defendant's breach of that specific duty, and was the injury foreseeable? Those are the 2 biggest questions: is was it foreseeable, and what was the specific failure? What was the specific breach of duty? Does anybody see one? Because
I do see one, but people don't like it.
Oh, okay.
I see it on the school.
On the I do too.
Yep.
That's who I see it on. I see it on the school. Why isn't the state going after the school? After
because that's themselves.
Well, because it might highlight their own negligence, much like in the a purported alleged negligence in the Connecticut shooting, Sandy Hook, where if the school hadn't taken proper precautions to protect their own students, it probably wouldn't have happened. If they had taken the proper precautions, it probably wouldn't have happened. And if they investigate it, they'll have to find out how they were not even taking the required precautions and reasonable ones.
Well, and Megan, not just the duty of care that you just mentioned, the specific duty of care that the school held, the school also had the foreseeability element too. It was the school that notified the parents. It's the school that was engaged. It's the school that sent him back to class. If
I just
anyone
don't see it. I don't see it with the defendant.
Let me show you what the court said, and this is why this lawyer is so frustrating. Okay, on this whole issue of proximate cause, which is what we're all struggling with, because there's 2 types of a causal link here. Okay, so let me just walk you through it very quickly. There's factual causation, which is that the but-for test, but for your conduct, this wouldn't have happened, and then there's proximate causation. Okay, so in order to establish proximate causation, that's where we start looking at the intervening factors, that if there's an intervening actor, that normally severs it. And as the court said here, okay, it says defendants contend that the answer is yes to this question is, was the causal link between the defendant's conduct and the victim's injury broken? Proximate cause is lacking, and criminal. If the causal link is broken, in that case, proximate cause is lacking and criminal liability cannot be imposed. So defendants want to say, yeah, that there's no proximate cause. And they're saying that once you have this intervening factor, the intervening gross negligence or intentional misconduct of a third party, over here, Ethan is the third party. So his gross negligence or his intentional misconduct would serve, like I was just describing, as an intervening factor. And that must always be a superseding cause, and therefore they can't be charged. But as with many things in life, this rule is not as black and white as defendants suggest. And as they come on later on to say that even when articulating a general rule that intentional misconduct on the part of a victim is considered sufficient to break the causal chain between the defendant and victim, the courts note that this is only because the intentional misconduct is not reasonably foreseeable. But if Ethan's conduct is foreseeable, in that case, that's what would make it now that if his misconduct is foreseeable, you still can have proximate cause, which is why it was so critical for this attorney to basically hit on the fact that this was not foreseeable as recognized by the school counselor. But she failed to hit him on that. That's why that's where the whole case dies. When I was saying that once he admits that no one could have foreseen this because of this proximate cause issue raised by the Michigan Supreme Court, that they're like, if you can convince a jury that this was foreseeable, well, in that case, she can be held liable. So you get the school counselor to admit this was no way foreseeable, and boom, it's the state admitting it, that it wasn't foreseeable, and the charges you get a directed verdict in her favor. But this attorney for Jennifer Crumbley completely failed to pound that home, because this is the key thing, is whether or not it was foreseeable that Ethan might do this. And that's what's so utterly frustrating about this whole thing. I'm sorry for jumping in there, but I just wanted you to see in black and white what the court is focusing on, so we can get a better grip as to the nature of this causality.
Do you also think that the duty of care, the definition anyway, as the defendant having a duty of care toward the victim, how could the shooter's mother have a duty of care toward other people's children in the school when she has no direct connection to them?
Okay, the same way if it's a pit bull, you wouldn't let a pit bull. She would. Okay, but you can understand. Just to give you an example where you could see something like that, right? Let's assume that you train your pit bull to basically chew up little children when it sees them, and then you let the pit bull.
I don't think you need to train them to do that, but okay.
Okay, whatever. You understand my point, right?
Yeah.
Now you let this pit bull loose in a schoolyard. You can understand that you don't necessarily have a duty to those kids, but you can't put them in harm's way. So that similarly, Jennifer Crumbley cannot take her son, who is a foreseeable risk to these kids, and set him loose.
Except I don't think she saw that he was a foreseeable risk.
That's the whole issue.
That's the whole issue, is there's a lack of foreseeability, and where there was, it wasn't on the parents.
The school seems to have had notice that he was a danger before the parents did. And they definitely have a duty of care to the students in their school. They have them they're in loco parentis, right? Because they are basically the parent in charge while the children are within their care. So they actually have a legal duty to those kids.
Well, they want to try and portray it as the parents' failure to notify the school of his potential access to a gun stripped them of the ability to protect their own students. That's how they're trying to portray it. That you should have told us that he has access to a gun. You knew he had access to a gun. That's how they're portraying part of their negligence.
So wait a second. Does every parent then need to notify the school that their kid has access to a gun? Because I can guarantee you maybe 99% of those students
have not. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, their parents have not notified the
I
school.
think they're saying giving context. I think they're saying giving context. I mean.
Well, yeah, hindsight's 2020. That's nice.
No,
they also never asked, and I never volunteer information to the state.
You're preaching to the choir. Just to let you know, Danny, the reason they were called in, I mean, I showed this picture earlier, but you weren't here for this. The reason that they were called in was because of this picture that he drew in math class an hour beforehand, where he's basically saying the thoughts won't stop. Help me. There's a gun. There's a bleeding person, blood everywhere. And, my life is useless. The world is dead. This is what he drew on his math paper, which freaked out the teachers. And they're basically saying, hey, Mom, when you saw this, you should have mentioned to the school that he has access to a gun. And that's part of your negligence.
The teacher saw this. When did Mom and Dad see this?
In the office.
In the office 2 hours before.
And the parents saw it across that version. Yeah.
2 hours before the shooting.
Why was he allowed to go back to class, and why did no one check his backpack?
Because the school counselor.
I'll let you guys review that. I'm going to get a drink. Go.
The
you guys can review that.
School counselor, according to Jennifer Crumbley, she asked the school counselor, should I take him home or not? School counselor said, it's up to you. She asked him and he said he didn't want to go home because he was stressful at home. It's stressful doing school at home. And so they decided to leave him at school, and the counselor gave them permission to do that.
So then There's
The professional
multiple intervening
counselor.
causes here because they relied on the advice of a professional
Yes, they
employed by the
did.
school.
Yes, they did.
I mean, this
I'm
case makes me sick
shocked.
already. So
I'm shocked that they do that this has even come to trial. I'm shocked by it. And I have a bad feeling. Oh, here's something interesting. So my locals chat that's open right now, they're watching this and talking about it. Somebody brought up that the judge ruled that her extramarital affairs could not come in. But the defense actually brought it up this morning and it opened the door. I didn't see it. Did
Oh my
anybody
God.
see that?
Well, no, the defense was asking about her affair with somebody, which is mind-boggling because that does nothing but, again, I'm going to reach back to my original argument. Let's say that she's the shittiest mother in the world who's screwing every guy who's out there, didn't do anything. I think all of that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that school knew he was a problem. That document right there sends chills down my back. Looking at that piece of paper, the teacher was correct. She said, oh my God, something's going on here. Get him to the office. And then the school neglected all responsibility. They should have called the police if they were uncomfortable doing it themselves. They had a professional counselor there. And what was it? The disciplinarian's excuse for not searching the bag was, well, he seemed calm.
He seemed fine.
But you know what?
Kidding?
See, calm people who are about to commit a major act like taking themselves out are very calm because they've made a decision.
Joke about avoiding the quiet ones.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
This case is so upsetting to me on so many levels. It's so upsetting to me on so many levels. This is the kind of case you would find in the Soviet Union type tribunal. This is absolutely passing the buck.
Or Canada.
I'm also wondering about the new kind of rules in schools where school counselors don't share everything with parents. We know this is a big problem. There's all kinds of there's all kinds of
world.
Yeah. You're not allowed to tell parents that your kid is having a gender crisis, which is really bizarre because they say that kids who are having these gender crises are sometimes self-harming, right? And they're not telling parents that there's this very big chance that their child might be wanting to unalive themselves. And that's a very serious thing, right? So my question to the school would be, did you have some kind of policy in place where you didn't communicate with Ethan's parents about what you saw happening with him? Is that because that's the argument from the Crumbley side is they had information that our son was going through a psychological problem or some kind of struggle, and they did not communicate it with us. So I'm wondering if that comes into play.
Oh, that's a perfect example. So, yeah, you're right. In those cases, Megan, you are correct. The school knows more than the parents, and therefore they take responsibility what is shared, not shared, things like that. But if something should go wrong, then those stupid ass parents are at fault.
Well, at least if they're white. So.
Well, Joe, come on, that's a hate crime now.
Yeah. So. If I can just switch gears for a second here. Are you guys following what's going on with Fani Willis and Nathan Wade?
Yeah,
sort
that
of.
Well, for that divorce settlement, and I think the wife got some cash there really quickly.
I was going to ask you.
Here. What do you want? What do you want? Take all the money. Take it all. Here's my wallet. Take some more money.
What do you think? So that's what I was asking you. How much do you think she got paid off for them to kill this hearing?
Well, I don't know, $650,000 are budgeted for trying the case, so about that much. No.
So, can someone give us a rundown on what's going on?
Yeah. So, you heard of this? So there's this attorney in Fulton County, district attorney named Fani Willis. She brought a case.
She's a peach.
She brought a case against a man named Donald John Trump, where she's with indictments.
Yep.
Now, she hired a special prosecutor by the name of Nathan Wade.
Yep.
Special needs prosecutor. Oh,
very special to her, by the way. Very special.
That's what I've heard. I'm with you so far.
Investigating every nook and cranny, if you know what I'm saying.
No skirt goes unturned. So
oh my gosh.
Anyhow, the end. So the upshot is apparently apparently there's all sorts of questions as to why it is that she never went through proper procedure to get a special prosecutor appointed in the first place. He has no experience in RICO cases. He has no, or even like a murder case. Like he has no experience on anything of that.
Experience that she needed.
Yeah, that is
He had other experience that was important, Joe.
And apparently he got paid more than the RICO expert on an hourly basis and racked up $650,000 worth of legal fees.
He had to cover trips and expenses.
And
this is like Ilhan Omar's hiring her lobbyist and then boinking him and then getting a divorce in the state of Virginia to her then husband and having to pay out big time. Yeah.
Hey, at least it wasn't her brother.
Hold on.
We won't go into that.
What movie is that from where the guy says, "Did you just say boink?"
I don't know, but I say boink.
So she so now there was this whole question that he's in the middle of getting he's spending money. They found that he's in the middle of getting divorced. In fact, he filed for divorce the day after he was hired to be the special prosecutor, and which the timing on that doesn't look really that good. And he's gotten, like, the next highest paid person has gotten $50,000 total, and he's gotten $650,000. And his expertise is questioned, and he's buying plane tickets and Caribbean cruise tickets in the name of himself and Fani Willis. So there's also
Those were
now
research trips.
And going to the White House with her, which is other things that are very sus. That you know, why are they going to the White House for meetings? And he's billing for time that he spends in the White House, meaning that he's on the clock working with White House staff on this, which is why are you working with White House? It's
because
very,
he bills in 6-minute increments. Okay.
well,
And he's fit in the bill. His services.
He may have been visiting the
services are invaluable.
Hold on.
we're not there yet, Danny. We're not there. You want the background?
Hold on. I don't want to make fun of their love life. He may last for a long time. We shouldn't make.
I go with per second billing in my own life, but that's bada bing, bada boom. Joe, you got to bring up the link in the chat and skip to 50.
This is not a flexible of the jurisdiction. Their tax dollars went to paying for his 6-minute increments. Is that right?
His
Watcher said just a tip.
Hold on.
Somebody said, "Is it by the inch or the hour?" Zachary.
Oh my God, you're so. I can see why you charge in seconds in increments because you work so fast here, Viva. I'm very proud.
Go to 15 seconds on this.
Oh. Wait 10 seconds.
There you go. Right now.
No, these are her underwear. She gave them to me.
Oh, no! Oh!
I boinked her.
Boink? Yeah, wait, did you say the word boink?
God, I remember
I don't say
things.
boink anymore. Thank you.
Oh man,
you have disabused me of that habit.
That movie is still good.
David remembers things, but he doesn't know things like Benoit balls. Can we talk?
Well, I'm not going to forget Benoit balls now, man. Yeah, so she got it. They settled that case real fast. They figured out their numbers problem real fast.
So what happened was in the divorce case, Fani Willis was subpoenaed by the ex-wife, who's saying he's not being very forthcoming with certain information, and I want to be able to question her and subpoena her about various finances and questions about the nature of their relationship to see if there's any sort of basis here that I can get a bump up over here in my divorce settlement. So the judge, she brought that application. Meanwhile, by the way, there's a motion that's going on that brought by one of Trump's co-defendants in the Georgia case, saying that this whole case, this whole charge, the criminal charge, has to be dismissed because of the misconduct here between Fani Willis and her special prosecutor. State of Georgia yesterday announced that they're going to be conducting an investigation into Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, and based on that motion that was filed by the co-defendant. That's pretty significant news. And then late yesterday afternoon, and the judge had sat down saying, okay, before I'm going to grant you this subpoena, because Fani Willis moved to quash the subpoena, saying, you don't need to come to me. I'm not a necessary person, and I'm a very important person who's very busy trying to convict Donald Trump, and I don't have time to, and I have all these other cases that I'm supposed to be handling that everyone says I'm not doing anything about, but I'm supposed to be handling. So I'm way too busy to appear for your little divorce proceeding. So the judge very properly, I watched this hearing, on the motion by Fani Willis to quash the subpoena and say Fani Willis doesn't need to come in here, the judge mulled all the arguments and basically said, so have you done a deposition of Nathan Wade yet? And she said, no, we haven't done that yet. She's like, well, why don't you see what he says before you see whether or not Fani Willis is a necessary party for you to depose? And then we'll have a hearing after you engage in this deposition. So they had a deposition, and the hearing was supposed to be this morning. But lo and behold,
settled.
Last night, the divorce case was settled, and the hearing, which would have basically laid out what Nathan Wade had said in this deposition and all that other stuff, that all got kiboshed. And everyone who was expecting to hear details about what came out of that deposition and this whole hearing about Nathan Wade, that's all gone, because it seems like Nathan Wade decided, I'm going to be ponying up a lot of money to my wife so that we don't have to have this hearing and have this humiliation as to what the heck is happening here.
Well, not only the hearing, but an investigation, have a forensic expert go into their financials and see how the marital estate was basically used up during the time that he was hanging out with Fani Willis, right? So if he was investing a portion of the marital estate, basically all the funds he was receiving as special prosecutor, she's entitled to all of that money. And so my guess is that they kind of round estimated what his income was from the time he started dating Fani Willis forward and said, okay, I'm going to cash pay you out X number of dollars. You get to keep the house. We'll divide half of my retirement, right, during the course of the marriage, using whatever process. But then you accept all the assets. I have to accept all the liabilities and potential liabilities moving forward. Because if Fani is held accountable and that money goes back and people try and claw that back, the buck needs to stop with him. It can't carry on into the marital estate.
I think we can foresee that there's going to be a lot of forensic investigation into that Fani, and they're going to basically be combing over every inch of Fani's business over here, because you got the whole investigation. They're
gonna take a proverbial colonoscopy to Fani to.
How great is it that her name is Fani, which in American means behind, and in England
means the front.
It all means something.
Anthony Weiner, same thing.
I kept on saying the poo-poo's going to hit the Fani, and then everyone in Britain's like, that's real disgusting, David. I was like, I thought okay. But the question is this. How much of a raise is Nathan going to ask of Fani now that he's got to pay off his wife?
Well, I'm
he
sure.
gives her the raise.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's smart.
Did you hear this though? So the word on the street is that Trump just posted a Truth Social saying he's looking for counsel for his appeal, and people are taking it to mean that he's firing Helena Haba. Joe, you practice American law. Is it not also the case in American law that you would find
new
a new
lawyer,
counsel?
new lawyer for the appeal.
You always find a new lawyer for the appeal.
Very,
right?
very common. Not always, but it's very common, especially in a high-profile case.
Specialist,
it's more,
right?
It's more likely.
Law is a
it's more likely.
specialty. So
yeah.
You're going to want someone who specializes in appeals, not a trial lawyer who does.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to kid you. I have had cases where I handled my own appeal. I lost at the lower court, and then I appealed and was successful. But it's not at all uncommon to bring in a new attorney who's an appeal specialist to handle the appeal in a high-profile case, because the stakes are very high, and you don't want someone who's, that's what they do all the time. So, that's not uncommon. It's not a reflection on Alina. I
gotta run. I gotta get going.
I think Eric does too.
As do I. This is gonna start the exodus. I gotta go pick up the kid.
Okay. I think
Danny's fault. She ran us off.
Viva,
I can only no.
it was good to see you, Viva.
The same, Megan. We've heard. Have we never been live together?
No, but we need to be. We need to.
Yes,
we need to
and
do
I'm
it.
looking to see. Am I following you on Twitter?
No,
Viva?
I follow you, but you don't follow me.
That is a bloody outrage. Hold on one second. Let's lover. That's not the right Megan Fox. That's the other Megan Fox.
No, it's
Joe,
at Megan
look
Fox
at Rock's
Writer.
comment in the chat.
Also,
been
Viva,
watching
I demand
Playback
your
Live.
friendship as well.
Hold on, let me do Megan Fox Writer. I'm following right now. Bam. And hold on, Danny. What's yours?
Danny on Direct. Check me out.
Danny on Direct.
I think I'm already following you because I've been following you since well before the trucker scenario. But it was the
Old
trucker
school.
scenario that made me love
Oh,
you.
Donnie
so.
on Direct. So I'm spelling Donnie on. Okay, hold on a second. I'm in AHN, not okay. Donnie on. I'm in Twitter. Let's see.
And that was very brave of you, by the way. I said repeatedly, anyone who's recording, filming, covering this case up in Canada is a brave soul.
I thought I was covering my ass by, documenting. I felt exposed when I donated the $1,000 to the Give Send Go campaign. Then now they're going to come after my bank account. But I was doxxed. I don't really care about that stuff. But
Well, I'm glad you're here in the States. Welcome.
yes, as am I. Thank you. All right, we're done. Following both of you, Danny, Megan, Joe.
Viva,
Godspeed.
tell everyone they can find you. I'm gonna walk you all out of here. So
VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com and Viva Fry on Twitter for the angry Viva Fry.
all right, and Eric, where can people
Just
find you?
look up Eric Hunley. I've got an interview that just dropped with Chris Hansen. If folks are interested, that is something I did with Sean Atwood a little bit ago and put up. I do a lot of interviews there. I'm also on America's Untold Stories, but relevant to this group, Laid Back Law, every Friday at noon. And I hope to see you guys there maybe this Friday.
And Megan.
MeganFox.locals.com. I'm following a hilarious case right now, Owens v. Eckert paternity case. The case of the mysterious tonsil twins. A former bachelor's been accused of impregnating a woman with twins through fellatio. It's a fantastic case. Hilarious in all ways. We should get caught up on that sometime soon, Joe, because you'll laugh. And Danny, I've been meaning to talk to you about it because it all revolves around family law, and you would just die.
I got your message and I was like, I can't cover this case on my own because I'm an immature 14-year-old at heart. And I'm just
that's what we're
giggling.
all
And
doing.
so,
Yeah,
but I would love to come on your show and talk about the legalities.
Yes, it would be fantastic. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Danny, if you come on her show, I'm sure you'll get a lot of support there. So.
Aw, okay.
Everyone, enjoy the day.
Thank you guys for coming by.
All right, pleasure.
Take care,
Peace
my
out.
friends. I appreciate you guys. All right.
So, how have you been doing? I saw you started when? Yesterday?
I started at midnight Eastern time. I am now 16 and a half hours into my 24. So I'm past the 2/3 mark. And I'm feeling all refreshed. And I really appreciate, I'll tell you this much though. The timing of Eric and Megan and Viva and you all popping in there could not have been better, because listening to that attorney, she's such a clusterfuck. I can't even tell you. It's like every question is painfully, awfully worded, and the judge has to walk her through. She's like, so wouldn't you agree that in a scenario where you were on the phone with him, that they were trying to make you feel a certain way? And like, objection, I have no idea what she's asking. And like the judge reframed the question for her. She's like, okay, yeah, that. It's like this.
Oh my gosh.
It's terrible.
We have that in the case I'm covering right now with Michelle Triconis, where both attorneys on both sides need the judge to translate literally everything that they're asking for from the court. So someone will raise an objection and the judge goes, well, it's not a relevancy objection, but it is vague. So why don't you go ahead and try that again? I think what counsel means to ask you is this. All right, there's your answer, counsel. Are you done? He's losing it. I'm losing it. My chat's losing it. We're just all on edge. I get it. And I can't watch that case. That it's too upsetting to me. It's kind of like the taking care of Maya case. I can't.
So I didn't get a chance to watch that case. Was there really ineffective counsel in that case as well?
No, the counsel in the Taking Care of Maya case, from what I hear, was very effective and very efficient. My issue was the underlying facts of the case that I just couldn't do. I don't do people in like I could never do medical malpractice. It just hurts too much.
Depressing. You're saying it's depressing.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel
So
you.
of course I thought, oh, family law would be a good way to make some cash on the side.
The reason she's saying that is because family law is notorious for being the most bitter, brutal, knock them out, drag them down, punch, kill, like just painful types of litigations imaginable. Because when it's someone who you used to love, who you don't anymore, you want every ounce of blood. That's basically there's when there's no love lost, there's lots of hate. There's lots of hate and bitterness.
Well, and it's worse when there's kids, right? Like I wouldn't mind family law if there weren't kids involved. If it was just doing divorces between, people and their 2 dogs, I could handle that. I mean, I deal with a lot of absurdity still, but it's not the hard part with family law is that kids get hurt. Kids are most typically, well, they are the ultimate victim in a family law case. So
yeah, no, I wouldn't ever want to touch family law. How'd you get drawn into that?
I needed money.
And there was a client. There was a client who needed money.
They were hiring, and I had just finished up my campaign, and one of my supporters, he had just opened his family law firm, and he was making bank, and he said, "Hey, look, I saw you speak. You're really good. How are you at oral argument, especially, at hearings and trial?" And I said, "Oh, I love it, and I'm really good at it." And he goes, "Well, if that's where you shine, you should look at family law because, as you know, but our viewers don't, family law has so many hearings. It is just, it's obnoxious how many motion hearings we have before we even get close to a pretrial conference. And typically in other areas of law, the court is able to read through the motions and make some decisions without requiring a hearing. But because I deal in a court of equity, the court wants to be very involved in the decision-making, wants to see the litigants, wants to hear from us. So anyway, I moved over into family law, did that for a year. And then I've since taken some medical leave, and I'm utilizing that time to grow my channel and focus on other stuff. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And hopefully moving back into stuff I love. So like I emphasized in international law and business law. So if I can get somewhere in between there, I'll be a much happier camper. I just did contract disputes and more basic smaller civil litigations prior to running for office and working in political positions. So I want to go back.
Do you want to go back to politics?
Oh, I would love. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm going back. I'm a junkie, man. I can't help it. I crave it. I live it. I breathe it. It cracks me up. Like the shit is just funny, man. And the saddest part is we all get screwed. But as soon as you accept that like we are the victims in the political game and we're the players who get screwed, then it becomes fun because then you're just watching, pieces move on a board and just chuckling along. And, you pop your popcorn, you drink your wine, you enjoy.
So it's going to be Danny Vivek 2028. That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can't wait. I want to run for a state seat. So
like state assembly type of thing?
Yeah. State seat first, and then I'll go federal. And then I want to go into an ambassadorship. So hopefully I, put my money on the right prize pony and they get elected and then they appoint me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ambitious.
Yeah.
Ambitious.
I don't play games, man. I have to be ambitious if I want to, do what I want to do. The stuff I'm passionate about just so happens to be big ticket, big item, big picture issues.
What issues are you passionate about?
International relations, specifically conflict and conflict resolution.
So what area of the world do you consider to be like an area that particularly catches your eye? Is it Europe? Is it Middle East? Is it Far East? Where do you?
Far East and Asian relations is where I'm most interested, mostly because I have my own Asian relation. My husband's Korean, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you're into the whole Far East, how do you see the whole situation with Taiwan shaping up? Like, what would you recommend if you had the ear of the president of the United States, that he would implement whatever you felt was the right policy with respect to China, Taiwan growing situation? What would you be recommending?
I would recommend two things. The way that we helped settle the Cold War was to follow the advice of a certain person who I don't much care for, but he had good advice. He said, look, two's great, three's a disaster. At the time, get rid of the USSR. Let's be friends with China, the old CCP. Let's be friends with them and we'll bankrupt the USSR. That was the plan.
Whose plan?
What we
was
need
this?
to do is, pardon?
Who you said someone you don't like? Who was that?
It doesn't matter. I'll piss off way too many of my friends, so I'll just keep quiet on it.
Okay.
But
okay.
we'll
Sorry.
just say it's the Secretary of State who should be tried for war crimes. During the Vietnam War, just towards the end of it.
Are you talking about Baker? You're talking about Baker? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. So anyway, the way that we heal this, the way that we solve this conundrum,
okay, go ahead,
is we become friends with Russia. That nobody wants to say that. Nobody wants to address the elephant in the room. If not friends, at least come to peace with them, make peace with them, trade with them, create regular relations with them, and close off China entirely. Trump absolutely decimated the CCP's arrangements when it came to trade law. We need to get our IP back. The only way to do that is to actually enforce trade law that's already there. We already have agreements. We already have everything there. It's China who keeps slowly pushing, and we do nothing. We sit back, and then it gets to the point where we have a freaking president who says, we don't support Taiwan anymore. Well, what the hell? If you don't support Taiwan, then you don't support Korea. If you don't support Korea, you don't support Japan. Shinzo Abe's death, I don't buy the legitimate story of his death. I think he was assassinated. I think it was perfect to get rid of Shinzo Abe because they already got rid of Trump. And that's all they needed. That's all they needed. There were two powerhouses that were protecting the Far East. Both of them are gone. And now we need to make some serious decisions. We need military force there. We need credible threats of force. And we need to be friends with Russia. If not friends, at least not at war with Russia. We need to incentivize Russia to help us combat China. Right now, we have not done that. We haven't done that for decades. And it's a complete loss on our part and the part of our allies.
Yeah, I from the beginning of the Ukrainian war, I was yelling that before they even went in, when they were amassing on the border of Ukraine, I was yelling that Biden had a unique opportunity at that time to come in there and play broker and say, okay, at the end of the day, this is ultimately a war about money. It's about the Nord Stream pipeline. It's about control of various resource-rich areas of Ukraine. And there's this fig leaf of the whole Donbas and region being filled with Russians, and they need access to the Crimean port, which is why they went in there. Ukraine is completely dependent on America for its support, but at the end of the day, we don't have a treaty with them. They're not our child. And while we promised to protect them from Russia when we took their nukes, okay, that's fine. We can protect them.
We kind of promised that. I think a more accurate description of that agreement was, you hand over your nukes, we'll treat you like Switzerland. That was the agreement that we had. It wasn't necessary, and we said that we would engage in regular trade with them. That was the agreement. It wasn't, hey, we're going to protect you from Russia if ever you're invaded. There was no mutual security agreement at any point with the Ukraine.
All the more so. So I was like, this is a unique opportunity for us to basically turn Russia into a trading partner. And we say, you know what? We say to Zelensky, look, if you give up the Donbas region, which is mostly Russian anyway, that only helps solidify your base where you have only Ukrainians voting in the next election instead of them voting for Russians. No one's voting for any Russians, and you can basically stay as premier of prime minister, whatever your title is in Ukraine. You can retain that position arguably for the rest of your freaking life, because you're not going to have to worry about any opposition from getting support from the Russians who are in the Donbas region. And then you seed up the Nord Stream pipeline, and you charge a tax to Russia and let them run their pipeline through there. And in that tax, you basically say, look, Russia, you're going to get the bulk of the money. Ukraine's going to get a taste. We're going to get a taste for our broker's fee here. And we're going to start building trade relations with Russia and treat them as an ally against China. And this way, that was like, this was such a great time and opportunity for us to turn them into a trading partner. And instead we pushed them into Xi's arms. And we said, we're going to piss all over you, try to bankrupt your billionaires and sanction them and all those other failed policies that were moronic from the get-go, and turn a potential phenomenal ally who's got tons of manpower there. Can be an important labor resource, and just kick them to the sand and say, you know what, you go saddle up with Z, who's a growing threat and who unleashed COVID on us when they didn't really when they were angry at Trump. So yeah, I think that perhaps that's not really the soundest strategy. Maybe we'd rather get Russia on our side, but instead we said, no, we're going to bankroll Ukraine into trying to kill as many Russians as we can, while watching Ukrainian population get decimated by a Russian war machine. It was so stupid. It was so needlessly self-sacrificing, and it's all because of, I don't know, we treated Ukraine like it was our 51st state, and bastardizing our own American flag and basically putting in their stupid little Slav things in place of our stars, which I can't even tell you how angry that made me see that bastardized flag. I was livid at Congress for the way they treated our flag, and as if all of a sudden it's like Ukraine was like Utah. They got confused between the two of them, and the way they handled this was just a complete and total clusterfuck. So what you were saying there, and you were preaching to the choir, because I've been saying that for 2.5 years now, that this was just a complete and utter moronic failing that had no foreseeable benefit, unless you basically look at the money laundering machine that Ukraine became for Congress. Absent that, there's no logic behind this at all.
Yeah, no, there isn't. And it's not just a money laundering machine for Congress. It's also to keep ties with China so that the people who've made these ties with China don't get caught funneling money to places they shouldn't have been when there were embargoes on the exchange of funds to certain CCP members at the time. And, I'll just say it was Kissinger. I know lots of people love him, they venerate him, but Kissinger is not the one who came up with that idea. It's a longstanding international relations theory. I'm just using it as an example in this particular case because we still have very similar players, not the same players, but similar. I think Putin got a taste of capitalism, saw what it can do, and said, you know what, we can do crony capitalism even better. Let's really go in on this. And he's interested in protecting his people and doing what's in the best interest of his people. I think people underestimate how much China poses a threat to Russia. They are not their friends. They were never designed to be friends. There's another rule in international relations that was posed by a philosopher who was Indian a long, long time ago. It's something to the effect of, your next door neighbor isn't your friend, but the neighbor across from you is. So your bordering countries can never truly be your friends, but the person who's bordering them can be. So the world is kind of set up on a checkerboard. 9 times out of 10, that tends to be true. Not always true. United States, for example.
Yeah, United States with Canada and Mexico.
Right. But generally for almost all of human history, that has been the case. If you have two states right next to each other, they're not going to be buddies. Pardon?
In Europe, that's been the case, basically.
Europe, Asia, it's just a repeated pattern. So, but the point is that they have a very, very long land border with China. Because I don't treat Mongolia as a separate country. I'm sorry, I don't. When push comes to shove, these countries will join forces. I think what China is going to do is do exactly what it did for over 600 years. It's going to assert dominance, military dominance over smaller nation states all throughout the East. It's going to become a regional hegemon to the degree that no one will be able to trade without paying extreme taxes. towards China and labor and adopting Chinese law into their own local laws. So basically, China will have a one world government, but only over a certain number of states in half the globe. You know, nothing for us to be worried about. It's not like, you know, we have someone who's literally worse than Hitler sitting in power right now, doing things on a scale that we can't even imagine and has been doing for the last, I don't know, 40 years. But, you know, it's cool. It's cool. I guess it's fine. They're not a real threat. They're our buddies. Let's just keep spending money on China. Let's keep sending them, you know, more of our weapons, more of our IP. Let's keep, you know, let's keep our Confucius schools in each and every one of these public institutions here in the United States so that they can come and train their kids here who are all CCP members to go back and continue to perform the organ harvesting that they have been doing and learned as a direct result of their relationship through the Confucius institutions here in the United States. Let's continue the human rights violations. Let's just trolley lolly along because that's fine. We'll give up all of our sovereignty, all of our rights to our land, everything. We'll just give it all up. Let's just give it all up to Xi Jinping. I speak okay Mandarin. I'll get better. It's cool. Fine.
I got a whole bunch of super chats I got to run through.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to go off.
No,
there for
that's
a second.
okay. I stirred the pot, and you just, you know,
I walked right into it.
the spoon just kept going, and that was good. That was good. It was interesting. I liked hearing your whole breakdown there. Just so you know, so I have an ongoing competition today, where whoever makes me laugh hardest, I want my audience to make me laugh. Whoever makes me laugh hardest, I'm paying them 10 times what they paid for the super chat. So I'm like, make me laugh, but I'm not going to fake laugh. I either think something is funny or it's not. So if they make me laugh, I'm going to pay them 10 times what they paid for the super chat with a cap. There's a cap on it because if someone gives me a $100 super chat and they land me, I'm not shelling out $1,000. The cap is I lay out a maximum of $200. So if it's a $5 super chat, it's 50. 10, it's gonna be 100. And if it's 20 or above, I'm gonna be paying them $200. So far, by the way, you know who Sean Smith is. That's the name of the attorney for Jennifer Crumbley, the bumbling moron. Yeah. This one actually is the one that made me laugh hardest so far. Sean Smith thinks Stare Decisis is a constellation.
Okay, that's funny.
It is, right?
That's funny. That's good. I like
funny.
that.
This one would actually cost me a lot more than $20 because I promised this particular chatter is the only one I made this offer to because the other thing I have going on is whoever sends me the most money during this stream, I'm gonna be sending them an autographed NYPD hat. So
that's awesome.
So far the high bid so far is $320. That's what has been paid in. I have someone else who shelled out $250 so far, so they might overtake. I don't know. And someone else might come in. I don't know. But whoever ends up paying the most, I'm going to be sending them an autographed hat. So Worcestershire over here, who's invested like 70, and like me, couldn't afford paying $300 for a hat. So and she's been like really pressing hard to get me to send her a hat. So I told her that if she wins the competition, in lieu of the money, I'll send her a hat, an autograph hat if she wants. Because I've only sent out to one person so far an autographed NYPD hat. So it's not like something I just give away. I've sent out the hat, but not autographed. It's like a different thing. So yeah. So anyway, so she's been pushing really hard for the last like 15 hours to get a hat. So please check later and find them. This is about my Depp v. Heard trial. I looked on your own playlist and see there are 6. There's more than 6. I might have just checked off. I have certain playlists. Don't go by the playlist. Don't go by the playlist. Just look through the other stuff during that time. There's definitely much more than 6 videos. Because even when I was streaming the trial, I would do more coverage of it at night and review stuff. I'm telling you, you go through the other stuff. I may have watched your on other channels, but I remember watching. You did watch me more. You did. Teachers absolved the mandated reporter status. Yeah, you're talking about with respect to the teachers in Crumbley School. Yeah, I guess so. Congratulations. Also, to refute foreseeable focus on people with the legal duty to warn, they are required to determine imminent harm to self or others. You would think so, Warren. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Thoughts won't stop. Please make them stop. I want to die. That sounds like self-harm to me. Sounds like someone should have reported.
Yeah, yeah. Nanino says to ER for emergency psych evaluation when they saw the picture, I guess. Does Michigan not have its own Baker Act in the books? Do you know what the Baker Act is? Because I don't know what that is.
Yeah, so we have the Baker Act here. It's very similar. It's this whole idea of you have to prove that someone is like really insane before you can take their guns away, is my understanding. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
I think I'm right. I think I'm right on that one. And I don't know if Michigan has one or not. But it's a special hearing that you can have to deprive them of their weapons.
But yeah, but we're talking about in the emergency situation. You have someone who looks like they're very unstable, and stop me. The thoughts won't stop. Help me. That's the sign of someone you need to act with expedience to protect them from themselves. The new Michigan gun storage law takes effect February 13, 2024. I posted extensive gun storage law links in locals on Crumbley on trial day 3 comments. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't really want to start going through new Michigan state laws because I don't think that affects the Crumbley situation. So I appreciate you sharing the information, definitely, but I don't really want to start parsing through that right now. Matthew Felty says counselor and specifically disciplinary guys stated they didn't search because they had no RAS. Reasonable suspicion, I think, is what you're trying to say.
Reasonable articulable suspicion.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's right. Like they were the LEOs and would have violated rights. Contraband search by school is fine, correct? And he's like, yep. So then why? Yeah, exactly. You don't need to respect his rights in the school. I agree with that. In Colin King's psych eval, he says Jennifer would discuss committing suicide with Ethan regularly, and he was virtually totally abandoned at home. All right, I haven't seen Colin King's psych evaluation. That would be something which is interesting. Relevant, although does that mean he's a threat to others?
No, but if he's discussing self-deletion with the child, right, and the parent then goes and purchases them a gun, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
It does seem like a neglectful parent, like a grossly
But
negligent.
it's only a problem as to the foreseeable of the self-harm, not necessarily the harm to others.
That's what I was saying. Saying. Kevin Doris says, my dad left his service revolver on top of the fridge behind the chips. There you go. Wouldn't your time be better spent learning Torah? Thank you, Sylvia. I really appreciate your perspective about how I should allot my time between Torah and Parnassa. That's very kind of you. Reformed Convict said...
See, I need the sarcasm laid on that thick for me to get it.
But here's the thing. You appreciate it even though you didn't know all the words I was using, because the last word I used there was a Hebrew term for the term I used was between Torah and Parnassa. So now that you laughed so hard at it, I'll explain to you that Parnassa is basically money that we earn to support our family. It's like support for your family. So it's understood that Orthodox Jews are going to split their time. You're supposed to be studying Torah whenever possible, but you're also supposed to, your primary before that is you need to earn Parnassa, meaning support for your family. So here's Sylvia coming in here telling me, like, wouldn't your time be better spent learning? I'm like really? That's what it's all your place. It's all your place to tell me exactly where my time is supposed to be allowed. Reformed Convict says, Viva Fry, with his lack of height, he would be perfect for digging into tunnels. Offer him the tracksuit, Joe. We can use his energy. I'm not going to offend Viva about his being vertically challenged, as much as I think he would be phenomenal in the tunnels. And trust me, I know a lot about tunnels. Okay, I do. I can't explain why.
Jewish guy in New York.
I know more than you might think I would know about tunnels. Okay, I'm just saying. TextVat says it should not be negligence. And we're all on the same page. Okay, no one on the panel here thinks that this state should have any case. So you're right. Should not be negligence. I can't protect myself from an invader if it's locked up and not available for me to use. The better thing to do is train your kids to be around them. Yeah. I'll tell you this much: when they make me, the head one day, when they make me the high supreme leader of the universe, I will have kids learning gun safety in school. So there you go.
Well, they used to. They actually, I think they did it here in Utah until the 80s.
It'll be mandatory in every state. Until I'm appointed head supreme leader of the universe, it's unlikely that that's going to happen. TextVet says, and my previous comment was to say that to make that judgment would infringe on my right to self-defense. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. He's saying, how are you going to keep me from being able to protect myself by saying I have to keep it locked up? Like, what am I supposed to do if someone breaks into my house? I'm supposed to just sit there going through a whole combination?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
So
I'm
Prosperous
sorry.
Woman says 34 states have child access to firearm laws regarding securing firearms in homes with minor children. This includes many C states. What is a minor child, though? I mean, is the minor child because you're afraid of 7-year-olds is gonna pick up the gun, or because you're worried about a cognitive young adult making the decision they want to steal it? Those are two different concerns. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, and in those states, if a child is gifted a gun and it's their property and it's secure in the sense that like there's a gun law on it, but they have the key, is that I'd be curious to see how that plays. I'd imagine that in those states, there's additional prohibitions on minors and firearms. There has to be.
Right. And TextVet is responding back to that here, saying regardless of the law says it or not, it should not be. He's talking about the morality question, not what the legal question is. That's why kids don't have responsibility as well. There shouldn't be a difference between age. A 16-year-old is different than an 8-year-old. 100%. 100%. Thomas Percival says whistleblower drops secret recording with Fani.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Sorry, again, it's that 13-year-old boy inside me. It's like, oh, you got in trouble. What do you do, by the way, for a day job as an attorney?
I don't work as an attorney, if ever possible.
Oh, well, when you did.
Oh, yeah, I was commercial litigation and judgment execution.
I'm sorry, say that slower.
Commercial litigation.
Uh-huh.
And judgment execution.
Ooh, I'm jealous. That sounds like so much fun. Ooh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's
baby, that's my jam. I love that.
I was oh, let me tell you, I was in the big time. I'll tell you this much. I was really doing smaller stuff, but I met this guy who did judgment execution in a big firm, literally had a judgment against Argentina and seized a submarine. Like seized a freaking submarine.
Which company did the seizing? That's what I want to know. Like,
who
did you hire to go get a sub?
Like, he got some sort of whole order, like to seize a submarine and get like a National Guard to go in there and seize a freaking submarine from Argentina. Yeah. Oh yeah.
See, that's my problem with life. Is I would be a practicing attorney if that was my job. Yeah. I would love that shit.
I was like, I don't know how the heck he did.
That's
I was like, I can't even begin to imagine how he did that. Yeah, I was like, that guy's working on levels I don't even aspire to. Regardless of the laws is or not, I got this. Jackals Terra Gentum says, part of me wonders if her attorneys deliberately try and tank the case. This is Jennifer Crumbley. If she isn't, why are partial lobe lobotomy recipients allowed to practice law? Well, it's hard to really weed them out, unfortunately, because they blend in with all the rest of us, to be fair. Joe, what's going on here? A lot of stuff is going on. This was an hour ago, though, so I'm not really sure what that was. I think it was the trial was going in the background, and all of us were talking and pretending it wasn't.
I think we were talking about the Fani case and the colonoscopies. Maybe that's where that person hopped in.
It's possible. I apologize. I didn't get to it sooner. Zach Sweet says, if they allow the child to be charged an adult and find the mother liable as well, would that not open up the possibility to prosecute spouses for murder in future cases? So that's why I was saying it is, if they allow a child to be charged an adult and find the mother as well, would that not open the possibility to prosecute spouses for murder? What do you mean from? No, because the whole point here is that your role as a guardian, your duty as a guardian, and your influence as a guardian was your failing. Even though I understand what you're saying, that once they're an adult, then it can't be your guardian role. Look, there is a concept in the state of Michigan when they were trying to address this case. They kept looking to this case, which was called Michigan versus Head. Like the name of the defendant was Head, H-E-A-D. And apparently in that case, there was some parental type figure, but not a parent, who was sort of coaxing a kid towards engaging in violence. And they were trying to establish, and there they held that they can be held culpable. And the state was trying to say, here we see evidence that, but in that case, they were really sort of egging and making it possible for the person to do it, not in a more active way rather than the passive charges that are being purportedly raised against.
Well, in
the
that
mother
situation,
here.
it doesn't sound like negligence. It sounds like co-conspiracy. It sounds like someone is encouraging, aiding, abetting, educating, instructing someone else on
They
how
were
to
charged. They
perform
were
the
charged with
crime.
involuntary manslaughter, not with co-conspiracy. Like you were just sort of.
Interesting.
So that's why they were saying that it should be applicable here as well. Even though it was a pretty distinguishable case because, like I said, the passive role versus the active role of the adult figure who was working with the kid. Tara Rayner says she didn't bring up the affair. She was talking about the cops pushing him to add to his statement. State then said they would go into the affair, and she said, "Okay, then, yeah. Well, this was just poor. It was poor job all around. Was she paying him by the inch or the hour? I think we're talking about Nathan Wade now.
Billable hours, baby. 6-minute increments. Boom, 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 boom.
Goddess, please give Joe a boop and blessing before you go. What's a boop?
So I have a cult called the Cult of Lawgic. We do cult review on our channel too. And
What is cult review?
Pardon?
What is cult review? What is that?
So I on my spare time for lots of funsies, I kind of became a semi-expert in cults. And how cults are formed, how they sustain themselves, and then also how to move yourself out of a cult, how to get out of a cult. And so that's what our channel focuses on, because unless you understand the patterns that cults go through to recruit people, everybody is susceptible to cult recruitment. Everyone. And usually when you're in a cult, you don't recognize you're in a cult. And so I talk about cults on my channel. Anyway, as a joke, I was like, oh yeah, I'm law for deity, like the goddess of law in love. It was supposed to be a little play on things. It got pretty serious there. So now I give out curses and blessings like an actual goddess. They're fairly benign. I could bless you if you would like, but I don't want to offend you. I don't know what your religious beliefs are and whether or not, tongue in cheek is okay.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on the blessing.
Okay.
My religion's really strict on this sort of thing.
That's why I check. That's why I always check.
I appreciate you checking. And yeah, I just want to point out those of you who are mistakenly, very, very mistakenly thinking otherwise, the following is not at all a cult type of cult. So please don't, just because I've got an investigator. Just because I've got an investigator here who investigates, that's got nothing to do with this show, this channel, or the following, which everyone knows is not at all a cult type of cult. What?
Yeah. Interesting.
What?
Nothing.
It's not.
You seem pretty charismatic.
I'm not. It's not. I'm not the leader of. I'm
not
the leader of the following.
Leader. I'm just saying that you're pretty charismatic. You have strong opinions. You're very persuasive.
You're now you're just trying to butter me up here, but there's no reason to butter me up because I'm not the leader of the following. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm a follower just like everyone else.
You money. You're asking for money. People give you their money. They give you your time, their dedication, their loyalty. It's okay. Okay.
There's really okay. I'll just gonna point this out. Okay, there's no spaceships. There's no squirrel mutilations. No Kool-Aid. No self-harm. No harming others. No tracksuits that are mandatory. Mild farming. No goat sacrifices. No throwing virgins in volcanoes. No spraying blood on walls. No spaceships, no jabby jab in the arm.
Not yet.
It's not at all a cult type of cult. So I don't even want to.
Mine is. We actually have our own Kool-Aid too. You guys should come check out my channel.
We definitely don't have Kool-Aid. There's no.
We don't have Kool-Aid. It's dragon fruit energy drink from Great Value. Sponsor me, Walmart.
There's no Kool-Aid. There's no Kool-Aid. There's no nothing. There's no nothing. Tracksuits are not mandatory. Highly recommended. Jackals of Terragenta gifted one. You see, there you go. There's a new follower right there. I'm not the leader of the cult. I'm not a cult. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm so tired. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm just a follower, just like you. We're all about community unity and greater personal growth. It's almost like they have a POTUS who has been paid off. Almost. almost exactly like that. Yeah. Jackals of Terror Gentum says regarding allying with Russia, a lot of people worry that they will start to lean on Eastern Europe. But to quote a bunch of Cuban exiles on Slavic peoples, those savages can't govern themselves anyway. So,
Not entirely wrong.
Yeah. Duncan, Idaho says this is because half our country's leaders have been bought in one way or another by China. They might not even have to go to war with us to defeat and control us. Interesting times we live in. Amen. Amen. Rumble rant over 1 hour ago. Really? See, I was looking for Rumble rants and I didn't see it. It was here. I'm so sorry. Southie says, Danny, I don't think it was an hour ago. I've been wondering why Russia didn't become our friend since the fall of USSR. It makes no sense. No one can explain why. I hope your daughter's marriage is happy and full of kids. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you have answer for that?
I mean, there's certainly reasons why. There was a lot of anti-Russian phobia, period, exiting the Cold War, right? And who wouldn't be? You spent how many years brainwashing the public to believe that they're going to get nuked, and maybe not even necessarily brainwashing. I think that there was an actual threat of nuclear war. And so, it takes time to develop trust. This is what I always tell my clients who want to reconnect with their soon-to-be ex. I always say, hey, look, if that's the path you want to go, I encourage reconciliation. Reconciliation, though, does take time and a lot of benefit of the doubt giving and a lot of patience. And typically speaking, in international politics, the game has time. The game has all the time in the world. The players, especially in the United States, because of our form of government, typically do not have time. They want things moving yesterday. And so as a result of that, I think that our relations with them sort of stayed on ice for a long time. That's my personal opinion. I also think that the United States was in a position to continue to expand, and we had a lot of other things on our plate at the time too. By the time the USSR had fallen, there were a lot of concerns too about Eastern European bloc countries and how they were going to recover. So I think the whole world's focus was less so on us becoming buddy-buddy with Russia and more so on us, surviving and making sure that these Eastern bloc countries survive. Plus, everybody was declaring independence from Russia too at the same time. So you had everybody breaking off. There was a lot going on, and there was a lot of reason to distrust one another and not engage in regular relations.
Yeah, but let's face it, the Eastern Bloc countries were the scraps and Russia was the meal.
Yeah.
That was and instead we was like, oh, we have all these scraps we can swallow up and make them part of NATO rather than focusing on the meal. But you could be right. That's could be the nature of politics in America, because if you're the leader of the country, you got 8 years maximum, and that's very quick turnaround time for a Cold War that's been going on for 40 years. So yeah, with a lot of bad blood, where they were like the prime enemy.
Well, and from a standpoint of an international realist, they didn't pose as much of a threat as they had before. And so, we were looking at taking what we could. They were looking at taking what they could, but they couldn't take much. And so we had just annihilated a threat. There's no reason to go tromping them down any further.
That's an important point. Good call on that. Philip says the thing for Russia is now when we will see a 9-dash line map of Siberia and Vladivostok because of the conquest of Kublai Khan. When will we see a 9-dash line map of Siberia and Vladivostok because of the conquest of Kublai Khan? I don't know. Can you answer this question? All right.
I think it's an assertive statement, not a question.
I guess so.
Oh, is now when we will see that? I don't know.
Yeah. Apparently Donnie is better than Fani. So
it's why am I Donnie? Why am I Donnie?
Why is that funny? Apparently that's funny. So there you go.
It is kind of funny.
Yeah. Tam says, congrats. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. That was really beautiful.
That's so sweet.
Where's
that from?
It looks like it's a quote. It doesn't look like it was written by Tam, but I'll take it anyway. So
That's
thank you.
very kind.
It was very kind. Who's going to autograph that hat? I think the idea is that I would autograph it. In lieu of there being anyone actually important to autograph it, someone's got to sign it, and I'm here not because I'm the leader of any sort of following, because I'm just a follower, just like anyone else. Bad Weather Biker says, "Can I be the one member of the following that is thankful as a channel that I will never hear the term Baldo or anything about American Beauty?" Well, Drex is supposed to be here soon, so I can't promise you anything. But
What about American Beauty?
I don't know.
Wait. I get the Baldo reference and I don't get the American Beauty reference. That's how you know I have problems. Right there.
I don't know. I'm in the same boat as you. So
Okay.
I mean, I
Okay.
know there's a movie, American Beauty, but I don't know anything beyond that as far as Potatoes is so dumb he thinks asphalt is a rectal disease. Trying too hard. I see what you're doing there. Telling you now with the whole joke thing, best way. And I recommended this earlier. I'm going to repeat this recommendation. Most likely way to win is to take something that's part of the conversation and then just work the zinger in there. Don't try to like force in from the outside. I'm telling you, I've seen what wins. That's my recommendation. TextVet says, "Is your mandatory weapons training in our non-cult handbook leader Joe Solo?" Okay, first of all, okay, I want to be very clear here, okay? It's not a non-cult cult. It's not at all a cult type of cult, okay? That's first and foremost. Second of all, the manifesto has not yet been written. I don't know. I'm not sure who's going to author that. There's different people have been talking about contributing to that, and I'm not the leader. There's a lot wrong with this. There's a lot wrong with this $5 right here. I'm just gonna say, there's a lot wrong with this $5. I will leave it here though, because it made Danny laugh. So I have to say the 24-hour stream is flying by fast. Thank you, Concert LD. I think so too. TextVet says, "Whoa, are we having a cult war here? The Joe Solo cult versus Aphrodite cult?" No, because this is not at all a cult type of cult. I don't even understand why she's got like her whole, I don't know, she's got her voodoo idols and she's giving out blessings. There's Wiccans, there's witches. They have these robes and these ceremonies in the forest and they're dancing around fire.
So Joe,
all of a sudden there's demon spirits that are flying up in the
So-
air.
So there's this.
I don't even have squirrel mutilations, for crying out loud. I don't got no Kool-Aid. I don't got no spaceships. I got no virgins being thrown into volcanoes. There's no blood splatter on the wall. There's no harming others. There's no self-harm. There's no stabbing yourself with the jabby jab. I don't understand. There's no comparison. She is a cult. The following is not at all a cult. Period. Type of cult. What?
So can I just do a little PSA here really quickly, just so that your viewers are aware? Oftentimes in cults, leaders will, to dissuade any oddities or things that seem uncomfortable to their members, to get past that cognitive dissonance that's sometimes created by having their members do different or new things they're uncomfortable with, they'll oftentimes turn to other organizations and accuse them of being a cult. They'll point out the differences between their cult and other cults. So, if you find yourself in an organization like that, you might want to question that leader and whether or not you're engaged in a cult. I'm just saying.
I'm starting to sense here. That there's some sort of innuendo. Ever since you came here,
Just
I've been
a
hearing
PSA, just a general PSA to everyone out there.
Comparative type cults and fanny stuff and all sorts of innuendo that's just been flying back and forth here, just flying around. And I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you, I'm not the leader even. Why would I care if I'm not the leader? Why would I even care? If it was a cult type of cult, why would I care? I'm not the leader.
I don't know. You're the one who were bringing up idols and children's sacrifice and jabby jabs. I mean, I didn't mention those things. Our cult is world renowned.
Creating
There
your
is
own
no war.
blessings and your dragon fruit Kool-Aids. You got I don't know, you all of a sudden you all of a sudden your members are like taking like new mRNA stuff. Not that there's any medical advice here. The following doesn't offer any sort of medical advice. We don't know anything about medicine. There is
Good
no
logic.
such
Good
thing as
logic.
medicine.
Hold on. I hold myself out as a deity, especially of love and law. Okay?
Thank you.
I would never. Hold on. I would never. How dare you, sir? How dare you? I would never advise my clients, not clients, members. I would never advise anyone
Servants
to participate in a medical experiment without liability being assigned to the person who you are being experimented on by.
Okay,
and
I need to
without
pause here
disclosure.
for a second. All kidding aside, she's not a medical expert. There's no medical advice here. Nobody knows anything about
And this
medicine.
is not legal advice.
She's not a doctor. I'm not a
Nope.
doctor. You should not be taking medical advice from me. Definitely not from this goddess person over here, goddess wannabe person over here. Okay.
I want to be person now.
Well, I don't look. I haven't seen any of those miracles or anything like that. I ain't
You
seen
have
the
issues with
banishing.
people having like
I'm simply
co-power with
saying,
you and control over your members and viewers.
No issues with medicine or with any. You need to talk to a doctor, okay? Even if you're not feeling sick, you should call a doctor now, okay? You should be on the phone. Why are you not talking to your doctor, okay? Don't listen to me. Don't listen to her. Just talk to your doctor all the time, every day. Call them. Make sure that they know that your wellness is first and last on their mind. When they wake up in the morning, you should be on the phone with them. When they go to sleep, you should be on the phone with your doctor, not taking medical advice from me or anyone on my channel, even the very, very esteemed Lawfordite.
Thank you.
Okay, now that we got that
Also,
out.
don't participate in medical experiments. That's it. That's all I have to say. General life advice.
Right. So, anyhow, we need to get a little further into. We need to go a little further into this. Disavowed any. If your doctor says you should participate in medical experiments, then that's your doctor knows better than me or this person here.
That's true. That is true.
That's all I'm going to say. That's all
Follow
I'm
your doctor's advice, not ours.
Yeah, follow your doctor. It's not a cult, Danny. Thank you very much, H Coffee. Thank you for the super sticker, Gail. I appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. Tex Vet says, do we need to change it from Joe Solo to Joe Jones?
I mean,
I don't even know what that means. I don't even get what's the reference. Why would anyone think such a thing would be appropriate? I don't even understand.
I don't get it either.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean, you've clearly indicated you're not a cult, so.
yes, earlier in part one of this stream, I don't know if it was TextVet or someone else asked me if, like, when we all move in together, if there's going to be Kool-Aid in. There's no Kool-Aid now, but will there be Kool-Aid in Joestown? And I was like, I don't understand the question. It's very confusing. I don't understand what anyone's even asking. Next on Danny on Direct, the cult of they even have an esteemed elder in Great Logic, like Kim Il-sung. Joe Stilica, I Danny love you both. Cheesy Tarian. This is not a cult fun. Cheesy Tarian, I want you to know something. I have you, seriously, just ignore this person here. She's drunk or something. I have you at 250. Okay. I got you at 250, and that thing down below is at 320. So I'm just letting you know that whoever I have you at 250 because Cheesy Tarian donated 50 memberships. And I said I'm not gonna count increments of under 20. But 50 memberships donated, that's 250. I can't just disregard that. That's I gotta, yeah. But I feel bad because I can't sit here adding up $10 here, $5 here. I can't do that. I'm never gonna keep track, and I'm gonna feel very uncomfortable if I make a math error because I'm a lawyer and numbers are not issues of law. So how can I possibly comprehend them? TextVet says you can be neutral without being friends. Tit for 2 tat in game theory shows being forgiving is the best way to go.
Yep.
All right. Karen Mannings, I sent a Rumble rant. You did really? You did. Is that, wait, Danny, help a Utah guy out. We need more shoulder. No, that's not it. That was from Kimber. I don't see.
Thanks, Kimbra.
Real Patriots Party says, easy. Fanny got the duty. Danny got the booty. Okay. Okay. Kimber says, Danny, help. I got that. I see. I'm looking here and I don't. Southie says, no. Hold on a second. I'm very confused. Joe, how dare the Jews culturally appropriate the Underground Railroad? Now the cartel and Hamas will start recruiting. No, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm gonna take note of that.
This is like a high stakes game of what is that card game called? Someone knows. Hold on. Someone knows. What is that game called? I play it with my friends every time and I usually win. It's highly inappropriate. You wouldn't want to play it with your grandmother. Cards Against Humanity. This is what this is. It's a high stakes game of Cards Against Humanity.
I don't know what that is. What is Cards Against Humanity?
It's like I said, it's mildly inappropriate. It may not be your speed.
Karen, I apologize. I don't see your Rumble rant. I'm looking for it. I scrolled up and I didn't see it. It's very possible that it got swallowed on me. I don't even know how to search Rumble for rants. Do you know how to do that?
I don't have a Rumble yet.
You don't even have Rumble?
I'm going to set one up. The main thing is I'm trying to decide between Subscribestar and Locals, though, for subscriptions.
Oh, I'm a fan of Locals, but
I like Locals. I don't like the 30% grab.
There's no
Subscribestar
30%
it looks
grab.
like only takes 9.
There's no 30% grab from Locals.
There isn't?
No,
Oh,
it's like 1.5.
really?
That's what I see.
Okay, I'll have to read through their terms and conditions
Yeah,
again. I was reading it while
maybe
traveling.
read it again. I don't remember there being a 30% grab. But it could be dependent on what portion of monies you're talking about.
I see.
You know what I'm
Because I
saying?
was just adding up percentages. So
Yeah, no, I think it really depends a lot on whether you're talking about like memberships versus rants versus views. You know what I'm saying? Like there's all sorts of different ways to calculate this sort of stuff. I'm trying to figure out account overview, account verification templates. How do I find all videos? I'm trying to find chat comments. Make muting, no. Pro feature. Oh God, I don't know how to find this thing. Monetize videos, schedule all videos, recurring subs. Transactions. Is that it? No, they're just giving me global. They're not good. I'm sorry, Karen. I really looked. I can't find it anywhere. I'm sorry. Joe, correction. There are none of those things outside the tunnels. I'll take my $50 now. None of those things outside the tunnels. No, you're not taking nothing. That's not good.
do you have your
You
followers
get nothing.
building a
You
tunnel?
lose. What?
Do you have your followers building a tunnel? Engaged in tunnel construction?
They're not my followers.
Oh, okay. It's called The Following, so I apologize.
But I'm not the leader. They are followers of the following, but they're not my followers because I am not the leader. I'm a follower, just like them.
You know, Charles Manson called himself the family member too.
Okay. And you want to know something? All the other members of Charles Manson's family called themselves family members as well.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
Don't start trying David Koresh me here.
I'm not. I'm
just
just
because I collect I collect money for for the leader of the following.
So do you have then membership dues? Would that be a way of expressing that?
I don't know what that means.
You have like members, right? Of your following, the following that you're a member of.
I am a member
Uh-huh.
of the following, but what do you mean? Do I have members? Why would I have members?
Do people pay dues to be a part of the following?
There's a $5 monthly fee to remain in the following, and there are different
fairly
levels.
de minimis. It's not bad.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
Unless you're a disciple.
Do disciples give more? 10% maybe? A little more?
No, 10%.
Oh.
There's disciples, there's prophets, there's high priest positions, depending
Okay.
on.
But not a cult.
No.
But no structure, no organization, just disciples, priests, members, general membership.
Members, there's followers, disciples, prophets, high priests.
Okay.
Would you be interested in joining the following?
No, because you see, I have the ultimate truth on my side, and I have power over here. See, one of the things to be a true cult
the
member,
Lord of
this is
Light,
how I know
or is
you're
it
not a
the
cult
seven?
leader. I'll tell you, Joe.
Mhm.
The reason I know you're not a cult leader is because you don't have a monopoly on truth. You don't have a monopoly on power, and you can't actually control the thoughts of your members. You may be persuasive, but you're not that good. So, if you guys want to be a part of a real cult and experience real blessings and joy that only comes from being a part of a collective, please come check out Danny on Direct. We have a great time.
Well, look, I guess if they wanted to join a cult, then in that case, they probably would have found a cult by now. But this is
Definitely not this, though.
It's definitely not this, because the following is not at all a cult type of cult. So if you're looking for a cult, the following is not the place for you. You might want to come here in addition for greater community unity and personal growth, but you wouldn't fill your cult needs here, because it's not at all a cult type of cult.
But your members get personal growth and satisfaction through your following.
Not my following.
The following. I apologize. Yeah, I heard that right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure.
What? Don't you think personal growth is important?
Of course.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah,
it's win-win for everybody.
Sure.
If it's not a cult and you're not the leader, put up a poll over if it is or not. Just saying, a leader wouldn't allow the members to vote on that. He just got you in the Lawgic corner. Okay. Well,
he's not wrong.
I got no problem with that. I will put up a poll.
Okay.
I will put up a poll. I have no problem.
I mean, I didn't come to investigate your.
No. Apparently.
Yes. It just so happens I do cult coverage.
Like me, you think you're a member of the press, and that you can, and that it's your job. What? It's your job to get to the bottom of stuff. So I don't want it far be it for me to stand in your way, but I think it's appropriate for me to. It's your job to.
It's deja vu all.
That's loud.
It's not me.
That was on me. I apologize. No, that was on me, but I'm gonna remedy this now. People want me to put up a poll. I got no problem putting up a poll. Okay, I got no problem. Start a poll. Okay, here we go.
So there's a fun technique called inoculation, where you.
What the heck are you doing? Why would you start using medical terms like that? What are you, a witch doctor?
Well, there's a technique called inoculation where you feed to the members or followers. Some like to call them followers. You feed to them some information about your organization, particularly damaging information. So let's say, for example, cult. You would try and neutralize the term cult by allowing members to decide for themselves whether or not it's a part of a cult. That's one form of inoculation. So you expose them to some choice, but it's never truly a free choice. But that's how you know that this is not a cult, because he's giving you all the free choice to choose whether or not you believe it's a cult. And you know, if anyone's afraid of angering their leader, of which there is none, please feel free to vote your conscience.
I want everyone.
I don't want anyone to feel pressured to vote any sort of way. So, but I am intrigued. I am intrigued. I didn't come here for this, but this is what I'm getting, and I'm not disappointed. Are you crying? Did I make you laugh so hard you're crying? Is that what's happening?
No.
You're welcome.
No. Not at all. I'm just overtired. Okay, so
How many of the followers have stayed up all 24 hours with you? I'm curious.
I don't know, but the poll
Because
is
sleep
up.
deprivation is also a part of programming generally. I'm just intrigued. That's all.
Poll is up. You guys can answer. Feel free. Lily Smith said.
I'm sorry, I just looked at your poll. I'll shut up now.
What's the matter? What's the matter? I don't understand. I don't understand. What's the problem? What's so funny? What's so funny? All right. Did you see the latest fight of migrants kicking and beating two police officers who were trying to break up a fight between migrants in New York? I did not see that. Did you see that?
Wait, what?
Did you see the latest
video? Yes,
video?
I did see this. Yep. These poor officers got the snot beat out of them.
I did, so I don't think I can't show that on YouTube without them thinking it's like there's like medical misinformation in that video probably or something. All right, but my doctor isn't doing a 24-hour stream right now. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, Cheesy Tarian. Your doctor isn't. I don't even understand. You laughed hard on my first $5 super chat times 10. I don't remember the first super chat. No. I started this in the second half. This was not applying the first half. I wasn't even looking on I'm not counting the first 12 hours. I only started this in the second 12 hours in this stream, not the previous stream. So are Jonestown residents allowed to have dual cult chip status?
He may allow it. I don't.
Because she's got a cult. So fortunately, that would not exclude you from joining in the following, because the following is not at all a cult type of cult. So
I'm just kidding. I'm a cult leader. I'll take all your money. Please join.
Miss Danny. Hey neighbor, greetings from Spanish Fork.
Oh. Yeah. It's pronounced Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork.
I don't believe you.
It is.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
I get it now. It's elder, not leader. Plausible deniability. I get it. Good lawyer.
I get it. Good lawyering.
Yeah. You can't have elder without you can't get leader without elders. So if coal members dress as coal miners for Purim, is it racist? Why would it be racist? No. That would be, I think. Wait, what type of coal miners?
He got you. 16 hours, no sleep.
That was pretty funny.
He got you.
That was pretty funny, Ted. That was pretty funny. That was actually really funny. That's actually a really good perm costume. That's a really good perm costume, the coal miners. Sherry, I gotta save that one because that one I gotta save. Cult, group of people who practice excessive devotion to figure, object, or belief system, typically following a charismatic leader. So there you go. It's all about Aphrodite there. There you go. Thoroughly Tossed became a new member twice. So I assume that you're a disciple.
Hey.
I assume you became at least a disciple, right? I mean, that's what it would probably be if you did it twice, like back to back. So congratulations. Welcome. Could be really a high priest. They don't tell me what level someone is. TextFat says, come on, I totally made you laugh that hard. I earned that money. Wait, which one? Which one did he say? I don't even know which one. Which I don't even know which one he sent that.
is your mandatory weapons training in our non-cult cult handbook. That's pretty.
That one was pretty good.
That was pretty good. Okay, so I gotta start like eliminating ones that are definitely not going to be. I have to. We have a cult war here. No, not that one. Not a cult. Yeah, I'll take that out. No. And no, John, no. Wait, which is the one that I feel very bad about Karen Manning's. I do feel very bad about that. What do you recommend I do? I don't know if there's any way for me to remedy that.
You want to hear something kind of funny?
Please do. Yeah.
So our DA, who I ran against, notorious for non-prosecution, just declination letters everywhere, left, right, hundreds, if not thousands of declination letters on really obvious cases to bring charges as felonies. Okay. He was rather displeased with the fact that Utah just passed our own bathroom bill statute. And he went on to say how evil all Republicans are, the state of Utah is, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And hilarious because I'm like, does it matter? Because it's not like you're going to be prosecuting anyone under the new statute anyway, buddy.
It's
like,
true.
Calm down.
It's true. That's why when they talk about like all these remedies for the border, for the border, and all these statutes they want to pass, it's like you haven't followed any of the laws on the border. So,
well, and they haven't followed any immigration law because the immigration law is made up on the spot by USCIS, and they don't want to get rid of Chevron deference. So, they could actually do things to fix these problems for immigrants and for local citizens, but they don't want to. They make there's way too many people who don't have high school degrees even sitting there, earning $64,000 to $78,000 on government dime, who are responsible for saying, okay, I gave you your due process, now go away, after the people who want to comply with the law have shoveled out tens of thousands of dollars. So,
well, are you conceding? I actually think that your stare decisis was one of the best lines.
That
of
was
the show.
pretty funny. Don't concede.
Yeah, don't concede nothing.
Never concede.
Yeah, seriously, don't concede. It's not. Ultimately, I'm going to end up probably bringing it down to like a vote. That's what I'm probably going to do. I'm going to tailor it down to like a few, and try to sort of sort them all out. Maybe have like a couple of polls to sort of narrow it down to like a final 5, and we'll figure something out. But yeah, don't concede nothing. Okay. I actually just wrote. I unchecked your thing, and I actually wrote your stare decisis in my online notepad, so I wouldn't lose it. So you want to find? Should we find out about this whistleblower of Fani? Should we see what we got?
Yeah, let's see what we can find out there.
All right. So this is what I found here. Leaked audio shows Fani Willis. Here we go. Okay.
Aide was abusing that her top aide was abusing federal funds.
Go back.
Bombshell new audio appears to show a whistleblower privately warned embattled Georgia DA Fani Willis that her top aide was abusing federal funds. Now, in the audio, Willis appears to agree with this whistleblower and say that she'd look into it. Yet a little less than 2 months later, the staffer who raised the concerns was fired. Let's take a listen to that audio.
Ooh. He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're going to get MacBooks, we're going to do that, we're going to get swag, we're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county, all this. Took me off Junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing, period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffey were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
Cuffy, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another is dangerous to your administration.
Yeah, so the implication here is that this whistleblower came forward about another employee who wanted to misuse grant funds. And after coming forward in that kind of, nervous, heated, excited way that we just heard, she was the one that was ultimately fired. Now, you also did hear Fani Willis say, I know that you guys have been having trouble at work. So this is a snippet of a broader circumstance. Who knows? There's other reasons that people could be fired. Sometimes people are substantively in the right for their employment problems that
absolutely
outstrip the.
You're shaking your head. What are you shaking your head for? What's
It's retribution. It's clearly retribution. That's clearly what this was.
I mean, I do have to agree that there seems to be greater context here. I would be very suspicious that it's retribution. I agree with you on that. I just think that, like, I can hear an argument that, like, she said very clearly, I want you to listen closely to the words that I'm saying.
Here, maybe go back a little. Maybe that will help us.
Conflict at issue here. Who knows?
Absolutely, we should proceed cautiously into that audio.
He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're gonna get MacBooks.
When we're getting MacBooks, means we're going to, like, basically use the money to get MacBooks, right? We're going to misabuse. She said we're going to misuse the funds.
We're going to get swag. We're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county. All this took me off Junior DA. I didn't not.
Meaning, I guess other people who are not in the county were assigned to being junior district attorneys, even though they shouldn't be, and he took me off. I guess that's what I'm taking her accusation to be.
Yeah, it sounds like she confronted him and said, "Hey, wait a second. The law doesn't allow for you to use your funds that way. You can't go and do that stuff." And then he took her off so that she couldn't even touch any of this.
Okay.
Want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffy respectfully did not know what he was doing, period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffy were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
Cuffy, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another is dangerous to your administration.
Yeah. So
yeah. So she follows up with, I'm not saying you're wrong. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. And then, yeah, you're right. That I agree. This you got to lean very hard towards. It's like now, it's almost like the burden now falls to Fani to establish that this was not retribution.
Yeah, because because she's talking about her boyfriend, right? The special prosecutor who wants to misuse the funds. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's saying, look, I pissed off your boyfriend. He moved me around and changed my workload, put me doing stuff I didn't want to do. I made it clear I didn't want to do that. He made it look like that was my choice. That wasn't my choice. And then soon after this happens, then she's fired. So she goes to tattle to Fani saying, hey, your boyfriend's mistreating me because he doesn't like
not
that
the
I'm
boyfriend. That's the thing. Cuffy is just another dude. Her boyfriend, according to allegations, is that guy Wade.
Oh, okay.
Nathan Wade. So,
okay. That's why I wanted clarification. Okay.
Right. So let's go a little further.
Here is that this whistleblower came forward about another employee who wanted to misuse grant funds. And after coming forward in that kind of, nervous, heated, excited way that we just heard, she was the one that was ultimately fired. Now, you also did hear Fani Willis say, I know that you guys have been having trouble at work. So this is a snippet of a broader circumstance. Who knows? There's other reasons that people could be fired. Sometimes people are substantively in the right for their employment problems that
absolutely
outstrip the conflict at issue here. Who knows?
Absolutely, we should proceed cautiously. This whistleblower who was fired spoke to the Washington Free Beacon, and provided this audio. But I have to say, what's alleged in here is extremely serious. What the whistleblower says is that this grant, and the whistleblower worked doing in Fani Willis's office doing work with nonviolent juvenile offenders. This is important work. That they received a grant from the federal government earmarked for the creation of a center of youth empowerment and gang prevention. Again, that sounds like a very worthy cause for public funding. And what she says is this other employee, Michael Cuffey, wanted to use it to purchase swag, computers, and travel to misuse funds for the greater enjoyment of the office. And she went to Fani Willis and said, he can't do that. That's not what it's for. This is exactly what we want. This is what everyone wants. When there's misuse of public funding for government employees to speak up and report it and say something about it. That's what we all want. So good for her for doing that. And Fani Willis there is trying to, calm her down. It's clear this was a difficult workplace, that she didn't get along with the person. Fani Willis has tried to calm her down, and then we don't know what happens, but she lets her go 2 months.
I gotta tell you, if I'm Trump, I'm not afraid of this Georgia thing. They seem like they are. This house seems like it's chaos that's happening here. I don't know how the hell they could be putting together a serious, conviction, a serious set of indictments against the sitting president when this house is in such utter disarray. Let's look at all the problems that are happening here between her having an affair and Nathan Wade, and she's not getting approval and sending him tons of money, and he's spending money on her. And then they've got these other grants, and she was supposed to be spending much of that money that she got, that she used to go after Trump. She was supposed to be spending that on other cases, that because she got additional funds because there was a backlog going back to COVID, and instead of using it on that, she seems to invest a great deal of it on going after Trump. So that's a misappropriation. Now you got another charge of misappropriation for swag and other stuff, and a whistleblower getting fired. There's just like utter chaos going on here. This place just seems like it's if I was a Democrat right now and filled with TDS rage, I would be just at my wit's end. The same frustration that I feel watching Sean Smith, like, basically, just punt this case away. That's the type of frustration I would be feeling with this DA office, where it's like, why do you have to suck so much? Like, why are you so terrible with terribly mismanaging everything here? It doesn't seem like you're ready to be handling a case of this nature. Do you think that has a significant impact on the capacity of a district attorney's office to properly prosecute a case?
Yeah, it also has impacts on future funding opportunities and on the community at large. You're losing the legitimacy of your office to your entire community, and then they wonder why no one takes the YSL case seriously. Isn't YSL being tried there too, on the RICO claims?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's the same jurisdiction. And then you wonder why it's such shit prosecution in that case as well. Well, because they don't have prosecutors to handle the case. You don't have well-trained prosecutors. And then what pisses me off is the county, typically, I don't know about other counties, but I've worked here as a policy advisor for our county. The county, when they allocate funds, also allocate a certain amount to go to defense attorneys, to the local defense associations.
Yeah.
So they basically went and dedicated a ton of money to prosecutors, and they try to even them out. They really do. They try to make sure that both attorneys can do their jobs to seek justice. And when you have that money flowing out of the DA's office, that's just a complete demolishment of justice. You're not going to have justice being sought, because where's the money to do it?
Yeah.
You're going to have to keep going back to the taxpayers and asking. It's a scam. It's a complete fraud on the taxpayer.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else I didn't mention to you, which is they had an the commission had an appropriations hearing a week ago or so, and she's asking for an additional $5 million over her normal budget, and which is what she did last year also, and they granted it to her last year, and there were objections raised by the committee based on these charges about the wrongful conduct with Wade that was raised by Trump's co-defendant, and they said, we really want to vet this out before we grant or deny your application for an increase in your budget for 2024. So this new set of allegations, you got to figure, is certainly going to play into that as well, where it's like, I think she's I don't think it doesn't look like 2024 is going to treat Fani Willis kindly, and I, for one, cannot cheer the demise of her career loudly enough, because I think she's a terrible human being. I think that she's.
Well, my understanding is this jurisdiction also had some voting issues. So let's
That's-
see if they can fix their voting integrity issues before we expect them to actually deal with the problem in a political way.
Fair enough. I'm going to let you read this super chat here because, yeah.
Philip, $5 super chat says donating for weapons training for the cult. I'm only donating because you have Danny with the hot Fanny on the show. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. By the way, if you don't mind, I'd like to respond to one of your chatters. Said something to the effect that I am, quote, where is it? I'm hot, but I kind of remind them of Thor von Clemson. And my response to that is if you find me attractive and male in appearance, I think that's something that you should explore more with your psychologist, not with me.
TextFed says, I made you laugh so hard you cry with my poll super chat. Danny knows that's the bar to beat. I told you. To be fair, yes, you sort of said what I liked about it, what I liked about it, and I'm concerned, to be fair. I'm concerned is that, like, you sort of gave me an opportunity, you gave me room to roll with the whole manifesto thing and stuff like that. So, like, I never know how to credit that, because you definitely set that ball in motion. But like, yeah, that's why I'm gonna leave it ultimately to the voters. That's what I'm gonna do. But I've locked it away. I've locked it away, and yeah.
Can I take a look at the results? Oh,
yeah. That
Stunning.
Fanny's gonna get spanked. Yeah, let me move you up. I feel rude doing it this way. It's a culture of corruption at that office, and the whistleblower had been calling it out over and over. That's what I'm hearing. She's the one doing the right thing and being rang out. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm in Fulton. There's no one competent. help us. We're surrounded by incompetence.
he has a mug that says failure is not an option either. Like that's beautiful.
Oh my gosh. It really seems like the place is just a disaster. I'm gonna get rid of this. And yeah, okay. All right. This is the part of the show where I usually would say, well, that's been a great show. This is the part of the show where I normally would be doing that when I'm only 18 hours into the show.
Did you talk about the ICJ determination against Israel?
Oh no, I don't talk about stuff like that. I don't talk about stuff like
What's the matter? You don't find the ICJ to be a credible arbiter of justice?
No, I don't care about UNRWA. I don't care about the ICJ. I don't care about any of these idiots. I really don't. I really don't. And it gets me angry, and I'm too tired to. It gets me angry to hear people taking it seriously. I'm like, really? Like, I have to like walk you through the stupidity here, and I'm just not in the mood for that. Not doing that tonight. That's for sure.
Okay. I don't want to sour your mood. So congratulations to your daughter, by the way.
Thank you.
And to you and your wonderful family. That is so exciting.
It is very exciting. I happen to like this young man too. He seems to be a legitimately good guy, and yeah, and he makes. And here's the thing, when it comes, I have a whole different yardstick for a new daughter-in-law than I have for a new son-in-law. For like a new daughter-in-law, I have a whole list of what I'm hoping to see from that woman. Because it's like I want to see that she has patience and wisdom and compassion and is and knows how to carry herself and all these different things that I'm looking for when I was like trying to assess what I'm looking for in a daughter-in-law, and that's because I sort of look at her as, all right, this is the woman who's going to be raising my grandson and primary like caregiver there. So that's kind of really important that she has good maternal instincts. And when it comes to my daughters and my potential sons and my sons-in-law, my only thing is keep my daughter happy. You keep my daughter happy, I'm totally cool with you. Just keep her happy. She'll take care of the rest. So, so just if you're keeping her happy, I got no truck with you at all. You're aces in my book. And right now, he seems to be really good at keeping her happy. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, and he's got to be pretty smart too.
Oh, I'm supposed to get an update on the poll. The poll is showing no dissenters from our non-cult elder. It's unanimous. Look at that.
Fancy that.
Let me check up in the poll. I didn't read out the poll to the audience here. So the question I put out there as requested was, is the following the most not at all a cult type of cult you've ever been a part of? 30% say yes, 38% say definitely, and 32% say certainly. So it is. I look at that. It's completely unanimous. See, I'm not threatened by polls. I got no problem with polls. My polls just, they only confirm what everyone knows. It's not at all a cult type of cult. Yes, definitely, or certainly. Well, I'm glad I was able to prove my point there.
Yep. Me too. You know what? Good for you. Good for you. As one cult leader to a non-cult leader. Congratulations.
Yes. No, I'm not a leader. Even
I said as a non-leader.
No, you said non-cult leader. I'm a non-leader of a non-cult, not at all a cult type of cult.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds legit. No, I'm not questioning you. Listen, I didn't come on here to interrogate you. I didn't come on here to.
Why are people so confused by all this? Why?
I was just offering, if you guys are interested in actual cult analysis and looking at cults and analyzing them. Right now, we just got through our death cults.
Right.
We just got through our death cults. We're going to move on to sex cults, and then from sex cults to political cults.
Oh, this is. Oh, look at this. I had this video running here. You'll want this. Wow. Oh,
that's
my
a great freeze frame of him.
Oh my gosh! You see his caption? Yeah, I know. It's a freeze. I'll tell you this much. That's a freeze frame. I'm sure you can catch him in multiple times a day, but yeah,
for multiple reasons.
Look,
unbeknownst to us, we don't know. We're not making assumptions. We're not imbuing anything into the freeze.
Y'all can fill in the blanks.
Yeah,
and he's hoping you will. But
you're such a dad. Oh my gosh,
that was good.
Come dad on. Joke.
That was good.
That was
good. That was good.
You should pay yourself some money there.
I am. I'm going to take a tip off of what the leader would normally get. So,
can I ask you a question?
By all means, please do.
What role do daughter-in-laws play in your community? So, for example, my community, my Korean community, my Korean side, I'm now known as the village daughter-in-law, which is really an esteemed position. Yeah,
it doesn't sound very esteemed.
It doesn't. But think in Korean, Joe.
She's the whole village.
You need to pay me, okay? If you pay me, you're not allowed to laugh.
Yeah. So
anyway.
whose daughter-in-law? The whole village. All right.
Joe. I'm trying to be wholesome. I'm talking about cute things.
You're the one. You were just talking about sex cults, for crying out loud.
No, I said that we will move on to sex cults and studying and analyzing them.
Right,
like
right.
adults.
So tell us about the village daughter-in-law.
Now the story's over. No, a moment's gone.
No, please.
No,
please.
I'm ashamed.
You had a question for me. So what's your question?
That was my question. What role do daughter-in-laws play in your community?
Oh, very much in very stays as little involvement with any other men other than her husband as possible.
I see. So
meaning, okay, let's put it this way. Okay.
Yeah.
My daughter-in-law, I was almost surprised when they gave me her phone number. That's how little involvement I have with my daughter-in-law. And the only reason I got her phone number was like I think I had to arrange like when I was supposed to meet them for getting a marriage license or something. And so like I was like, but yeah, I don't have any. I never have one-on-one conversations with my daughter-in-law the way I would with a son-in-law. It's like her, but I will tell you this: what we ask of young women in our community, I've remarked to them, it's astonishing the level of burden that these women who have nobility, grace, and strength that is immeasurable is just astonishing. I tell my daughter all the time, I could not do for 3 hours what she does every single day, 7 days a week. She's literally the bread earner of the family, and raising 3 children, the oldest of whom just turned 3. Okay, so she's basically had 3 kids in 3 years, and she's a PA. So
Wow.
yeah.
Good for her. That's awesome.
She's astonished, and that's pretty much what we because the men basically sit and study Torah and they help out with the kids around the house, but the women basically, yeah, they juggle a lot. And I was like, if I had to watch those 3 kids for 6 hours, I think I'd go out of my mind. And I love them. They're phenomenal. They're like adorable. They're just exhausting as all hell. And yeah.
They're exhausting to us females as well. Women, we get exhausted, but I mean that we have a biological need to make sure that the kids aren't screaming. So there is something inherent in us that
This is true. What you just said is so true. When my children, when I had some little ones, if my kids were crying, I'd be like, all right. It would grate on Lady Lawgic. Like she's like, no, child's crying. You have to hold him.
you do something. Just do something.
Yes.
Make it stop. Make them stop. Love them.
Yeah.
Typically it doesn't turn towards aggression, but that's partially why we see shake and baby syndrome with new mothers who are going through postpartum, is because the baby won't stop crying and they feel helpless to do anything. And they're already typically those cases, they're already in desperate situations. And it's not to excuse the behavior, it's just to explain,
No, I'll tell. I never saw Lady Lawgic. I never saw her get angry. She might be exhausted, and she would wear herself down to a nub. But she would literally hold like newborns. They would never touch the ground until they're 3. It's like she's just they're on her hip
Sounds
the
like a
entire
great woman.
time.
Great mother.
Yeah, I think she's a martyr. That's really what she is. She's a martyr. Like she would just like kill herself for her children. And that's one of the key features I was looking for when I was looking for a wife. Was I was like, I know I'm going to want someone who's going to basically throw herself in front of a train for my kids. And she's more than she's done so much so that I sometimes yell at her. I'm like, stop it, stop martyring. Like it's too much. She's very, very. That's just her way.
That's awesome. Okay, well now I get to brag about myself. So in Korea though, daughter-in-laws kind of it's very hierarchical. It's also very patriarchal. And because of Confucianism, it's very separate. So men and women typically in traditional households will sit separately from one another. Obviously there's no touching.
Husband and wife, you're saying, sit separate from each other?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's really not uncommon, especially in social gatherings. Like, so for example, when we make kimchi, we typically make it as a group, like all together. Every mother will make their own kimchi for their own families and whatnot, but it's just so much work. It makes sense to have the whole village and everybody come together to make the kimchi. And so typically there's 2 kimchi making times. And I had the great privilege and honor of being invited.
Kimchi? Wait.
Kimchi, it's like a spicy sauerkraut.
Okay.
But it's sort of a necessary dish to every Korean meal. So you have to have rice, you have to have kimchi. You must have rice, but kimchi is almost akin to that. Everybody has their own kimchi, their own style of kimchi, their own recipes. Anyway, in the household, though, the daughter-in-laws takes the lowest position in terms of decision-making authority, leadership, anything that involves, guiding the home in a particular area. As a matter of fact, that's the father-in-law's position.
Mhm.
And here's something, though, that's unique about it is for as much as my father-in-law does everything and my life caters to his needs and to my husband's needs when I'm in Korea, not like that.
No, I
But
understand.
his you know what I mean?
I was not
Like
gonna make a joke.
okay, I just wanna be clear. So,
No, that's
like,
not
he
the type of
needs
joke I would make. Yeah.
like, if his throat is dry, like, I'm the one to stand up and go get him a glass of water. If someone needs something to be done, I stand up and I just go and do it, because that's kind of the role I play. Now, here's the cool thing about this. There's, almost a dominionship, a sense of duty to the daughter-in-law as a result. So although I don't have much decision-making authority and I don't lead the family in any way, as long as I am close to my father-in-law, he gives me literally anything I want. And I have the entire community's support. Like, when I ran for office, people were cheering for me. They went out and had dinners for me, like, to congratulate me. Like, they're just so invested in me and my life because they know that I'm kind of the caretaker of the community. So, like, my father-in-law, when we first got married, walked up to me, right before we were leaving, and he doesn't cry because he's a traditional Korean man. But, he's sitting there doing one of these, and he hands me an envelope, and I open it, and there's just 20 grand cash in there.
Right.
Like, it's just it's very, it's a very rewarding and honored position to be in. I really respect the role that daughters-in-law play in Korea, and I wish that they held a more esteemed position here, but I think part of the reason why we don't have that in America is because our cultures are so diverse and so specific to each family
Yeah.
that it's very hard for daughter-in-laws to adjust to moving to a new family, being a part of the family, finding where they kind of fit, what their responsibilities are. So, it's not as clear cut as it is in Korea, and it sounds like your community has sort of a defined space for that position, for people to kind of come in and say, "Yep, I'm in charge of dinner on this occasion. I'm in charge of kids. I'm doing this. I'm cleaning up. I'm doing XYZ thing." And with those roles and responsibilities comes great joy, frankly. I find great joy in being able to be a homemaker
I'm
and
sure it is. I'm sure it is
be
because
engaged that way.
because you find your harmony within your community, and that's what real. I was saying this, I don't know, a couple hours into the first stream, where I was like, that is what is real happiness, is when you feel that you have your place in your environment, and that that you're fulfilling a role, and that your objectives are harmonious with who you are as a person, and and especially if you feel that you're contributing and valued, you just feel as if you're part of something that's important, and it gives you, it fills you with real happiness, even more happiness. And a lot of Americans wouldn't believe me on this, even more happiness than the happiness of a couple in love. That
1,000% more happiness. Are you freaking kidding me? Because this happiness is passed down generationally too.
Yeah,
Like, I
it's so
know
much
where
more
I'm gonna be
long
buried.
lasting. It's so much
Yeah.
exactly. It's so much more long lasting, and it's a day by day happiness as opposed to a dependency on another person. It's like you just feel like you're harmonious with everything in your life. So, yeah, it's a real happiness that I think a lot of Americans fail to appreciate, or even attempt to experience, because the idealism that we put out in our culture is that happiness is being in love with your spouse, and that's what ultimate happiness is, which can never ever be ultimate happiness. That is a even if you find someone who you feel that way about, and God bless you, you're one of the very fortunate ones. I'm not talking about someone who ends up in divorce. I'm saying someone who ends up living a very happy, harmonious marriage. That alone is never going to be satisfying, because you just feel as if you're existing. You don't feel like you're growing. Even if your love feels stronger, you don't feel as if you're growing as a person. And it's something that people cannot, I think we cheat I think Americans cheat themselves out of finding. I'm so happy for you that you find yourself in that type of role, because I know that that's a real happiness, and that
It is, and it's a
it's a
blessing.
lifetime. It's a lifetime of happiness. It's a lifetime of happiness.
It is. And it's, well, and it's past lifetime of happiness too, right?
Yeah.
Like I know, when I say I know where I'm going to be buried, I mean, I know where I'm going to be buried, and I know that my grandkids and great grandkids are going to come clean my gravestone and remembering me at least once a year. And, hopefully, as much as the community believes in me, that I can give back to them and show them honor and respect through the life I live. I mean, it's just so reciprocal and so harmonious, and there's nothing like it. I think even in a marital relationship, there's always a risk that you can be thrown away by your spouse. In a communal relationship, that's a lot more difficult, because you're always going to have at least one person kind of back you. And excommunication, that's why when I talk about cults and everything, that's why shunning is such a very strong tool and weapon.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Because when you're kicked out of the community, it's everything. You've lost that. And I haven't found a way to replicate it. I'll be honest. And to your point, Joe, it's not just a love of the spouse that we're teaching is the ultimate happiness. Unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where love of self is the ultimate happiness and the ideal in society today. And that's terrifying.
Yeah, self-worship. And that's where you see the narcissism and that's where you see the selfishness, and that's where you see like the ugly side of capitalism, because it's all just about me, and really cheating ourselves out of, because true happiness is feeling like you're giving to others and that it's appreciated.
100%.
And yeah, that's, I had a whole religious conversation with Ghazni earlier today. I'm not going to start going down that road with you, because but like one of the things I left out was that I was talking about how God has a need to be good, which is why he created man. I'm not going to go through the whole thing at all. It was a very long thing I went through. But the God has a need to be good, which is why he creates man, because to be good, there needs to be another entity that you're being good to, not to yourself. So man is sort of the beneficiary of God's goodness. But essential, and our task is to mirror God in being good to others. And one of the most important things in the world, when we talk about people worshiping God, it's really an expression of gratitude for the goodness that we're receiving. And that's why when you're dealing with your fellow man, we believe that gratitude is one of the most important things you can possibly do. Because if someone does something good for you and you genuinely express gratitude to them, you are encouraging them to do good things again, not just to you, but to others. So you are helping spread more good by giving a genuine expression of gratitude. In contrast, if you fail to show appreciation for it, you're crushing the goodness out of them, and you are making the world a crappier place, because they're far less likely to be good next time. So that's why we believe that, and this is what I was talking about as far as, you feel valued. That's a recognition of the validation of the good that you do for your community, that the respect they give you in return is that's their form of gratitude. And that's critical to your continued desire to do more good going forward. It's a very healthy reciprocal relationship, which is basically mirroring the relationship between God and man.
Well, and they're such good people too. This and what you just said could be applied, to human relationships, especially when we talk about surrounding yourselves with good people. It goes to that importance of reflecting that which you surround yourself with.
Right.
The people who I associate with, especially in my community in the village, back home, they're so good. Like I can't compare to their service. I could give them, something I made, something I spent hours working on, and they'll come back and give me something even grander, right? And it's never truly reciprocal. If it were, I could probably walk away, but there's so much indebtedness and gratitude that I have for these incredibly strong and powerful women around me, especially for my elders. I think there's another issue in our society where we just don't respect elders. We don't respect people who have, decades of experience on us. That's why when you call me an idiot, I'm not offended. I take it as a course correction, and I take it in good faith, because I think, you know what, this guy, you called me an idiot like more than once, I think, actually, in the
No
past.
way.
But that's okay. I'm not offended by it. I treasure it, because you know what that means to me? It means that Joe cares enough about me to correct me. And I appreciate that, because if I'm not corrected, then I'll just keep on my bullshit, and then I look foolish, and that reflects
I
poorly
try
on the people
so
around me.
hard. If I've ever seen you say something that I disagree with, I try so hard to sort of massage the way I apologize. I never should.
No, you don't need to apologize. As I said, no offense was taken. I take it with gratitude, because what that
if I thought
means.
you were really stupid, I would never say it. I would never. In other words, if I genuinely thought you were stupid, like a stupid human being, I would never call you stupid. You're correct in taking it the right way. That's my point.
Okay.
Because if I thought you were an idiot, like that in general, you're just you're an incompetent individual, I just would just shrug my shoulders and be like, well, that's Danny. She's an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how there's no point to saying it. but if
I may have misheard. So to your credit, maybe I misheard.
No, my point is, okay. I'm so tired. No, my point is this, okay? So if I'm talking to, I never make fun of someone who, let's say, is the same way I wouldn't make fun of someone who's special needs, right? Like why would you, what the hell's wrong with you? Why would you do that? I would never say, oh, you're so stupid. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because like they genuinely are someone who's special needs. Like why would I, like what kind
You're
of,
talking about the use of the term retardation as opposed to actual mental handicap.
what my point is, if I'm talking to someone who's genuinely an idiot, so
You
I
wouldn't say
know
that.
I wouldn't bother saying it, because I mean I would just be like, this person is just a human idiot. I just wouldn't want to associate with them. You know what I'm saying? Like I would be like, I don't want to have any conversation with you because it's a waste of my time. So the fact that I give you time, even if I can, be abrupt at times, although I really don't know.
No, it means a lot to me. And that's my point is, listen, everybody, listen to your great leader, not leader, your great not leader. Okay. Listen to him, because he's wise.
If you want someone who's genuinely wise and will course correct you, okay? If you really want to look for someone who's going to course correct you without mincing any words at all, like no matter what, this dude will never mince words. He's going to set you straight no matter what. There's no better person I can bring in than Andrew Branca here.
Hey, folks.
How are you, my brother?
Oh. Hey, let's try it with the microphone. Hey, congratulations, Joe. You got rid of one, huh?
Thank you so much. Yeah. And I want to correct something. I see a chat here. You say I happen to really like this one, implying you don't like your other son-in-law. No, I like both of my sons-in-law. That's not at all what I was trying to imply. I know my other son-in-law well enough to have grown to really appreciate him. And what I'm saying
now,
what I'm saying is, I genuinely like really appreciate my current son-in-law, and this one, like I'm just saying, I really like this kid. So yeah, I wasn't
but
trying
when you
to
give correction, you do it in a way that's not outwardly offensive. So it's not like your other son-in-law would know, right? Unless you were, of course, to say, "Oh, I really like this one,"
I really
that
like
he's not.
I really like both of my sons-in-law. Okay, let me make and I really like my daughter-in-law. I think all three of my kids, thank God, did really well in finding people who they were and finding phenomenal spouses. So there's no but. It's just that they did all three of them did phenomenal jobs. So now I am curious about something. I don't know if you seemed like you were on your way out. If you are, I don't want to keep you, Danny. I'm not throwing you out. No. I just thought that the way you were addressing that topic just now, it was sort of like, hey, before I go, I got to say this, but I definitely don't want you to go because I had a question for you. I wanted to ask you, I had specifically a question for you, given the context of the conversation we were just having. And I'll throw that question at you also, Andrew, because this is a topic that comes up in my house a lot, which I've gotten into hot water over. And that was the question of, Is a son-in-law or a daughter-in-law someone you refer to as a son or a daughter?
Yes, definitively yes for me. I make no distinction. I call my mother and father-in-law my mother and father, and it confuses the crap out of everybody because they're like, "Oh, your mom and dad live here," and I'm like, "Yeah, they're Korean," and they're like, they look at me and they go, and then I go, "Oh, I'm sorry, mother-in-law, father-in-law, my husband's parents." I have to then clarify. So to me, I don't see anything wrong with it. I know that my mother is honored and pleased, and it makes her very happy when my husband refers to her as mom. It gives her a sense of ownership and duty as well. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I think it's really weird to call someone else by their first name or their last name, or I don't know. If you don't call them mom or dad, you just call them by their first name.
No. So with respect to my in-laws, so everyone calls all of my mother-in-law's children call her mommy. I could never grow to say that word. I always said ma instead, like almost as if that's her name, but not. I called my mother. She passed 9 years ago. I called my mother mom. I would never be able to call another human being mom. Like that would feel weird to me. So I sort of felt like ma is a good in between. My father-in-law, everyone calls him Tati, which is Yiddish for father, and I call him Ta. So I basically call him Ma and Ta, and so it's sort of like leaning there, but like not. Yeah, but the issue really comes like with son-in-law. Do I refer to a son-in-law as a son or a daughter-in-law as a daughter? And I got into big hot water when I told my sister that her daughters-in-law are not her daughters. They're her daughters-in-law. And she's like, no, they're my daughters. And I'm like, no, they're your daughters-in-law. And she's like, no, they're my daughters. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're your daughters. So she's like, this is my new daughter. This is my new daughter who like I just met 2 months ago. And this is my new daughter. I'm like, no, I can't accept that.
That's tough. That's kind of possessive. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't opine because I'm only the daughter-in-law. I don't have my own kids. And my mom does get jealous at times when I refer to my mother-in-law as my other mom. So yeah.
So where are you at on this, Andrew? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts and feelings?
Well, not that this would ever be a concern for either of you or your children getting married or anything like that. But given the modern age in which we live, your children are your children forever. In-laws come and go.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate.
I guess it depends on how much faith you have in the permanency of the marriage. It's like, so I've got 4 kids, but none of them are married. One got engaged to a guy who I consider sufficiently below bare minimum that I don't think I've ever referred to him by name or even a pronoun.
Is that dude?
Oh my gosh.
Right. But
I mean, he's a nice guy. He's just there's no substance there at all.
Right.
God. I disavow. I don't have my disavow button. Otherwise, I press it. But isn't it true that it goes both ways? Like the more you are dedicated to the relationship and the more emphasis and meaning you put into that relationship, the more likely it is to last.
So,
no,
go ahead.
Because I think marriage is in thoughtless ways that it should be that way. It should be the more you invest into the marriage, the more permanent it is, the less likely it is to come apart. People get divorced today mostly because they get bored. I mean, they get bored, so they leave. It doesn't matter how other people were referring to them.
Okay, let's go to the next level. Okay, similar type of question. Next level. You have a sibling. Okay, sibling has kids. They're your nieces or your nephews. Those kids get married. Does their spouse now become does the wife now become your niece? The wife of your nephew or
my niece's husband.
Right, exactly, right?
Yeah.
That's your niece's husband. That's not, or it's not like all of a sudden I have a new niece now because she married my nephew. Like that doesn't. I'm like that doesn't wash for me. I'm like I can't accept that. But I will change if they are like sufficiently family invested that they're around all the time and act like a member of the family and they're there for a while. At a certain point, I will start looking at someone who married my niece as a nephew, because it's like he's just part of the family. Like that distinction through their actions of being part of the family erodes, where I'm like, okay, so I have, let's say I have this niece, that niece, that niece, and all three of them are married. And I have, through those three marriages, I have one nephew and two nieces and their husbands. Because one of that, you know what I'm saying? Because that one just like really puts an effort to like, you know, to like hang around with us and like, you know, interact with us. And the other two are just basically doing their own thing. And I don't mind that. There's no duty upon them. You see what I'm saying? But I'm like, this one's like trying to earn a status, be a part of the family. So then I'm a jerk to not recognize that, as opposed to someone who's not putting that effort in, where I'm like, I'm not just going to confer that label on you. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so but it's also different, because I was referring to how I call my in-laws, like how I refer to them, not how I explain them to other people per se. So like I wouldn't, for example, say my sister-in-laws are my sisters to other people, and I wouldn't refer to them as, hey sis. Like I refer to them by their names because they're on the same hierarchy as I am. I don't have ownership of them. I don't have duty to them. I don't have stewardship of them. I have nothing there besides they're my siblings. And so obviously their children, it's sort of the same way. Although I don't know. I have to think this through.
So under what circumstances would it be appropriate for, say, the mother of the bride to refer to the husband's father, the father-in-law, as daddy?
Oh, never, unless you're already divorced and he is your daddy. Okay, never, ever.
This just went totally sideways.
Never, ever, Andrew.
I'm like,
I don't even refer to my dad as daddy.
The real answer is it depends on how much money he has.
All right, everyone, this is Andrew Branker right here. Law of self-defense. Let me get to a couple of these let me get to a couple of super chats.
Oh, I should have paid $20. I might have won the joke contest.
You might have won the joke contest. Yeah. All right. The following falls into all three of those categories. I think, what type of cults were you talking about? There was there's
death cults, sex cults. These are the ones I'm going to be discussing. Death cults, sex cults. What was the other one I said? Political cults, and then I do want to talk about corporate cults at some point.
Yeah, I guess that's what TextBed Starnes claim. You say I haven't really liked. I covered that already. Chugi says, sorry, I didn't think about when I was asking her to bless you, but she didn't. Congrats to you. Thank you. Don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong.
I'll bless you. The Chuggy show, I'll bless you on my show. Don't worry about it.
No, she was saying that she felt bad about putting you in a position where you might bless me. But you did nothing wrong, Chugi. Don't worry about that.
And I asked, and we're good.
Yeah. Danny, can you talk about the moral underpinnings of your political beliefs and how you decide a position on an issue with imperfect information?
This is like an AI question.
Huh? Okay, hold on. First, you're ascribing moral underpinnings to political beliefs. And I think that right there is a no. But I do have certain values that tend to align with my political positions.
To be fair, this is Tim, who was on the show in part 1. And when he was on the show, there was all sorts of people who were saying he was talking about probing my moral underpinnings, and I was like, nobody's probing my freaking moral underpinnings.
No one's doing any probing on the show. You already said it. No aliens, no jabby jabs, no probing.
Yes. I actually never said no probing, but I'm definitely going to be throwing that in going forward. And we also got into a whole conversation because he was saying he's an atheist. We got into a whole thing about knowledge and information. So have we raised enough yet for the wedding? I don't know. Is there gonna be a schmorg? I don't know. Segan Rose, thank you so much. Hi Segan Rose. Legal Vices says, Joe, you're an idiot, but here's some wedding cash. Well, thank you. I appreciate
Jeff, I love you.
I appreciate that. Duncan, Idaho says, I work in child support and listening to you on double speed is a great escape from talking to angry parents and knuckle dragging employees of other states. Well, I'll take it and say thank you. And totally sideways with Branka, impossible.
It's a gift, folks.
Yeah. So, question for you, Andrew. I haven't seen you in like 3 days at least, but I am curious. Have you been keeping up with everything? You don't follow politics at all, right? You don't care about politics, like
I used to, but I gave up after they. Are we allowed to talk about the last election and how it was? There
Yes.
were
yes.
Oh, we are now.
I don't know. I don't want to get your channel.
For the last year, you can talk. You can talk about election fraud if that's what you were.
Really?
Yeah,
And
So
can we talk about the Germany election too?
You can. Ever since Trump became an official candidate and it became a topic on a regular basis, within 2 months of him announcing his candidacy, YouTube announced a change in their policy.
Okay, fair.
Thank you for the heads up.
So
Good to know.
I would say I was interested in politics right up until the night they stole the election from Trump. And after that, I just threw my hands up and said, I'm just going to focus on making money, spending time with my family, riding my motorcycle, and that stuff, because the political world is a complete delusion. There's no real voting for your interests anymore. They just steal the election whenever they want. So I kind of threw my hands up. I did hear. I was listening to your show earlier. I was riding my motorcycle around doing errands, and I was listening. And I heard that little speech by Trump about the electric cars. That was pretty funny, and the electric tanks.
Oh, that was hilarious, right?
Yeah, that was great. Yeah,
that was phenomenal. I think you missed. I don't think you were here for that part, Danny. But he was basically talking about how they want electric cars, everything now. Which, like, it's great if you want to go to a convenience store and you only need to drive 14 minutes. But now they want to have electric tanks. So he's like, we want to be able to destroy other parts of the world in the most economically friendly vehicles on the planet.
Ecologically,
yeah, thank you. Ecologically friendly vehicles on the planet. Yeah, that's very that's the mind of a leftist right there. Anyway. Yeah, so you gave up on politics. You don't care about that. Do you think?
I just don't believe it's real. It's all just an orchestrated play at this point. And particularly when I see states like California, states like Colorado has rapidly become the same way. They tip over until the left has a bare majority, and then within a year they're a super majority Democrat, and they never go back in the opposite direction. These things are all rigged. Here in Colorado, we have nothing but mail-in voting. I mean, it's completely fraudulent. Did we lose audio?
Yeah.
No,
I don't disagree. I think
everybody.
You're preaching to the choir. I think we're just thinking like, okay, well then what does that mean for political junkies like me? Nothing, because I agree with you. I took the black pill a really long time ago. So I've just been sitting here chewing on my popcorn, drinking my wine, and maybe advising some people left and right if they're interested, but typically they aren't. For me, having been a candidate in a local election, I still don't disagree with you. So there you go. It's all made up. Points don't matter. I mean, look at what they did to Carrie Lake. Come on. And everybody sits there and they give her shit and they say, well, wait a second. If you were sitting on this, why didn't you come out with it sooner? Well, because she would have gotten buried. No one would have given two craps. But it's now election season, and this is the time to call people out onto the floor because people are paying attention, and to salvage, from that her career. To say, yeah, my own party screwed me over. Well, of course they did, because it's a uniparty. It hasn't been left and right for a very long time.
Yeah, I just got a notification about something here, which I think is really interesting and sexually related to law. Sorry, I'm doing a left turn.
It's actually related to law, or it's sexually related to law, Joe?
I thought I heard sexually too.
It's actually related to law.
Okay.
A judge dismissed a lawsuit Disney filed against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Did you guys hear about this?
No, but good for the judge.
Yes.
Legal mindsets all over it.
That of course he's all over it. Are you kidding me? He's like, he's practically humping Mickey. I mean, and as he should be, should be.
I was going to say Mickey.
I think he's humping Minnie. Mickey's in the corner.
No, I'm not saying
he's
that.
Just waiting his turn, Bronca.
Yeah,
seriously, F Disney, F Disney, F Disney. I can't say it enough. Can't say it enough.
So what's your thought on this? You're saying to how you're not a fan of, you're not going to Disneyland anytime soon? You're
Oh, God, no. I used to work for the Rat. I worked for the Rat in college. And I'll tell you, having been behind the scenes, that rat's tail goes a long way. And there's a long stream of human rights abuses behind it. They're indoctrinating our kids. They are not American. The company as a whole is very international in nature, and that's where it wants to remain. But it wants to bleed the American people of all their money before they move on to China. It is a giant
cesspool.
It's a parasite. It's a parasite that once it's used up its host, it will move on. It has become such a conglomerate that it is basically our entire entertainment system, our entire entertainment industry worldwide. There's no competition. No competition. And for whatever little competition there is, it's fake.
Wow. I'll tell you this, when I started watching this come out, we saw that it had, fortunately, a very, very positive impact on legal mindset. And you think to yourself, the nature of what his specialty is. You're familiar with what his specialty is, Danny, right?
Nope.
His specialty is Florida real estate special district law.
Oh, okay. So he's all over this. I used to live
That's what
in
I'm
this
saying.
place. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is he's the one
That
who
makes
writes
sense.
up his special district regulations, which became the center of the conflict between DeSantis and Disney. This story, he's literally one of the 5 experts in the world. According to him, and I have no reason to doubt him. He was talking about different people who've written an article who are cited in different articles. He's like, I taught this guy, I explained this law to him, and he's totally misstating what it is. So
yeah, I'm not sure how involved he is in that stuff now, but he was involved in the creation of these special districts.
Right.
The actual special districts. He was
and that was
engaged
not
in
in
that legal process.
1967 when Disney was being formed, but you still, if you're dealing with this sort of thing on the regular, there's probably not more than like a couple of dozen attorneys who deal with this, and it happened to just fall right into his sweet spot. And I'm so thrilled for him that he happened to have the great fortune of having this level of a conflict, which is something that everyone on the right and left really want to know about, that he has this expertise. And yeah, he's become Mr. Mickey for the last 8 months, and God bless him. God bless him. I hope he climbs to 1 million subs, because he's been killing
taught
it.
2 classes for those American law courses that I set up. He taught property law for us, and he taught business law this past semester.
Yeah. So I'm sure he killed it, because
he did.
And he basically was explaining why it was that Disney had absolutely no chance, and 5 different ways that their claims kiboshed themselves, like basically self-immolating and saying that we have the right to do this because of this situation, and then the next cause of action would basically lay out other facts which would destroy the first cause of action. And it was just like he's like, they're eating themselves alive, and he walked through it with such great clarity. So to see his predictions for this thing bear fruit and play out exactly as he said it, I'm like, kudos to him. Great job. Phenomenal. I wish nothing but amazing success for Andrew. I hope he keeps killing it. So yeah. No,
if the shareholders would agree with it, Disney could go and create their own country. I mean, they have the island to do it. They own that property. And they could just go and float off on their little cruise ships, and claim the Scientology defense. I don't have a basis. I don't have a nexus, right? Like I'm out in the ether. I mean, they're so powerful. It is incredibly disturbing how much power they hold, to the degree that had the AG not been fired down in the U.S. Virgin Islands, there's a very high likelihood that we would have found the entanglements, the financial entanglements between Disney and Epstein, because they subpoenaed them. They subpoenaed 3 different CEOs of Disney, and Disney has very close ties to Chase Bank. Chase Bank was funding the entire Epstein organization. Sorry, I shouldn't say his name more than 3 times. He's like the boogeyman, and I know I don't want to devalue your stream, but I mean, this is serious stuff. When I say they're involved in human rights abuses en masse, I'm not joking.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you and Andrew to weigh in on the whole decision by Disney to embrace woke ideology, because I feel as if the way our government is currently structured, like when we see stuff happen with Bud Light, I look at Bud Light as trying to game the system as the system is set up, rather than pushing the system into its existence. And I think there's a very big distinction between those two roles, meaning you can come, if you come to a game and you see the rules of the game, so then you start to strategize, how do I win at this game and maximize my return? So if you can, part of the game, the rules of the game, I mean, as Jerry Seinfeld aptly points out, the difference between lawyers and the rest of and humans is that lawyers are the ones who have read the instructions to the game and no one else has. So we actually understand it, and it gives us an opportunity to play the game with an understanding of what steps we need to take in order to be more successful at the game. So these large corporations, when they see the government laying out a whole list of rules and instructions as to how they're going to structure things, and they see that you're going to have great financial gain by embracing DEI and embracing and raising your DEI score, they can start to set up their company in a way that will be harmonious and consistent with it, so they have a better chance of thriving in the game. And I look at Bud Light, for example, and their decision to employ Dylan Mulvaney to what ultimately backfired on them, likely, but everyone else who's engaged in DEI, Coca-Cola, all these different massive corporations, they didn't see that backfire. They got financial benefit from playing into the game based on the rules set up by government, where there's great financial benefit to playing into DEI. So my question is whether Disney saw the rules of the game, or they were and decided, okay, the reason we're going to start making these woke movies where we're going to have all these female leads and take Superman and make it into and make Superman gay and make and play into this woke ideology is because that's the way the rules of the game are? Or are they so powerful that there certainly were certain massive corporations which were behind setting this up, that they were actually part of the people who wrote the rules of the game? And the reason I think that's important distinction is because I think that if you cut the head off of someone who's playing into the system, that's just going to be replaced by another weed, which is going to pop up and play into the system also, as opposed to people who are helping set up this corrupt system, that taking them out is a far more significant takedown, because they're part of the ones who are purposefully trying to prop up this corrupt game that these corporations are all now forced to play into. Do you see the, the distinction that I'm making there?
I'm not sure what you mean by the rules. If you mean only laws, that's one thing. But I think the rules are broader than that. And I think the more powerful rules, more powerful than laws, are the social rules. And if you mean that as well, then yeah, Disney has, the left has taken over the social rules. They define the social rules. So people who run companies like Disney or Coca-Cola or any of these large organizations, they have so much money that the money doesn't mean anything to them anymore. You can't influence them that way. They can afford to lose $1 billion at the corporate level and not inconvenience their lifestyle. More importantly, when they're making these DIE decisions, they're gaining social capital among their peer group, and they treasure that far more than they would some additional financial gain. They're willing to pay a steep financial price, especially if it's the shareholders, not themselves, who are paying the price. They're willing to pay a steep financial price for increasing their perceived social credibility, value, capital within their peer group. They value that more than anything. That's their religion.
Joe, I agree with you. I think that they were instrumental in building up ESG and the new rebranding of ESG. I don't know what they call it now, but environmental social governance rules that were implemented through the World Economic Forum to the UN and then through there elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, if you own the game, it's not who makes the rules in the game. It's not who understands the rules. It's not the players. It's who ultimately at the end of the day can pick up the board and say, F you guys, I'm out. And that's basically what Disney has done in order to completely demolish their competition. There is no competition as a result, because unless you buy into whatever propaganda they are selling, that they have forced other companies to buy into, if you don't buy into that, you're not going to get leverage. You're not going to get funding. You're not going to get any liquidity to move forward with whatever project you are promoting unless it fits the narrative that they have created. They know it's a losing narrative. And to Bronca's point, he's absolutely right. For them to lose money on this narrative is nothing. It's nothing, but it's everything to their competition. It's everything to anyone who would ever dare come up and tell Disney what to do with their profits, with what they do as a company, because no one's going to be able to. No one's going to be able to do that. It's a losing strategy on purpose. They have rigged the game against anyone who may come against them, because if they don't tote the narrative, they don't get funding. If they do spout the narrative, well, great. They don't get any money out of it, and it's no longer a money-making venture for them. So they give up. It gets rid of all dissenting voices. It gets rid of all dissenting narratives, and it gets rid of anyone who may come out and say, yeah, I want to make a film. Let's say, for example, I want to make a Christian-centric film, or I want to make Disney's classical films, for example, about a female lead who is kind, who is genuine, who's feminine, who embodies what we would classify as feminine. I would like to make a film about that for girls like Danny on Direct who want that, who aspire to be that one day. I want to make a film for her because I think that will sell. I think people like that. I think it's uplifting. I think it's good for society. Guess what? You can go ahead and make your little film on zero budget, because unless it's toting ESG, you're not going to get funded.
Yeah.
And then once you do switch and say, okay, never mind, my girl, she's not even a woman biologically. She's impaired. And she's the hero of the story by being the ultimate victim. No one's going to come watch your show now. So you've silenced all dissent effectively.
All right, I want to get to super chats, but I want you both to I don't want you to give me some black pill thing of hopelessness. I want you to tell me how this ultimately changes in a way for the positive. So even if you don't think it's going to play out that way, tell me a set of circumstances that you think would play into like this situation being remedied. Let me get to a couple of these super chats and these rants because they've been hanging out here for a while. Rob Ford, God bless you, my brother. Congrats and best wishes to your daughter. You're awesome. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate you. Tex Vet says libertarian is the real way. Monarchy is what the modern right think conservatism is. Individual rights is minimal government. Yeah, I mean libertarianism. I have a lot of agreement with libertarianism. I think when taken to a certain extreme.
Have you met any of them?
Any libertarians?
Because there's a Grand Canyon chasm between the theory of libertarianism and the people who claim to be libertarians.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Nick embraces himself as a libertarian, I think, and I think that it's even though he claims that he's a libertarian, I think that his position on being pro-life is not very libertarian. I mean, he would claim it is because he would say that he's protecting the life of the fetus, and if you're recognizing that as an individual from conception, I guess in that case that's part of libertarianism. But a lot of libertarians would not look at it that way. They would look at it as it's not a life, and hence you're interfering with the mother's
right. So of course
liberty.
you can find individuals who are politically aligned libertarians and would be consistent in their beliefs, but they are fewer and far between, and you will find no organized libertarian political structure.
Yeah,
that's the main problem with libertarianism right there, is because there is no definition. There are no secured borders to secure. There is nowhere to say, yes, we are one entity, one group. Myself as a libertarian, I can't fall under that group because that group doesn't exist.
And I say that as someone who used to be literally, when I was in college, a card-carrying libertarian. I mean, I joined the Libertarian Party. I sent them some money. They sent me a little card. It was very cute.
Did you have a little what is that? A hedgehog? No, not a hedgehog.
I don't remember. Sorry.
A Wolverine?
No, it's
and I would say if I had if I made the rules, I'd live in a society of radical individualists, which is about pretty close to libertarian. But the problem is society can't function that way. So if you're, what's that?
Porcupine is the symbol of the Libertarian Party.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's some people who do well as kind of radical individuals, carving their own path, not being dependent on many other people or institutions. But most people can't live that way. They can't. They are dependent.
You know, it's interesting you're saying that, because like in a similar vein, like when you talk about like what most people can versus like the theoretical versus the practical, like I've been having, on the first part of this stream, I had a whole conversation about theists, and I mean over the last couple of weeks, I've been talking about morality and the absence of theism, and living by the golden rule and things of that nature. And what I have expressed multiple times in a similar type of vein is, in the theory, a person could be very moral without having any belief in God. It just rarely seems to work out that way, particularly when carried by large numbers of people.
I mean, that's a core function of organized religions, right? I mean, but let's set aside the matter of actual faith in God. But a core function from a practical perspective is to provide a functional moral framework for society to conduct itself. Because if you listen, the average IQ is what? It's 100. That means half the population has an IQ below 100. These are never going to be radical individuals, and they need a set of rules to guide their conduct in society, or we'll have chaos.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
We imagine, because we're all high performers, we might tend to default to thinking that everyone's like us. Everyone's got a high IQ. Everyone's self-motivated. Everyone's driven. Everyone has a moral code. That's just not true.
Yeah.
I think in that case, the need to make sure that the bar to entry of good civil society in terms of legal aspects, right? Whether or not we're going to throw an idiot in jail needs to even be a little bit lower, right? And this is where I'm pretty consistent in my libertarianism. Your laws should not be the ideal. Your law should be the bare minimum. Like just existing, you're good to go. So I think we as a country have been pretty good, although not perfect. We haven't been bad at embracing some libertarian ideals, historically speaking.
I mean, frankly, I don't think our current democracy works. I mean, the founders never envisioned this. They never envisioned a universal franchise, for example, where even the dumbest person, the crack addict on the corner, got the same vote as the smartest person, the most productive person. The founders didn't create that nation. We did that.
The dumbest leech on society.
Right.
Not just dumbest person, but the dumbest person who's already eating from society would have a vote in who's going to
their vote cancels out Elon Musk.
Well, Elon Musk doesn't have a vote. He's not American. So
whatever. If he had a vote. Yeah, I thought he was American. Yeah, I thought he was.
He's a naturalized citizen.
Naturalized.
You're right. I apologize. I'm mistaken.
Oh, come on. Otherwise, the left would have kicked him out.
So he's a true African American. That's what I always say. He's the epitome of an African American.
Yes, he is like any other African American. Hands one pack. And isn't it great to see an African American who's so successful? Everyone's always saying that the African American community is a victim, are victims, and it's like look at one of their own just rising up.
Oh, I was going to make this point when we were talking about Disney. So when we think, you would think Disney loses $1 billion, that would influence their decision making. Money doesn't move these levers. It doesn't. Now, just look as an example of how much money it took to partially save Twitter from the progressive left absolute control. A billionaire had to buy it. Right? We can't do that with every social institution.
And spend $54 billion. Like, right. I mean,
and it's not like it's libertarian now, right? It's still, freedom of speech, not freedom of reach.
Yeah. Look at that little thumb hanging up over your head. There you go. I don't know how that came there, but I'm pleased to see it.
That's
Yeah. Hands One Pack says the following will soon convert to a multi-level marketing network selling tracksuits. So there you go. We can always hope. Nick Devwiz says the strength of Samson pushing over them pillars inspired Samsonite. Should I look out for Josemite? Pillargate, I have been exonerated of Pillargates. I found the video. I have been exonerated of Pillargate. I did not knock that pillar over onto my sister. That has been like the best thing that came. Well, that and all the love that I've gotten.
Wait, what?
Pillargate
It looks like your hair was cut, so I don't know if we can rule that out.
Pillargate relates to a story. I don't know if you know this story, Andrew, but when my nephew got married 2 years ago on Columbus Day, 2.5 years ago, so they had these 4 pillars around the stage area where the wedding ceremony took place, and right after and I was live streaming the wedding, and right after he stamped on the glass and everyone charged up to share hugs and mazel tovs. So I was one of the people who charged up there, and my hand was at or near a pillar, one of those 4 pillars, when all of a sudden all 4 of them started shaking, and one of them fell over, hit my sister, who was the mother of the groom, hit her on the head, which in the moment seemed mildly amusing, but considering the impact it had on her, where she actually had a ringing headache for the rest of the night and had such bad neck injury from it and pain that she actually had to have surgery. So
why did you do that, Joe? Why did you do that?
Spirit of the Lord came upon him. That's what happened.
And I was like, and I felt, and I can't tell you, and basically I can't tell, I felt like really kind of guilty while at the same time saying I wasn't like leaning on it. I literally just put my hand on it. There's no way something that heavy should have tumbled over from my hand being on it. But I sort of felt like a certain level of guilt. And as it happened, I'd forgotten that when I was streaming on YouTube, it was concurrently streaming to Odyssey. And at the beginning of the stream tonight, I watched through it. And even though the video is very blurry because everything's moving around, what you can see is that someone else's hand is on the pillar also.
God was walking with you the whole time.
I call it the hand of God. The hand of God was on that pillar. So yeah, I'm feeling very, very relieved because I really was feeling some level of guilt, even though she's in the middle of a lawsuit, and that thing shouldn't come tumbling down from people touching it when they know that people are going to be rushing up there. That's the way these ceremonies invariably run. But yeah, so they're facing liability no matter what. But playing any sort of role in that made me feel kind of guilty. So the idea that someone else had a hand in it, literally and figuratively, definitely was somewhat reassuring. But that's what Pillargate is. So, and that's what the reference to me being Samson or Josemite, etc. Let me check out locals because I know that there were a few chats that came in there that I had not even looked at. Johnny Reb says Joe likes the TP under, doesn't turn out lights, didn't keep the tank filled up, prefers his wife to drive. Joe, I have questions. You can have all the questions you want. I don't have to answer to you.
Are you a passenger princess?
I don't know what passenger princess means. I
The
don't even understand the
non-driver
term.
in the family, the person who sits in the passenger
yeah, that's
seat
Joe.
and
Yeah,
gets to
that's
play on their cell phone the whole time and says, "Hey, pull over, babe. I need to go to the restroom. Hey, babe, can we just stop over there, babe?"
No, actually,
I saw Joe's car one time. We met up in New York, and he had one of those little child steering wheels in the front of the passenger.
Oh,
and
see, there you
dashboard.
go. He's like pulling a Samson, same thing.
Yeah, no, I wish that I never had to drive. My big complaint is that 90% of the time I have to be the one to drive because, yeah, no one else wants to. And I recognize that when no one else wants to, I guess it's sort of my duty. But yeah, I don't look at that as a mark of shame. I look at that as a mark of wisdom. But if you think that you're a big tough man because you know how to navigate traffic, exhibiting that as a manifestation of your alpha male side, I say power to you. Keep on trucking. Big Poop says the Christian belief of original sin, at least as I've grown up understanding, was with Adam and Eve. When God told Adam that he will die when he eats from the tree, Christians believe that referred to spiritual death because of the original sin. Humans are born physically alive but spiritually dead. Christians believe that we become spiritually alive again through Jesus. Okay. Free Divine, thank you for the tip. And this I gotta share. I guess I'm gonna have to share this with I don't know how do I share this? Oh, I know how to do this. Okay, I'll do it this way. This is what I got, a little meme here that someone wants me to share. I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. I have no idea what my following wants. It's not my following, but what the following wants from me.
Just another PSA. If your leader in an organization doesn't drive and is driven around, maybe in a cult.
Just remember what happened to Kennedy, Joe.
I'm just saying.
Kennedy didn't do much driving either. So there you go. Joe Neerman states that the following is not a cult type of cult, but he calls his disciples diggers. He's in use. They are called diggers. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not too bad at all.
That was a high effort joke.
That
With
was
a, with a hard R.
Hard. It was a hard effort joke. So I was asking you guys to weigh in and let me. Oh wait, I had a few other here that I need to cover. Corpse head structure. Those laws and bills. Let's be real. There's almost no difference between state and corporate anymore. I think there's a word for that.
Fascism. Sorry.
Thank you.
I need my Ritalin.
I appreciate that. TextVet says Disney has become that large, as in many others, but it's only because of government. Name any super corporation that doesn't have government funding. Government interference destroyed the free market by funding, bailing it out. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Disney has become large, but it's only because
ESG was birthed by the 2008 bailouts. That was basically the compromise that Republicans purportedly wanted to have the bailouts, which is the least Republican thing, least conservative thing imaginable, to bail out the car companies and the banks. And that when they drafted the laws for bailouts, that's when they started incorporating ESG as a part of what banks would be required to value in their lending. So they said, we're going to give you banks money, but when you're issuing loans going forward, you have to give credits to various corporations that have a high ESG score. And
so what's the expression? Never let a bailout go to waste.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's like the bailout was gross and disgusting and never should happen in the first place. They should have gone bone dry. And then in addition to basically ripping off the American people, we got ESG as a secondary curse, which is far worse than the initial bailouts even. Texas Vet says small L libertarian is different than large L. For example, I'm a monarchist, which is different than minarchist.
Short kings.
Which is different than an ANCAP. I do not like the Libertarian Party. I think Ron Paul is an example of libertarian. Okay. Rest of Town says it changes by ostracizing those close to us supporting this madness. Oh, so this is the question I asked you guys. How does this change? And Rest of Town saying conservatives aren't even willing to ban these people from their poker game. It's let the other side attack indefinitely at no cost. So what do you think is a way for us to turn the tide?
This is the whole social structure, though. You'd be banning everyone. I mean, so you can do that if you live, if you're Orthodox Jewish and you have that kind of cohesive kind of sub-society, you're living within that culture, you can afford to ban everyone who's fans of Disney. But most normal people, we don't have that kind of social infrastructure around ourselves. We're barely a family unit. I mean, half a family is divorced, right? So we barely have that. And everything on TV is funneled to us from Disney or similar corporations. It's like You know, we're a fish in an ocean of Disney. There is no escape. And can a fish say, I'm not going to deal with any other fish? I mean, that's basically what that's suggesting.
Okay, but what if a populist leader were to take over the presidency? Do you think that they could take steps? Let's assume they made you president tomorrow and you were dead set on trying to fix it.
I'd follow the Joe Biden model and make a lot of money.
Oh, first thing I would do is go and fire every single head of agency. Every single agency I could fire, I'd go through and get rid of them, rip them out, rip them out, rip them out.
And let's assume that their replacements are going to be just as bad as them. Okay, so I'm talking
policy. They'll probably be worse. I mean, this is a problem Trump ran into, right? People say Trump hired terrible people. But the whole thing was so politicized that anyone who was concerned about their reputation of future employment couldn't risk working for Trump because you'd be blacklisted everywhere. So he didn't have a high quality pool of people to select from in the first place. That would happen the next time. So you fire every agency head. Where do you get the new agency heads?
Oh, sweetie, you're assuming that I would keep the agencies around. You asked me a hypothetical. What I would
fair
do
enough. Fair enough. If you're going to eliminate the agencies,
I'm calling on the military. I have the military. I'm calling them in, and I'm saying, you know what? They're in violation of our Constitution. They're in violation of the rights of the people. We're getting rid of them. These are all fake agencies. They're all thieves. They're all taking your taxpayer dollars. I take all that money and send it back to the people.
Are you familiar with America's military in 2024?
Oh yeah. No, I'd get rid of those.
It's just as bad as
generals.
Disney.
I would call up generals I trusted. That would be step number one. Call up the generals I trust. Get rid of the ones at the top. Make sure that my orders are carried out efficiently and proficiently. I would have all of it filmed. I would make a whole spectacle of it, and I would rescue America.
Like, my name is Inigo Montoya. You have killed my country. Prepare to die.
Yep.
That's really solid. I need to grab a drink. Can you guys talk amongst yourselves for like a minute while I just sort of grab like a little fluid? Thank you. I'll be right back.
How's the weather where you are, Bronca?
Today was beautiful. It was 60 degrees out. I was on the motorcycle for a couple hours today, so it was nice.
I'm so
just
jealous.
riding up and down the
worry about, like, rocks.
Rocks. You mean like kicked up by vehicles?
Yeah.
I wear like $1,500 worth of protective gear, so no, I'm not worried about rocks. Yeah, I got a heavy jacket, heavy pants, a full face helmet, gloves. It's no, I'm not worried about that. I worry about other drivers, cars. I worry about cars a lot, and I worry about deer. That's about it.
What has been the increase in DUIs that you've observed in the past 20 years? Because I was really shocked. I drove through Colorado twice in the past like 6 years, and I have never seen so many clearly intoxicated drivers out on the road in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it's terrible. And a lot of we just brought in like 50,000 illegal immigrants into Colorado. They're all going to get free driver's licenses. They're all going to be driving around. I mostly ride my motorcycle, mostly up in the mountains where there are no cars. I mean, no one's there. That solves the car issue. I still have to watch out for the deer. When I do have to ride, like today, I rode a couple hours up and down I-25 between Denver and Colorado Springs. Their cars zipping in and out. They're driving like lunatics. You have to be very careful.
How is Steamboat Springs, by the way? I'm thinking of taking a trip over there.
It's extremely touristy.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep.
So then maybe I'll skip. I'll just keep going up to Idaho for my hot spring needs.
I was not that impressed by Steamboat Springs. I would suggest something like Glenwood Springs, Crested
love
Butte.
Glenwood.
Vail is still very nice, in part because it's so hard to get there. It's so inconvenient to get there. Not Vail. Aspen. Aspen is what I meant. Vail is.
I didn't know they had hot springs in Aspen. I mean, it makes sense, but
no. Is that what you're looking for? Is hot springs?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the hot pots, man. That's all I want. I want some hot springs.
Then I would definitely recommend Glenwood Springs as the place to go.
Okay, I'll stick.
It still has a small town feel, like a Main Street type of feel. Lots of nice little restaurants. It has the Glenwood Springs, the giant. Are you familiar with it at all? It's got a giant pool.
Oh, honey, when I was a kid, I used to go to. There's a hot spring just north of Glenwood. It's called like Indian Springs. Anyway, it's a nudist spring. And I'll never forget it because I went in as a little girl And I'm just looking at everybody, and like everybody's looking at me because I'm looking at them. And it was so funny. I'll never forget. I went to my grandpa because my grandpa was an artist. He actually is the one who's kind of settled Park City up here, established Park City as like an art gallery visitation place. He was a general contractor, land developer, artist. And it's so funny. I'll never forget. He turned to me and he says, this was after we went. I didn't go with my grandfather. Let's be clear. I didn't go with my grandfather, but afterwards I remember talking to him because he had new models coming into the studio sometimes. And I remember saying, yeah, why does everybody look so funny? And he was like, well, because there is no comparison. He was like, that's what makes human beings so unique, is that we all look different, and God made us that way. And I'll never forget that. That really touched me, actually, a lot. It really helped me in my self-esteem as a kid, because I was raised to believe that, we all have different bodies and that's okay. And I like mine.
Yeah, so I grew up on Long Island. We didn't have hot springs there, but we had Fire Island, which was had a lot of gay beaches on it, gay and nude beaches on it. And
how fun!
It's one exposure to a nude beach is
Long Island.
Yeah. One exposure to a nude beach is now I understand why we require most people to wear clothes.
Yeah, that's generally the takeaway whenever I've been in those scenarios. So when did you end up in Colorado?
Only about 6 years ago.
Really?
And I'll be leaving within a couple of years. I'm out of here.
Where are you thinking of going next?
We're looking pretty hard at Kentucky, not Louisville, but like suburbs around Louisville. It's all a function of where we think we can find good schools for the kids. We still have 2 young girls, and there's a few of those in Louisville. We're looking at maybe Huntsville. I looked at Texas, but Texas is only a couple of years behind Colorado in terms of becoming California. So,
yeah, well, because all the Californians moved there. They all moved here too. That's why we're out of here. I mean, I'm looking at places outside of Utah because I can't handle it anymore. It's not my people. I don't feel comfortable here. I don't want my kids going to school here. I don't feel safe here because of the DA we have and the laws that we're implementing. It's just, it's absurd. And, it's hilarious because we tout ourselves as the most well-managed state. And I'm like, yeah, for its citizens, they manage their residents really well, but with whatever corporation comes through and donates and campaign funds, they get to do whatever they want. So, I mean, our state is extremely resource rich. Nothing wrong with that. The problem is that they decide to clean all those resources where everybody lives. So I can't breathe in the winter at all. Our air quality here is sometimes worse than Beijing.
It's
terrible. I've got to get out of here. I love Utah though. I do love the people here. I love the energy here. I love that people are somewhat more of the Intermountain West. They have a sense of individuality, but they're also very collective in nature. So I don't know if I'll stay here.
To me, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So,
I was just going to say, I've lived and traveled all over. I like Colorado, kind of. No, I don't. It's not safe for me in Colorado.
Colorado is, geographically, it's gorgeous, and I've ridden motorcycles over much of the world, and it's the best motorcycle riding I've ever found anywhere. And I'm going to miss that part of it. But it's like California. California is geographically perfect. It's unbelievably beautiful. But everything the left has touched turns to shit. And they did it to California. They're doing it to Colorado. And basically, I'm looking for a state that won't turn into this within the next 5 years.
I have a plan.
Yep.
Tell me what you think. Okay. We wait for California to go completely bankrupt. Okay. We go and buy.
Never happened. They have what? Twitter. They have Facebook. They have Google. They have.
Listen, we go grease some palms once California implodes. We get some really cheap land and we start a commune out there. And then we make a new state of California. Just a crazy idea. Throwing it out there. Are you in?
Sure, why not? Call me when it's ready.
You guys, you heard it first right here. Danny on Direct, Cult of Lawgic. We have one of our main sponsors for the for our next step in evolution in our cult, which is to create a compound. Thank you so much.
As long as I get to make the gun laws, and the gun laws will be there are no gun laws.
I'm completely okay with that. We're in agreement. This is great. I'm so stoked. Yes.
So what have you been up? What is this AKA Lawfordite? Is that a new handle, or is it just a joke for the show, or?
Oh, it's kind of a joke. Kind of not. So my followers are members of the Cult of Lawfordite. I too was a member of the Cult of Lawfordite until I assumed my role. I realized I actualized my divine self, and I am the goddess Lawfordite. We talk about law and politics on our show, and I give blessings and curses. Have you not been blessed or cursed?
Almost every day.
Yeah, but like by me. Look, see, I even have a band hammer. Someone sent me a little boop stick. So when I give blessings, I go boop, and you're then blessed. They're pretty benign. Well, my curses are not benign. My curses are excellent. But my blessings are like, you'll find $100 in your pocket in the next 3 months. Things like that. Things that I don't guarantee. There are no guarantees. There are no warranties. But that's what we do. Our channel's growing. I'm trying to hit 10,000 by May. I quit my day job so that I can focus on YouTube and focus on my husband's business, focus on my career. I don't want to be in family law forever, Andrew. I can't.
Yeah. No, it's
I
horrible.
did it for a year and I almost had a heart attack. No more.
It's way worse. Family law is way worse than criminal defense. I'd rather work with criminals.
So what is going on with you? How are your classes going? I'm sorry. Last year was a shit show for me, by the way. So if you still need someone to come chat, I'm happy to come up with some curriculum. And when I say I mean AI, Chat GPT. But go ahead.
Well, our business model for the American law courses was basically to have like a 1L first year law school curriculum. And so we taught it live when we were recording the classes the first time through, but we basically have that now. So this spring, it's only going to be the pre-recorded courses we already have. We're not doing live courses this spring. And if we do live courses, we'll have to see what the demand is like. I mean, because now we're at the point where we've covered, criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence, property, con law, and we're getting into business law, and we're getting into subjects that are really 2L and 3L. And I'm not sure, that was never my intention, was to, completely recreate the law school experience. So I don't know. We're going to be selling the pre-recorded courses on an ongoing basis, and we'll see where it goes from there.
That's awesome. I'm thinking of writing a book.
That's a lot of work.
I know. But, if Becky can do it, I'm confident that I have the skill and ability to do it. And now I have a little bit of time too. So,
I mean, I think it's worth it. I've written several books, and they've all been very productive and profitable for me. But I just always caution people, however much effort you think it's going to take and time you think it's going to take 10 times that much. So just be prepared going in. I'm not telling people not to write books. Just have a reasonable expectation for what it's going to take. Because the worst thing is to write 80% of a book and quit, right? I mean, then you did all that work for nothing.
Yeah, well, the worst thing is to not say anything or do anything or try anything and then quit before you even start. That's my personal opinion. I mean, that's the thing, is even if the book fails, I want to write something. By the way, I took your book, and I hope you'll forgive me. I gifted it to a friend of mine. He wants to own a firearm in the state of Nevada. And he asked me some details on, some basic rules about firearm ownership. And I said, you know what? I think this book will be a good start for you. And I said, reach out to Andrew Bronco, go to his website, and I think that will help you a lot.
The funny thing is, it won't help them. So
yeah.
I actually, because I don't do gun law, so I don't do ownership, licensing, stuff like that. I only do when you're allowed to use the gun. So use of force.
That's what his questions were in reference to, was self-defense and what's appropriate and what isn't. And I said, you know what? I'm not the person to ask. I said, but I do know an expert in the field. As a matter of fact, he's the foremost expert in the US, probably the world, on self-defense. So why don't you reach out to him?
Yeah. And by the way, anyone can get the book. Just go to lawselfdefense.com/free book. We give the book away. So we only ask that you cover the cost of shipping. But or you can go to Amazon and get it from Amazon, but Amazon charges $20 or $25 for the book.
Also, everybody go subscribe to my channel if you like everything I'm saying and you want some more hot law topics.
Here.
Go and check out
Yes, I
N1
agree.
Direct. We have a lot of fun. I think we have fun. I know we do. I have the world's best chat. I know that the followers think they're the best chat, but it's only because they haven't become a part of my cult yet. So,
are you back, Joe?
He is back.
I am back, but I'm trying to figure out where I did my glasses. I'm very confused by that.
You left them on the toilet, Joe.
Probably.
Salty Balls says not an effing chance. Dang.
What am I sharing here? What is this?
Oh, somebody, we were talking about my motorcycle. Somebody in the chat asked for a picture. So this is a stock photo, but that's exactly what my bike looks like.
Wow.
That's so pretty.
Yeah.
That's a very pretty bike.
It is a pretty bike. Indeed. Nice. So I see you guys been generating super chats, and that means you're holding up your end of the deal. I appreciate that. Danny, you're describing ideology as libertarian. You're saying libertarianism is a way to change the country afuera. I'll tell you this much. I do think that things can change. I'm not nearly as black pill as you, Andrew. I think that things can change. I think that it takes a combination of different factors. I think you need to have the right people in place. I think the punishment financially, yeah, it might be not a big deal to a company like Disney, but I think that other companies seeing that they're getting crushed, you just need a couple of statutes that get ripped down. That's all you really need. And I think that the damage and destruction, I think that you can create, I think there's so much anti-CRT, DEI crap out there that I think that I can easily foresee a situation where someone's like, where there becomes a groundswell of reactionary anti-DEI stuff where this stuff gets uprooted.
Here's where I see the only actual hope, and that is if we can seize back control from the progressive left of the schools, the education system. Because as long as they control that, 90% of people don't know things innately. They know what they're taught. They know what they're shown. They know what they're told is the truth, the true history. And if you don't control that, you don't control anything because you lose the people. They become brainwashed into these ridiculous ideologies. I will say after COVID, so we have a county here in Colorado, one of the biggest counties, Jefferson County, and they've in the last year, they've closed like 12 elementary and middle schools because the parents left. The parents all went to homeschooling or they went to charter schools. And to the extent the homeschooling and charter schools are teaching a different message than the progressive left, then we have hope. Because if you have, demography is destiny, right? And if all the progressive left men and women are saying, we don't want kids, we don't want family, we don't believe in any of that, we're just going to live for ourselves. Well, they last one generation. The people having babies last forever.
Well, that's part of the reason they want to seize control of the education system, because they don't have their own kids. Them saying it's part of the reason it's so essential to them that they should be able to establish whatever control they want. Why are they freaking out about the book bannings?
Right. They're co-opting other people's children. They're not biologically having children, so they're co-opting the children of the people who are biologically having children.
Yeah. And they know that we're the suppliers of this next wave of kids. So that's why they recognize that they're not going to be able to teach them this at home. The only way they can get a hold of them is at school. And if we limit their ability to control the education in school by banning stuff that they want to shove down our kids' throats.
Well, I think they see that risk, and that's why they're importing tens of millions of illegal immigrants into the country.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think that I think that's such a stupid miscalculation by the left. The left is so stupid in a myriad of ways where they look at brown people as a monolith, as if like Cubans and Puerto Ricans think the same type of way when their cultures are so disparately different, and the mindset as far as what they value and what they respect and what they want for their kids are really different. And they assume, well, you're brown, obviously you're going to vote blue, but I don't think they're going to find that to be the case. I really don't. I don't think their skin color matters at all.
But I think their cultural worldview matters a lot, and they do not have an American cultural worldview. Things like due process of law, property rights. They don't possess those things in the way an American does.
Oh, so let's consider this, Andrew. You think someone escaping from Venezuela is thinking they want to go to Marxist socialist type of perspective? You think that the Cubans who have Christian values are saying, "Oh yeah, we want to be embracing this trans ideology and have our kids be exposed to that"? I don't think
Who's
so.
who's a U.S. who's a U.S. Congresswoman who married her brother to get her brother into the country?
Ilhan Omar.
Okay. What's her district? Her district is thousands of Somalis we brought into one congressional district in America. So she has a permanent seat in Congress. Those people aren't voting like Americans. They're voting for their tribe.
Well, to be fair, you said, I think correctly, that there's a lot of fortification which happens. That to me is a bigger problem. There's been all sorts of scandals that have been exposed about Ilhan Omar, where she's been like basically buying votes purportedly. I mean, this was reported by James O'Keefe, that they would go around giving people like $50 to a ballot.
Sounds like Boston.
Yeah. So,
I don't believe in underestimating your enemy. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think that they are banking on Republicans changing the laws to make it more difficult to obtain citizenship once these people are already here. They're letting everybody in so that they can increase their numbers, the sizes of their districts, so they get more voting power. Now, the people who are actually coming here, the ones who would have instilled notions of freedom due to their experiences back in Venezuela and elsewhere, the vast majority of them will not be eligible for citizenship as a result of their illegal crossing over the border. The Republicans know this. The Democrats know this. They don't care because they want the labor force. So this provides them labor without guaranteeing them any rights, including the right to vote. It's their kids. It's their kids, the second generation immigrants, that are the concern, and they will 100% brainwash them and have them voting left within one generation. I've seen it happen in California. I've seen it happen all over this country. It will continue to happen that way. And it's terribly unfortunate because one of my dear friends, my husband's obviously an immigrant. My other friend, his first vote was for me, for DA, and he's from Venezuela, and he's now running for office here. And he's saying, look, this isn't an American dream. It's an American miracle. And if we don't believe in it and we don't fight for it and we don't stand up for it, there is nowhere else to go. And that's everything that I've talked to from Colombian immigrants, from everybody who's left their countries, who left by no fault of their own, no choice of their own. They've all said the same thing. Danny, there is nowhere else to go. So either we make a stand here and we protect our freedom and our virtue and our values here, or we don't go anywhere, and we don't have anyone doing that. And so my hope is that even though we have basically a second-class citizen, an entire new population of second-class citizens, over 6 million in the past 3 years, my hope is that
way more than that.
Yeah, my hope is that they don't pledge allegiance to a country, but that they pledge allegiance to the idea, and that the idea is enshrined in the founding documents of this country. That's my hope.
Well, that's part of the reason I think it's being villainized as much as it is. Where waving the flag makes you a racist.
Yep.
Because they're trying to scare that out of people. Where if you believe in the founder, that's why all the founders are racist slave owners, and they want to demonize and take Jefferson out of City Hall. It's because they're trying to basically crush those foundational values. So that is,
it's evil. It's pure evil. It's darkness. And I don't play with darkness. I don't play with evil. If you're coming here to say that this isn't the best system that we have on earth today, then I don't want to play with you. You're not interesting to me.
Yeah. I find it very difficult to believe all this is going to end favorably for America when it's obviously being very well financed and organized. These are people are not walking in flip-flops from Africa into Mexico up into Texas. That's not what's happening. People are being flown and bussed in by the millions.
No, they actually are. They literally are. You can literally, I agree with you. I agree with you on the busing and the flying, but they are also coming by foot too. So there's YouTubers out there who are like, oh, I'm going to be an influencer. And they're literally standing on the border from freaking Uganda. I'll have to pull up the story. Hold on. I'm going to find the story. You will laugh so well. You won't laugh. Sorry. This is my dark side laughter. I'll shut up now.
I'm not laughing at this. Not cool. Not cool. Then there was this one. What was the next one? Where are you? I gotta get the next one. This is a story that you guys missed, but a story I told earlier today where I left my jacket and my shoes went out to sea. Why I'm watching out in a suit to get a shoe. Yeah, waiting onto the suit to get a shoe. I wasn't dressed like that. Thank you very much. Okay.
I like that. That's a great analogy.
What? Waiting out to get
waiting out in a suit to grab my shoe.
What analogy? Explain the analogy to me, because this is a story that actually happened to me. So tell me the analogy that my life
What's
is.
the lesson to be learned?
Yes, waiting on a suit to get my shoe.
Don't throw good money after bad.
I got my shoe back.
It wasn't much
of really value those shoes. If those shoes are really worth your suit, don't get in the water.
It was a bathing suit.
It wasn't. It was a suit. I'm not going through the story again. I'm not telling it again. I got my shoe. Okay, I got my shoe.
Yay.
Yes.
Good job. Triumph.
Oh, shut up. Joe got lost in the tunnels. It's going into one of those African anthill tunnel systems. Dang, Danny, your grandpa sounds like he was a really cool guy.
He was.
Thank you for the super chat. Choosy Heretics choose Carnation Revolution now. I don't know. That's an interesting name. Barnabas, congrats. Also, I truly enjoy your content, your professional legal perspective. Well, that's very thoughtful of you. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. All right. I will tell you guys, by the way, those of you who are like thinking about like supporting and stuff like that, what I really I'm living with this sword of Damocles hanging over my head in YouTube. I know this. I know this is not a something that I can comfortably rely on, that I can have longevity here. As I was explaining to Ron Coleman, they nip away at my subs, and if they wanted to, there's nothing stopping them, God forbid, from tomorrow unsubscribing 3/4 of you. They could. There's nothing I could do to stop them. I'm helpless here, and that's why I do establish in goodlogic.locals.com. If you're looking to support me, I get a much larger cut through Locals. I share my content on Locals. You can see anything I'm sharing on Locals. So, and even whether I appreciate anyone who likes and subscribes anywhere, whether it's YouTube or Rumble. I'm just simply saying, if you can follow me on Locals, I would be greatly appreciative, because that is a place where I can feel confident that my speech is not going to be suppressed. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. But I appreciate the love that's shared anywhere, and it's somewhat overwhelming. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Joe?
I would appreciate if you would.
Besides God, who's your favorite biblical character and why? Or person from the Bible. Doesn't have to be character.
Who's my favorite person in the Bible?
That question goes to you too, Andrew. I don't know your religious affiliation or background, but I'm curious.
No, I'm Christian. I guess, I don't know. So Eve was the first 304, right? So
what's a 304?
What's
a 304? I'm not up on the cool things the kids say. What is
no?
that?
You got to look it in the mirror.
Is it like a booty call?
No.
What is a 304? Hold on, I'm gonna go look.
I'm gonna hold
Someone
up
in
chat. I'm gonna hold up a mirror.
Hold up a mirror. Yeah, hold up a mirror. It's a Joe. Is it a Joe? Did you just call Eve Joe?
No, it's not. It's close. Pretty close. It's a.
I'm looking this up.
Yeah. Okay.
No, who's yours?
I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what.
Neither of you know what a 304 is?
No.
304. Sorry, I put 403. I'm dyslexic. 304.
I don't understand.
That's why you don't understand the culture.
I guess not. I guess not.
What does Google say? It doesn't give
A
you like
promiscuous woman.
Yeah, otherwise known as something that rhymes with Joe.
Oh.
That's what 304, the numbers 304 look like if you hold them up to a mirror.
He was promiscuous.
No, she come on. What was she doing with that snake?
Nothing.
That was cheating. That was cheating.
You know what? I condemn this. You need to repent. Andrew, go repent. Go pray. Go get right with the Lord, sir. Repent. There you have it.
Everything was fine until Eve took up with that snake.
She did. Oh my gosh. Well, I wasn't inviting heresy, but go ahead, Joe. Who's your favorite?
Yeah. I mean, I always identify with my namesake. Only because, like, you know, I sort of feel like we're very big into the whole names thing, so it's very easy for me to like identify with Joseph. So I never thought of him as like a favorite, though, to be fair. It's just sort of like I identify. I felt it easy to identify with his growth. So because the character Joseph, basically, you can actually watch his maturity through chapters as to how he evolves from as he evolves into what ultimately was a phenomenal ruler. So
It's a good take, Joe. By the way, I heard Joe earlier. So just imagine if Genesis was happening today, Eve would be on the whatever program.
I was actually talking about how that whatever program is such a great example of American self-awareness, because I was like, you know, those women who appear on that show, like, they are women who are idolized by countless men by and large. And
I would say objectified. I'm not sure they're idolized.
Okay, objectified, but you know, the fact that they're objectified to the extent that they are is something that I think a lot of their peers probably envy, and you know, I think they come there and get ripped to shreds and humiliated. It's kind of funny that it's in their constant quest of more attention and fame that they subject themselves to that type of humiliation.
Look at what they already do for attention and fame, Joe. What are they doing on OnlyFans? You think they're giving intellectual lectures on OnlyFans?
Probably.
No, they're doing remarkable things, very limber things for attention and fame.
I'm simply saying that it's a real self-awareness, because America is all about building up people for us to idolize and then tearing them down. And that's what you see. It's like these people who amongst their peers are respected. You and I might look at them like they're trash, but they're not really looking to gain favor with you, Andrew, or me. You know, we're not their target audience. So
actually, Andrew might be, because it sounds like he's been frequenting some of their sites.
I've actually never been on OnlyFans in my life, but that's okay. I'm not trying to claim to be
fair. But to be fair, I do mean that that's who their target audience is. It's the guys who feel powerful putting women down, and they're like, oh yeah, look at you, you slut, and now I'm gonna go watch you and jack off and have a good time and peace out. Like that. It's totally, they're playing these guys like a fiddle. It's so hilarious because everybody's like, oh, how embarrassing, how humiliating. Yeah, well, from a male perspective, sure. From a female perspective, they just got, 100, how many more subscribers on their OnlyFans? They're making bank.
No, they're not. A handful of them make a lot of money. Most OnlyFans models are only making $100, $200 a month. They're not making money.
a lot of my clients, I can't say this, but I will say in the family law perspective, a lot of divorces involve OnlyFans models, and they make substantial amounts of money on. And there's a reason the Great Thought It was as powerful as it was.
The Great Thought It. What is Thought It? What is that? What was that? What did I pronounce it right? What did you say?
Yeah, you pronounced it right. I'll let you look it up. It's kind of like the 304 rule. Like you let other people look it up. But Eve, I'm going to stick up for my mom Eve here for a second. Andrew, do you think God intended for Adam and Eve to eat the apple?
See, but then this becomes one giant circular argument,
I'm
because
just
no matter
asking,
what
because
happened, then
because
God
here's my
intended
thinking.
everything, right?
Because here's my thinking. I think that she figured out the trick to a logical problem to which there was no answer.
God told them not to eat the apple. Was Eve smarter than God?
What else did God tell them? Multiply and replenish the earth. That is their second commandment. They were given two problems. How do you multiply and replenish the earth without knowledge? You can't. She figured it out. She went and ate. She got her boyfriend to eat. And that's how we got us. And I think it was all meant to be.
And look where we are now.
I think that God, pardon?
And look where we are now.
And look where we are now.
We spent the last hour talking about how everything's in the shitter.
Look where we are indeed. So I'm just gonna give props to my girl Eve here for a second, okay? Before we start.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There's so many whores in the Bible for you to pick. Come on, Andrew. I'd expect better.
I didn't say there was only one. I said she was the first.
But that's your favorite. Okay. It's like
the goat 304 broke the Garden of Eden. Come on, that's not just a family. That's like everything.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Eve was not a 304.
She wasn't.
She
wasn't.
I'm gonna just go
404.
I'm gonna go on record as saying, yeah, not at all.
Not at all.
But yeah, I don't know how we got there. But I am curious.
Who asked?
No,
Danny
that was
asked?
it was Danny. Danny.
I asked who favorite biblical people were, and then
all of a sudden
comes out.
Andrew pops in here with like, let's go with the one I'm saying is
There's zero evidence of this.
I'm trying to fight the stereotype. Everyone's saying I hate all women. So let me just identify that when you ask a biblical question, I got to go to the.
Let me pick the holiest, potentially the holiest, most renowned woman in all of biblical any person of the book. Let's pick her and let's go ahead and.
No, this is wrong. No, I'm rejecting you. Satan.
Yeah, disavow. We disavow.
Y'all Satan.
Andrew, you need to repent, my friend.
Y'all Satan. Y'all, I'm not okay with this.
Get thee behind me.
Jane says, while watching the Jay Crumbley trial, they showed the highly armed raid at studio. Question: will cops have to give up AR-style weapons if bills are passed? Great show.
No, law enforcement is always exempt from the gun laws. Always exempt. So no. By the way, I did listen to part of your show about the Crumbley trials, and that lawyer, the defense lawyer, the cachet. So did you delete your cachet? Oh, I was on my motorcycle. I almost fell off. I was laughing so hard. The cachet. She's like, I'm just going to call it cachet because I'm not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. It's like, are you 6? I mean, like
she didn't understand that deleting your cache is like. She didn't understand. She's like, so that's basically refresh. No, that's not what that is at all. That's getting rid of your cookies. That's what it is. Speaking of someone who's really good at getting rid of cookies, especially when the popo are knocking.
That would be Hello, Joe. Thanks for having me on. Danny, I'll be seeing you sooner than you think.
Oh, are you coming to Utah?
I am.
Vegas? Oh, when?
I'm coming to Utah. Like very soon. I'm gonna catch up with you and Sally, and then I gotta come out to Denver to meet up with one Andrew Branca.
No
I'm
kidding.
On a tour. Yeah. I'm on a tour right now. I just got back. I did SoCal on Monday, and then I did NorCal. I don't know what day it is anymore. No, I was Sunday. I was in Southern California on Sunday, and I was in NorCal yesterday. I came back this morning.
Wow.
Well, man, don't book a room in Denver. Just stay with me.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely take you up on it, man.
Wow.
Wait, she's Lawfordite now? Nice.
Oh yeah, I have been for a
Lawfordite.
minute.
Okay, nice little nickname.
You know, since time immemorial, whatever. It's no
Right?
big deal. It's fine.
Joe, do tell. What is the topic of the day, man? There's been a lot of cases that I'm sure you guys have covered.
Joe was talking about how Eve from Adam and Eve was
no. See, Andrew, you're the reason why God needed a flood. Okay, people like you thinking like you, that's the problem. Go repent before we get another. Well, we won't get a flood, but we might get burned up.
God. Oh my God.
I don't mess with God.
Yeah, seriously. No, that's like the one thing. That's like just like the one. It's like really just not there. Just not there. Just not there.
The one thing.
Like
The
how,
one
did we end up, how do we go to the one? I'm like just not there. I don't know.
Joe, you know the risks when you invite me on. I mean, we know each other.
No, I really, you can't like talk about.
You forgot. I hadn't been on in so long that you forgot. You forgot what happened.
And it's like right when I'm bringing Drex back, right? I mean, I haven't seen Drex in over a year.
It's been that long?
It's been a long time. Damn. It's been a long time. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm like, you know, I don't think I saw you at all in 2023. Like seriously, like not one time in 2023.
Really?
Yeah, like I said, it's like over a year. So I'm like, yeah. I mean, the last time I was talking to you, you were talking to me about Costa Rica and just like how amazing it is. Right?
Everywhere is amazing. That's not America.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't stand this.
Fair assessment.
Yeah. I got some horrible news, man. I'm sitting there in the Discord. And one of the guys told me a dude went from Chad to Troon because he's been in Seattle too long. And that's like the most disturbing story you can ever hear. Like they have a perception out there that's so warped and they're so like anti-masculinity that like he said it happened over a 10-year span, right? Like that, you know, you meet the dude, he seems like a normal guy, like a guy's guy. And he talks about like this transition from like point A just to Troon. And I'm like, is it that bad? And then I just went to California. Danny, I got to go to a place that is not far left because I saw too many bad things there. Joe, this is no bullshit. I got off the plane right before you go through security to get out, like where baggage claim and all that is. First chick I see that was not an employee was some like hipster looking chick with legs hairier than any dude I've ever seen. I'm like, oh, like first chick. And then I was Southern Cal, which, you know, when I was growing up, California in general, but in particular Southern Cal, the girls look like Danny. You see what I'm saying? Like if you went to California in the Bronca, you know this, in the 80s, 90s.
First time I ever went to LA, I almost lost my mind. It's like every woman you saw on the street was an 8, 9, or 10. It was
absolutely
unbelievable.
100%.
It was a city of supermodels.
Yeah, it like Danny, when I remember getting recruited by San Diego, right, for ball back when I was in JUCO in Colorado, of all places, Bronca. You probably been there in Sterling, Northeastern Junior College. That's where I went to JUCO out of high school because my grades were shit. And I remember going out there. This is no bullshit. First time I ever went to San Diego. By this point, I was I was probably like 30 by that point. I go out to San Diego, and if you know the layout of San Diego, you have the nude beach, which is Black Beach. Coronado Beach is right there. The university is right there. It's all kind of like in one big loop, right? So I went through all of this. This is no bullshit. I'm sitting there looking at like you said, every girl was an 8, 9, or 10, and I remember thinking to myself, I go, I'm so glad I didn't come here, because if a 19-year-old version of me would have come there, 28 baby mamas.
Oh,
no question.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I would have been raw dog bandit out there, because when you're young and dumb, you're like, oh yeah, chicks everywhere. And Danny, you would have been the standard of beauty.
Thank
you go there now.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
much.
You don't want to know what they look like. I was like, I thought California was hot.
No.
Something happened, man.
So last year I went down to Santa Monica to see a friend of mine. I stayed at a hotel, the Viceroy Hotel, right on the beach. This is like a 5-star hotel, gorgeous hotel, absolutely beautiful. And I wake up in the morning, and I look at my phone. There's a coffee shop a couple blocks away. Yeah, I'll go get some coffee. But at first, I step out on the balcony and I look out into the street. It looks like a goddamn zombie apocalypse. I mean, there are staggering homeless people wandering around, and I'm like, holy crap! If I try to go to the coffee shop, I might end up killing somebody.
Yep.
So I never left the hotel.
It's kind of funny you get boxed in. Go ahead, Danny.
Last time I was in LA, I realized why everybody wants self-driving cars. It's because one, no one knows how to actually drive. Two, the other thing that I realized is that California really is the People's Republic of California. It is not the People's Democratic of California because it's not American. I went down there during COVID. And I kid you not when I say there were people standing in line to get on the bus wearing 3 masks and everyone looked miserable. And I came down to the hotel lobby and like the nice lobby lady, the receptionist, she quickly like throws on a mask. I say, it's okay, I won't tell. And she giggles. And we had this moment of camaraderie. And I went, oh my God, this is what the North Koreans talk about when they're like, yeah, I shared a thumb drive with a friend and then there was like this camaraderie that occurred because we knew we were all breaking the rules. And it's like, God, man, this isn't my California. This isn't California. Now, if you go to Orange County, it's not as bad, but that's like saying it's not as bad as hell, right? Like the whole state is just a lost cause. To give you an idea,
Orange County is pretty bad now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. The last time I went down there, everybody was saying, "Oh, Orange County's great. Orange County's great." So I went down to Dana Point, which is where I used to live, and I was walking along the beach. There's nowhere to walk along the beach because it is so infiltrated by homeless. There's nowhere to
even
sit.
Places like Long Beach, beautiful places. There's homeless everywhere.
Right. Well, and all of the Chinese immigrants, and I specify Chinese immigrants because this is an ongoing problem, and I think it's a form of warfare, frankly. They come to California and they just raid all of the natural resources. So typically when you go and you take like clams or oysters or something out of the sea, you have a bag limit, you have a weight limit, and you need to go and get a permit. Nobody does that. All of them come up, line up, and just come with truckloads of oysters and clams and mussels, and they just leave the beach. They just leave, and nobody stops them. No one says
regulations.
anything. So when I was a little girl and I used to go down, I wanted to be a marine biologist when I was a kid. So when I would go down to the beach, I would walk along the ocean and just look at all of the wildlife, and I could identify every single like plant and all the fauna, all the flora, everything. That was my whole thing. And now I go down there, there's no sea life, not anywhere close to what it was. And it's like, and at the same time that I'm being looked at with side eyes for not wearing a plastic mask that's going to end up in the ocean and being judged for drinking out of a plastic bottle and not putting it in the right bin. Meanwhile, there's a Chinese guy who's literally dredging the ocean, pulling up tons of wildlife, destroying the ecosystem. And everybody's looking at me to see when I'm going to break the rules so that I get a effing ticket.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the hell kind of place is this? This is the most back-ass word place I have ever been to in my entire life. It is heartbreaking because California used to be a melting pot. I spoke Spanish as my first language. We went down to Tijuana every single weekend. Like, it was normal to have everybody not be able to necessarily understand each other perfectly, but get along and be polite to each other, respectful. Now, granted, I did live there during the LA riots, so there was still, I mean, I'm not saying it was, rainbows and sunshine, but it was better. I can't even recognize this California as even America anymore, let alone California.
But we talked about this earlier. What happens is once the progressive left gets 51% of the power, there's an instant collapse.
Well, it becomes 100%.
Right.
And to Danny's point about what is considered important to like that general public, when I got off the plane and I needed water, I'm like, oh man, I got off the plane. Let me go eat some food, get some water. And SFO has terrible food, so it is what it is. I didn't have like, because everyone always asks, why didn't you wait till? I was like, the time it takes to get out, go through security, get a car. By then you're already you go from like being hungry to starving. So I was like, I need to eat right now. I just got off the plane. I need to eat right now. So I eat, and when it came time to go get water, it hit me why I hate California so much. I have like a whole long list of things that happened in the smallest period of time. Joe, this is no bullshit. Within, I think I text Kelly about this. I want to meet up with Kelly and her husband. I didn't get a chance to because they're too far. The traffic is just too great in SoCal, especially. And I'm off the plane. Do you know the first thing that hit me? Oh man, I'm so thirsty. I'm parched. Let me just go get some water. Joe, when's the last time you went to one of those little, airport convenience places and you're just all you wanted was water? You're like, no, it wasn't the price that bothered me.
Okay.
It was the container and portion size.
It was in a paper bag.
Bronca, you had to get a bottle of an actual bottle. Now, when someone says water bottle, they mean physical glass bottle, right? And you're like, well, that's not the end of the world. Well, how big is it? That $6. I went, wait a minute. Why are you charging me this much for this little bullshit bottle? So I'm already pissed, right? Because any other airport, if all of us land and we land in any airport that's not in California, you can go get a liter of water, right? Oh, Danny, you want a Smart Water or an Evian or what? You know what I'm saying? Like you can get a liter of water, not 11.8 ounces. What the fuck? What is this? So
just enough to moisturize your face.
Just enough to like brush your teeth with it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pissed. Then I go to the Target. I get double pissed because I actually posted some pictures on Twitter. They charged me 10 cents for a bag, and I forgot about that because
they do that in Colorado now. Yeah,
Bronca, when little kiosk asked how many bags. Oh, and I had to use the bathroom, right? I was like, God damn, I gotta take a leak. So I go look for somebody in this Target there's a numerical keypad to use the bathroom. And Danny, when you do the face, the face that you make, right? When you don't believe what you're seeing, so you look around and make sure you pinch yourself, like you do the fuck. And then there was this Asian dude who walks up and he needed to use the bathroom. I'm like, I think we gotta go find somebody to just use the bathroom. And you're probably thinking, oh no. Surely, Joe, there's not only one bathroom in a fucking Target, right? No.
The Chinese guy couldn't just decode it.
He couldn't decode it.
He didn't hack it.
He was a CCP spy. So we go find the Target associate. She goes and puts in the keypad, and we saw someone walk from around. So we're like, oh, there must be another bathroom around the corner. No. That was just like some other like sort of off-duty employee. I'm like, so this is the only bathroom? She's like, yeah. I was like, let me get this straight. In a building that can house what? I mean, what can a Target out there house? 400 people? One toilet. And I'm like, so I got to wait for this dude. So I'm like, go ahead, man. And I'm sitting in there. I'm like, how did it get this bad? The amount of homeless, and this goes back to the homelessness issue. Bronca, I posted pictures, man. When I had to go, and there's a Ralph's right there. This is right outside of LAX, right? Because I hopped in the rental car and I go around. I should have just gone to Roscoe's if I wanted to get all the hood shit. So as I hit that corner, there's Ralph's, there's the Target, there's everything, and there's all of these bums. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, this is not the California I remember. Like it was bad last time I went, but it wasn't in the last time I was in California. I think it was, I want to say 2 years ago. 2021, so 3 years ago. In 3 years, it went from like shit. There's a lot of tent cities out here to I think Danny, your point. It was or Bronca. It was. I'm not joking.
Zombie apocalypse.
I'm not joking. Literal zombie apocalypse. And I'm thinking that was 3 years ago. I got pictures in my phone when I was in San Diego, and I said, Joe, this is I text Kelly. I said, Kelly, this is a failed state. Failed. Plastic consumption. Damn.
After Jersey, you were talking about plastic bags.
Oh.
I saw this a couple of days ago that after Jersey banned plastic bags to annoy the hell out of every one of us, our plastic consumption tripled. Because,
look at that.
And that's so this year, last year we had to pay 10 cents a bag for a plastic bag. This year, Colorado says plastic bags are just banned from grocery stores. So Now people buy the reusable bags, which are much thicker and heavier, but they
They
forget
are.
to bring them to the store, right? So they get to the store, they have to buy more of them, and they
That's
end up
why
with
they
50 of
tripled.
these
That's
things.
why they
Yep.
tripled. And also, the plastic they use is not recyclable. It's like so
Yeah.
it's like much worse now than ever before. Because whenever the left has a solution to a problem, it basically means we figure out a way to exacerbate.
It's always a bigger problem.
It's a much bigger problem.
we found a way to make this problem. You thought it was bad now? Oh,
yeah. But I gotta admit though, Joe, the one positive about that fucking bag they charged me 10 cents for, the one positive, I was like, this is the thickest plastic I've ever touched. So I'm sitting there like going like this. So you know when you get your stuff, like, you know, when you go like to hotels and everything, they have like those little bags like your dirty clothes and stuff. I now have new bags that I use for like my stuff, right? Whether it be toiletries or dirty clothes, like, well, this is gonna be my new little, you know, because they're indestructible.
Yeah.
Like, you
Our
know,
plastic
normal
bags are fierce.
they're like, Danny, the shit. This is no bullshit. I would like, you touch something as you're complaining. I can't believe they charged us a fucking bag. Damn.
Yeah.
That's a thick plastic
Well, it
bag.
is a nice bag.
That's
It's a
what it is,
nice
a nice
bag.
bag.
At least you got something.
I was like,
Here,
you know what?
We pay $1.50 for these bags.
Are you kidding?
Wait, what?
$1.50 for the bags, but they literally can pick up 8 2-liter bottles of soda. And
Yeah,
hold
yeah, they're hardcore.
without breaking it all. It's like a suitcase. It's like I literally put 8 bottles of soda in it,
Yep.
lift it up, and just carry it on my way. So yeah, they're like really these indestructible forces, but it is like $1.50 a bag. So we don't forget our bags. You don't forget your bag. Basically, I use the same bags over and over. and
Yep.
over. I keep them in my back of my car. So like when I'm going shopping, I'll just sort of like
That's
pull
how you
out,
get
like, 4
parasites, bro. Nope.
get parasites?
That's cross contamination.
What?
Yeah, no.
What are
You're
you-
mixing meats with
No,
fruits and
Danny's
veggies
right.
and veggies
It's
with
just
bread. This is-
soda.
Nope.
All I
Nope.
ever put in. What are you talking about? All I ever put in there are bottles of soda.
She thinks you get like a marinating meat bag or something.
Yeah,
and
Just
then you-
saying, yeah, like meats, whatever you have. I don't trust these
Honey, I
reusable
buy
bags. They're
kosher.
dirty.
We don't buy meat in no supermarket. That's not what happens.
Tell us where do you
that's
buy
right,
your
that's
baiken,
right. I
Joe?
apologize. I
Where do you buy
apologize.
your
I forgot.
bacon?
I'm talking
I'm
about
buying
the
no
average New
cheeses.
Jerseyan.
he's only
Jewish.
kosher, Danny.
My
Yeah,
apologies.
the only thing I'm
My
buying
apologies.
in the kosher stores, they give us whatever freaking bag you want. They're like that. But yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, I'm getting soda and I'm getting toilet and I'm getting TP there, or like tissues. Like basically that's all I'm getting from like these supermarkets. So yeah, I reuse those bags over and over and over again. So stop freaking me out with your whole with your whole
Sorry.
bacteria thing.
Oh,
I'm
man.
just saying bacteria, cross contamination, something,
When you
parasites.
guys
Hey,
were talking
yes.
about cities, speaking of which, when you guys were talking about city, I was thinking about how, like, when I was traveling back from Legal Bite's wedding with Lady Lawgic, so we stopped in Vegas overnight. We just had a holdover for like 7 hours. So we're like, all right, let's go down the strip and do a little gambling and just sort of check out, because neither of us had ever been to Vegas before.
Really?
And yeah, it's not big on the whole Jew stuff. Believe it or not, you would think that Jews would go there all the time.
That's what I'm saying.
All the time.
It's oxymoron.
The Torah, Jerusalem, Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much that's the trifecta right there. So I was there with her, and every woman there, you talk about 304s, was this hideous creature, like one hideous creature after another, in the most scantily clad, like big belly sticking out, wearing these tiny little sliver of dresses, and it was like the city. It was so disgusting. Everything about this city, and it's like they have these big, beautiful casinos, and you see these bright lights, and everything looks really pretty and really disgusting at the same time. And it was like 103 degrees out in the middle of the night. It was so hot, and I was sitting on a bench with her, and we're looking up at the sky, and we're looking up at the beautiful hotels there. Like, we were like tired of gambling, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and a couple of hideous, $5 women walking by, and the next, literally run over our feet a rat. Okay. And we were both like, oh my God. And we were like, this is Vegas. It's this glitz and glamour, and it's literally disgusting rodents that are infesting this beautiful. It's
at least it wasn't a scorpion though.
I guess that's the upside. It's like this mix
could have gotten a Mojave scorpion
of plastic glitz and glamour and disgusting creatures everywhere. We were so revolted. I can't even tell you. Like when our flight out of there came, I was just, oh my god!
Joe, you should have called me. Bronca knows I love.
There's a way to do Vegas right.
yeah.
But it costs a lot of money.
But here's the thing, Joe. Vegas is a shit show, right? And I mean, literal shit show because of all the Californians who like fucking slithered in. Although I got
kind of been a shit show since the Mormons lost power in Vegas.
Yeah. So Danny, the first time I went to Vegas was 93, right? And when I went, so there was this long streak where I would go at least once a year. And I used to, when anybody used to ask me, what was your favorite place? I would always mean Vegas.
Wow.
I don't remember the exact point that I went to Vegas. I went, why is this place not cool anymore? But maybe it was, I want to say maybe 2010, somewhere in that range. Like, even in the early 2000s, Vegas was still doable. The buffets were still cheap. The women were scantily clad, but they didn't have the bellies yet. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have the belly. And then all of a sudden,
maybe it was the same women.
It might have been the same. They just ate away the last 14 years. And Danny, I went. This is no bullshit.
They ate up the buffets.
They ate up all the $6 buffets. They ate them all up.
Drex, we saw the same exact woman.
Joe, it might have been because look,
no, the buffets
if you go anywhere
are
with Bronca,
now.
you know it's trouble. Because Danny, Bronca and I have seen some things. Joe talks about the thottery in Vegas. I don't know, Bronca. Do you think Nashville might have them beat per capita? It was bad downtown Nashville, fam.
It's such a different flavor. I mean, Nashville is huge on the bachelorette party, drunk bands, like these gangs of drunk, overweight women and
roving.
Just roving, looking at rape men.
Roving gangs of
and they're on floats. So
right. You can't get away. They're too fast. They have vehicles. It's like Mad Max, the desert vehicles from Mad Max. These crazy bitches are on these vehicles. No heterosexual man is safe in Nashville when the bachelorettes are running wild.
None. Joe, this is no bullshit. What Bronca's describing is like one of the first things that caught me off guard when I was there, right? Because I did a dry run to find the place that Nick was going to be at that night, right? So I make that dry run, but on my way there, because it was kind of a dreary kind of day, right? Early in the day, and I remember going, "Why do I keep seeing these party buses? They were like floats, like what Bronca's saying."
There's like 4 a minute. I mean,
it looked like Mad Max because they're dual layered, right? So you have a top and bottom floor. Woo! And these bitches look terrible. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Something like, so the whole time I kept seeing worse and worse things. I was like, well, it can't get worse, right? Oh, once you take out Andrew Bronca and Miss Bronca, it got worse because that Waffle House was Bronca. That was epic even for Waffle House for the
I was so glad I had a gun. I was so happy I had a gun. Oh my God. I mean, even though the Waffle House had 2 unbelievably obese security guards, and to get your food, it was like going to like a bank teller window, where they have the drawer that they put in and out. That's how you got your damn food. Just unbelievably fat security guards in there. And the guy next to us is driving like, I don't know, one of these, $90,000 muscle cars they make.
Yeah.
Full arm. I mean, this guy got out of prison yesterday.
Fresh out.
Killed the dude who owned that car. And now is
fresh
driving
out.
And we're just chatting with him. Like,
so Danny, what Bronca's not telling you was the faux pas that I got ready to make because, I was, a decent human being and we were next in line. I literally took half a step forward and Bronca goes, no, let him go first. And I literally, right as I'm about to walk in, Bronca just does and then I look over and the story he gave Bronca was hilarious. Like, oh yeah, I was, so he's like all mangled up, right? He's like, I got into it. What did he say? Motorcycle accident.
I got my arm caught up in a cocaine machine.
Danny, he just caught 3 bodies before he showed up at the Waffle House. Like,
Right,
just
no,
like
they're-
I'm looking at, we're all like sizing it up.
There were like, we knew there were like 3 dead Colombians and 500 kilos of cocaine in the trunk of that car. I mean,
Yeah, sounds accurate. Sounds accurate.
It was beautiful. And the thing is that because like I was just in San Francisco, and I was out there for my friend's birthday, and I told her about Waffle House. I actually mentioned Bronca. That's why it's so fresh in my mind. I was telling her, and to someone who's never been, they just have like this blank expression, right? Because she's another sheltered white girl, right? You know, I don't know how they keep producing so many of you. I'm like, how is this possible? And they like all of these, like, she didn't know about Felice Johnson, the Booty Warrior. She didn't know about Waffle House. I'm like, how do you not know these things? I thought everyone knew. And so when we describe Waffle House, she's just the blank stare, right? I was like, oh, I know. I have to visualize it for her. So I showed the pictures. I showed her the arm, Bronca, of Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Danny, Bronca's not lying. Bronca, what do you think the weight was? 450 at least, right? The cops.
You mean each?
Yeah, each. I'm saying each.
Yeah. No, they
Danny,
were.
I'm not joking. When you see, I'm not joking. The dude's
just
arm
imagine
was
like 2 dudes like already super fat, already obese, and then you give them a job inside a Waffle House. That's what you get.
Oh God, it was glorious, and it's like, but one of the things I did notice about like that whole trip in Nashville is there needs to be. I know Legal Vices is coming to Vegas and Utah, because I talked to Jeff about this, which I'll probably end up seeing you guys again. I think that there needs to be a lot more, which is why I want to meet Joe, of course, more face-to-face interaction, like just in general, like human interaction, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, and Bronca, you were there with me in Nashville. Some people are cool because you can tell they have lots of interactions with real human beings. And then you get the weird shit. And you know immediately why they're weird. You're like, oh, because you stay online too much. They're fucking weird. Like they're social. Joe, you know, they talk about, I think that term they use is social intelligence, right?
Yeah.
There are some people that have a fucking negative 5,000. Like they have no, they can't read social cues.
It's like, are you autistic?
Like everybody, every fucking person I bump into now is, I'm on the spectrum. No, you're just fucking lame because all you do is sit on the computer.
It's true.
That's why they always ask you.
By the way, that is social interaction is a skill. I mean, it's something that you develop, right? We're not born with this. We develop politeness and being able to tell a story. And
anybody who been to a Waffle House already.
Sorry.
Oh God, wait! You have a Waffle House video?
Yeah, you have.
Oh, this is gonna be beautiful.
Nice, bro. He is good. He's going. He's gone.
This is all I know about Waffle House. I learned from Josh Prey. Okay, and it was this video that taught me about Waffle House. It's only 3 minutes long, but it can't be interrupted because you just trust me. You need to learn about Waffle House from Josh Prey. Okay,
I won't interrupt.
Yeah. So here we go. This is Josh Prey and explaining about the Waffle House because he saw a tweet. This was like years ago that Atlanta Waffle House fails the health inspection. So he has thoughts. He has thoughts on this.
Anybody who been to a Waffle House already know that they failing their health inspection. This ain't news. What you gonna tell me? Water is wet. Next, I know they failed their health inspection. I seen the chef at my Waffle House was scrambling the eggs with his fingers. He didn't even have no utensil. Threw the eggs on the grill himself and chopped it up with his hands. I was just wondering how he wasn't getting burnt. This man slid his hand under the eggs, threw it on the plate. I know it ain't healthy. You ever been in a Waffle House? The floor is always sliding. Not the kitchen floor. I'm talking about as soon as you walk in, it's slippery. It got a 1/4 inch of grease on it. I know it's dirty, and I'm still eating it because it's $4.70. Give me my All-Star special and my half-pound Captain cover. Waffle House have a dirty cup. You send it back, they'll bring you a dirtier cup. We know it's dirty. Mind your business, Atlanta Journal-Constitution. We know what it is. You want clean silverware, go to IHOP or Denny's. You want something for $5, go to Waffle House. That's why we come there. We know it. It's dirty. So, ain't nobody asked you to write no article. And they also give you the food as it comes. They don't never put all the stuff on a plate together.
Nope.
Give me my bacon with my eggs on one plate. No, they brought me one slice of bacon on a napkin. Said, why y'all doing that? Well, we just had this one ready. Together, the tables are small. Y'all got 100 plates on the table. Waffle just got a plate on it. They don't never want to bring your food together. Why? One time they gave me half a waffle
and gave somebody else on the other restaurant half a waffle. I said, why y'all did that? He said, you're both ordering waffles. We both thought you was a little bit hungry, so we're going to give you half now and half later. You bring a whole waffle at the same time. One time I said my silverware is dirty, and they brought me a cup of hot water, stuck my silverware in there at the table, and dared me to say something. What I'm going to do? I seen somebody get in a fight at Waffle House. The workers fight each other. And nobody leaves. Somebody got Waffle House out. They got in a fight, got arrested outside, and I sat there and ate my whole waffle. I don't care. I want somebody behind the grill with a felony. He's making that all-star with a little bit of fear in his heart. He don't know if he's gonna go back in, so he got a piece of caution in it. I don't care if he sweats a little bit. Oh my God! Into the grits. Into the grits. That's why that's why y'all be over here getting sick all the time, because y'all eat at them fancy restaurants. Waffle House is like eating a little bit of dirt when you're a kid. Makes you strong. Builds your immune system up. That's why your kids got snot noses and stuff. Y'all ain't eating enough Waffle Houses. Get you eat off with a dirty fork. You'll be all right. Build character. So mind your business, Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Ain't nobody asked you to write no article.
Joe,
100% truth.
It's all true.
In this
Oh
Waffle House.
Yeah.
Joe, I just sent you
all
something.
I know. That's all I know about Waffle House. I learned from Josh Prey. I thought that was one of the funniest bits I ever seen in my life. I was crying the whole way through. Anyhow,
Joe, I actually sent you a message on Twitter. Check it. This is actually I think I sent it to Bronco when I first got it. It's about a month old. They opened up a brand new Waffle House in some random city, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Danny, they hired the absolute cream of the crop, freshly cut, smiling, angelic faced people, right? And everyone's all
right, I remember. Yeah.
And people look at that shit and the comment. This is the most epic comment section of all time, because like
It's not Waffle House.
they're like, this isn't Waffle. What the fuck is this? Like,
It's a trap. It's a trap. They're trying to collect you on your warrants.
yeah, like
It's a warrant trap.
it's a warrant trap. You're like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? No one there was snaggletooth. Nobody there had a felony. Nobody there was fresh out. Like, Joe,
it's like that Steve Buscemi meme where he comes in with the skateboard over his shoulder. And he's like, "How you doing, fellow kids?"
Yep. Joe, the craziest thing about like all of these kind of places, right? Like Walmart has degenerated into that, like, because you always have those people who they don't comprehend what you're talking about. So you talk about like what do you mean you've never been to a Walmart at 2 a.m. and people just kind of give you that blank stare, like, well, yeah, in California, we don't have a Walmart, Drex. I'm like, you people are so uncultured. When you go to Walmart or Waffle House, when the strip clubs close, that's when the night actually begins. Like the guy that Bronco's talking about.
And the food gets better, by the way.
Like, because look, that's when the parolees go ahead and their shift begins after they violated parole by doing criminal activity during the day. And they come in for the night shift, right? And then, Bronco, you already know. The kinds of people that show up to a Waffle House at 2, 3, 4 a.m.
They're
literally creatures of the night. Like us. They are creatures of the night.
Right.
Joe, there is something to be said, because like, look, like when I take my daughter places, there's like I had to show my daughter the girl who the Waffle House girl who caught the chair, the viral.
Oh, right. How she
they do the chair, she goes whoop.
Right. Neo, the one.
Yeah, she's the one. And so my daughter, because she's never been to a
want her on
Waffle
my
House,
team.
she just kind of gave me this look like this isn't sage. Like this, I was like, this is a normal night at Waffle House. Like anything could happen. Like Bronca said,
right? Study hard. This is what the other half of the world looks like.
Yeah, it's like
life. Welcome to life.
Welcome to life. Because when Danny
getting food straight, instead of taking them to jail, you take them to the local Waffle House.
You just take them to Waffle House. I mean,
you better act up. You better act up.
That's the new Scared Straight program. Because like, look, Danny, when you eat food, no matter how good it tastes, I can assure you, food always tastes better when they slide it through fucking bulletproof glass. You haven't had food until you see someone go like this. Hold up, and slide you your food. You're like, bruh.
It's so funny. We got our food that night with Drex. We got our food at the Waffle House, and we drove it back to our 5-star hotel in Nashville.
Yes. So Bronca rented this immaculate place. It was I forgot where you were at, but like it was a great place. 5-star.
It was great. It was a big suite, 2 rooms.
Big suite,
It was
huge
really nice.
window. You can look out, overlook all the Nashville 304s in wedding floats. And as you look at all this craziness, Joe, you're like this. Damn, this city's fucked up. And we took out our plasticware.
Right, our Waffle House.
Waffle House. It's like this.
Wait, you brought your own utensils?
No, they gave it to us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's thinking. That's good thinking. You just bring your own utensils, your own plates, and you just get it to go.
No, but then you don't build up your immune system. You need that dirt on the shit. The fucking
waffling
the
around.
food. Yeah. I mean, Danny, you gotta imagine seeing a finger going to your eggs and dude goes like this.
Bro, Drex, I put it in the private chat, okay? I was homeless, all right? Legitimately homeless. And I avoided Waffle Houses as much as I did homeless shelters for all the same reasons, okay? Bugs, scary people, and nasty stuff that's gonna get you sick. That's why.
But Danny,
that's
look,
right.
You're a great gal now. That shit would have built even better character. Like you might not you might not be immune to a bullet. But if you had just worked at Waffle House for just a little bit,
Waffle House, I would.
You would have had some bullet wounds, a knife. Someone's like, "Oh, Danny, is that a C-section scar?" Nah, I got slit. You got slit in a knife fight at a Waffle House. Joe, there is something to be said about because like when you talk about going to Vegas, right? I would argue even now, Vegas might be the best place to people watch because of the huge contrast in degeneracy, opulent wealth, commoner, bum, like everything just kind of swirls into each other. And you're kind of like, didn't expect to see that. Because I remember being in Vegas and just seeing certain things and just being like, wow, like, so that just happened. Like, because that's what Waffle House was. When I was with Bronca, his wife had never been. And Bronca, if you had asked your wife, things that could possibly happen.
She was just there with her eyes were like this big.
I mean, she was in awe. The 304s.
Andrew, you subjected your wife to this?
No, she wanted to go. So no, we told her. So Bronca and I were telling her about Waffle House. And she just didn't, her brain just couldn't wrap
She was like,
around.
it can't possibly be that bad. I was like, all right, bitch. Come on, let's go.
She had dinner with us. Like we were over in Koreatown eating amazing Korean barbecue. And I texted Bronca's wife. I was like, hey, you should come and join us. And she was like, oh, sorry, we're already on our way out. So I was like, all right, well, sucks to suck, I guess. Because we ate really well that time we were in Vegas.
Oh no, this wasn't Vegas.
Oh, this was a different time.
This is Nashville.
Nashville.
Oh, right. Nashville. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking.
And this was like at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Sorry.
Yeah, we
Sorry,
had.
In my head, we were in Vegas still.
No, so Danny, we had left the. Okay, so when we did the show, right? We do the show. We migrated over to we were in the parking lot first. Then we migrated to some place, and I didn't know that Bronca had rented a car. So when we were talking, I think I said something like, oh yeah, I'll meet up with you guys. I said something. You're like, oh yeah, we don't have a car. I was like, oh well shit, I'll just, because I rented a car. I said, yeah, let's go. All I did when Bronca and I explained what his wife could expect, I literally just Googled Waffle House. I clicked the first one that said nearest to you, right? And of course, so what made it funny though is that Joe, we are in the city limits, right? So like the nice part of Nashville. So I'm thinking, okay, this Waffle House is gonna be like right around the corner then, right? Nope. It's outside of the city.
Right.
This is no bullshit. Bronca, do you remember the face that you made as we pulled into the parking lot and saw the people standing outside with some shady characters? Like, because we went over a bridge, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, Danny, why did everything get dark?
It was like a movie scene of someplace you don't want to stop and order food. I mean, bad things are
it went from downtown look of like this is Nashville. It's this is where all the nice buildings. Danny, we literally were like this. What the fuck? Like it was
it's where white people go to buy drugs.
I was gonna say I thought that was just school, but all right.
You're right.
Yeah. So now we know where Brad gets his drugs.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I learn stuff all the time. Well, man. I am so sorry to go. Drex, you're welcome on my channel anytime, by the way, bro. You're super chill. I would love to have you on.
All right.
I haven't seen you in forever. I'll definitely have to. I'll send you a message. You're on Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'll send you a message. And because I'll end up seeing you and Sally very soon. I'll be out in Denver.
I can't wait. I'll show off all the good things up here in northern Utah, although there's not a ton. me and my husband know some good spots, so we'll be happy to give you a tour.
Can you tell everyone where they can find you, Danny?
Yep, really easy. Danny on direct. So come check me out. Come have a good time. Come join our cult. You can get blessed. You can get cursed. But more than anything, you'll have a good time. You'll develop as an individual. You'll have better smelling breath. People will like you so much more. All of those negative charisma points that Drex was just talking about are up for grabs. And you can come and find them for yourself at Danny on direct. Come and check out my channel. Have a great time.
Awesome. Make sure you guys
Great seeing you, Danny.
Great.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm sorry about all the Eve stuff.
Oh, sweetie, I wasn't offended. God was, okay? You need to repent. That's up to you and God. I love you guys.
Man.
I'll talk to him about it later.
Bye, Danny.
Later, Danny. Thank you so much.
Oh, Joe, I didn't get your take on that Vince McMahon shit. Did you cover that on your channel?
I did not cover it.
Man.
The dude was just living like it was 1970.
Joe,
I don't
this
really
is
even
no
know
lie,
the
man.
full story of Vince McMahon. I started reading it. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna be covering.
It was the most explicit, like,
it was great.
Sex, lure, porn, invitation stuff an employer could send an employee you could ever imagine. It was like Mad Men stuff. It was just like, I can't even say it because I don't want to get your channel canceled.
Yeah,
But
I mean, you don't want to say that. There was a dookie on the forehead. There was other allegations. Like, Joe,
he was looking for everything that normal dudes are looking for from women they consider easy.
Yes.
He was just doing it by text.
He was like, Joe, what the beauty of this is the beauty of all this, though. She still consented at the time. You see what I'm saying? Like, if she wanted to leave, she could, Bronca, yes or no, she could have left at any time.
Listen, I was in the 70s and the 80s. All right. We asked girls to do these things. They didn't say no.
They don't say no. Look, and Joe,
it looks bad in text. Not that we had text back then. Thank God.
Joe,
Oh,
everything on paper can look terrible without context, right? If someone said, "All right, Joe, we're gonna peruse through all of these files," a lot of shit can look really, really, really bad, right? Like, oh my God, he's a terrible person. He's the worst guy ever. It's like, okay, that's in this form, but here's how I looked in reality. Hey, I have all these crazy kinky fantasies. Oh yes, Daddy Vince. Oh, you're willing to do this shit? Yes, Daddy. Okay. That's literally, Joe, that's what happened.
It is amazing what a girl who is into you will do for you.
Yep.
there are literally no limits.
There's no limit. So Joe, here's my issue though. From a legal standpoint, I look at guys like you, Bronca. I mean, hell, Bronca, you're the self-defense guy. You got to start telling people self-defense from like these kind of allegations.
From
like,
the hose, the 304.
Yeah, 304.
I got to write another book. 304.
You got to write another book because defending yourself when it comes to firearms is a whole different landscape from the social repercussions. When someone says, "All right, Joe, a guy had a random hookup with this girl," or he's a high-power guy. Who else got caught up? Vin Diesel got caught up, right? Vin Diesel got Me Too. It's like, these stories don't even make sense.
Yeah,
It's all a ruse. So these women come up to these guys, especially if you're perceived, you have social status, perceived as having money, power, status. These girls come up to these guys and say, "I will do anything sexually you want." And the dude's like, "Well, that sounds awesome." So he does that. And then 10 years later, she comes back and says, "Well, that was a terrible thing for you to do. I'm going to sue you for $83 million. I mean,
that was so ridiculous. Well, I want to ask you guys though, with the E. Jean Carroll thing. I mean, we know how it passed through, of course, because I think a grand jury rejected that shit. Kind of like what happened with Kobe Bryant, where
it wasn't criminal.
It wasn't criminal. It was civil. That's what I'm saying. Like, because with Kobe, hey, Bronca, that was in your place in Colorado. This chick had 8 different dudes' DNA inside her. And they were like, "Wait a minute. So you're saying Kobe did these things because Kobe had more money than all the other guys
right?"
combined.
So the criminal case fell apart, right?
Yep.
But did you see the diamond he had to buy his wife afterwards?
Yeah. Oh, I remember
he
that.
paid the price.
I remember that. Do you? Okay, this is what's funny.
His wife said, "You bang that hoe there in that particular place. That's going to cost you about 10 carats."
Yeah. Wait, Brock,
And she
do you
showed up
remember
at that
Kobe's
press
face?
conference with him, supporting her husband with a ring so heavy she literally had a shoulder brace on.
Joe, do you remember that ring? So
I do.
look,
I actually
she's
do
sitting
remember the
next to
ring.
Kobe. Do you remember the tears coming down Kobe's face? Now, Bronca,
Yeah,
I was a
that's
young
because he
buck
got the
back
bill
then.
for the ring.
It wasn't just the bill. This is how I perceived that when I was growing up, because I think that was like 2003, 2004. I remember seeing that, and this was my first thought. Damn, man, he's thinking about all the money he could lose if this goes wrong. Like, because remember, Vanessa was just starting to have kids, right? I think Kobe may have only had like one daughter then, maybe two, like had one and she's pregnant or something. So his money, because that was pretty early in Kobe's career, his money was only going to go up with endorsements, all the other stuff. So I'm thinking to myself, she has access to a lot of this dude's money. If Kobe messes this up, he's done. So when he's sitting there crying, he's thinking like, please, baby, please don't leave me. Please, you see the Rock.
No, it was a
biggest rock
smart
ever.
play. It was a smart play by everyone involved. So he cheated on his wife. There ought to be a price to pay for that, right? So she made him pay the price, but she did not leave him. She stayed. She stayed vested in his career for the bigger payout. And he couldn't really leave because if he left, then he lost the bigger payout himself. So I think everyone played it right, except Kobe, buddy. You don't have to be banging maids.
Yeah, you don't. You don't.
Do better, my friend. Do better. You go to Vegas, get a high-end. Well, anyway.
Let me get a couple of these chats up here. I want to start with Bella Stella pushing herself up to 370. She's taking the lead on the silent auction for the hat.
I want to get that sound effect for my bedroom.
Trust me, you do. You really trust me, you do. Joe I got this one before. Crumbley defense had a meltdown. Feed on Detroit 4. I was thinking about sharing this. I want to check. It's only 3 minutes long, and I actually wanted to see this. Apparently, this was this is something we really should watch. Because
Joe, let me ask you, because you were listening to a lot of it. I only heard a few minutes of your show covering it, but this defense attorney sounds to me to be completely inept. Like she's like you hired a local housewife to be your defense attorney in a murder trial.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Pretty much. There you go. But if you thought what you heard was bad, just wait.
I'm not joking around about anything.
Okay, I think it was a statement. Right? Emotions are very high.
That's her in the blue.
We also
Blue suit's always a bad sign.
I just want to make a point. I'm not making an objection because my emotions are running high. In fact, I'm not having an emotional response here. I am simply asking that we be respectful to victims. That's it.
Your Honor, I am being respectful. So that is implying I'm being disrespectful. Me saying
There's the emotional response.
I didn't mean in any way to offend these families.
I didn't. It was a slip of the tongue. She's just.
It was absolutely not related to them.
I know.
This shooting is awful. It's the prosecution that's parading all of this up here and putting
Parading?
the
The shooting is the result of the defendant's gross negligence. That is the case.
They are the ones putting the victims through re-seeing all of this over and over and over.
Whoa! Everybody needs to go home. Everybody needs to go home. All right.
I understand, but we're not putting victims through anything. And I'm sorry, but just because everybody's disagreeing doesn't mean everyone is inappropriate. We aren't putting victims through everything. We're prosecuting our case, and we're trying to do it in the most efficient way possible.
She's defending her case.
I didn't have it here.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath and go home.
Oh, they didn't have it here because apparently at one point this defense attorney says, "I want to kill myself."
Damn.
She actually.
Wait, so
yeah.
Who is this chick though, Joe? Like, who? How did he hire this broad?
It's Jennifer Crumbley, the shooter's mother, hired this broad. Although I think his father may have hired the same one.
Not anymore.
This defense attorney, apparently, she starts crying when they start showing the shooting.
Damn.
And they're like, why are you crying? And she's like, this is horrific. So,
Jesus.
She's like, they're like, aren't you numb to it by now? She says, I haven't watched it yet. She
What?
hasn't. What?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay, is this
I've
person
never
like an
seen
actual
this
lawyer
before.
though? Is she an actual lawyer?
That's what she supposedly said. I've never seen this. And it's like, are you out of your freaking mind? She's like, I can't watch it. It's too horrible to watch. This is what this woman's saying.
Jesus.
What is wrong? Like, it's like.
And her whole questioning of witnesses is no, listen, there's an art to being a lawyer and questioning witnesses. There's ways you're allowed to ask questions and there's ways you're not allowed to ask questions, and it's different if it's direct questioning and it's different if it's cross-examination. And to a lay person, I get it. It could be kind of confusing and hard to understand. But she's not supposed to be a lay person. She's supposed to be a defense attorney in a murder trial. She sounds like the housewife down the street was just like dragged into being legal counsel for this woman.
Yeah. Everything about her seems as if she has never. It's not like
she's never, my God! At some point, she was like asking the judge to phrase the question.
Wait, so is this her first trial? Like, is this?
It doesn't sound like it doesn't simply seem like she's never tried a case before. It seems like she hasn't watched a law drama in her life. like, did you watch a couple of episodes of Law and Order before you came in? No, I find it very unsettling. That's what I'm. I don't know what's happening here. She's terrible. She's so bad. And I'm sitting here and I'm watching this and I'm rooting for her. Because I really don't want to see Jennifer Crumbley, spend the rest of life in prison. Because I think the precedent this would set for our country is disastrous. Because if DA starts seeing they can get away with this kind of garbage, we're going to see this all the time. You're going to see a lot of white folks every time there's a shooting. Their parents are going to be going to prison, and and this is the final line right here. Is this woman? She can send the DA packing. I guess. Look, you can look at it the other way. I guess we could look at it this way. This is the giant white pill I can try and shove down your throat. Okay, because everyone's watching this trial, right? And if district attorneys see that no matter what kind of good case they put on, and you could be facing the worst trial attorney on the planet, and you're still going to lose, that's a message to them. There's no point to bringing this case. I mean, there's no point. Anyone can beat us in this case.
That's not going to happen here.
I don't know.
What's the narrative here? We have a bunch of dead kids, right? Mm-hmm. This kid, the killer, was provided with a rifle by the mother, who ignored the mental.
Not rifle. It was a pistol.
Oh, whatever. Mm-hmm. Pistol by the mother, who was aware of mental health crisis. Now, I don't have a position in this case because I haven't actually looked at the facts. I just heard other people talk about them. Mm-hmm. But I can imagine facts that would support a manslaughter prosecution. I mean, if you have a kid is a psychopath and you give him a gun and he goes to school and kills a bunch of people, that doesn't look good. That looks like reckless manslaughter.
So here's the thing.
I say that as someone, I owned my first firearm at 9 years old. I had a .22 rifle. I was allowed to go out in the woods and just plink at squirrels and cans and stuff. So I don't think it's inherently wrong to provide a child with access to a firearm. But if your child is mentally unstable and thinking of murdering people and you give them a gun, well, that's a different scenario.
So let's slow down for a second here. Let's understand this. He was tried as an adult. Okay? Meaning they say he pled guilty and he's facing 4 life sentences. For killing 4 people. So he's tried as an adult, and now you want to say that the parents are guilty of breaching their duty as parents. So normally we look at the misconduct of a third party. In this case, a third party is the kid Ethan who did the shooting. There has to be a link between dead people and the defendant.
Right. Now, and I presume, again, I haven't looked at the evidence in this case, but the legal doctrine that would apply would be one of recklessness, that the parents created a situation in which they knew they were creating an unjustified risk of death or serious bodily injury to others, and they did it anyway. If you have a psychopathic kid,
he wasn't
who's telling,
psychopathic though.
Well, I don't know the facts,
Okay,
Joe. I'm
right.
I'm
So
just sending out.
I'm just telling you that the school counselor, the school counselor saw three things in a span of 24 hours or less than that. One was that he was looking up bullets, which is nothing illegal about that. And there's nothing even that disturbing about that. The problem is it was against school policy to do that in school. So he's not supposed to be doing that. The next thing they knew, the second is the morning of the shooting, he's watching dramatizations of school shootings. Not actual, but like, some sort of TV made for TV thing of a school shooting. And then they saw a picture that he drew. And when they saw this picture, and I'll share with you the picture so you can see it for yourselves. When they saw this picture, they thought this kid is a potential harm to himself.
All right, can we pause for just a moment? Because I've already said I don't know the facts. I'm only talking about the legal argument. Okay,
Right.
The legal argument. The facts will be decided by the jury, right? The legal argument that the prosecution, I presume, is making is that the parents had reason to know that this kid was a dangerous threat to other students if they provided him with a gun, and they provided him with a gun, and then he killed a bunch of students. I presume that's the state's theory of the case. Now, whether or not they should have known he was dangerous, they should have known he was a risk, those are all fact issues that will be argued and will have to be decided by the jury. But the legal argument is not unsound. If we assume that the parents knew their kid was psychopathic and gave him a gun and he went to school and killed a bunch of people, that looks like manslaughter to me.
Even if there's an intervene.
If they knew
that he's a danger, but that I don't think anyone claims that they had reason.
No, Joe, focus. You're getting back to the facts. The facts. I don't know the facts. I'm saying if we assume they knew that he was dangerous to other people and they gave him a gun and then he kills a bunch of other people, would you or would you not agree that looks like manslaughter? Yes. If we assume those, right. So our dispute is not on the legal principle. Our dispute is maybe on the facts. It depends on what the fact. Now, if the parents didn't know, that would be different. That wouldn't be manslaughter. But that's why we have trials, right? To have the finding of fact, the argument of fact. And that's why we have juries to decide those issues of fact.
Fair enough. I'm simply saying, and it's true, factual.
Joe, I got a question for you. How does this work?
So thin. The facts are so thin to tie that they should have known.
That could be. I don't know. I don't have a.
That's what's so frustrating, that this lousy attorney is doing a poor job of eliciting the facts. That's the point.
She certainly sounded horrible to me.
Just in that clip, I was like, I got a question for you though, Joe.
Yep.
How does this work on a legal level? Okay, so on one hand, you're telling me they're saying that like, oh, you did this, it's your child, but at the same time, you're saying I'm trying you as an adult. Because you would presume if someone's being tried as an adult, you're saying like, oh, they have the capabilities of knowing right from wrong from an adult standpoint. They're not a child. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's not the argument here. The argument is not that the child was acting like an adult, because the child didn't go out and obtain the firearm by himself.
Correct.
The parents provided the firearm. That's a different legal argument.
Okay, so that's why like his mental health is such an issue, right? Because they're saying if you knew this person was crazy or had certain
and you gave him a gun
and you gave them the means to do it.
That's right.
In my opinion, I think a jury could reasonably find her liable. You see what I'm saying? Because they would go, well, I mean, you knew the person was crazy.
It's different than a parent who has a child. They have no reason to believe there's anything wrong with them, and they don't provide that child with the gun, and the child somehow gets a gun and kills a bunch of people. Parents should be free and clear there.
Agreed.
But this is more complicated because maybe the state is arguing, maybe that they knew the child was unstable, and this is not disputed, the parents provided him with the gun.
And let's be honest, every parent knows if there's something like with their kid, right? Like it's like,
well, maybe they do, or maybe they don't. Listen, that's for the jury to decide. I don't know anything about the facts. I'm not taking a side in the case. I don't know the facts in the case. I'm just stating the legal argument that would be made. Now, you would think that a parent would know if their child was psychopathic.
I think every parent.
I want to be clear about that legal standard, though, that I agree with you on, which is what the state should have a burden of establishing, and I'll just be clear, maybe you were saying this and I missed it. They should have a burden of establishing that you have a reason to know that's
that your child is dangerous.
It's a foreseeable thing that your child is going to harm other people.
And you gave him a gun. Right. That should be the state's burden. Correct.
Okay. So fine. And so if they could establish that, because then what is that?
Would you agree
I'll tell you why that could work. Because what we are basically saying when we're charging as an adult is that we're basically saying that the argument that everyone for the defense is making is this kid making his own decisions is an intervening factor, which should sever the relationship between the parents and the dead kids. Is that all of a sudden you have someone acting crazy out of whack? So how can you attach any culpability to parents? And what you're basically saying is, since it's so foreseeable, so it's not like it's.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying
if it is,
right.
If it is, that vitiates that there is no intervening act because it's predictable.
So
and
imagine
if it's predictable, it's not an intervening act.
Imagine the son goes to the parents and says, "Listen, I'm having a really difficult time at school. There's a lot of people there I wish were dead. If I had a gun, I would kill them." And the parents say, "Well, here's a gun."
Damn.
Right? Are the parents liable then criminally? I would suggest yes.
Yeah, I would.
So if we agree on that legal principle, then the only disagreement is on the facts. Do the facts support that argument?
Right. But in that case, they're in the case you're describing, they're practically an accomplice. That's the problem.
Well,
but they're not being charged as an accomplice. They're being charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Well, I think it would still be involuntary manslaughter.
What I'm saying is,
you didn't want your son to kill those people, but you knew there was a foreseeable risk that he was going to do that, and you enabled that risk. Right.
Yeah, based on what he said or done.
Now that's different than if you have a kid you have every reason to believe is normal, or you're not providing him with, you're not handing him a gun, but you happen to have guns in the home. Those are different fact patterns. So where I think people are getting caught up is they're not distinguishing between the legal arguments and the actual facts in the case. There are legal arguments in which this could clearly be manslaughter if the facts support it. I don't know if the facts support it, but to pretend that there's no circumstances under which this could be manslaughter, that's not legal reasoning.
Okay, I gotta just hit this up here. Viola Pride hitting me with 100 in Rumble. What about past school shooters? Did they go after those parents? Why now? Why these parents? Horn for the diggers. I already gave you your horn.
None of that. All of that is politics. It's not legal argument. So yes, you're correct. Why do they go after some parents and not others? It's a fair question, but it's not a legal question.
Johnny Reb asked me to check locals. He was the one. I'm going to drop a little chauffeur on him for this.
Hey, is this the show where we're going to see the first $100,000 super chat? That's what I want to know.
Is this the show? It could be. It could be. We don't know that. We don't know that that's going to happen. It's obviously up in the air.
Oh, Joe, I got a question for you.
There is just before your question. There is an ongoing contest because this is a Make Joe Laugh stream. That whoever sends me a super chat that makes me laugh hardest is going to win 10 times the cost of their super chat. Damn. So, make me laugh, and I'm going to have down to a vote. Well, I'm going to whittle it down to the top contenders, and then we'll have a vote as to which one was the funniest. But the qualifications to get in there, it's going to have to be pretty funny. So let me get to a couple of super chats, and then because I had these rants up here for ages. Upon the horizon said, the passenger is the Prince of New Jersey, the Royal Rider, the Shogun of the Shotgun. Drum roll, Joseph Henry Nearman. That's not bad. I don't think that's going to make it. Not bad. It's good. It was good. I think I got those up there before. Let me make sure I didn't miss any down recently over here. Yeah.
There's a comment that someone's complaining that somebody spent $10 to simp for me.
Oh man,
don't simp for me, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, that's not gonna help.
Johnny Reb says, I'm an engineer, and after watching LawTube, I feel like I could do a better job defending Crumbley than the lawyer. I wouldn't. I think most of you, I think most of you in the chat could probably do as good a job. I'm going to let you answer this, and I'm going to urge you to just recognize that Worcestershire here is new to you guys. She's a regular here of the show. I don't understand why fathers with daughters would talk like this about women. Your daughters will be women. I just want to explain to you and anyone else who's unaccustomed to Drex and Branca. This is not, they're talking about specific women in specific circumstances. They're not saying this is all women. That's not what they're saying. They're talking specifically about certain women that they're seeing at 3 o'clock in the morning hanging out in the city who are basically, thirsting for attention. That's essentially who they're not talking about. They're not talking about girls,
Joe,
and
304s and women are different people.
Yes,
just
exactly.
like when they use like the N word.
I appreciate you.
That's a great
way of pointing it out.
Yeah, do you guys remember that famous Chris Rock stand up where he says, "Love black people, hate ninjas"? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He makes a clear distinction between these are the ninjas over here that do ninja shit, and here's what respectable black people do. These are not the same people. They may look the same physically, like. Yeah, they got brown skin. That is the only thing they have in common.
Right.
Their mentality, and this kind of goes into, Bronk and I have talked about this because I've gotten that criticism. Like, Drex, you say these things about women. No. I say these things about hoes, thizots. Okay? Thoughts are not women. They're thoughts.
It's remarkable to me that a dude pretends that all women's are like some homogenous.
Yeah, like they're these nice, great creatures.
Like
no.
Have you ever interacted with women? Women are all across the spectrum. There are
just like
wonderful
the dudes are.
women. There are just like men, just like
like
all
dudes,
other human beings.
Right.
Women are not magical unicorn creatures.
But you're right. But you have to realize that in the context that we've been talking for the last couple of hours, I can understand how people who are unfamiliar with you are assuming that you're basically holding this opinion about all women and not making a distinction between
there's
women.
low IQ people everywhere, Joe.
And
everywhere, man.
And Duncan Idaho says, I went to Portland recently and it was seriously like a zombie movie. The number of people bent in half in the middle of the street or sidewalk doing fentanyl fold was really depressing. In Portland, Oregon. Yeah. So
Joe, no lie. On my way to the airport this morning, before like the I think there's like a rain and even snow and some shit coming to the NorCal area. They actually mentioned there's some like state of emergency in Portland because of this. So Duncan, Idaho, if you know about that, that'd be great to know because literally like I was going to the airport. It was like 5 a.m. this morning, and they were talking about some state of emergency. Think about that. The zombies in Portland are so rampant. There's a fucking state of emergency being declared. It's got because there's only so long you can like fake the fun. Right? There's nothing to see. The dog in the burning house meme, right? Like everything's fine. There's only so long you can deny it. And this is the thing, Joe. Brock and I have talked about this. When we describe certain places, people, things, there's just certain the way that we describe things. It's like this. This is like the general overview of what you're going to find. Like you would agree, you were with your wife out in Vegas. At a certain time, you see a wide spectrum of people, but you more likely than not, at a certain time in a certain place, see a certain demographic. You see what I'm saying? Just like Waffle House at 2 a.m. Yeah, guess what? If you go to Waffle House at 8 a.m., do you know who you wind up seeing? Maybe a trucker, a family on a weekend. You see what I'm saying? It's not the craziness.
Kimberly says, Miles to your growing family, sending here to keep Susan Ways on Venmo from your earnings. Thank you so much. I'm gonna drop you one of these. I appreciate you going the extra mile and going through Venmo. Waffle House is best enjoyed at 3 a.m.
There it is.
What about a liter of cola?
Bring a gun, man. Bring a gun.
Bring two, Rocka. Bring two, man.
Gotta have a liter of cola. I don't get this one. I don't know. Maybe you guys do the liter of cola thing.
That's you. You were talking about carrying liters of cola in your shopping bag.
Well, okay.
Your kosher shopping bag, Joe.
My very kosher. The Waffle House guards are the security battery. Hot Spice dropping the 50. 4 things. 1. You inspired me to learn more about Judaism. Husband's Jewish and kids in Hebrew school.
Good.
2, the attorney made a boss move today and sacrificed her lover on the stand today. I didn't. All right, I didn't watch that part of the trial.
No, you were watching that. That was the firefighter. That was
who sacrificed. I mean,
I don't know. No, I guess they're trying to say the just because the lawyer questioned the firefighter boyfriend on the stand, that was a sacrifice.
Oh,
he was already sacrificed. He had nothing else to lose.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think he was coming back anytime soon.
Especially since Jennifer Crumbley got super fat in prison. So
wait, so what did she use? Did she look different? I looked up pictures of her and like read about the story. Did something change?
I heard she was thinner when they were having sexual relations. The firefighter lover,
Man who had an affair. Jennifer Crumbley testifies about her son's school shooting. I'm looking at this. This is an honest question.
Listen, no guy wants to be identified as the dude who bangs the fatties.
like this is an honest question. This is for the ladies out there. How do y'all get bigger in prison? I don't get it. Like,
there's a lot of high caloric food. It's high caloric. It's like dorm food. It's all like mac and cheese, bread.
But Bronca, what do dudes do when they go to prison? Do they get fat or they get ripped?
Well, if they don't want to be bitches, they get ripped real quick.
3, the school is responsible. 4, must have. Thank you so much, Hot Spice Jess. I appreciate you. You're very, very kind, very generous. Duncan says, I don't know about her, but she seems like someone who's playing at being an attorney until she has kids and comes to stay-at-home mom, just like a Mary Kay ambassador or amateur jewelry maker.
Damn.
Mega Mob ass hitting me with the 50, with a 50. My aunt and uncle want the parents to go to jail forever. They're so blindsided with liberal views that they don't care for facts. It's frustrating to me that they can claim to be so fair and proper. My great-grandfather graduated from Oxford High School. It's so sad. It's so sad how the media has been so successful at twisting the minds of otherwise sane people. I don't know about her, but she seems like someone. Oh, I got this one. Duncan says, all the people in chat trying to screech facts to Branko when he said 500 times that he's not asserting any facts. Have you been awake as long as Joe, too? I have been awake for a long time. I'm now 21 hours into streaming.
Damn.
Leader Cola is what Farva gets in Super Troopers. Okay. I don't even know what's
It's a movie.
I know Super Troopers is a movie.
Yeah. I mean, Joe, you strike me as one of those guys that doesn't really watch movies.
I heard of Super Troopers. I don't know. I think I heard of Super Troopers. That's the movie.
Have you seen Debbie Does Sodom and Gomorrah?
I don't think so.
One Night in China. Fuck, Bronca. Look, man. Joe, things go places with this guy.
Yeah. So with that, there's a couple of other things I wanted to ask you guys here.
Oh, Joe, I do want to ask my question for you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
In regards to this Crumbley trial and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
What stops future DAs, and this might actually be a positive thing for the worst group of people on earth, German Shepherd females, these wild hyenas, the bastard offspring that they produce, that are gang bangers and stuff. Do you believe that this could set a precedent for district attorneys to now go after because there's no dads around, the mothers of gang bang? Because remember,
the minor children.
Yeah, the minor children. Think about it. When you go to these inner cities,
you can do that today.
Oh, can you? How come they never do though? Like they should.
They don't want to.
We know why.
Because they're black.
Right.
Look, man, send their black asses straight to the Bing, man.
I'm telling you why. That's the current.
Joe went full brain cat. They never go full brain cat.
Never do that.
That should be your tagline. Never go full brain cat. Yeah, no, the political climate.
They just don't want to.
The political climate we're in right now is a white person who allows their kid to access a gun should be punished.
Imagine if they did that. Imagine if they did what the law allows, right? And they went after the parents. Suddenly you'd be putting hundreds, thousands of single mothers into prison.
Beautiful.
Because politically, it's just unviable. Legally, it's permissible, but politically, you can't do that. Especially if you're a DA in that district. DAs are elected.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Because look, I was in Tennessee, right? If you guys have ever been to Memphis, the jail is inside the courtroom. Hey, Bronca, the jail is inside the court. Joe, I want you to imagine this.
As far as I'm concerned, Memphis is the maybe aside from Baltimore, I'm not sure, but Memphis may be the single most dangerous city in the country.
It's dangerous as shit, man. Hey, Joe, you can win a goddamn wet t-shirt contest in Memphis right now, tonight, just by just existing on Earth. Like you were just standing there and Swiss cheese it up right there on the spot for no reason. It's dangerous as shit, man. Like, you ask anybody that goes to Memphis, like it is one of the rare cities. Bronco, did you notice that when you went to Memphis?
I go through there twice a year.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like even if you're not doing anything.
I'll do a 2,000-mile motorcycle ride from Colorado all the way to the East Coast, and the only time I'm in desperate fear of my life is the 30 minutes I'm traveling to Memphis.
Joe, it's no joke, man. They're having shootouts at cookouts in the middle of the day, and like I said, when you
they don't stop cooking.
They don't say
it's normal.
It's so fucking bad, man. Yeah, I took my daughter there as a kid. I think she was maybe three or four. And I took her to Memphis and she loved it because, kids have no concept of danger. So, Bronca, imagine me with this little girl, kind of like, making sure I'm all kind of, looking around at everything. And she's just like happy as can be. And I'm just sitting there thinking like, man, this place is fucking dangerous. Like, because it was even worse than when I took her mother when she and I were together. When we were there years ago, like this has been 2009, right? And Memphis was bad then, right? It was bad, but it wasn't like, damn, man, this is really unsafe. But like,
so in the 1990s, the problem in Memphis was people wouldn't pay attention to traffic lights, so they would just effing drive through traffic lights at full speed. But there were nice things. There was that little. They have this kind of concrete cast model of the Mississippi River. On the river walk there, you can show it to your kids. It's there's nice parts of it, but now, oh my God! I mean, it's like what people imagine the Wild West used to be. It's just guns going off all the time.
Oh, Bronca, you know what I got to send you? I've got to send you the Gangland. You remember the show Gangland? I think it was on History Channel or A&E or something. They covered LMG, the Lemoyne Gardens, right? And the notorious Lemoyne, because when we first took in foster kids. The very first two we took, they were brothers. They came from Memphis. And that's how, that was like my introduction to Memphis. And there's a dude named Wild something like, I want to say it's like Angelo Bill or something, right? And he talks about his experience in Lemoyne Gardens. And you're like, you could be like a hardened dude, Bronco, when you see how many bullets this dude is taking, and he takes off his, they show you his body. And he talks about just how many bodies dropped in Memphis. Joe, so it's shocking there's anybody left.
So two important points there. One is for all you normal law-abiding people out there who have a gun and you think that gun is going to protect you.
No.
If a bad guy comes at you, that bad guy, there's a good possibility he doesn't give a fuck about your gun because he's been shot by guns just like it, and he's still here to attack you, isn't he? The other thing I was going to say.
Go ahead. No, Brock, I was going to say, I'll tell you something this is one of my main beefs with people who are like these Second Amendment simps. Let me tell you my number one problem, and I'm sure you've encountered this, the people who think the last gun that was ever manufactured is their gun. You know what I'm talking about? I got a gun. And people look around
everyone has a gun.
So does everybody else. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like Bronca, guys talk about this like there are people who actually believe that they can take on the federal government. Have you ever bumped into those types?
Yes, of course.
You stand 0% chance. For those of you who don't know, you won't fucking last. You have 0.0% chance of beating the federal government. This whole, I'm going to have a shootout. No, you're not. No, you're not.
And I don't know how the ultimate war would work out. That's a complicated question. But I do know that anyone who engages in it should presume they're not going to survive.
You will absolutely get slaughtered. Like, look, my brother is in the Army, Bronca. He talked about the guns that they have and the drones and everything, the types of shit that they have. He goes, civilians would stand 0 fucking chance. All these people talking about Joe, I got my guns. I'm ready. Ready for what? What are you going to do? The fuck are you going to do?
Yeah.
I can't stand these people.
There are counter arguments to your position, Drex, but I will say when I go to the big gun conferences, the SHOT Show, NRA annual meeting, where 70,000 people show up in support of the Second Amendment, the percentage of people who have full arm tattoos, no actual military experience, and weigh 350 pounds and would die of a heart attack if they ran up a flight of stairs, That's a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Those guys aren't defending anything. So any of you patriots who think you're like super patriots out there and you're ready to fight in a war, maybe don't weigh 350 pounds. Maybe skip on the tattoos and like lift some weights and stop eating so much and be able to run 4 miles in 20 minutes and then let us know how it's going.
You're walking yourself into a lengthy conversation, which I've been looking.
I thought this was a lengthy show.
No, it's fine.
24-hour man.
It's fine. So you're walking yourself into. There's something that it's a talking point about the whole insurrection that I've heard from the left a lot, which it inspired me to look up history. And that is that people talk about the insurrection, the ones who are from the left who are screaming that it was an insurrection, and that they're basically saying, we called the Whiskey Rebellion a rebellion, and that was 200 farmers. And you're going to tell me that what happened at the Capitol wasn't an insurrection, which an insurrection is, smaller than a rebellion. How is, where do you coming to that conclusion? And that got me inspired to actually look up the Whiskey Rebellion, and actually, and if you want to, do you know have you ever studied what the history of the Whiskey Rebellion is?
I have. Yes. I'm that old.
The Whiskey Rebellion that the left has tried to dismiss as 200 farmers started in 1792, and it basically went on. It was like
amongst people, by the way, who thought they just won their freedom.
Yes, it was right. You have to realize this is like 15 years after this is less than 15 years
after we fought an 8-year war to win our freedom.
Yeah, and what happened was the federal government said we're going to start putting a federal tax on all distilled products, and really there was very little beer in the colonies or in the states at that time. Most people were drinking whiskey, so even though it was on all alcohol, they called it the Whiskey Rebellion because they said, why the hell are we paying tax? We shouldn't be paying federal tax. There's no such thing as federal tax. Why the hell are we paying this? And in Western Pennsylvania, they said, we ain't paying it. And when the tax collector came out, this is in 1791, when he came out, they're like, we ain't paying your stupid tax, and they tarred and feathered him. That was the start. That's the initial part of the Whiskey Rebellion.
Tar and feather should have a big comeback, by the way.
But if you don't appreciate what tar and feathering is, it's a miracle if anyone survives actually being tarred. It's hot tar. Imagine like hot oil being poured all over you, and then they put feathers on top to humiliate you. They strip the man down naked, cover them in boiling hot tar from head to toe, and then throw feathers on him. It's
Sounds
a very
like Vegas.
I mean, and let's put it, if you added up all the offenses committed by the siege at the Capitol against the police, this is way worse. Just one tar and feathering. That was the start of the Whiskey Rebellion. They ended up basically saying, we want to separate from the United States, created their own flag.
Right, because like the Civil War, they believed it was a
Revolutionary
War.
You're saying
no. The Civil War participants believed that the United States was a voluntary union. You got to pick whether you were part or not.
Right. And
you could leave if you wanted to.
So they were basically saying, we're not paying this. And this was a growing thing that went on for years. And they ended up actually having battles, like real battles with flags, and ultimately the Whiskey Rebellion wasn't put down for 3 years. 3 years they fought this, and it ended, which, just to give you a historical thing, with the only time that a sitting president led troops into battle was George Washington marching 12,000 troops out, armed troops, into Western Pennsylvania to compel them and basically put down in county by county this rebellion.
This was an ongoing thing for 3 years where they were like, they had their own flag and were like, we're not part of the United States. They were thinking about returning to Great Britain and severing themselves from the United States.
Right. This sucks. It's a divorce. They just wanted a divorce.
Yeah, they're like, we're out of here. We're not paying your 2-cent stupid federal tax. We're leaving the country over this. So yeah, it wasn't 200 farmers. There was literally thousands of farmers. There was countless meetings. There was different leaders of the rebellion. This was an organized thing which was going on for years with their own flag, and that's why it got the name Whiskey Rebellion. So don't let anyone on the left tell you that, well, if the Whiskey Rebellion, which was 200 farmers, is called a rebellion, surely what happened over a couple hours in the Capitol is way worse than that. No, it's not even close, especially if you look at percentage of the country that was showing up there versus percentage of the country that was fighting the Whiskey Rebellion. It was a much, much bigger deal where they actually needed the president of the United States to lead troops out. And the only time in history that president has ever led troops out was to put down the Whiskey Rebellion. So never
Can you imagine Joe Biden?
Left. Imagine him on a horse like Mark.
No, on a donkey. It would have to be a donkey. The Democrat Party.
Do not
charging
ever.
in there.
Do not ever
with
let
a paper straw as a lance.
My point is, if you hear Destiny or any other, character from Pisco, any other character from the left, basically trying to pretend that the Whiskey Rebellion was a couple of hundred farmers who were angry about paying a tax, and that's considered rebellion, and that was no big deal. It went on for 3 years, had their own flag. They tried severing from the Union, and they had to lead troops out, 12,000 troops, to put down this thing, and you're comparing that to 3 hours of protesting inside the Capitol. It's a joke. It's not even remotely comparable. And yeah, you can't learn any lesson as to like, well, clearly, if that's a rebellion, that it's not even close. It was much, 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 much worse than what happened on January 6th.
Also, it was a different era, and the how could I put it? Protesters have learned. We don't tar and feather anymore. It's more severe than that these days. And no one should wish for this kind of conflict within America, because it would be horrific for everyone involved.
Yep. I mean, there's another whole argument I wanted to make about the concept of labeling something an insurrection or a rebellion, which is, since it's a term of art,
becomes propaganda. It's just propaganda.
No, but since it's a term of art, it's not something that there's a scientific or a formal term. In order for someone to be labeled properly an insurrectionist, they have to think of themselves as if they're engaging in insurrection. In the Whiskey Rebellion, they thought of themselves as, we are in rebellion. We're in revolution here. That's why it's a rebellion. That's why it's an insurrection. They thought of themselves as being an insurrection. In stark contrast to what was happening in the Capitol on January 6th, where nobody
100%. No, they were all Americans protecting America.
Not one of them would
They
have.
were the opposite of insurrectionists.
Yeah, they thought of themselves as being patriots. And since it's a term of art, it's not something for your opposition to label you. This is the party which says if a dude with a beard puts on a skirt and high heels, he becomes a woman. And you're telling me and that everyone else has to respect that because that's his choice. And even though the science says that dude is an idiot, but still that's his choice that you have to recognize. But so a political enemy of that is considered wrong for standing behind the science. But when it comes to an insurrectionist and who's an insurrectionist, who isn't, a political enemy is in a position to start issuing labels there. I don't think so. My point is, in order for someone to be an insurrectionist, they have to decide, I am insurrecting against the country. You have to have the mens rea, the intent. That's what I want to do. I am in revolt to my country, not that I think this is supporting the country. That was the other point I wanted to make. There's a couple of rants and locals that I have to get to, and then I'll take your if any questions you have. So Librarian says, Joe Neerman, you're on my list for best of the best. May your daughter and all of your family find great happiness. Thank you for your generous drop there. And Viola Pride hitting me with another horn for the Diggers. Adam and Eve were the first ones to ignore the Apple terms and conditions. Diggers won another horn, and Diggers just got another freaking horn. All right. Whew. So there I got out my thing about, I got out my frustration with the whole with the whole stupid insurrection label. There's a few chats that came in on YouTube. Levi says liberalism is nothing to lose your head over. I think there's a joke that's hiding in there I'm not sure. I think I missed it, but Caleb Ciacelli says, how about folks talking about secession like it's still a good idea? People who might not have considered historically the controversial things Lincoln did to preserve the Union. Folks want to give Biden the same opportunity. How about folks talking about secession like it's still a good idea?
That's kind of hard to understand.
Sure,
you have a lot of ideas in there.
People who might not have considered historically the controversial things Lincoln did to preserve the unions, folks want to give Biden the same opportunity. Oh, I understand what he's saying. He's like, you're talking about secession. Well, the last time the South tried seceding, Lincoln was breaking every law in the Constitution to stop that from happening. What do you think Biden's going to do if you try seceding? That's what and that's a fair point.
It just ultimately just comes down to force. I mean, the South was always going to lose the war if the North insisted on fighting. The North had all the industrial capacity and population.
Yep.
So the South was hoping to win a quick war, break the North's will, and win their war that way. But the moment that Lincoln was willing to engage in sustained war and bring the entire industrial capacity of the North and its population against the South was doomed. It was like when the Japanese lost at Midway. It was over. Their ability to wage offensive war was over. What?
They were broken.
They were broken. It was, the outcome of the war was inevitable at that point. And the same was true once Lincoln absolutely committed to bringing all the industrial power of the North and the population of the North, which was vastly more than the South, to the war. You can't win a war on that basis.
It also, you can say the same thing that once the Allies took Normandy, and they had the Eastern Front against the Russian, and now they had the Allies pouring in from the West.
It was impossible. It was impossible.
Germany had no chance at that point.
No, zero. Yeah. By the way, the Russians won World War II. I mean, Of course, we invaded Normandy and we did all that shit. We hear about in Band of Brothers, and that's all great. But we had I'm going to make up numbers here, but just for comparison purposes, we had 10 divisions engaged against the Germans. The Russians had 90 divisions engaged against the Germans. They're the ones that ground the Germans into dust because the Germans had to focus their energies on the Russians because they knew exactly what the Russians would do to them if the Russians won, because they had done horrible things to the Russians when they invaded Russia. They knew the Americans would treat them in a civilized, surrender kind of way. The Russians, no way, man. They were exacting 100% retribution on your ass. So the Germans had to focus most of their defensive energies against Russia there, which made things substantially easier for us. Fortunately,
that's definitely true. Now, Russia was very poorly armed. They were desperate for arms and for America and the West to join the war. When when Hitler broke the Ribbentrop Pact, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Stalin didn't even want to believe it. In 1941, when they were lining up there, and everyone in Moscow was telling Stalin, they're going to break the pact. And he's like, no, Adolf's not going to break it. He's not going to break it. He's not going to break it. They say that, I was reading this book called 1941, the year that changed the war. It's an astonishing thing. The first person came in and told Stalin that Germany invaded. He shot and killed him. Yeah. And the second person who came in and told him
a boss,
damn, came in, Germany invaded, that Germany's invading us, and he shot and killed that guy too. And the third person came in, and that one he believed. He's like, oh my God, they're really here. But he was so terrified of Adolf coming, and he threw millions of troops at, he was literally just throwing out hordes of bodies, people, the Russians.
No, he would throw literally unarmed men.
Unarmed. The people in front had a weapon, and they were told when the person got killed, the second guy picked up the gun. You pick up their gun and keep marching forward. I mean, you imagine the horror of being serving.
And guess what?
Army.
Within one generation, Russia's population was back to normal because the 10% of men they still had were more than happy to F the 100% of women who were available.
Brock, so mathematician.
if you have a desert island and if you have one woman and 100 guys in 1 year, how many babies do you have?
Yep.
One. But if you have 100 women and one guy at the end of the year, how many babies do you have? 100.
That's right. Well, and you know,
so people say women create life.
No, they don't.
That
They
men
incubate.
create
They're
life.
incubators. Women incubate life.
I try
Because if
so
you have
hard, dude. I try so hard to tell people, to tell my audience, he doesn't hate women.
I love women. Listen,
I don't know why
I
people
would
have
love.
that
I would
opinion.
love to be that one guy on the island.
I know I would
I
be.
would serve my societal purpose.
You
very
goddamn right I
happily.
would. I'm going full Genghis Khan.
I'd be like, next.
Yep. I have seed to spread, and it's gonna get spread.
I'd be like,
Wilt
all the
Chamberlain style,
single
Genghis
ladies,
Khan
all
style.
the single ladies.
Yep. Well, Bronco, here's the thing, though. Like what Joe is saying about Stalin not believing that the pact was broken. When you look at Hitler, even with the Rhinelands, right?
Yeah.
If you look at Hitler's behavior, and of course you had that cuck of a fucking Chamberlain in Britain at that time, an actual fucking cuck, a soft, weak cuck, and Germany was going to install a puppet king.
He trusted his enemy.
Yep. And so I remember reading about these things when I was growing up, because I was always fascinated by a lot of like the personalities and battle strategies are what interested me. Not so much like the legal or political stuff. That's what used to always be like that was like my end, right? And I'm looking at this. I thought to myself, how do you size someone up and you get it that wrong? Like Bronca, if I would have met Hitler at that time, there's no way I would have walked away like Chamberlain did and been like, yeah, I think everything's going to be fine.
We found peace in our time.
Yeah, I would have been like whereas if you notice,
but you have to
was preparing. He's like, the fuck are you thinking?
Here's the thing.
So you have to remember when Chamberlain was in charge.
What a cuck.
Hitler was not presenting as an enemy of England. Hitler was presenting as almost a sibling of England. We're all Aryan. England is Aryan. We're Aryan. It's these heathens to the east that we need to be afraid of. We're brothers. We should be getting along. We should not be fighting. At that time, Churchill was, I think, first Navy secretary, but he was kind of a political outcast. They gave him that job to kind of keep him out of the way. He was not the one talking to Hitler. It was Chamberlain talking. And Chamberlain talked to Hitler, and he bought it. He bought the fucking sales pitch. Hitler saying, no, he's not really that bad a guy. He's just kind of like us, and we just have to get along. And who wants another great war, right? Because in the real great war that just happened one generation before, in one day, 50,000 people would be killed, right? So no one wants to do that again. So Chamberlain's like, no, Hitler sounds not completely unreasonable. Of course, Hitler's lying about what he's saying, but that's the dialogue. And it wasn't until Hitler invades Poland and people lose satisfaction with Chamberlain and Churchill magically comes back in, that Churchill changes the dynamic of the British government and says, no, we're going to fight this guy at all costs, right? In the streets, on the beaches, all those fucking speeches. But guess what happened? The moment World War II was won, what did they do to Churchill?
Boom, gone.
They fired him.
Yep.
Right.
Gone.
He was a wartime prime minister.
Yep.
And the minute the war was won, they fired him and they put a socialist in power.
Yep. Well, you know, it's funny you say that. When I went to go see The Dark Knight Rises in 2012, they say that about Gordon. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but like they said that he goes, because the guy goes like, he says like, the mayor's going to dump him in the spring, and the guy kind of looks at him and is like, well, he's a hero. He goes, no, he's a war hero. This is peacetime. It's like, and Joker said that same thing in The Dark Knight, where he says like, they need you right now, but when they don't, they'll cast you out like a leper.
And listen, in a sense, it's true, right?
Yep.
I mean, you need a different general in war and peace, a different politics in war and peace. These are different roles, and unfortunately, I think we often miss time when the change needs to be made.
Well, it's difficult to know who's going to be the right person in that situation. But you were talking about Stalin before. Do you want and his stubbornness? And as to how, he was terrified of Germany. He really was, which is why he didn't want to believe that Adolf was going to do what he was going to do.
It was their industrial power.
Yeah. Well, this is how obstinate. You want to talk about obstinacy of a tyrant, okay? And some of you are going to say based. I'm telling you, you might say based. This is freaking lunacy. Okay, when Germany goes into Russia, and they are this is after, you have to understand, pursuant to the Ribbentrop Pact, when Germany attacks Poland from the west, Russia goes into Poland from the east, and they start racing to basically carve up Poland. So now Russia gets a nice chunk of Poland. Then after Germany attacks and Russia is getting decimated by Germany, and they are desperate for the Lend-Lease program to get food and armaments from the West so they can fight against Adolf. And they're marching. He thinks they're marching on Moscow, and he's terrified. And he sees that his troops are getting decimated. There was one point, according to this book that I read in 1941, that he thought that his own generals were going to kill him. He was like white with fear when there was a meeting as they were facing loss after loss, and he thought they were coming.
Well, they tried to assassinate Hitler, right? They tried to assassinate Hitler,
and he thought they were coming in to kill him. And as the truth, and he was like relieved when they were just like giving like a report. There was one stage in the war where they were debating, should Stalin flee Moscow or not, and he was literally in the train station pacing for an hour trying to decide, do I show strength by staying here in Moscow, or do I flee for my life, because that's how scared they were. Meanwhile, he's trying to negotiate with the West for the Lend-Lease program, and what Roosevelt is saying to him is, look, we'll give you the armaments and the troops, we'll loan that to you, but we want you to promise that when we win the war, you'll give Poland back the Russian territory you gave. This guy literally thought his own generals were going to kill him, and deciding, should I flee for my life? And he said to Roosevelt, go to hell. This new territory we conquered, every inch of it belongs to Russia. He wouldn't even lie and promise that he'd give it back. He's like, no, we're never giving that back. That's our territory. We're
true believer.
Back. That's how
a true believer.
Stubborn he was, that he has a boot on his neck and a gun against his head.
And how did it work out for him, Joe?
And it worked out, you know what? Yeah, it worked out. But I'm telling you, the guy, he's crazy. I mean, he's really crazy.
What would any of us say if we had a boot in our neck? We're just going to bend the knee? What do you, I know what I've done when I've been in
new territory. They
just
took that territory a year earlier from Poland. He's like, we're never giving it back.
Sorry.
It's ours. It's ours. We're never giving that back. I mean, it's astonishing. It's astonishing stubbornness. So that's the type of guy who kills his own troops when they come in and report that the bad news that Adolf is coming on their doorstep. And I disagree with what Philip's saying here. He says USSR collapsed in 1942 without the Lend-Lease food and trucks. Okay, Red Army, that's fine. Red Army divisions were half the size of the US, UK, German ones. I don't think that. Oh, so he's saying there's 90 of them, but they were smaller divisions. So still, there was like 4 or 5 times as many as there were Americans fighting in this war and British fighting the war. And you're saying the Red Army never sent unarmed men into combat. I do not believe you're correct about that. I think you're mistaken. You can write in all caps. I'm telling you, from what I read in that book, they were saying, and you heard the same thing, right? That they went out there and they said,
just look at the relative manufacturing capacities of the Americans, the Germans, and the Russians. Who had the least manufacturing capacity? And listen, if I were Russia and I were fighting that battle, I would do exactly what they did. I would do exactly what they did. I would say, listen, the guy in front of this line, he's got a gun. If he gets killed, second guy picks it up. If he gets killed, third guy picks up. To defend America, I would give exactly those orders.
Yeah, and they have and Russians have a deep emotional attachment to the motherland, like a deep emotional attachment to Russia, which goes back centuries. Jadine, hit me up from a Gentile to my favorite Jew, Joe, you're the mensch. Thank you so very much. You're really way too kind. So, Philip, member of 3 months, says Japan was broken at Guadalcanal, not Midway.
No. So maybe mentally they were broken at Guadalcanal, but their ability to wage offensive war was lost at Midway when they lost the aircraft carriers. The Pacific is a vast ocean. Without aircraft carriers, you can't do anything offensive in the Pacific. Guadalcanal, the ground fight was lost for sure. And then it was just a matter of time and how determined America was. And it turned out America was pretty effing determined.
Philip says French and UK citizens wanted appeasement in the 30s. That's true. There was a strong push for appeasement
in the 30s.
Which, by the way, that's not unusual. That's what we're doing with China right now.
Which just says, I'm sure 18-year-old is looking for a wife. He's not looking for a wife now. He's not looking for a wife now. But I understand, Mr. I understand. I understand. Johnny Reb says, "Don't tax whiskey," and he presents a picture of the Whiskey Rebellion flag here, in case any of you are curious what it looks like. So that was the flag. They actually had a different flag before this, which I think was 6 stripes. But yeah, that was one of the flags that they had. They took it very, very seriously. Very, very seriously.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to go in a couple minutes, but before I go, I have a proposal. Given the success of the Tom McDonald, Ben Shapiro rap video,
Oh, here we go. Let's do it.
I think the three of us should do
We're gonna make the. I haven't actually watched it. I'm aware of it. I heard that it was like the number top 10 or something on the chart.
Number 1.
It was
Is it number 1?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
shit.
number
I didn't know
1.
that. Damn. Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't actually heard it, but oh man, fucking Ben Shapiro. But yeah, I mean, there needs to be more I've always told you this, Bronco. There needs to be more fun in the space because people have gotten very self-serious. And I think it's going to happen even more so this year with an election year. And every election they keep saying is the biggest election ever. And, it just.
Well, of course they always are. It's actually true because the crisis becomes ever deeper with every new election. Who was it? It was Andrew, the guy who died, unfortunately young. But he said famously that politics is downstream from culture. If you lose the culture, you lose the politics, and people vote according to their culture. And I think things like the Ben Shapiro video rap song that's part of, I think that's how we should think of the culture war. Because if it continues to be uncool to be conservative among young people, how many of them you think turn into conservatives when they're old people? That doesn't happen.
Yep.
So we need to win the culture war by being cool. I think I'm cool, but we can do it in a way that they perceive as cool. Being the number 1 song. That's why, by the way, the music companies, Amazon Music, all these things are working so hard to get that suppressed because they see the danger. And the danger is that young people hear it and it's like, oh, you know what? It's possible to be cool and not be a fascist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Joe, I mean, you know how New York is. You know these true blue states are, where there's a huge population, especially within the city, within city limits, where there is no counter argument. They've all drunk the Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you go to California, Bronco, I mean, Colorado, I mean, you guys still have a lot of parts of Colorado that are not fucking completely indoctrinated.
Yeah,
you can start to see it. Yeah, you can start to see it though, right? Like when you look around, you're like,
I'm moving within.
Yeah, it's like, goddamn. I mean, Joe, this is no bullshit, man. I've been so many places, and when I listen to the way that people speak, their thought process, and they're true believers. Like, they're not saying this shit just like, oh, they were indoctrinated. No, they actually believe what they're saying. And you kind of have this moment where you're like, is there anyone who isn't like this?
So I have friends who, when I grew up with them, like in high school, they were true Reagan conservatives, but they went into a life of academia. They became professors, and in that environment, in that little ocean of academia, the percentage of people who could not adapt is the wrong word, but accommodate their liberal environment is extremely rare. The idea that someone who's a conservative can go into academia and stay a conservative, the strength of character it takes to do that is unimaginable. Because just think about it. You're a professor at a big university, Harvard, Stanford, and you have a wife and you have a family, and your wife and kids and you don't get invited to social events because you're the conservative. You're all isolated. But if only you bent the knee a little, you'd get invited to more parties. And do that every year for 10 years. And by the end of the 10 years, you spend so long talking the liberal talking points to make sure you're accepted in the community, that you're actually one of them. This is how political indoctrination works. This is how re-education camps and prisoner of war camps work. They start small. They say, well, will you agree that war is a bad thing? And they'll say, well, I'm a prisoner of war, so yeah, it feels like war is a bad thing. It's like, and then they work from there until at the end, 16 weeks later, you are a full-blown communist.
Yep.
Because human brains are malleable, especially when the person doing the molding has control over your future, your income, the safety of your family. Of course, you accommodate yourself to the political pressures around you.
I embrace that, because when we were in the Discord and this guy told us the story about how his buddy went from a masculine dude to a fucking troon in 10 years, right? He explained, dude, Bronca, like it's been on my mind for like this.
And that's normal too, right? Because what did that guy succumb to? He succumbed to the matriarchal society in which we live, right?
Yeah, so
you're supposed to get married, happy wife, happy life. This is the appropriate role for a man today. Is whatever the woman wants is what the guy is supposed to do. That's no different than the Vietnam re-education camps for a prisoner of war.
Like, well, this is the thing though. As he was describing his story, right? He described his story. You know, he's like, I meet the guy on year one, right? He talks about the 10-year odyssey that this guy went on. He's like, so here we are in year one.
And he's normal.
He's normal. He takes us like the whole trajectory, right? It sounded like, I think it sounded like his parents were divorced, right? So divorced parents sound like either the dad either wasn't there at all or very little, right? Minimized. And he said,
so already he's got a feminized nature.
Yeah. Already he's now in that headspace, right? Then he talks about, he goes, Drex, you got to understand. He goes, in Seattle, in this, because I've been to Seattle numerous times. He's like, you got to understand, man. He said he started noticing how far left Seattle went. He said it was around like 8-ish years ago where it was already bad, but he said, Me Too was like the defining backbreaking moment of Seattle, where it went like from far left to like super far left, right? And he explains how this guy, to your point, Bronca, he wanted to, have a woman, have a wife, blah, 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 right? They broke him down over time where he said he kept trying to date, right? He would either be flat out rejected or what the only thing he was able to find. And this goes to something I said on Nick's show, Joe, when I said the future of all relationships will be, at that time I said cuckoldry. I guess you could say poly. Depends on how you want to view it, right? Bronca, he said, this is no bullshit. He said in Seattle, the only relationship you can reasonably have is some form of poly. You see what I'm saying? And he said that he ends up being like in this like weird, he kind of described it as like, it was almost like a throuple scenario where like there's a couple into some whatever. He's trying to get a girl, he can't, so he has to settle for sharing a woman with some weird dude. Next thing you know, because he was never given attention or validation or acceptance as being masculine. He said eventually he starts hanging around the Rainbow Brigade in Seattle, right? The gay crowd. And so he said that was like
he got more affirmation there.
Correct.
So he went
said
there
for the first time in his life. He found people that just went like they finally showed him some form of like attention,
right?
And so he's like, he finally got that. So what happens, Bronca? To your point, this is how they recondition, how they groom in the adult version of grooming.
Right.
That's what it is. They're grooming you.
Yeah.
He says eventually,
absolutely.
He said, next thing you know, because as you know, these people hate masculinity, right? They hate it. They resent masculinity. The same dude. This dude was, I think he said it was 6'2", 6'3", and I saw a picture of it. He showed me a picture. He sent me a DM. Good sized kid, right? Bronca, you know how this works. You're not going to be the top if they hate masculinity, right? What are they going to do to you? You're going to get bent over, right? So he's a 6'3" bottom. And then where did that lead? So that was like year 7, 8. That led into, and he goes, I end up talking to, and so they isolated him from his friends, or all the people that would have prevented him from going down that path.
Typical cult behavior.
Oh, yeah. And he said they isolated him. Joe, year 10, full on troon, man. That's what it took. 10 years to go from a guy being a regular masculine dude to a fucking loony troon. 10 years.
Horrifying. It's horrifying.
So, and that's to me, that is the expectation of what you'll see in these far left corners. Seattle, New York, like, I mean, Joe, how long do you think you're going to give like the actual New York City? The cops are all leaving. There's not going to be any masculinity. Dudes wearing dresses.
Oh my God! Here in Denver, we've had 5 police chiefs in 5 years.
Oh no shit!
and they can't hire cops at all. I mean, they're offering ridiculous prices for. Sorry, police officers out there, but the money we're offering in Denver is. I would have been happy to have made that as a lawyer when I was working as a normal lawyer, and we can't get them. They won't stay. There's no qualified immunity here in Colorado anymore. They got rid of that. You can't do any kind of chokehold on a suspect, even if your life is in danger. They're trying to kill you. You can't put a chokehold on them.
So you literally can't do your job. Literally, like you just can't do your job.
Well, that's so guys won't do the job. The people who are here as cops, they leave, and you can't hire new people.
Before you go, Andrew, a couple of things for you. So first, I guess not before you go, maybe after you go. But let me hit up this chauffeur here.
Sorry, I'm balancing being on Joe's show and getting in the hot tub with my wife. And
all right,
Joe,
well,
you're losing right now.
All right, Branko, which is better, my 6-hour 226 stainless elites or my CZ's SP01?
The 6-hour 226 stainless elite is a damn fine rifle. No, they're both excellent. Sorry, they're so similar you can't really distinguish between them. They're 2 excellent pistols that are
so I'm
the same.
I'm getting pushback here about our World War II history. Phil is saying 1944 the IJN fleet still had 9 fleet carriers, only 4 at Midway.
All right, so how'd that work out for them?
So he's saying, but that's where it turned. He's saying that's where it turned. So and I had someone else here who was claiming that that what we were saying.
Did the Japanese Navy ever wage offensive warfare in the Pacific after Midway? The answer is no.
Okay. I think he's saying it's before that. I think Guadalcanal was before that. He's saying that's when we stripped it down.
Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. So we won at Guadalcanal. We kept the airfield at Guadalcanal. They still had 4 carriers in the Pacific, which is close to what we had. We only had about 4 in the Pacific.
So Johnny Reb says, Joe, the myth of sending troops in unarmed was invented by the German propagandists. They sent in poorly trained piecemeal troops, but they had weapons. Only the rear service artillery had not rifles. But they sent tanks without infantry without tanks and artillery, unorganized. I don't know. I'll tell you this. I read this book 1941 a couple like 2 years ago, and there's thousands of footnotes. This was a really well-sourced book, and I remember reading that. But I'll review it. It's possible I forgot. It's possible that I'm misremembering. I mean, seeing so many people here who are adamant about this, I think you're mistaken. But you know, it's possible I'm wrong. So, Nick Dev Wiz says, "I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something." No, no,
God,
no.
I just saw that light in your eye die, Joe. You did the.
I'm like, come on. I highly recommend interacting with like jokes that interact with like the conversation are going to work better. Andrew, if you got the wife there who's pushing you, you know, I love having you.
No, I think I just got divorced actually.
Oh damn!
I'm kidding. No, we're very deeply in love. No, I'm not sure what's going on. She keeps trying to talk to me when I have the headphones on. So she's like, I'm like,
wait, do you tell her to just text you though? Do you ever tell your wife like text me?
Yeah.
like,
but she doesn't keep the phone with her.
Like what? Like. Because
and thank you, PC. He loves Sean loves when I call him PC Sean. Thank you, potentially criminal. You're awesome. I sent him a new link, so I sent you a new link, brother. So you should check for that and pop on in here. We're looking forward to hanging with you.
He is great, by the way. He's great.
I love
very
Sean.
very good lawyer, very smart guy. So
I love that guy.
Follow.
Yeah. For sure.
Hey, do your kids text you while in the house, Joe and Andrew?
Yeah.
My kids don't. No.
Really?
No. Actually, no. I text them.
Oh, okay. It's I'm
them.
always weirded out by that. When my daughter texts me, like she'll like be somewhere in the house, and my phone will ding. I'm like, what the hell? I look down. I'm like, you're right there. Like, why are you texting me?
No, they won't do that. I'll text them when I'm streaming. Like when I was missing my glasses before, so I was texting my kid to bring them to me. Kind of thing. But yeah, in the house they won't normally text me. I'll tell you this much. Nick is the one who taught me that like 2 years ago, I think it was Nick, that he's like, so wait, you just called me? And I was like, yeah. He's like, you didn't text. I was like, okay. So all right. and that's when I learned that apparently that's no longer a thing to just pick up a phone and call, that you're supposed to text. I didn't know that was like a thing until like two or 3 years ago, when I called, and he was like, he seemed shocked that I called. He was like,
I talked to Nick on the phone maybe twice in an entire year. Normally when Nick and I talk, it's either
like,
through
what's
text.
happening here? He's so confused.
It's always in person. Like, I called Nick for his birthday. I believe it was his birthday. Yeah, he and Lady Rackets were down in the cities, and yeah, but like normally, like Nick and I, we're going on almost 30 years, right? And the amount of times that we will pick up the phone and start talking, it almost never happens. It's just like, unless there's like some reason, but normally it'll be like even when we visit each other, it'll be like this. I'll text and be like, yeah, man, the kids, we're thinking about going there at this time. Is that cool? You guys gonna be around? Yeah, sure, come on out. And then we just arrive there. I'll even text them, hey, do you want us to pick you up something for you and Lady Rackets or the kids? Like, one time we stopped at Crumble Cookie and got a bunch of cookies.
But that's a guy thing, right? When we talk,
we don't really like.
It's like 2 minutes. Like, what information needs to be?
Yeah, the information gets exchanged.
It's not a
and then, like,
30 fucking minute.
Yeah, but like once
we're
guys
not dating.
are physically there, when the guys are physically in the same room, they'll talk, right? Like, because like I'm not gonna pick up the phone and just call Bronco and be like, hey buddy, what's up? He'd be like, what's up? What the fuck do you need? If I just try to talk to them, that wouldn't make sense. But if we are in the same place, right? Like he's in Minnesota, I'm in Colorado, and we're just walking around shooting the shit, guys will talk when they're in the same space. You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
So I mean, of course, I didn't grow up with Nick like you did, but we spend scores of hours on some of these trials, just all day live streaming together.
Yep.
And then we've met up in places like Nashville and places like Vegas where we actually get to hang out in person. But the number of minutes we spent on the phone talking,
yep.
it might be 5 or 10 minutes. In 4 years.
Yeah, it just like it's one of those things where like you don't really notice it until you notice it. You take that moment to think about it. You're like, have I really talked to this person? Like,
but guys make friends, and we can be friends with someone and not talk to them for 5 years, and then we see them again, and it's like the friendship is 100% back at the level it was. Right?
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the thing: men don't have friendship insecurity. Like, Joe can hit me up and say, hey, Drex, you want to come and stream? Like, Joe, well, here's the thing. Unless guys have a reason to be like, hey, we had a falling out, there's never a point that a guy can't just reach out to one of his bros. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Whereas, like, I mean, Joe, think about it. There are guys that from, whether it be childhood, college, whatever, right? Guys that you've known. But because you have a family
a lot of them are gay guys in the comments I'm seeing.
Oh, damn. Well, you guys,
no offense, Joe. It's not your fault. You get a lot of gay fans.
Are we talking about fights?
No,
what
Megan.
Are we talking about?
Hey, Megan. So do you notice that, like, with girls, a lot of times ladies have this issue where they have to constantly like be, talking to each other to make sure that like they're still good. Whereas like I'm sure your husband has friends of his that he hasn't talked to in a long time, right?
Oh,
but then like they just talk and it's just right back, right? Like they immediately come back. Females, and this is why like when guys interact with women, we'll have this issue where like we're just busy doing shit, and then they'll be like, "Oh, is there a problem?" And the guy's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I've been busy doing shit." Like, well, I feel like we're not connecting. Yeah, I've been busy. I've been fucking working, making money, and they don't have that thought. It's always like they constantly need that reaffirmation. Be like, "We're still friends, Megan. We're still good, right? Are we still cool?" Whereas dudes don't have that. They just I cannot talk to a dude for years and come right back like nothing ever changed.
You know what though? That's like me. I don't have very many girlfriends. I have a best friend. I was just visiting her. I haven't seen her in 7 years. Her mother just died, so I flew to Chicago to go and help her. And I haven't seen her in 7 years. And it was like no time had passed at all. And we don't talk that much either.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always had friendships more like guys have friendships than girls do. And I avoid the girlfriend friendships that have a lot of that drama. I just do. I don't have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah, it's very exhausting to like always be checking in to see if you guys are still good.
Yeah, I don't
still
do that.
compatible. It's like the like, come on, man. Like, damn, people get busy like living life.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a family, right? Like
Kids.
you have things to do. Yeah, it's like
yeah.
There's guys that I know that are good friends of mine for years. The reason why we don't really talk like that anymore is because fucker, he's got kids.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, what do you want him to do? Sean.
Exactly.
Hi, guys.
Sean.
Hello.
How goes it?
It's going pretty good. Joe, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Let me get this out of before Branka has to go. Damn, Branka,
Okay.
get in the hot tub, but give me an answer. SIG226 or the CZ-SP01. So pick
I
one.
love the SIG 226. I scored master on that in competitive shooting. I think it's a great pistol. I've never fired the CZ SP01, so I can't have an informed opinion. Sean, don't take this personally because I got to go, and I'm going when you just showed up.
No, that's all right. I'll see you, Bronco.
But I do have to go. Love you, man.
Thank you
love
so much for chilling.
Love everyone.
Nice
Take care, guys.
Bronco, go get hot tub, buddy.
Bye bye.
All right. Let me plow through the balance of these. There's only a couple here.
Did you just get done talking about Logan Paul's friend who like gave you a shout out?
Logan Paul's friend gave me a shout out?
That Mike guy that was on PBDs.
Oh, Majlak.
Yeah. That's like Logan Paul's like nut hugger friend.
Oh, is it? Is that who he
is?
is?
Yeah, one of his fellow scam artists.
Oh,
scam artist. Damn.
Yeah, Logan Paul, dude. Logan Paul.
I don't know anything about
going
Paul
really
brothers
bad.
other than the one that fights.
Oh well.
Let me plow through real quick and let me get through this. All right. So Johnny Reb says much of the early Soviet sources from World War II is propaganda. Joe, who is the West interviewing on the view of the war? The failed German generals' lines save their necks. See TikTok history. See Tick history.
Tick's not a bad channel. He's a pretty good guy.
Imperator Knight for well-researched honesty. Look,
I'm hot. Oh.
I don't. Yeah, you're a little. You're a little warm. Hunch the Dirty Roofer. Let me hit you up here. Thank you for the 10 Good Lawgic memberships. If you're a new member, the following, because Hunch the Dirty Roofer just hit you up with a membership. I'm just going to point this out to you. Okay, the following is not at all a cult type of cult. There's no Kool-Aid, no spaceships, no self-harm, no harming others, no blood spattering,
not even nosy congressman.
No squirrel mutilations, no goat sacrifices, no throwing virgins into volcanoes.
Jeez, sounds boring.
And it's because it's not at all a cult type of cult. So that's and I'm not the leader of the following. I'm just a follower. The following is all about greater community unity and personal growth. And there's only model farming. Grab a hoe. So,
farming.
And it's some tunneling. There is some tunneling. Oh, and tracksuits are not mandatory. Don't let anyone who's telling you that they're mandatory, just know they're not mandatory. They're not at all. Hey, love you guys. I was looking for advice to find a lawyer to help me complain against Texas Medicaid chip. My Google searches yield ones for elderly, but I don't know if there's a difference. Thanks. I don't know anything about this.
I would talk to them first, and they'll be able to point you in the right direction.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
If they'll tell you if I can't do it, they'll know somebody. God, still loud.
Usually, yeah. You still
really?
You're still like.
Oh wow! It's
following the mic. Do you have a
Joe, I'm about to raw here to go eat, so it's that food time for me.
It was great seeing you, and I want
finally.
You to
I know we'll definitely have to do a stream,
especially because I have to tell you, since I hadn't seen you in so long, I was feeling disconnected. I was worried. I was worried that we were not on the same wavelength.
Oh man, never, never. I like. I'm that dude. Like we're always good.
I feel socially validated
now that you came onto my stream, and I just want to express my appreciation and tell you that I value our friendship.
Joe, just know that I am more than willing to pick you up like I did Bronca and Mrs. Bronca to take you to Waffle House for some cultural integration.
Have you never been to Waffle House, Joe?
It's not kosher. I'm never going there.
Joe, you have to go.
Yeah,
okay. You have to go for the experience. You have to eat with 3 a.m. You don't have to eat. Just get a coffee if they let you in and there's not bulletproof glass.
There's got to be one near you that's probably kosher.
The truth is, in New York, there might be one because they make everything kosher here. You can get kosher Dunkin' Donuts here. You can get
God, kosher Dunkin', huh?
Yeah. So we don't get the clam chowder in our Dunkin' Donuts. There's no clam chowder.
Oh, they serve clam chowder at Dunkin' Donuts?
Apparently.
Oh.
It's chowder.
That sounds awful.
Chowder.
Oh, that's rough.
Chowder.
It's good to see you too, Megan. I have not seen you in like literally forever.
I know it's been a long time.
It feels like it's been like 5 years. It seems.
I know.
But there's your smiling face, and of course, I mean, I see Sean.
I'm still here.
I see Sean from time to time.
Yeah,
because like normally you'll be like with Andrew or
we were on
or
with
Jeff. Yeah. But yeah. Go ahead and get your fix your mic, buddy. I'm about to go eat this Mama's pizza. I got.
Is this better, Joe?
Sounds good.
Yeah, now you sound good. You're just blurry now.
No, you look blurry, but
yeah, you're a little blurred.
Now your hand looks.
Okay, now you're off focus.
Drax, if you want really good pizza, you should order some from Malnati's in Chicago. Get the thin crust, and they'll send it to your doorstep, and it's so damn good you can't even believe
I
it.
gotta find a pen. Hold on. Let me write this down.
And it's pretty much the same as takeout. I mean, it's not that expensive. Lou Malnati's, and they send it through the mail. We just got a whole stack of them. Because we miss our Chicago pizza since we're in New York, and we're not in New York City, so there's no good pizza out here in Western New York. It's like the worst food ever.
No.
Yeah, but the good news is we can order food from Chicago, and we do, and it shows up in a big box and is frozen. Malnati's pizza, get the thin crust. You bake it at 425 for 20 minutes, and it's so good. No, Malnati's is not for deep dish porcelain thunder. No. Get the thin crust.
You trying to eat garbage plates.
Oh, Jesus, the garbage plates here. Oh, God. That's a thing. That's how bad the food here is in Rochester area. Their famous dish is called the garbage plate.
Yeah.
And they spaz out over the grocery stores.
Oh, no.
The garbage plate is terrible.
You gotta
it's exactly what you think it is.
Yeah, I remember hearing, maybe on Food Network, I remember hearing that. I love going. I have a bunch of new restaurants to go to. I'm actually doing New Orleans soon too. I got some restaurants down there to hit. So I'm just doing like a fucking tour of all these places, and so all the places I go to, I bump into the people that I know in those places. Like, all right, when I go to New York, I got to make sure I find Joe, and like all these people are kind of like on my little world tour. So I think it'll eventually end.
When is the New York trip happening?
I don't know. It'll be. I'll start going up the coast. I got to go to Boston and then Rhode Island because I want to finally get up like the actual east, like because I've never been to Vermont and like I'm going to Portland, Maine. We have a direct out from Minneapolis to Portland, Maine. So I was I told myself I'm gonna go to Portland, Maine. Obviously, I've been to Oregon, so I want to go to Portland, Maine, and then just kind of drive around, just kind of see it, right? So
you're gonna love it. It's gorgeous. I think there's a beach near there called Orchard something. Orchard. It's not Old Orchard. It's Orchard something. Orchard Park. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I'll look it up because, like I said, I made that point to make sure I get to a lot of places. Like, I mean, because like when COVID happened, there was a lot of I had a lot of trips planned for COVID, and the day that they shut down, that was I think it was like March 18th or 19th. That was the day I was due to go to the fly to Dominican Republic. And I had all these trips planned, and COVID it pushed all of my travel back.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so now I'm finally making up for it. So you'll see me on the road everywhere posting. I'll be like, yo, I'm in this place. I'll be in this place, that place. So I'll make sure to get out there and catch up with you guys. I'm about to go and grab this pizza.
Later, brother.
Peace out to all y'all. Thanks for having me.
Bye. And then there was a changing of the guard. I appreciate you guys helping to, not that I'm forcing you to commit, but I appreciate you guys who are helping show up late because.
Oh, I'm helping you across the finish line, Joe.
Oh, are you? Because so in that case, I'll tell you, that during the last hour, so that's like an hour from now, I got to start putting up like polling for which joke wins, because whoever hits me with the funniest joke, I'm going to be sending them an autographed hat. And I'm going to say this also now. Not an autographed hat, sorry. The biggest, I'm tired. The biggest total super
tired.
chat.
Oh my God.
The biggest total super chats for the stream, which so far is Stella Bella at 370, is going to be getting an autographed hat.
Oh,
So,
nice.
and in addition, whoever makes me laugh hardest is going to win 10 times the cost of their super chat, up to a cap of me paying out $200. So, so whatever it is you pay, I'll give you 10 times that. But I do have a thing that if Worcestershire wins, then I'm going to send her an autograph hat, because she's really been hankering for an autographed hat. So there you go. So those are the two things. So as far as the make Joe laugh thing, I highly recommend. Best thing is lay into the conversation. Don't try and send me some joke or something like that just that you found on the internet, because that's unlikely to score high. You're much more likely to score high if you find something that relates to the conversation and just pow in there with the zinger. That's my personal recommendation. And what's going with you guys? Ask Megan about her hair care routine. She has daily tutorials.
It's a joke. I do like to talk about my hair, but when people don't hit the like button, I force them to hear about my hair care routine until they hit like or send enough super chats to make me stop.
Oh, well, say it's good to see you, Megan. It's been a little while.
Yeah, you too, Sean.
We were talking about how to pick up women, I think, the last time I saw you on stream.
Oh God. Well, I don't really have any advice for that other than, go outside. That's my advice.
Yes, no, I agree. No, ultimately, I don't think you're wrong. I just remember the rest of that.
But it always gets me in trouble. So, I'll just put out there, I don't know anything about it. I've never picked up a woman. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, neither have I. Johnny Reb says there was never the rifle and ammo holder order that comes from the Soviet 13th Infantry that did a landing under fire to support the Stalingrad siege.
What are we talking about now?
The infantry on the Channel Island did not have something. I don't know. He ran out of characters.
What about the infantry?
I don't know. Apparently, people think I'm still talking about World War II because around 40 years ago I was. So there's and
I kind
people
of want to talk about the wedding. I mean, isn't that what this is about? This is about your daughter getting married, and
let's talk about the wedding.
Let's talk about the wedding. When is it happening? And also, did she meet her husband? How did she meet her husband? And do you like this new young man coming into your family?
I know some of these answers already.
Hit him up.
So he has met him. He's actually really nice. He's a good Jewish boy. Reads the Talmud. Very big into the Talmud. Joe likes that. He's not as good as Good Logic, but he's getting there. Maybe one day he'll be Good Logic. But
I didn't say that. I don't know.
No, I'm saying that.
What does he do? Is he a lawyer?
He reads Talmud.
That's what he does. What? I don't understand what that means.
He reads the Talmud. He reads
that's his job.
Yes, as a man, your job is to read Talmud, learn, help guide the family.
Well,
and,
but
be
that's
part of
like
the
the
community.
spiritual leader. But what does he do for a living?
That's
the job.
Yeah.
Is he a rabbi?
No.
I don't understand.
I
don't know
this
this
he
job
wasn't initially, but I don't know if he is now.
I'm not Jewish. I don't understand.
No, I learned this from Joe, but yes, it's his job is to read Talmud. Technically, what Joe's doing right now as an attorney actually isn't the thing that's actually desirable in their community right now. It's the return tradition. They don't have the trad wife. They have the trad husband. And that's the thing. The trad husband, he's at home, reads the Talmud.
No, in yeshiva.
He gets paid
but yeah.
for this?
Yeshiva, yeah.
This is a paid position?
That's a very good question.
Going to live on your couch? This is the question I have.
Okay. So that's a very good question.
I'm not BSing this. I was doing pretty good.
Everything
overall.
he said was accurate.
Okay.
Every word he said was accurate. when they start off right after marriage, they are not paid. After a couple of years of doing it, if they get approved by the yeshiva that they're in, then they start getting paid, but the amount they get paid is not enough for anyone to live off of. The support in this circumstance comes from one of two sources, typically. Either the girl's father, that would be me in this circumstance, or the girl herself. Now, it's called marrying a learning guy, okay? Which I'll tell you, this is what her older sister
I think
did.
my sister married one of those. He's a scholar.
Yes, this is
He
what
reads all day.
this is what her older sister did. This is what my son is doing, and this is what this one is doing. When I was growing up and I was getting a marriageable age, this was not nearly as common. I actually was remarking upon this at my son, at one of the wedding parties for my son, that it's an astonishing thing how our culture has changed. 25, 30 years ago, when people my age were getting married, the only one who would be a learning guy would literally be the son of a rabbi. Like if your father was like a rabbi teaching in these yeshivas, so then you might end up becoming like a learning guy, but very few others would ever do that. Now it is far, far more common thing, and the burden that is put upon the wives is something I cannot even fathom how they manage to stand to do what they do. And I don't push them into it. I've never pushed a single daughter of mine to pick the lifestyle. They have the choice as to the type of guy they're looking for, and whether they want a learning guy or guys gonna be working or whatever. It's totally their choice, and that's what they choose. And they basically, so her older sister is a PA with 3 kids, and the son, her husband, helps out with the kids. They basically have a babysitter when she's at work, and 3 kids within 3 years, just to point out. So the oldest is 3. She's a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old. She's a 3-year-old.
Irish twins right there.
She is a
It's a lot of work
3-year-old
for a house husband.
She has a 2-year-old who turned 2 on this past January 6th, and she has like a year-old kid. So yeah, and God bless her, because I've told her there's no way I could possibly think about doing what she does for half a day. And I have to tell you something. I see her. She looks like the happiest person on the planet. And my son, same thing. He's studying in Israel. His wife is supporting him. And you know what? Today, in a post-COVID era, it's actually much easier, because a lot of people are able to make really nice amounts of money working from home. You're working from home, you can take care of the kids while you're working from home. So this one is getting married. She does she's a computer programmer, and she's thank God she's got a nice paying job. She can more than afford a salary of taking care of her and her husband, and she's gonna be working. God willing, she has kids, she'll still be working. So I give them all the credit in the world. My sons-in-law, both of them, are amazing young men, phenomenal. They keep my daughters happy. That's all I care about. My daughter-in-law is a multi-talented, phenomenal young woman, and I'm very, very blessed. My kids have found phenomenal spouses. They're happy. I couldn't even do the learning part of it. Like I couldn't, what they do, like I wouldn't be able to handle it. It's a different mindset that this generation has, which is very different from my generation. I could not do what anyone is in this.
It's the more traditional mindset.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Return to tradition.
I
All
couldn't
those tweets. These guys are actually living it.
Yeah, but I'm very, very supportive of them. If I could be financially supportive, I would be. But I'm not in a situation where I can do that. Unfortunately, all the women in this circumstance are very happy to be playing the supporting the family while popping out, while basically raising kids.
Okay, I think this is a fine situation if that's what people want to choose, but I
would never
only
push
have
anyone into
concerns.
this.
I only have concerns about when babies are very little, infants.
Okay.
Because I think babies, and I don't know how much maternity leave that she'll have or that they get to have, but I think infants really need that mother bond
I agree.
Then I don't think daddies can. I mean,
Oh,
dads
I'm
are
a big
good at
believer.
it, but I mean, you've got the breastfeeding and just that whole bonding.
They get 12
issue.
weeks. They get 12 weeks.
Well, that's a good amount of time, but I
Yep.
just that infant stage is just so
Oh, I
it
agree with you.
goes so fast, you
I
know,
agree
that
with
it's
you.
a real blessing to be able to be home with them when they are in that infant stage. Because I'm not against women going to work and and having stay-at-home dads. I think that's great if that's what my husband has said for years. He's like, oh my God, make it big and I will stay home all day long. Like I will do it. I will clean the house. And he's better at all that than me anyway. I mean, he's better at discipline than I am too. He's better at a lot of those things, especially as the kids got older. But I think in those baby years, that would make me, I would just be sad to not have that mommy baby time.
Yeah,
Well-
look, I get what you're saying. I'm just telling you, this is what they choose. They're happy. If they're as long as all I want for my kids is they should be happy. They're choosing this
Yeah.
life. Thank God they're happy doing it.
Right.
And that's all and they're living good, honorable lives, and I'm happy for them. They're happy. So and it's not
How old is she? How old are both of them?
this girl is 22, which is actually on the older side.
Yeah, 22, and her fiance
Her
is
fiance is 26.
Okay, so they're close. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 26. She's 22. And he's a fine young man. I gotta tell you, want to know what I liked about this young man when he came in?
Yeah.
Brimming with confidence.
That's a good thing.
Not arrogance. Just like he just seemed confident. He just seemed like happy in his own skin. Most people, when they meet me, for one reason or another, are very intimidated. And I can understand.
I can imagine. Yeah.
I can understand. I can understand the someone who's looking to date my daughter being intimidated. I would get that.
Yeah.
But he really wasn't. He really wasn't. And I don't try to come across intimidating. I'm like always gonna I'll greet him. I'm like, hey, it's so nice to meet you. Like I'm giving like nice warm smile. But I don't know if it's the beard or whatever. I mean, seriously, any age kid who meets me, people just whatever reason. I have apparently in person, I have a very scary face.
I don't believe that. I think it's probably more
You don't believe that? Let me tell you something.
I don't believe you don't have a scary face. You have a wonderful
I'm
smile.
gonna-
you
I'm
have
gonna-
a warm persona.
I have one of my nephews, his oldest daughter, would when she was a year old, would shriek in terror if she saw me, like literally shriek in terror, and would go and like I don't know, she had a nightmare where she saw some monster that looked like my face or something like that. It took, and I credit her parents because they're like, no, we're not putting up with this. We're not putting up with this. You have to be fun around him. He's so nice. He's so nice. And they kept pushing her. And I started trying to form a relationship with her, where the nature of my relationship with her is I said, we're going to be waving from a distance friends. That's the type of friends we are. Okay, so you're gonna stay all the way over there. I'm gonna stay all the way over here, and whenever we see each other and we meet eyes, we're just gonna wave. All right, let's practice. We're gonna be waving friends. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, wave. And like that way, it's sort of like turned into like a game where like I'm not like this terrifying human. But yeah, she's not the only one.
You know what's funny? So my oldest daughter, she's 18 now, but when she was about 6 months old, I took her to Hawaii. I have family in Hawaii, my aunt and uncle, my mother's sister, and her husband. And her husband is one of the most handsome men I've ever seen. My Uncle Rob, handsome as hell. Every woman is always after him. There's always funny stories to hear because he's very, very handsome. But he has a beard and dark hair. He has real dark. He's half Hawaiian, so he has real dark black hair. And maybe it's the color of his hair or I don't know. He's got a gap in his teeth. He kind of looks like a pirate. Well, my daughter at 6 months, and he loves babies, and he's really good with them. I tried to hand her to him, and she started to scream. And I thought, well, she'll get over it. We're going to be here for a while. We're visiting. And every time she would see him, she would scream, and we would laugh, and everyone would laugh and be like, okay, we can't keep doing this. You're going to go to Uncle Rob and he's going to hold you. And he tried. Oh, he tried. And this child just rejected him just like that. It was so funny. And we couldn't, no matter what, we couldn't get her to stop screaming. And he's a wonderful guy, loving uncle, so good father. I couldn't figure it out, but there was something about him that made her scream. So I've seen that happen. I know my poor Uncle Rob, he's the nicest guy too. Just lovely person.
I don't lose sleep over it, but it was kind of fun. I mean, she was also scared of my father. Like she was scared of my father. So we
Well,
assume it was
he's
a beard
got that
thing.
really big beard.
We assume it's a beard thing, but
Yeah.
yeah, she was more scared of me than of my father. She was embraced my
funny?
father. Yeah.
Isn't that weird? It's really weird. I mean, now she wouldn't remember that. She wouldn't remember it. It was just like a baby reaction.
Mhm.
I don't know, but I never saw her do that with anybody else. And it was we did. I felt bad for him because by the end of the trip, he felt kind of dejected that she never got over it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
poor
this
thing.
young man, I'm telling you, every other guy who came, it's like their legs would be shaking when I'd come in the room. I'd be like, we shouldn't
Did
sit him on
she
the
meet
couch
him?
because I don't know if we're gonna get a stain on the couch. Like, it would
Oh, Lord.
I was just like, and I greet them all with a warm smile because I sort of recognize that the extent of my power in this relationship is really limited. Quite the contrary. Ultimately, whoever ends up marrying her has much more control in this relationship. Because whoever ends up marrying any of my daughters, if they decide that, hey, I don't like being around your parents, yeah, that's not going to be the end of my relationship with them, but they're going to be around a lot less. And I'm going to see my kid and my grandkids a lot less.
Yeah.
So my objective with every one of my sons-in-law and daughters-in-law is, this is my strategy with them is this. This is two things to being a good in-law. This and this. They come for money. Sure. If I can, here you go.
Yeah.
Open palm, closed mouth. That's it. That's and if you do that, which is how I treat my kids, and I never say anything remotely critical. Not that I even think critical things, because I'm like, yeah, you know what?
Oh God, I need that training. What do you mean you never see anything critical? I need to practice that.
I never say anything remotely critical to them.
Really?
No.
Ever? You never have?
To my kids when they're growing up, yeah. When they're married, no.
Oh, when they're growing up. Oh, okay. I threatened to drown mine tonight on accident. It
Which
was a
is-
Freudian slip. I said I tried to say, or I'm going to ground you, and it came out, or I'll drown you.
Either one.
And she
It worked for
goes,
Andrea Yates.
what? I
They
said,
quit talking
I
back.
didn't mean that. I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah, no. So, yeah, when they're growing up, and I'm very rarely critical of my kids, like very, very rarely. I'll sort of try to like talk to them and be like, all right, let's sort of figure out how things can work out better for you. You know, here's the way life works, and let's sort of figure out like think this through with me. Like, what's the best way for this to actually make sense for you in the long run? And I never really treated them like babies at all, even when they were young. You know, I try to, I want to keep them entertained. You know, I'm going to try and be like something that, they can have fun with, an age appropriate kind of way. But, yeah. And whenever it came to parenting, I was always like, all right, let's just think this through. You tell me, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? You tell me, what would you, cause I got nothing here. So, and they sort of tend to come along. Johnny Rep is gonna make me crazy about World War II. It's Star and Stalingrad, but logistics, fuel, food, and ammunition over 3,000 miles. Johnny, I'm telling you right now, I'm not reading the next thing about World War II. Doomed Germany before any battles. They cannot supply.
Well, Germany had a lot bigger problems than
millions
that.
in the fields.
Germany they had a lot more problems than that.
I can't do World War II no more. We're way past World War II, my brother. Dean says, I want to give fun things to all the sons of Abraham. God bless. Thank you so much. I'm gonna give you one of these for both, because you've been like just hitting me with these 20s. I'm a Gaul, so I'm screwed. Yeah. You talking about the beard thing? Yeah, you're in trouble. Megan Fox, just change your name. You're not fooling anyone. Sorry. Joke police.
I'm older than her. I had my name first. Why should I change my name? It's like that guy from Office Space. Why should I change? That ass clown came along after me.
She really did, and she's a crappy actress. You're much better. ZVBS says best wishes to you and your family, Joe. And I think I am caught up with, aside from one thing that I need to introduce, the most philosophical guest that regularly that regularly haunts these halls here, and that is, of course, my good friend Steve.
Oh, Steve!
Ballsney.
Hi, Steve.
Ginger.
Howdy.
Well, I tell you, it's time for me to bring you home, Joe. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Take me home. All right. So,
Joe,
yeah.
I do want to say one thing. I just want to say, many cheers, many blessings to your family.
This is the first shot. This is the first shot.
First one? Oh.
Yeah, believe it or not, I've been here for 20.
A lot of
22
grandkids. May they be like spit
Amen.
out like a machine gun for you. As
I'm
many as
drinking
you
wine.
want.
It's Wine Mom Wednesday.
As long as they're healthy.
Wine Mom. Is that a box wine?
No, God, no.
Okay, good.
This is Saldo. It is from the Prisoner Vineyard in California. I love this wine. I love the packaging in particular. Look at the label. It's like straight from a label maker. I love it so much. It is I think it's a Chenin Blanc from California, and it's so good. As you can see, I've almost killed this bottle this evening.
Well, sidecar for me. And this is in celebration. And look, it's a huge, like triple.
It's looking good. That looks delicious.
It is. And I've been waiting for this.
First time tonight, Joe. But yeah, cheers.
Cheers. Salute.
Joe, the other question you didn't answer was how did they meet? Did they get set up by the matchmaker community?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an official matchmaker.
I know we talked about this. It's like people just come to you and be like, hey, I know this guy and I think he'd be good for your daughter, right? Like,
yeah. And this one, it actually was his rabbi. The rabbi of his yeshiva, basically.
Isn't that your buddy?
No.
You said there was a rabbi in one of your stories. Sorry.
There is. Yeah. No. Okay. So just to be clear, it's interesting you asked that question because yes. This is a yeshiva which actually has several branches, and my good friend is from one of the branches, and this is the one of the main rabbis from the local New York branch. My friend is out in Dallas, but so this rabbi basically he takes resumes from girls who are looking to get married, and he just basically goes through them and tries finding the right match, someone who's suitable for students of his who are in his yeshiva, and you go through him, and he basically
see the Jewish. See, this is we have something to learn from our Jewish brethren. I think there's something to be said for
you don't got nothing to learn from us. We don't nothing.
Quite that.
Well, I don't know. I think the dating world could take a lesson from this, especially getting the community involved. Because I met my husband through the way like that. Actually,
you didn't.
Yes,
no rabbi set you up with your husband.
It wasn't a rabbi, but it was a friend from church. So it was somebody. It was a yenta. Basically, I got set up by a woman that I knew from church.
Yenta, the matchmaker, set you up with your husband.
She met him because she was at work and had a business lunch with him, and she just thought he was so cute and fun, and she immediately thought that I would be a good match for him. And she bothered my mother because I said no. I said I didn't want to go out with someone because she had set me up with someone before and I didn't like him. And so I was like, nah, I'm done with her, with her pics. And then she told my mom that I wasn't responding to her, and my mother bothered me and bothered me and bothered me. And so I finally was like, fine, I'll call him just to shut you up. Just to shut this up, I will call this man. And I know I'm not going to like him. And I had just broken up.
Why is it that I can visualize this perfectly with the
Well, because this is exactly how it happened. I said, fine. Oh my God, you're killing me, Mom. And I'm like, oh, fine, I'll call him. And I did. I called him, and the first time I called him, we were on the phone for more than 2 hours. Maybe it was 3 hours. And just really getting to know each other and liking each other. We hadn't even seen each other, didn't know what this was in the 90s. So there wasn't any social media. There was like, what was that first one? That first social media page, MySpace. Yeah. MySpace had maybe just come out, and like nobody had a MySpace page at the time. So no. And then when we did meet, we almost didn't meet because the first date we had scheduled, I got sick. I got the flu and I canceled on him, and he thought that I made up an excuse. So he thought, oh, she's she's not interested. So he almost didn't call me again, and then he did. And I said yes, and we went out. And after the first time we went out, we fell in love. We just fell in love, like first date.
Wow.
So, you know, but that happened
And they've
as
never
a
had a
result.
fight.
No, we've had fights, but we don't have bad fights. We've never had like a knockdown, drag out, screaming fight. That's really never happened. We don't swear at each other, and that's how I knew he was right for me, because we never had a really terrible fight. And I thought, gee, this is easy. This feels like how love should be.
That's so sweet. That's a sweet thing. And it was because your older folks did a little matchmaking.
Right. They did. Both of my mother and my friend knew me very well, and they thought they were going to fix it, and they did. I think that's a good thing. I think people who know you are one of the best resources that you have for helping you find somebody.
Yeah, I've always wanted to I always like trying to do matchmaking, but I am just terrible at it. I'm not a good people reader. And so I'm a little oblivious. And so I'm like, that'll work. It's just not right. I mean, but my heart is here. I want people to people to get together and have the love that you and I have found and that we've all found, and potentially Criminal here, he's going to find, right? So
He has.
I'm a terrible matchmaker.
Second time's a charm.
The last person I set up on a date, I set her up with a gay dude. I didn't know he was gay, and apparently he didn't know he was gay either, or he just wasn't didn't admit it to anyone, because I can't figure out to this day why he went out with her. It's like, why not just tell me no? Tell me no.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues there.
I'm no good at it. So if I try to set you up with someone, say no.
But there's a great,
If you want to get better at it, Megan Fox, you got to get the book Matchmaking by Steve Gosney.
No.
He'll be out next week.
Yeah, it'll be out next week in 3 different hardcover versions.
Forward by Joe Neerman.
Actually, no, I think there's a great need for that in the world, and the fact that I can't do it and I'm bad at it. But I mean, the people that have good people sense, they should work on those, Matt. We should help our single friends who are younger, our kids. I don't know. I'm just one sidecar, man. I'll tell you, I am such a lightweight, especially when I'm tired and I've had a long day.
Do a full shot. I gotta.
Let me get a couple of these here. 134 checking in, sir. People fear you because you lead our. I'm not a leader, and it's not a cult type of cult.
That's what they always say.
We are many and know how to dig and farm. Babies sense this. Jenny LJ, thank you for the super sticker. Dean saying, Joe, what Jewish women want a Gentile man? None that I know. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. In my circles, yeah, there's
no Orthodox girls.
Yeah, you're not looking for the Orthodox girls. And honestly, if they're not Orthodox, they're probably pretty woke.
Hey, you know who's watching here? I came in and I didn't even know this. You got Hunter Logan in your chat. You know who Hunter Logan is?
No, is that Paul Logan's brother?
No, let me check it out here. And it's a good opportunity not only to point out good chatters, but look on the back of death penalty debates.
Yeah,
I knew Steve was going to bring up one of his books.
Look here. Wait for it to focus. Focus.
Yeah.
Look here. It says a great. Gosh, what's going on with my focus here?
I don't know.
Hunter did my thing. A great and easy to follow. There's nothing really quite like it out there. That's Hunter Logan. He's one of my buddies. He's going to be a law student coming in. What law school did you ever pick on Hunter? Because he's looking at law schools, and we've consulted a little bit about me and my mentor Hart. I am good at mentoring. I'm not good at matchmaking, but mentoring.
This is what I always thought. I thought I should have been a mentor. I should have.
Well, there's time.
I need a mentee. I need a mentee.
Call for mentees.
I really need someone to make me a logo. I mean, someone's telling me I should use the GL thing, which I might use. I might use if I have no other. If I can't get like a logo thing, I love the logo thing that Nate has or that Viva has, and I used to have a Wii emoji, like a which was really like
it was. I thought that they did a good job of capturing my face, and I was like, man, something like that would be so perfect with an NYPD hat and just like, you know, the two-tone beard with the white over here and like reddish brown over here and tapered beard. And yeah, and it would just be, it's so easy. You can even put the headphones on.
Wait a second. I got distracted by the wild hair Megan.
My hair is starting to hurt. I had to take it down.
80s night.
It's been up for a while. This is what it looks like when
It's
it
called
comes
the white rain.
down.
Nice.
When the white rain takes hold.
Look how I look like I stuck my finger in a light socket. But my hair, your hair ever start to hurt? No, I guess you probably don't have that problem.
All the time. It's a nightmare. It is a nightmare. And sometimes it gets so unruly. I can't even it's very frustrating when that happens.
You know, I have a theory about one of your chatters too. Choosy Heretics Choose Carnation Revolution Now. I think he's an AI bot who just randomly generates random words that are put together that maximize the chat of like 200 letters, characters, and then it just puts together random gibberish that sounds intelligent, but is actually
$2 every once in a while.
Every once in a while he does, but I just want to point out that he's always here and he's always doing stuff that I have no clue what he's talking about. Something about Catholics and something. I don't know what he talks about. Sometimes it makes sense.
Jenny L, thank you for this. Sorry, I just wanted to.
It's your show.
I didn't want to forget, and I'm gonna forget because I'm starting to fade.
That's why I'm here, buddy. I'm putting people across the line.
Let me knock these out real quick. Okay. Real Hydra says, Steve, why are you so nice and amazing? Bring light to a dark world. You are the up to the downs. We love you. Joe is okay. All right. Well, there you go. Gene Nelson says,
wait, let's go back to the other chat.
I think we're good. Thanks for always laughing at my racist stereotype jokes. All the best to you and yours. I still want to borrow the space laser. Look, anytime you want, you just swing on by. I will hook you up. I've got like a little
stop by the Nearman
joystick.
Plantation.
I got a little joystick. It works effectively with the same proficiency on the space lasers as it worked on the Titan 2. So you can just pick it up and you could just pew 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 anyone you want. You just swing on by. I got you, brother. Kimmy, Joe, this live stream is like a monkey's tail in a blender. It won't be long now. Hang in there like a hair in a biscuit. There you go. And Ellie Font says, where's our Joe Stream bingo card?
Those are always fun. My locals chat always makes those for me for streams. They're a lot of fun.
What is
like,
that?
It's a bingo card, like all the stuff you'd say.
You could, like they could just, people are betting on what's going to happen during the show.
Like Jew roar or something, and then every time you say that,
Jew jokes, you put that on there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's like bingo for events. Yeah, like he starts kvetching, or they.
That's good. That's you got it. That's it.
Joe rant. You could put
Joe
rant. That could be a free space. That could be a free space because that's what's going to happen.
I don't rant every stream. I've dialed back the occasional rants. The free space would be something about like the following being not a cult type.
Yeah, it's not a cult.
Not at all a cult type of cult. So yeah, but that's I gotta pitch my wares and I know where my wares are and I pitch them. So
Joe, how many people are going to be at this wedding? Do you know? Yeah.
Like
how big?
It's not like enormous. I would say 350. Is that big?
That's a healthy size for where I'm at. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're used to having that's not
that was my bingo card for the last stream I did. That was
nice.
my tonsil twins bingo card. See, we got bingo twice. We have if I snort laugh.
Twins?
Oh God, Steve, there is a story going on. Clayton Eckert is a former bachelor on ABC's The Bachelor. And he has a woman who has basically stalked and harassed him and accused him of impregnating her with twins through fellatio.
Really?
Oh yeah, she's the one who saved it for later.
We call them the tonsil twins.
That's funny. That's good.
He
That's good.
impregnated her with twins through
fellatio. Well, the only sex that has been admitted to by either party was oral. on one evening.
So
she
Joe,
claims
which way?
Megan she's
it would
always
have
like
been to
deflowering
her.
my innocence.
She had a flavor saver and
her on
used it.
him. So she gave him oral
Yeah.
twice in one evening. She
Yeah.
claims that there was some stuff, I won't go any further than that, some stuff left over from Hummer
Material.
number 1 before, like between, so there was a 5-hour time. Okay, there's a timeline. There was 5 hours between the Hummers. We had the one Hummer, and then 5 hours later there was another one. She claims that he's leaving. Joe's out. She claims that there was some stuff left over from the first one that got somehow down there.
But why is this relevant? Why do we need to know this? Why is this not too much information? I mean, what is the context by which
because
we need
then
to know
she used the family court system to take him to court to file a paternity action and a parenting plan against him. This has been, and she did it to date him. Joe needs to put his headphones on so he can hear this, because she actually
I think he doesn't want to hear it.
she wrote up a contract, an actual contract, telling him all of this will stop if you date me. If you date me, it will stop. It's crazy, you guys. It's nuts.
Sorry, I just had an itch in my ear.
After seeing a contract like that, I'd pull a Scott Peterson. Not gonna lie.
134 checking in, sir. We have lasers. Seems to be better than the shovels. They're like for eye correction. They don't dig up anything.
Yeah.
That's what people think space lasers. They think, ooh, this is good. No, they literally just it was the Jewish space lasers were invented. They were created by an optometrist.
But
it's just
Joe,
from space they fix your eyes. That's the kind of doctors they are.
Here's the problem, Joe. The near implantation is so big. There's so much space to cover. If you're trying to put in all those tunnels, you got to try it. It's a time-saving move.
Yeah, space lasers, that's a bingo.
He lives on he's the near implantation of northern New Jersey. It's actually very, very well known. A lot of land.
John Goring member for 5 months says, I'm not gonna lie, Joe. You're looking to act so good for having stayed up for 22 hours. I'm generally impressed. Well, thank you kindly. I appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. Your Worcestershire sauce. Dropping the super chat. I appreciate
emoji.
DB. This emoji was created during the stream. This was my facial reaction to something like an hour and a half in. An hour and a half in, that was my facial reaction to something, and it was like
Valhalla Awaits is taunting you, Megan.
I'm trying to figure out how I did it.
Oh, wait, Valhalla Awaits is what?
Taunting you.
More for the alligator
did I
mode.
miss it?
What's wrong with you women?
What's wrong?
Tonsil
Well,
twin.
it's not me, but there are some. Hey, that's why I wrote a book. You want to know what's wrong with women? Read this book. It's in this book. It's called "Believe Evidence: The Death of Due Process." From Salome to #MeToo.
I'll chime in. I have read Megan's book, Believe All Women / Evidence, and I am going to give it a strong unconditional endorsement. It's really good. I think men really need to read your book, because
it tells
there's a
what's
lot of
wrong. If you want to know what's wrong with women, read that book.
Well, it's just the fact is that some men have like rose-colored glasses. They're very bamboozled by the women's spells, and and the thing is that women are imperfect, just like men. But men sometimes are blind to that, so they need to read Megan's book.
Megan, have you heard about Vince McMahon yet? What happened?
Oh yeah, we're gonna actually do that on my channel.
I think I got some questions.
Sure.
I read that and I read it.
I have questions too.
I read it in Vince McMahon voice in a lot of spots.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of questions like, why aren't the police?
These are not questions you need to ask here, because this just going to confuse people. It's going to confuse people who don't know any details about this story.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here's the detail you need to know about the Vince McMahon story. And I won't give the gory details. The questions that everybody should have. The questions that everybody should have is, if you were being treated so terribly at any time why are you staying? There was never any allegation of, I was imprisoned, I was locked in a room.
Yeah.
No, I was talked into it. So you consented.
No, it gets even worse though when they talk about, oh, well, they did all the stuff, and then showed up the next day saying, are you guys going to promote me like we promised?
Right.
Like, am I going to get paid? What am I getting paid?
Look,
It's like,
he agreed to pay her $3 million.
I'm talking about when she was working there. She like they were going to promote her, and
Right.
she was like, am I still going to get my promotion? It's like,
so you did it for the
worst
what
human
they promised
trafficking
you.
ever.
No, it's basically, I think what's going to happen here is he should have paid her the full $3 million that he agreed to pay. He only paid her one, and that was a big mistake. Now, he hired her for a specific purpose. He made that purpose pretty clear. She agreed to the things in the terms for the $3 million, and then he stiffed her. He shouldn't have done that, and a court should force him to pay her the other $2 million. Period. And the end of story. The rest of it, trafficking, no. It's basically breach of contract, if you ask me.
Oh, I agree. No, I read through the whole thing, and it was all 5 hours of it.
This is my assembly of like probably 3 of the 4 most religious Christians who come on my show regularly. And I get this super chat.
Joe.
I get this super chat. 2 out of the 4 most religious Christians, and I get this super chat. Viking Santas don't need space lasers. We have our laser reindeers. And as it happens, I saw a video that I was like, is this real? Is this BS? And I'm throwing this at you because I genuinely, you say you have questions, Megan. My questions are not the same kind of questions. Not the same kind of questions, but I too have questions. And I just want to know, is this guy real or is this BS? Because this blew my mind.
Who is this?
Or around, I should say, 125 years ago, Coca-Cola was doing the math on its sales. They noticed something. People bought Coca-Cola in the summer, a little bit in the fall, a little bit in spring, not in the winter. People didn't think of it as a winter drink. So the Coca-Cola advertisers were like, well, wouldn't it be great if we could somehow trick people or convince people or talk people or coax or whatever, brainwash people into drinking Coca-Cola in the winter too. So here's what Coca-Cola advertisers came up with.
Polar bears.
They thought,
Santa.
What if we somehow worked Coca-Cola into Christmas? Now, I know what you're thinking, Christmas is such a big deal. Not back then. Back then, Easter was the big deal.
What?
Christmas was important. People would go
far
to
more
Mass
religious
to commemorate Christ's birth.
You didn't know this either,
But
Megan.
everybody's born.
No.
The real interesting thing is to be killed, executed, and then come back 2 days later.
That's why Easter was
fascinating,
always the big
which
thing.
is why people had focused on Easter.
Yeah, it's
So
very
what the
spiritual.
Coca-Cola advertisers did was they found a saint who was about to be decanonized, Santa Claus. The Catholic Church was like, he hasn't performed a miracle in a while, let's unemploy him. They grabbed him, they merged him with the story of Saint Nick, and then somebody got inspired. And the inspiration was
Citation needed.
merge him with Kris Kringle.
What does he mean merged him with
was a
Saint Nick?
Danish
Saint Nicholas is a real
What
saint.
are we watching? What is this?
this? This is anti-Catholic bigotry
like
is what
it.
this is.
I
What
don't
the,
get it.
what the hell,
Objection.
Joe? Objection.
I'm literally, I don't know if what he's saying is true or
It's
not.
not true.
Why is he dominating
It's
the
not.
last hour and a half of your live
It's a
24-hour
3-minute
live?
And
thing.
Saint
It's a
Nicholas.
3-minute thing.
Saint
You've
Nicholas
got-
is an
you've got
actual
three great
saint.
guests.
They didn't merge
Everything-
anybody with Saint Nick. Saint Nick is a real saint.
You also don't have to keep, as part of the canon, you don't have to keep performing. Like, you don't have, it's, once you become a saint, you don't have like a vig you have to make of like miracles. Once you're canonized, that's it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the mafia where you gotta like. you're picking up
Christmas
the poly-
wasn't a
picking
big
up the
thing.
poly every
Christmas
month.
has always been a big thing.
points
Stop
out-
Yeah, but
it.
Easter's.
You know who
always been
invented
bigger.
Christmas
Catholic abuser
is
off the
Charles
screen.
Dickens. Without Charles Dickens, Christmas wouldn't be a big deal. But
I
the
agree,
truth
John. This
is
is
that
Jewish
Charles
subversion.
Dickens did Joe leaves.
That's right. Forget the
That's right,
went
Joe.
to
Run
bed.
off.
Take it
We
over.
outed him. We caught him. Shut it down. I can do it now. I need the
Oh.
Jewish chat. Shut it down. Shut it down.
We chased Joe off his own stream. Oh, he's back.
We pilgrim. It's a pilgrim stream.
What do you want from me?
You're
I'm asking.
insulting
I
Catholics
literally
on the
put this up
stream
here
with
because
two
I said,
Catholics
I
at
don't
least.
know what this story is.
Sean, are you
They
Catholic? What are you?
Yes, I'm
and
Catholic.
you.
Oh my God, 3 Catholics,
Three
and
Catholics,
you
and
put up a
anti-Catholic
video that
guy?
says Saint Nicholas isn't a real saint.
That guy's.
Oh,
that guy
That's
probably
not what
is-
he
probably
said.
runs
Oh
our
my God! Yes, he
atheism.
did.
Yes,
That's
he
not
was.
what
He was
he
talking about
said.
he's going to lose his sainthood.
Yeah, he's gonna lose his sainthood.
They
Saint
did a
Nicholas
miracle
is still a
for me
saint.
today.
You're all
recently.
sitting here. You don't want to hear his perspective. You all want to just like silence him. I'm seeing a whole
He should be
Catholic culture
stoned for
going
being
on
an apostate.
from the
Yeah,
Catholic wing
shut
here.
him up.
Like all
That's
the Catholics are
garbage.
Like, silence the heathen! Silence the heathen! Silence the
It's
heathen!
heresy.
You're
All
coming
right.
with your torches
I have
and the
expended
pitchfork.
my vitriol. Go
Yeah,
ahead, put him back on.
What do we do with
I'm getting
witches?
flashbacks.
Burn them.
He sounds like some loser
Flashbacks
Methodist.
here to my Morano ancestors who are like, here come the Spanish kids.
This is my favorite part of your whole show.
I don't even
Joe,
understand. I was
Nobody
asking a
expects
simple
the Spanish
question.
Inquisition.
I was just asking a question here. It's like I got
Listen,
to jump
oh,
on the
you
phone
bring
with
up
Chris
Santa
Columbus.
Claus. You
Otherwise,
bring up Santa
I
Claus.
don't
You
get
want
on
to
with
sully the
Columbus.
name of Santa Claus, and I will not
dare
have
you.
it. Do you
How
understand me?
dare you?
Heresy.
Next.
Don't.
Asking a question. It was a simple yes
I'm
or
just
no
asking
question.
questions.
It was a yes or no question.
All right,
And
wait. I want to see the rest of it. Put that heretic back up.
No.
Put him back up.
Saying that I'm blaspheming and like whatever.
I want to see the heretic. Put the heretic back on the
Oh,
street.
no, this is not the biggest part of your blasphemy. Don't worry.
Coming. I know.
Put the heretic back on the street.
This is a classic. I'm surprised it's only like 3-on-1. Like, normally, when it should be like 14-on-1, it's like, the Catholics against the Jews. That's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know what's happening.
Hello, boys. We're going to Jerusalem.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. They got the torches. Everyone get your torch.
Yeah.
Everyone get your torch. You get your
Look,
torch.
you are treading on thin ice.
Gotta
You
cut it before
sully
we
the
can do it
name of
again.
Saint Nicholas.
There's probably some Jewish capo who's standing on the corner with spare torches that he's selling to the
hasn't stopped
Catholics who
talking
are
this
chasing after
entire
the,
time.
the
That's
Jew.
right. The
Yes.
Jewish trader
to
money is
say?
like
What do you
selling
want
the
me to
Catholics
say?
the torches to go.
Sorry. Okay, fine. It's our fault.
Somebody needs to clip that entire
is-
segment
It's
because
our fault. It's all our. It's all our. What should I
Look,
say?
he's
Yeah.
admitting to it now.
Yeah.
Yes, we've got it.
Okay, fine.
Are you
Perry Mason
trying?
moment.
Are you trying to sully the name of Saint Nicholas? This is a very serious thing,
It's a
Joe.
very serious thing.
Very serious. This is one of the favorite saints. You
That's
can't
right.
do this.
Yes.
This is
We have a
this
saint
is
for everything over here. See, the Catholics. we-
unacceptable.
Yeah.
I have a ring of
What
cards.
got me
I
curious?
have saint cards right here, sir.
right.
We have that. They're within my reach.
Yeah.
This is a very serious thing for a Catholic.
You made a mistake. You could have picked on the Methodist, and they might have like thrown you a community dinner.
See, they're not
You picked on the
organized.
Catholics, sir.
They don't have a abiding adoration of the Pope. So they're not.
Well, I don't
organized like
exactly
we
either.
Catholics.
The reason I was so curious is because the color scheme of Santa Claus, the red and white color scheme, is the exact same shade of red and white that Coca-Cola is.
Oh,
I mean, it's not like it's not
in
like
Germany. It's green.
So I'm simply asked. That's why I was like, I'm very
Well, what
curious
year was
about
this?
what.
What year?
He
did
said 125
Coca-Cola
years ago, so this is like
do
turn of the
this?
century.
Yeah,
The whole Santa Claus
1900?
thing was created by what's his
So his whole claim here. I'm afraid I'm going to put this blasphemy back on here. You're going to sit
No,
here
do
saying
it.
it's
I'll just
man.
control myself.
Blasphemer!
I'll control myself. I'm sorry.
I'm going to have to like be answering
Burn
questions.
him,
Pope-
You're going to hide him in the tunnels. at your
Pope
house.
Pius is going to come out. I don't know what's going to happen next. Sit here. Some archbishop is going to be sitting here saying I'm refuting Jesus, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying. I was just asking questions. I just wanted to know whether so
You knew
what I'm
exactly what you were doing when you put that up on the screen. Don't you
yeah.
play dumb with me.
Oh, yeah, Megan. The crafty Jew knew what he was doing. I get it. Yeah. This is how I make my super chats. I'm making
Well,
super
I've
chats.
seen more super chats come in the last 10 minutes than in this whole show.
Look at that crooked Jew watch him. He's just ching the shekels. There he goes. You watch him count his money.
That's right. He's just wanting that money. And
You're
by the
not
way,
wrong.
we've only got
Joe's
like
got so many shekels, he won't be able to lift them up in the chair at the wedding.
we only have like
Be
an
too
hour
heavy.
left. So now's the time to get in the super
Get
chat.
your 30 pieces of silver, Joe.
Give this man some
Joe's like
shekels.
30.
He's got a daughter that's getting married off. This is the last daughter he's cashed in on. So it's time for you guys to pay up. You only got an hour to do it. This is the time to cash in. So we're here. We're on the Jewish channel. He's abusing us Catholics.
Man, we need to fortify tunnels against Crusade.
Yes, you do. Deus fault. Deus fault.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Soon he's going to be
I
pulling
gotta
out the gefilte fish on us. And he's
Nice.
going to be start feeding
Hospitaliers
it.
of Ohio are coming.
Oh, here come the Crusaders. Oh,
Oh.
Oh my God. And I got a
I
triple
brought
tripod.
Jerusalem with me, Joe.
I filled this thing to the brim, so I didn't need a refill, and it's hitting me hard.
Lord, you've been saying that since you had like 3 sips, you lightweight.
Look, it's almost.
I'm on. Look at. I've almost killed this bottle, and I could do
why.
anything I
This is
normally do right
40%
now.
alcohol.
What is,
Hey, Joe,
that
have
doesn't
you
say
seen
a lot for
Kingdom of
me.
Heaven?
What was
Maybe
that?
I should
Have
cut
you seen
back.
Kingdom of Heaven?
No.
Oh.
I feel
Well,
like I
no.
have. What?
No,
What is
because
that?
because I want to get into heaven, so that's why.
What is Kingdom of Heaven?
It's
Peter
got
Rose.
Orlando Bloom.
What
It's
was
like
it?
they're the Crusaders defending against the Muslims, defending
Oh.
Jerusalem against the Muslims. I understand, Joe. You don't like it because it's like
I
two
may
of the
have
three
seen
are only
that. I
two of the
don't
main
remember.
groups are playing, but the Jews aren't involved in the show.
Prospering a woman says,
To the meat.
3 Jews and 3 Catholics and a Jew walk into a bar.
Oh God!
Oh,
Now we're
God.
getting into the racial jokes. This stream is really getting good now.
Yeah.
Can
Finally.
we put the
Finally.
can we put
I agree the movie
heretic? Can we put the heretic back on the screen? I do want to see the rest of that so I can refute it and scream at him some more.
Are you sure? Look, if it's going to be too triggering for you,
No, no, no.
I don't want to trigger y'all.
No, no, no,
Hey,
no, no,
look,
no. I
it's
like
still-
being triggered, and it makes me feel good.
That's
We'll-
right.
we'll
If
program you
Megan doesn't have
afterwards.
a battle to
As
fight,
long as- as
she
long
feels
as-
purposeless.
As long as you're
When
not going
people give me a trigger warning, I go, yes.
Since I want to be triggered.
I want to be triggered. I want to trigger it right now.
There's
Oh,
still like
here it
another
goes.
two. There's still
Hey,
another
man,
2
check the
full
five chat.
minutes of this.
The
heretic.
head moderator on our atheism.
Yeah, there's still another 2 full minutes of this heretic. So like try not to lose it. Okay.
I think it's Fedora.
So the taking Saint Nicholas and merging him with Chris Kringle. I don't even know who Chris Kringle is.
Chris
Like-
Kringle is an alternative name for
No,
Santa
but see what I
Claus.
don't
Yeah.
understand is he
No,
said
that's not what he's saying.
no. He said that they took Saint Nicholas and merged him with Saint Nick, which are the
No,
same
that's
person.
not what he said. That's not what
All
he
right,
said.
go back because that's what I heard.
And the inspiration was to merge him with Chris Kringle.
Oh,
Chris Kringle was a Danish thief
Mm-hmm.
whose job in the day was a chimney sweep. He could pop his shoulders out.
What is
What?
this guy? Come on, what is
He had Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Oh my God, Sean!
garbage.
Don't
This
choke.
guy gets up there like he thinks he knows what he's talking
Well,
about. He
He
sounds
could
like an
pop his
idiot.
shoulders out.
I muted them. So we're gonna get through this. I muted all 3 of them. So we're gonna get through this it's for your own good. Okay? It's for your own good. Just understand that.
Of your house and then work his way back up, but you have a clean chimney.
Uh-huh.
And they merged this together.
Can you all be good now? I don't want to keep you muted. That feels like I'm can't. Okay, because you said you wanted to hear, and I only got an hour left. And
I mean, can I just say he's? I'm just
Crazy?
trying not to cough there. What? No, but the Chris Kringle part's fucking made up. That's not who Chris Kringle.
did you
I'm
Google Chris
confused.
Kringle Danish thief?
All right, let's.
No,
let's
but
look at
Chris
this.
Kringle is a gift bringer traditionally throughout Central and Eastern Europe. So, like, okay, maybe in Holland they do that, but they wear wooden shoes, so
Okay,
count.
I looked it up. And
Yeah.
it says that Kris Kringle is based on the Christian bishop Saint Nicholas, and the name
Yeah.
Kris Kringle traces back to the German Christkindl, meaning Christ child. The first documented use of Kris Kringle in English was in 1830. The popularized image of Kris Kringle began with the publication of A Visit from St. Nicholas in the 19th century. The image of Kris Kringle has evolved over time, but the magic of his beloved character remains constant. So,
Well,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
all
tell you
bullshit.
this. He says some crap about Hanukkah too. So, like,
No, I know, but
Yeah, so
like
why are
Saint
you
Nicholas,
playing this?
like
So he's abusing the Catholic, the three Catholics,
he's
and the
making things
Jew.
up. Like Saint Nicholas is a whole
Who's he
feast holiday
tuning
in and
this
of
for? He's
itself.
talking
Like,
about
well, just
Coca-Cola?
okay. So can you? We made it another 14 seconds.
yes, let's continue.
Let's go.
They then took St. Nicholas out of, he was usually portrayed as a young man in skinny young man in green and brown clothing. They stuck him in Coca-Cola colors, red and white. They even decided to give him some pink in his skin to keep the Coca-Cola colors going. So they made him an old man so he could have white hair. And then they stuck him on the bottle.
Yeah, this isn't right.
That's
He's
why
wrong.
periodically you'll see.
Who is this guy?
Santa Claus
Why
on
should I listen to him? Why should I wait?
Steve's.
Because they made him up. And they transformed
No, he's
Christmas.
not made up.
So instead of Christmas being an important event, but not an especially emotional event, an especially involved event necessarily. I mean, there were nice traditions around it, stockings and maybe a Christmas tree. He turned it into this thing where all of a sudden this mythical being who drinks a lot of Coca-Cola is bringing you presents.
This is garbage.
Stays up so
It's
late.
corporations,
Why am I watching
man.
this? Why?
Want to hear him hating on Hanukkah?
Why are you
He's about
abusing your guest?
Yes, I do. Let's get to him
yes,
hating on
let's-
Hanukkah. Yes.
Let's hear the false flag go.
And in the process now, the average Christian in the United States, at least, thinks Christmas is the important Christian holiday.
No,
And
who says that?
it's forced other religions to think about what holiday they could promote during that time period, like Hanukkah.
No.
Okay,
No.
so yeah.
No.
Sorry, we're not buying the
No.
diversion, Joe. Your agent didn't work.
You wouldn't evolve
Your
like
operative
a whole
failed.
bunch of
My operative failed.
Yes.
He's my operative.
Easter is the key Christian.
Well, I mean like the royal you. The royal
Right.
you are.
Okay. Well, anyhow, I was just trying to find out.
Megan's
And
having-
what I'm getting,
You guys
what-
are arguing
my
with that.
overall feedback from this experience is you tend to disagree with his
Yes.
perspective.
No,
Just
I
a bit.
don't think
You can
anything
say
he's
that
saying is
about all of us.
correct.
Yeah.
Nothing he's saying is correct. He said that Saint Nick was a Dutch thief. The Dutch connection to Santa Claus is Sinterklaas, and Sinterklaas is the name for Saint Nicholas in Dutch. That's it. Saint Nicholas is a real saint, and Santa Claus is Sinterklaas.
And you put
Saint
your shoe
Nicholas.
out. You put your shoe out.
I was raised in a Dutch school. I went to
Oh,
a Dutch Christian school. We had wooden shoes and the whole thing. I'm not Dutch, but I went to this Dutch school, so I was raised like a Dutch kid. And Sinterklaas and Saint Nicholas are the same person, and that is the saint. So the Saint Nicholas was known for his love for children and for bringing gifts to children who were poor and for giving things to the poor. That was what Saint Nicholas was all about, giving everything he had to the poor and giving unexpected gifts. This idea that someone made this up is just more atheist bullshit to kill your sense of hope and your sense of wonder of the majesty of the mystery of the faith. Period. This is garbage. What he is saying is garbage.
And the thing is,
obviously, the most important high holy day of Christianity is Easter. Period. End of story. There's no, we do an entire 40 days of Lent leading up to it. There is nothing like that leading up to Christmas. Christmas, of course, is our like big celebration, and we're very happy to be doing it, and the kids love it. But Easter is the day. If you are a Christmas and Easter Catholic, you might miss Christmas, but you better not miss Easter. So no, I don't agree with him in any way.
Megan
And
is again 100% correct.
Yes, just
thank you, Steve.
hitting a home run. Yeah, but Saint Nick though, I don't know if you know this, Joe, but on the Feast of Saint Nicholas, kids leave their shoe out on the front step, and it gets filled with like, it's not like Christmas, but you get like some little goodies. Like when I was kids, we get like a coloring book or something in our shoe if we left it out.
Well, you'll
on the
all be
front
very
step.
proud of me because last night my future son-in-law was here, and he said he met someone who.
Oh, was that a cool story, bro? Moment?
No.
Okay.
No. I was sincere when I said you'll all be very proud of me because last night when my son-in-law was here, he said he met a friend of mine from high school, and I asked him who, and he told me the name, and it was a guy I knew from high school. He was a year or two younger than me, and he said what he always liked about me is that I didn't act like snobbish. I was like easy to get along with, like, you know, back when he knew me in high school. So I said, yeah, that was actually kind of a big deal because back then I was pretty cool, but eventually I said back then I was cool, but I gave it up for Lent. So and he didn't understand what that meant because he's a good Jewish boy who's studying Talmud all day. But I was, so my point is, you know, I can appreciate the sacrifices you guys make around Easter and the value of Easter because, you know, I gave up being cool for Lent.
Although technically, like giving up stuff is what we teach little kids to do. But as you get older, you should be developing yourself and bettering yourself in a way. Not necessarily like, yeah, you should stop doing bad things, but it's about like doing a positive thing, kind of building a thing too for what? Just saying.
Okay, so we're coming to the last hour, so we're going to start having a cutoff on the jokes, so we can start doing. My cutoff is going to be 11:15. That the joke has to come by 11:15 if you're gonna qualify. It's gonna have to be like a killer joke to qualify after 11:15.
You completely poo-pooed my good jokes in the beginning of this 12-hour stream. I want to
ask you this. Was any of your jokes as good as this?
That was pretty good. I mean, I liked the stare decisis one too, though. The stare decisis
one is.
He thought stare decisis was a constellation. That was good too. But the Jew tunnels, tunnels is always good.
Well, in the last hour, I'm going to offer up because I'm already had a triple, and I am ridiculously confused. But I will offer up to Joe on his last hour that he has the power to fill this cup yet one more time in celebration of his last daughter. So if you guys want to super chat and get him some good super chats in, I will refill this cup and drink another sidecar in honor of my friend Joe.
I want to see Steve drink another sidecar.
On for eight rounds.
So please, this is the last opportunity. What am I supposed to do? Not only is it the last opportunity this stream, Joe doesn't have any more daughters to marry off. So this is your chance.
Is this your last daughter getting
one
married?
more?
She's my youngest is a 9-year-old girl.
Oh, for crying out loud! So this isn't the last one, but
yeah,
almost
but
second to last.
Yeah.
So we're already $10 in. We only have $90 to go.
I don't even know what
90 more dollars, and I'll hit another one.
Nice. You're the man. You're the man. Damon Blackfire gifted one good Lawgic membership. God bless you. Concert LD said, Joe, your logo JN badge, GL, kind of like an NYPD, but instead of NYPD, it would be JNGL. I would just go with the GL. I don't think the JN. I think the JN takes away. I got land when crap goes down. Oh, that's the offer for the Jewish woman that he has. Caleb says, being born with a Jewish name, I always imagine being hitched with someone of the tribe. I would probably more than settle with the woman raised in a charismatic church, even though I was raised boring Baptist.
Those Chicelli Jews, that's world renowned.
Discount Dr. Spiegel, or I guess my three guests here is discount Der Spiegel. So, oh, sorry, that was a fascist joke there. He's somewhat correct. Santa didn't wear red until after the Christmas ad.
Yeah, I think that
part's true. The green part, yeah.
Did Nick
red
show
would have been
up
an expensive color.
You're as big as Coattail Ride, but not surprised the swinger. Oh, gosh, you get over it. I'm not reading your This is like, you know, this is like the I can't. You got him outnumbered. Start the incantation. Angry.
That's funny. That's funny.
Angry Catholic noises.
I saw that
Oh
when
my
we were
God.
screaming, and I about died. I love that. That
These
super chat
Catholics
is good.
attacking the innocent Jewish men.
It's our tradition. We're used to it.
This is my favorite stream ever. Someone needs to clip the screaming Catholic rants.
Oh my gosh, I have a joke. 3 Catholics and a Jew. That's all.
We need to start citing the Nicene Creed. We'll see if we can.
The Nicene Creed.
I don't even know what that is.
I believe.
Yes, we believe.
Nicene Creed, man. That's like we.
Oh, you'll find out soon enough, Joe.
We're all going to start saying it in a minute. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth.
Apostolic Church.
Yeah,
No, we're in Mass on Sunday, and my son, it's time to read the Creed, but sometimes we do the Nicene Creed, and sometimes we do the Apostles' Creed, and you never know which one is which. So I mean, until they start saying it. And I flip to the Nicene Creed just in case.
Wait, there's a Nicene Creed and an Apollo Creed?
Apostles. I did not
Creed.
say
Apollo
Apollos.
Creed is from Rocky.
The Apostles' Creed. So there, you could be doing one or the other, and they didn't say which one. So I had the Nicene Creed open in front of me, which I don't have totally memorized, but I know the Apostles' Creed by heart. So I start to say the wrong one, and it's the Apostles' Creed today. So then I'm like trying to find it in my head because I do know it, but I was on the wrong line. And my son, who's my 9-year-old, turns to me and he looks at me and he goes, "You should know this by heart." And I look at him and I go, "Do you?" And he goes, "No." It was so funny. He's such a cutie.
Saint fact: any entity in heaven is a saint. That includes both humans and angels. So sainthood can never be taken away. There you go.
Right, that's
Jenny L, another 5. Thank you, Jenny.
Nice.
Let this Baptist settle it. The dude is full of BS.
Yeah, that's right. The Baptists.
Yes.
It's our neutral party under the corner. The ref.
All right. Cedar Rose said, "Be Catholic, heathens." Remember for
That's
6
right.
months.
All you.
Take him to Patty Leather.
This is
position tonight.
This I'm saving for this. This is a potential winner for the night. This one I thought was really amazing.
That is funny.
And I'm a bit drunk, but someone asked Nick Ricada to come in. I think he's pretty sick, so I think we're gonna just
sick again.
That's what for the religious casting couch. Thank you, I appreciate that. I hear Nick is sick. Poor guy came. Oh my gosh. Stop. Just get over it. Get over it. Been practicing tunneling by playing Dig Dug. Okay. Bring on Kurt then. Kurt has an invite, so he didn't make it here either, but no one called him out, and I'm not upset with anyone for not making it. I assume that I don't, you see, like Drex pointed out, I don't need my friends to come around for me to know they're my friends. I'm not worried. Damn papist and the heresy. They let anyone do a TED talk.
Yeah, nowadays.
That's not bad. McRae says, "Hey Joe, here's my contribution to your daughter's wedding. Best wishes."
Oh no!
To you all. Also, one of the actual Hades is going on right now. We're talking about Santa. Apparently, we're not talking about Santa. We're talking about some fictional thing in this guy's head about what Santa is, but he's totally wrong.
Santa is a modern invention. It's a modern invention.
Sure.
I'll just say, how do I get a Gal Gadot? You probably mean,
Gadot.
Yeah, you probably mean Gal Gadot. Call me. Well, I'll hook you up. Nobody expects the Methodist Inquisition.
That would not be scary at all.
Also great to see you, Gosney. Been a while, but what are you doing without a doubt the nicest guy on the YouTubes? But you are without a doubt the nicest. Yeah, there you go. John Gordon says 135 reporting. We have a weird Viking guy in the tunnel saying, "Hi, should we be concerned?" Over. Gene Nelson says the Catholic Church co-opted pagan holidays to say we have a holiday just like that to convert the pagans.
I'm not disagreeing with that. The
That's
Catholic
true.
Church
That was
is
smart.
Very creative in its evangelization back in the day.
Very
I don't think it's as good as anymore.
But also, I mean, like you're gonna pick like, oh no, we're 2 weeks later. Don't worry. Like you may as well just use what's already there.
The Catholics, one of the things is that we believe in recognizing beauty as a reflection of God, and so something is beautiful and wonderful and inspiring. That's a reflection of God, and if it doesn't conflict with Catholic theology, then we'll adopt it because it's beautiful. So let's embrace that, and I don't think that that's problematic. We don't want to blow up statues in order to, bring people into the faith. We want to embrace the things that are good about the people that we are converting, right? And I think that's a wonderful thing. So this rejection, the fact that Catholics are, bringing in the Christmas tree, and that's a pagan thing, that doesn't invalidate Catholic theology.
We took their thing and we made it Christian.
Right. Well, and I project when I see my tree, I am inspired.
Good. No, that's not.
Yeah, I think we're getting.
It makes me look like I'm 90.
I think I'm close.
That makes you look like you're like.
I don't.
That looks like Diego Rivera style. That's like Diego Rivera style.
I like the style, but I don't love that in particular.
You know who
I don't like the angle. I would like to see a face forward angle on that.
It's very like very workery as well.
Johnny Reb says, go over, yes, Victoria's and Santa Claus Supreme Court decision. Also, Sidecar Gosney. Worcestershire says, I need a hat for my Joe Shrine.
I need a hat for Joe Shrine. Well, I need to get another sidecar because I think we hit the $100 limit.
I look really mad in that picture.
Drink, Steve.
Yeah, see there.
Love you.
Had a number of people since I challenged your chat in the last hour to contribute to the fund.
You're awesome. Thank you, brother. I always give to everyone all the time. I work at a water treatment plant. You shouldn't be bragging about that. People should call the authorities.
Hey, I am thankful for people to give me clean water. Thank God for the water treatment plant.
Okay. I was taking it a totally different way. First ever super chat. No, thank you. Drink up, Steve, and congrats, Joe, on the pending wedding. Been tracking this event for most of the 24 hours. Well, thank you so much. It's very thoughtful of you. Just use the story from this morning. Moses got injustice with my son, and what happened? God allows cancer.
That's not funny.
Yeah,
that's not funny. I think that's somebody being serious.
That's not a joke. Chat, that's not funny.
No.
That's really not. Yeah, that's just all right. Thanks for the chuckles. Congratulations, Joe. Thank you, Lauren. You're too kind. Master Phillips, only read this or pick me up. You have been warned. Here's a joke for you. 2001 world champion New York Yankees. Love you, Joe. Go.
So are you? I actually don't know this. Are you a Yankees or like a Mets fan?
Yankees. I can't remember drinking Yule. Being beautiful, but I don't remember much after doing that anyways. So there you go. I'm all caught up, I think. Oh, wait, Mega Mob. Just bobbed in here. Bobbed on in here. Megan's a woman. She don't have rights. Wait, this is 21st century, so she has rights, but her opinion is meaningless until she gets a law degree.
I forgot. Megan, you don't have a law degree. Shut up.
Shut up to here.
In a court of law, in a lefty court. Fifis don't count in a court of law unless you're in a lefty court. Says literally everyone. Everyone. What's that from?
Thanks,
The
Kurt.
Professional. Have you not seen that?
No.
Oh God, it's got Gary Oldman in it and Jean Reno.
That's The Professional is called?
Yeah, it's called Leon, The Professional. Yeah, and it's got Natalie
Leon
Portman.
Professional. Oh, I remember that.
It's Natalie Portman. She's
Natalie
like
Portman is
12.
a little girl, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she plays Russian roulette.
I don't remember the everyone line in that, but
yeah, it's at the end when they're fighting and he starts killing all the bad guys, and yeah, it's a whole scene. Everyone, sir.
What, doesn't mine count for Gosling drinking more? LOL. What's the goal here? I don't know. I don't even know what's happening.
I was only planning on staying for 20 minutes. It's been like an hour.
I wish I could have like, because I have it clipped as a. I have it clipped as a thing,
This
Joe.
was the wisest move of your life, staying for this hour and a half. Okay?
It was worth it. That was the most fun fight I've had all year. That is actually
my grandma
in 2
would be
years.
so
It's
proud
been
of
2
me.
years. It's been 2 years since I've had a fight that was that fun. The last fight was that fun was at Nick's birthday stream 2 years ago.
Yes. Joe, my grandmother, if she was still alive, I could call her and be grandma. I belittled a Jewish guy for talking bad about Catholicism. And she would be like, "Oh, I'm so proud of you." I would have made her day. You know.
I feel like for the last part of this stream, Joe, is there a way that for the last part of this stream we can rewatch that of us screaming? Because that's
really funny. It was really funny.
That's really funny.
Real Joe, love everyone. I make water clean. Well, thank you for your
thank you for
service.
keeping it clean.
Yeah,
I respect our blue collar brethren. You know,
Amen.
There's too much honor
Amen,
given to
is
us
right.
white collar paper pushers, and not enough honor given to the hardworking blue collar folks who build everything, drive our trucks, and do the hard work of stuff that needs to be done. So God bless you for cleaning our water plant. Don't ever diss what you're doing for us, because it's respectable and needed.
Right. And just to clarify
You're
right
here.
now, amen.
The blue collar workers.
Amen.
Love you.
Yes.
Thank you for keeping everything running and everything working and the roads, actually drivable.
Right.
Thank you for paving the way for.
We
Thank
take
you for
it for
paving the way
granted.
for blind transgender lesbians to take your job. We'll keep America running.
Just to clarify, I love your
God
stuff,
bless
Megan. Just
HVAC.
poking fun. So there you go. Let me
Yes.
make sure I didn't miss anything over in the rumbles.
Hey,
I
Danny
think I
and
might-
Direct is in our chat. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Oh, Viola Pride.
Oh, we have to yell.
jumping in with another Hundy sidecar.
Wow.
Steve, cheers, horn for
Oh.
the diggers. I'll give you another
See,
horn.
Wow.
Now you got people that
Hondo's
now they're
dropping C notes and Rumble. Wow.
She's making her play. I think she's making her play for the hat. I got I have you at 270, Viola, which puts you 100 behind.
What can I donate?
Joe,
you
will
100
the hat?
behind.
Will the autographed hat be a Warren hat? Because
No.
that's like it's like wearing a Warren jersey. You have to like.
And
you have
now
to
the
auction it off
fourth
like that.
Catholic. Now the fourth Catholic. Now the numbers are starting to mirror like
dressed
history
up.
a little bit more. We just got to get
I'm not.
Nick in
I'm
here.
not. I was baptized Catholic, but I was raised Lutheran. But I have a joke, and
That's
it was
pretty
gonna
much
start
Catholic.
with three Catholics and a Jew walk into a bar.
Now we got
That's
four
the-
Catholics
that's
in
the
the
joke.
Hey, I have
Do
a special
Do you have any
prize.
St. Nicholas jokes? Because that would be appropriate.
I don't have any St. Nicholas jokes, but I have listened for like.
That's
the
right,
last
because
hour.
nobody can joke about St. Nicholas because St. Nicholas is the bomb. Okay, like just kidding.
Who was that guy that you were playing? That is the most
I don't know.
BS I've ever heard.
Right? Thank you.
It was a guy from Reddit.
I bet you it has like 12 million views, and people are quoting him and everything else.
He was standing in front of a whiteboard, so that made it look very.
It's probably a
official.
college or something.
Almost definitely. Bella Stella, who is our current leader, pushing herself up another 20, saying, I'm off again. Miles to Joe, thank you so much, Bella Stella. Bella Stella coming in at 390. 390. I got to update my banner here.
And remember, let's remember the cause on the table, and we've only got an hour to shove all those super chats to Mr. Joe, is because Joe, it's his last
Hour.
honor.
My last
Second to
45
last.
minutes.
Second to last.
My last 45 minutes to raise money for this wedding.
When's the wedding?
There
Do we
you
have
go.
a date yet?
Yeah, the wedding's next month. It's the end of next month.
Is it gonna be live streamed?
No.
That's
No.
close.
This
That's
is a
super chats.
This
That'd
is
be great.
this is a daughter who does not. She's like, I never ever want my name used on your stream.
So
when
are
I
they
call
gonna
her
live
by
with
name,
you?
For a wedding.
it's actually my nickname for her. That's not even her real name, but that's the name I call. That's the name I've always called her since she was a newborn.
So
But
are they moving in with you, or what? Are
No.
they gonna? No,
No,
they're gonna live. They have a place.
she's been earning. She's been earning for the last 2 years. She is.
Wow. Has she been saving up all this time?
She has more money put aside
Oh, that's wonderful.
than
That's so good.
she right now, God bless her, has more money set aside than I've ever had set aside in my life.
Wow,
don't need
good
this
for
for
her.
her. What you're telling
She
us.
can buy the nicest crack apartment in New Jersey.
Oh, good for
What
her.
I'm saying is, and thank God, I hope she keeps earning. I'm not. She's
That's great.
a hard worker. She's got a good paying job.
That's
and
great.
She's gonna be fine, God willing.
Good for
so
her.
Yeah, and I hope
That's what's great about living at home with your parents for as long as you can. You can save up and save up and save up, and then have a go move out on your own. I'm encouraged.
I was thinking she should put down a down payment. I was like, put
It's
down
a
a
little
down
weird when you're
payment.
40 living at home with your parents, though.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I've got an 18-year-old, and she's going to go to community college, and I wanted her to do that and stay home and save money and get a job and don't rack up debt. There's no point in that.
134 checking in, sir. Is it normal to see men on horses in armor with crosses?
Yes, it is totally normal.
Very normal.
Yes.
That's the
Very normal and good.
Returning to tradition.
You're safe, J-Rock. Don't worry. Everything's fine.
We need more of this.
Just don't be a Saracen. You'll be fine.
We should go back to the Jew tunnel jokes. Let's go
Yeah,
back
did
to
we ever
Jew tunnels.
solve the mystery of the Jew
Wait,
tunnel?
can I ask
You're
a
welcome,
question?
JD.
When I first saw the Jew tunnel story,
No, here we
I
go.
was like, oh my God, this is brilliant. Like, these people defied COVID. That's fantastic. Catholics had tunnels too. We call them catacombs. Of course, we didn't use them during COVID. We should have. And I see this story and I'm like, what a fantastic thing to do. This is great. I love these people. And then the next thing I see is they're pulling weird mattresses out of the tunnels. Now, what the hell? I was like, that's enough internet for me today. And I turned it off. Does anyone have any answers about what was actually going on there?
Weren't they just like digging a tunnel and then decided to live in there when the others told them to get out? Like
Living?
barricaded themselves in there?
Yeah.
They were living there? Is that it?
Joe.
Hey, Joe's not revealing.
Why would Joe
because
know this?
He's holding all the Jew
Joe
secrets.
review. The only information I know has come from Joe. So they were living
He doesn't
there.
want to let us Gentiles know what's really going on with their secret Jew.
Doesn't
plan.
matter. We will clean the tunnels out as well. We'll dismount the horses and we'll
They
get
think they're
them.
sneaky, but we have
Your tunnels will not be safe. Do you
we
understand?
have Jesuits that will root them out.
Yes.
You think you can hide in the tunnel?
You think you can hide in the tunnels?
You're hiding enemies of the state under the tunnel.
We have ways of getting to you.
But they didn't get a permit. See, that's how they got them.
I really want to know what's going on with the tunnels. Someone,
We
please tell
Gentiles
me what
never
the hell
understand.
is
Joe knows
what's-
more than he's leading on.
Seriously,
That's
what's
what I
going
mean.
on,
They're
Joe?
digging tunnels under the neighborhood
Joe, answer
plantation.
this question right now. Have you ever
You're gonna
been
keep digging
Joe?
it out of me?
Joe, have you ever been in a Jew tunnel? Wait.
You see, he's not
No,
gonna
wait.
answer.
Look me in the eye and
But see,
tell
that's
me
why
you've
he
never
doesn't call
been
it.
in a Jew
They don't call
tunnel.
them Megan. They don't call them Jew tunnels, so that's how he can lie to you.
That's right.
All right. Let me try this again. Joe, have you ever gone to synagogue by going underneath the street to get to the synagogue?
You're
Joe, does your
asking him to
Joe, does your
betray
shoal
the Jew-
Joe, does your shoal have
secret
subterranean improvised earthworks?
If we did, which
I should get points for using. I should get points for calling it a
which
shoal.
I'm totally
I should
disavowing.
get points. I don't get points for that.
If we did, ask yourself why that's a necessary precaution. Just ask yourself that. I mean, look at me. I'm surrounded here 4-on-1.
You didn't, Joe? Did you hear me?
What
I should get
was
points for
that?
calling it a shoal. I should get points for that.
That was pretty good. It was not bad. Not bad.
No, but
almost said it.
If
Almost
he
said
knew
it
the
right.
answers, Megan, he would
said it
not
a little
let
too
us
gentile, but
a
otherwise
little
it
too
was
gentile, yes.
Yeah, it's shul.
Shoal. Okay.
Shul.
Now, a
Look,
shoal.
I just need to know.
Okay.
Like
Just
shoe.
tell me the truth.
Like shoe
Shul.
with an L.
Shoal. Yeah, shoal. Okay.
Tell me the truth.
Now
What's
those guys
the
were
deal?
Hasidic, right? That were doing that.
Yes.
They were, yes.
Okay. Well.
Okay, so
yeah,
how
that's
does
why
the
Joe's like, those are my
Orthodox-
cousins. They don't count.
Well, but the Hasidic Jews. So in New York City, I was like during COVID, I was loving watching their raves in the streets. Oh God, he's taking off the
The
headphones again.
raves?
I'm never going to be invited back to the show. Apparently, everything I say, Joe does not want to hear on the show. But I really very much enjoyed watching the Hasidic raves in the streets during COVID because it was like, yeah, stick it to the man. Be doing stuff in big groups. I love that. And they were like doing these they were just out there dancing in the street to the loud music, and the cops were always called, and it was like
See,
always
what
a whole
we need to
thing.
do is we need to
And they
get a-
were cutting the chains on the parks and like letting the children, you know, play on the playgrounds, and I was all for it. I was like, yes, go. And that was my whole attitude towards the tunnels too. I was like, yeah, dig a tunnel under the
Megan's
street
like, I
to get to
trusted
church.
you.
Get
You
under
were the
street.
chosen ones.
Go for it. Get to your church, you know? Like during COVID, don't let anybody tell you what to do. And then I see the weird dirty mattresses coming out of the tunnels, and now I just need to know what's going on in the tunnels. What's happening?
Kathy,
Because
your realtor
I
warned
was like,
all right, this is what I'm going to do. If I run out of time, because
He's
now
not
I'm
answering
feeling pressured on time here. I'm starting to feel pressure on time. I can always just end YouTube and keep going on local, so we can finish up, and you can barf it all out of your system, Megan. Okay.
I just have this one question. What was happening in the tunnels, and why won't anyone tell us? I don't
Because it's
understand.
the Jew secret
You
society.
don't need
They don't tell us.
mattresses in a tunnel to get to church. You just need to walk through the tunnel and get to church and then go home. You don't need a mattress for
He
a
doesn't.
nap.
He can't tell us.
I think it's weird also. Okay, I don't have an answer for why there are mattresses
We're
down
going to
there.
send the Jesuit legions
Yes,
to root out the Jew tunnelers.
The New York
Because
Yeshiva
why
School,
else
and
dig a
School of
tunnel?
Mines.
Why else dig a tunnel unless you plan on living down there?
I don't get it. No, because the tunnel is for, coming and going without being seen. I understand. That
This
makes
is
sense.
a tax deduction here for Kathy, your realtor, Warnet, who said, Joe, did someone say down payment? Which, well played, Kathy. Complete tax deduction. Awesome job. Awesome job. I need to plow through here. What am I supposed to do?
All right.
What
I'll
am
be
I
quiet
supposed
now.
to do? I
Although
don't know
the
what you
chat
want
just
me to-
mentioned, someone in the chat just said, I'm never being invited back. This
That-
could
does-
be why I haven't been on Joe's stream in like close to, I don't know, 8 months.
Hey, you
9
can't
months.
talk unless you have a law degree.
And
so
it'll
shut
probably
up.
be that long again because of all the crap
Oh
I
my
said today.
God.
But
Steve trying
this
to
is what you
start
get when you invite me. I can't help it. It
Oh
just-
my God.
Sorry, Joe. I'm done now. You can mute me.
So does that mean it was actually Jonathan Henry was a steel driving man digging that tunnel?
Who?
Like, you ever heard John Henry was a steel
John
driving
Henry!
man? So instead of John, it's
Clink,
Johnny. Because
Clink.
Okay.
That's a great song, by the way. Do
All
you
right.
John who did it?
I don't.
Folsom Prison. That guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what's his name?
He's actually John Henry was Jewish. It all makes sense now.
How am I forgetting
Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash? How am I forgetting Johnny Cash? He did that. He did that song.
I gotta drop 3 for the diggers on this one. Viola Pride dropped 160
That's
bucks
stop work horn.
and said that puts me at 400. Shots and a big horn for the diggers. May Hashem bless you and your family, Joe. Jumping at the last minute in front of Bella Stella.
Wait, how much did she drop?
She dropped $160 to put herself at 400.
It's a school night, but I'll do this.
Yeah, so she dropped that, and I gotta put her at 400. Bella Stella's at 390, and yeah, I gotta put Viola at 400.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if
Megan
Bella
muted herself.
Bella said goodnight, so she might be out of it. I don't know. I think that might be. I think Viola was sensing weakness there, which is like, oh, she's running out. She's.
So is there a
leaving.
certain campaign
Can,
going
can I
on
give
right
can
now?
I give a consolation?
Whoever gives the
I'm
most
gonna-
money during the course of the evening,
we gotta
wins
finish strong.
an
Can I make a really
autographed-
good offer
an
for you, Joe?
autographed
Joe,
NYPD
Nice.
hat. Yeah. What was that? I'm sorry, Steve.
I'm gonna make a very special offer
Okay.
for you because
All
I love you as a brother and I love your chat and we need to finish strong. So here's what I want to do. So we have what's the first place person get?
Well, a hat.
Okay, so
Fine.
I'm going to say for the second place person, I want to give a gift also.
Oh,
Can
you
I do that? Is that fair?
already know, like right now, like first and second are 400 to 390. So it's like they're really like whatchamacallit, they're neck and neck with each other like right
Okay.
now. Like third place is like a full like 150 behind.
Third place gets a set of steak knives.
Well, if the chat doesn't want me to give a book, I won't give a book.
Oh, you got that on
No,
tape.
I'm not telling you not to give a book. God forbid. I'm not.
I will. I've
I'm
got some to give
offering.
away. I'll throw in one too. You want?
guys are
I'll throw in
offering.
one too.
I'm not just going to give any book
This
out.
is for Joe's daughter. We're doing it.
You guys
Steve,
are
you
awesome.
can give. I'll give away a
You're like
third
the
prize
only
too.
sober
So
guy
wait,
in the room.
you
I'll give away highlighter.
I've been streaming for 23 hours and 23 minutes. So yeah, I might not sound sober, but I am fairly sober. Let me
Well, here's the offer, okay? Brucey's coloring book.
and
You have
this
a coloring book?
a
Wow.
coloring book of Brucey, the one I
fun.
wondered.
Oh, there's a.
See
Oh,
here?
wow.
this is
See there?
this is
But
Oh
here's
God, if
the
that would have
deal.
existed, I would have bought that.
Here's the deal, though. It's a proof copy, 1 of 1. So this is the first
Nice.
Brucey book that I got the proof copy from the printer. There's only one in existence, and this is it right here. And
okay.
I'm going to give this away at Joe's discretion. I will tell you who. I think I would suggest it maybe be the number 2 if somebody comes in second place because they're competing. But
Yeah.
I will let Joe choose who gets the Brucey coloring book proof copy, number 1 of 1. It's the only one I have.
Oh my God, that's I don't even know. I would give first place like a choice on.
I'm gonna let you decide. You, Joe, you tell me who I should send this to.
I'll let. Okay, I mean I will. You're very kind. Thank you so much. That's
I'll
really-
give a
that's really
signed
kind.
book away too, Joe. So
Oh,
you
look
want
at that.
so you
I
can
can
give
sign
it,
a book,
you
but
can
it
have
won't be
3
mine.
winners.
Yeah.
'Cause I'll
I'm
give
the
a
same boat as
signed
David.
copy. You
All
send
right.
me an address.
Steve,
I'll send
look
it
at
out.
this.
Awesome.
See there, he's got.
I'll give you
Awesome.
I'll give you you'll get to hang out with me during a trial stream. How about that?
Wow, I think that's actually a really that's the nice.
God, I never got.
I'll be
mine.
like,
I wish
hold
I
on here.
had
Oh,
some.
it'll be me telling you, hold on, I gotta go to the
Damn.
bathroom. Run this man the shower for me.
Okay, so I don't know how to distribute all these kind gifts that you guys are offering up. I don't know how to do it.
Well,
You just
I
have
know it's late in the
whoever
stream.
wins them, you tell them to email you with their addresses, and you just forward them to us.
I need to set parameters for them to win them. That's why I don't know what to do.
Well, you
So, like,
just choose your jokes, the ones that you like the best.
Whatever you decide.
Or if you
I
want to
will
give
send it.
all of the gifts to the first place winner, I'm offering to give it up. I've got a
Okay.
lot of books to give away, so it's fine.
Okay.
Give a-
But
I don't
this
know
is
if I'd
the
be
only
bragging
one
about
in
that.
existence.
You
This is
have a
the
lot of books
proof
to
copy that I got
sold.
of the coloring
Yeah.
book for Brucey, the one-eyed wonder dog. It's the only one in existence, and it will be the only one. I mean, there's only one proof copy, and I think Brucey is a hit. And
Yeah.
you will have the proof copy, the one and only, signed and numbered proof copy, 1 of 1 of Brucey.
That's a really incredibly generous.
That's pretty cool.
Offering. Thank you.
I just have a
very
question for Steve though.
Mhm.
How do you spell Steve? Is it Nomm? Because that's what the signature looks like.
All right.
Oh, I know my signature. It's illegible, but that's but that is my signature.
Okay, so I don't know if you have recommendations. I need to start setting up like the.
Yeah, you said half hour you wanted to cut off.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
cutting off. I looked through the comments, and from what I saw from the comments on, I didn't think any of the ones that came in.
Jeez, David.
I saw that donate a bottle.
Everyone wants to know if she
Split
could
water.
fire it up for Bellas. They both get a hat.
Hey, you know what? Actually, I got something I can give. So I do have a couple of these. Got exclusive. Well, it doesn't show up as well. Exclusive merchandise. So there you go. I can give one away.
I'm gonna. Let me. I need to get out which of the I need to get a rating from you guys as to which of these
And see,
jokes.
look, and now I've actually used it too. So like,
All right,
there, see?
seriously.
Now you can. Now it's really desirable.
I'm gonna try to get to everything here, but I'm feeling very time pressured here. So here are the different jokes that basically made me laugh at some point in the past 11 and a half hours. You ready? So there was Worcestershire gave me that guy that lawyer. This is the name of the lawyer. What's the name of the lawyer from defense for? You know this, David. The lawyer defending Jennifer Crumbley.
Smith.
Yeah, Smith.
Shannon Smith.
Shannon
Smith.
Smith. Shannon Smith. She said she gave me Shannon Smith thinks Stara Decisis is a constellation.
All right, that's pretty good.
It is
Although
very
she
good.
did well
That was
today.
good. It
She
was
did well
good.
today. Although, yes,
It's too lawyery.
I think that was pretty good. Joe, how dare the Jews culturally appropriate the Underground Railroad? Now the cartel and Hamas will start recruiting them.
Oh my God. I didn't hear that one. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I want to give my book to that person, whoever that is.
It could have been a contender.
I like that one.
Okay, then I have is your mandatory weapons training in our non-cult cult manifesto leader Joe Solo. So this one actually made this
What?
one is your mandatory weapons training.
What?
You have to explain it. It's not.
Wait
It's
a
too
minute,
not
I
funny.
didn't
It was
get
funny.
it.
It was really funny in the moment, but the same way, like if
You had to be there.
if someone came along now and basically said we need to fortify our tunnels against Crusaders 3 hours from now, that person, no one who was there
Yeah.
would get it. So I sort of feel like bad that like no one's gonna get this joke.
Well, what were
now.
you talking about at the time?
I was fighting with Danny on about her cult and about the fact that her cult was like a real cult and mine is not at all a cult type, not at all a cult.
Is that
You mean
why
the
my
Mormon?
Discord
You
is
mean the
filled
Mormon
with
cult?
Cult
I mean, no,
talk
no.
today?
Danny desires to be a leader of a cult. See, Joe doesn't have any desire.
Are we talking about the Mormon cult?
No, she's got her Lawfridites.
What? Is Danny in a cult?
No, no.
It's
It's
she wants to be a cult
She's the
leader.
lead-
but
she wants to
hasn't
be a
yet
cult
realized.
leader. Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh my gosh.
Ted
Okay.
gave me if cult members dress as coal miners for Purim, is it racist? So you guys are not liking that one.
Wait, if what?
That's
Say it
funny because
again.
it's a
I missed-
blackface joke.
So
I
so
missed-
far we're at that. We have the winner so far. So keep.
I
rolling.
missed the
If
first.
cult-
I missed the first part of that. Say it again.
If cult members dress as coal miners for Purim, is it racist?
Nah. Eh.
You're not feeling that one.
No.
All right. Yeah, then I have angry Catholic noises.
I thought that was funny.
Then I have 134 checking in, sir. We need to fortify our tunnels against Crusaders. That one to me was really good. I'm definitely putting that one in the.
You're not saying it with any passion right now, Joe.
Okay, excuse me. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, you're like, I'm sorry, I don't have the perfect delivery for you. You're not satisfied, David.
All about delivery.
You do have to do
have-
a good delivery
Yeah.
for the joke, Joe. Come on,
Think
put
of
some
Shannon
feeling
Smith.
behind it.
We need to fortify our tunnels against Crusaders.
Yeah, that's
funnier.
better. That's
Funnier.
better. All right, it got bumped up a few.
I'm gonna put that one up.
I actually like that.
I have a
That's
joke, 3
Fortify the
Catholics and a-
tunnels against Crusaders. I like it.
I have a joke: 3 Catholics and a Jew. That is all.
It's a good joke.
I don't get that joke.
Well,
No, if
I
3 Catholics
kinda
and a
do.
Jew walk into a bar.
I like angry Catholic noises better.
I do. Angry Catholic noises is funnier.
You got them outnumbered. Start the incantation. Yeah,
I thought that was. I liked it. I thought it was cute.
all right.
That was- yeah.
I'm putting up.
Ari Decisis was funny.
Yeah, definitely putting Stare Decisis up there.
It was definitely a contender.
I'm telling you right now. I'm giving 15 minutes on this vote. That's what we got. 15 minutes on this vote here.
It was
And
definitely
I
a
promise.
contender.
And I promise. I'm telling you right now. I'm giving.
Oh.
I promise.
What?
That was. Don't
just
worry about the
happened?
echo. Don't worry about the echo. Just stop. Stop worrying. Stop worrying. Nothing. No problems.
Don't worry about the ticking noises.
I thought I was really
Just shut
drunk
up.
for a second. I was
Okay.
like, oh shit.
Well, that's
I'm hearing
those aren't mutually
voices.
exclusive.
Whew.
Smith.
MLS, why are you in a tuxedo? I should have asked when you first arrived.
No, I went to the opera house today. I just got back and I
did you really
ran to my chair and got on with Joe.
Look at you.
were they
What
playing?
what did you
I was
see?
wondering- I thought you dressed like that for the stream.
So did
Yeah.
No, I went and saw Wicked today.
Oh.
Did you really?
Wow.
Oh,
Yes, my
that's
wife
so
just
fun.
saw it for the first time. And if you guys
Was
ever
it
see
wonderful?
it was, and you will never watch The Wizard of Oz the same way again.
No, I've listened to the music from that show. I've never seen it live, but I've heard the music, and the music is stirring.
No, it's very
really good. It's
But the
really
story
good.
behind it is, I like it so much better. I like watching The Wizard of Oz again. After seeing that.
Did you know that the snow scene in The Wizard of Oz is all pure asbestos?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah, and they almost killed the Tin Man.
or whatever.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
Well, the Tin Man almost died of the poison from
Of suffocating. Yeah.
Of suffocating.
And there's the
whatever.
guy swinging, hanging.
No, that was a bird.
What a
Yeah.
bird! Oh,
That was a bird
forget
in the
that.
background.
No, I've
Yeah.
seen it a million times.
Well,
that is
and
not
the
a
guy
bird.
from the Beverly Hillbillies almost became the Tin Man.
What?
Well, here's the other thing: the Wicked Witch was burnt. If you remember the first scene in the Little People's Village, I forget what the Munchkin Land or whatever. They and they open up this trap door and they do this red smoke, and then she's supposed to go down it. Well, the trap door didn't open, and she got burnt.
Oops.
And she had to spend like 2 weeks in the hospital. And
yeah,
It's not a bird, chat. I watched it a million times. That ain't a bird.
It's a bird.
I don't know what it is, but it's not a bird. It
bird.
looks like somebody swinging from a rope. It's not a bird.
Well, in the 30s, there were a lot of that too.
It looks like swinging from a rope. I don't
If
know
you look
what.
at the-
It could have
if you
been a
look at the
sandbag, but
Blu-ray
something is
version-
swinging from a rope.
high resolution. It's these birds with these long necks, and they're walking around in the background. And
No,
you can
I don't
see,
buy it.
You can see other ones up close. It's just walking around.
No, I don't buy it.
Okay, so these offerings that I can put up here, just to let the audience know, I only have 35 characters. These jokes are all like 130 characters. I can't write out the whole joke, so I'm gonna say over the jokes one more time before I put up so this way you get the full joke, and I'll reference them. I'll reference them in the I'll reference them. You're gonna have to vote.
Can I just say that my triple plus this double is actually 5 sidecars? So I'm very much
The
not in
chat
control.
wants to know why you're so quiet, Steve.
I'm because I don't know if I'm really present here.
Steve is somewhere else.
But I'm
Please
here
hold.
until the end, Joe. You know me and you. I was here at the beginning.
Yes.
And I will be here at the end.
Thank you. Okay. And I really do appreciate
But Megan can't talk because she doesn't have a law degree. So
yeah.
True. I'll mute myself.
I heard about that. Something about not having a law degree and
because that's the ticket for admission in this place.
Yes.
Nobody counts. You don't exist. You don't exist. In
Doesn't
the
matter
alpha.
if you know the story. Doesn't matter.
That's right. Doesn't matter. The alpha and the omega.
Shut up, Meg.
Shut up. Shut up.
option. Okay, so far I have Stare Decisis, culturally appropriated the underground. How now they're being recruited by Hamas, and
the tunnels,
Crusaders,
the
in the
tunnels.
Crusaders in the tunnels. Should I put in angry Catholic noises also, or what?
Sure.
All right. I don't know why that just sounded really funny to me. Angry. All right. So these are your four contenders. You guys need to vote for the best. What was the funniest joke of the stream? All right. So the first joke I'm putting up here is Crumbley's attorney Shannon Smith thinks Stare Decisis is a constellation. Then we have South, that was from Worcestershire.
Oh my God,
Whoa!
Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Oh my God, Joe.
What?
Joe.
Oh my God, Joe.
Damn.
There's a big red super chat.
Oh.
And it's in American dollars, not in like
Hey,
Argentinian
can I-
pesos.
Woo.
Can I make my decision and say that?
Yeah. Send that to that guy.
Oh,
It's Janelle.
You
I
get
got two people at 400 now. Although I think Janelle gave money
Bid,
before.
Oh my
bid
God,
sniping
two
right
people
there.
gave you $400 tonight?
Sniping
Yeah,
right
What a
in.
beautiful
Janelle,
gift.
thank you so much, Janelle. Congratulations, Joe, on your daughter's wedding. Hoping we can help you when you help us every day with your wonderful show. Knowledge you enlighten us with. You and your show is a great blessing in our life and home every day. Thank you so very much, Janelle. I know that you gave money earlier. I don't know how much it was because it wasn't like I was really sort of focusing on the ones who gave larger amounts. Can you just I'll take your word for it, Janelle. Just tell me like what your total is at, because I know that if you could just give me that number that you're at, so this way I can sort of.
Well,
That was really very, very, very generous. of you.
That generous gift was given while I'm on the stream. I want to give Janelle this book. So if you would email Joe, and I will give you the one and only proof copy, 1 of 1, of Brucey the One-Eyed Wonder Dog, because you're so generous and you've made Joe, my friend, a happy man and given a gift. So I will give you. So email Joe or email me at stevegosney.com. And I will give you that book.
Oh my God, that funded at least 4 steak dinners at the
Viola
wedding.
Pride just sent another $20 and said, "Our fellow digger Worcestershire really wants the hat. If I end up winning it, I'm passing it off to him."
Did you see what Valhalla wrote?
I do feel so ridiculously appreciated. Thank you, Sherry. You guys are really.
Did you see Valhalla's chat?
I didn't see Valhalla's
He
chat.
said that funded like 4 miles of tunnels.
Yes.
All right, I'm putting the joke up there. These are
It's
the
like
these
a
are the
PBS
four-
marathon.
These are the 4 jokes. You guys need to joke. You need to vote in the next 10 minutes on one of these 4 jokes. Smith is that Crumbley's attorney Smith thinks Stare Decisis is a constellation. Then we had from Southie, who came up with how dare the Jews culturally appropriate the Underground Railroad? Now the cartel and Hamas will start recruiting them. Then we had Crusaders. Oh, what was the actual thing? Let me read it right. Oh my gosh, I'm never gonna get through all these chats. You guys are really too kind. Then we had that's not the right one. 134 checking in, sir. We need to fortify our tunnels against Crusaders. And then I have.
How do I vote in this poll? I don't even see
And then
it.
I have angry Catholic noises. I'm putting the poll up. Angry
you're
Catholic
still doing
noises.
it. Okay.
Yeah, now the poll is going up. Please vote. I need to
There
close
it
this vote
is.
down in the next 8 minutes. So vote now. Vote now.
Come on, Shannon Smith.
Yeah.
She actually had a good day today. I will say that.
Did she?
Yeah, she had a good day today. She had.
I'm gonna try and run through these chats.
I feel like she's been watching my stream and taking in the criticism.
Oh, that's helpful. Might have missed this, Joe, but are you live streaming the wedding? Congratulations. No, my daughter would be very, 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 very upset with me if I did that. So I'm not going to ruin her
Do we
day.
get any pictures of at least from behind?
I would.
I'd like to see like a.
What is
like
wrong
a
with
train.
you?
You know, a train, a
Oh.
dress, like from.
Oh.
I mean, without
I was like-
faces is what I mean.
I was like, you were like basically infected with the spirit of Drex or something there. I didn't know
No,
what the heck.
no. I mean, photographs without faces. You know, you can take photographs of the happy couple from the back, so that you just see.
There, she wants to
the
see.
dress.
See, this is the
I
thing.
will. I
She's
don't
my
mind
kind of
sharing.
woman. She
I don't
wants
mind
to
sharing
see
with
the
you
rear
guys.
end
I'm just not putting it on social media.
All right. Well,
You know what
I
I'm
want to
saying?
see some photos. I would love to see some photos.
Number
But the
0, we're putting
behind,
in
you wanna
Diggers,
see
the animated
behind
film
it.
or a tunnel tale is complete. You're all tagged in the image posted to X. So you guys want to pull that up? When do you want to pull that up? Diggers, the animated film or a tunnel. You want to check up Zero Fucks on X and pull that up, one of you? That would be really helpful because I'm running. Time to start the Catholic chanting. Who brought the incense? It was from your time with Lost in Law and Stephen Fry asking why God allows cancer. He wasn't saying he has cancer. Okay. I thought that might have been what it was. I thought, yeah. Okay. Joe's daughter can afford her own tunnels. Hey, F you, Sean. Lutherans are not like Catholics. Martin Luther didn't post 95 Theses for fun. Hide the trowels and shovels. Gentiles want Jewish women. Okay.
Somebody doesn't like the truth.
Schultz from Hogan Heroes. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I know nothing.
Nothing. I know nothing.
We built
we've been building catacombs since the 2nd century. We were ready for the tunnel fight.
That's right. That's right. We're ready for that tunnel fight.
Let's play the Gavin McInnes I know video. I think I played that on here before. Joe, congrats on the wedding. God bless you and your family. Thank you, Joe V. Thank you for a great 24 hours. I had a great time. You guys, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everyone who appeared on this show and every one of you who sat through any portion of the stream. I really feel very overwhelmed and inarticulate in trying to express my gratitude for those of you who my diggers and locals, you guys in the Rumble ghetto, the YouTube chat. I feel humbled.
And let's hear it for the replay crew, because oftentimes they
There you go.
Replay crew.
Replay crew, you want to fast forward to like 11 hours in here.
That's when it gets really fun.
Yes. Have you seen the new rap video by Ben S? Yes, I did. Thank you. Big Ben John was Jimmy Dean. Can I tie up for Bella Stella so they both get a hat?
Well, somebody else came in there.
This is what
Well
I'm gonna...
done. Yeah.
Okay, so Joe, the squirrels are low morale after they keep disappearing now at their mattresses. The squirrels really need a rousing speech from their leader. I already said there's no squirrel mutilation. What more do you want from me? I'm going for the highlighter. Congrats, Joe. The greatest joke ever told, Tim's theological philosophy. That's not bad. There's a level of love, and there's this stream. We generally love you and yours. You too, kind, Gene. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gene. That's an awesome comment.
Your votes for number 134. All right. Member for 10 months, Britbat. Thank you so much. And that's a little bit of luck, because he was sticking up to make her a mod. I know what's happening here. I see Britbat. I see you in 134 there. I don't want to be too Jewish or too Roman, but I pay you $1 per hour.
There you go.
Yes. Yes.
That's right.
Quote Vince McMahon.
Joe, the stream got derailed so hard it resembles a Mumbai station.
Yes, it does.
Good.
Buddy Ebsen was the original Tin Man, but he had an allergic reaction to some paint. They used his face. He almost died. Why is that relevant here?
Because we were talking about
because
the
we were talking about the
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, they had a lot of
And
problems.
I said, how did the Tin?
set.
I asked, how did the Tin Man almost die? And that's must be the answer.
Well, that's one of them. But the other guy, because he had
know how to drink. Again,
Catholics
Janelle,
know how to drink.
Thank you for this ridiculously generous super chat. Thank you so much. Ray Fell.
Can I give,
Ray.
Janelle, I would like to get Janelle the color if you would send me her address, I will send this to her.
God bless you, Janelle. I gave $50. I gave $10 earlier with this. Another $50 also help. Also, I want that hat. She wants the hat, not the this is what I'm gonna do. And I'll settle the hat question shortly. Jenny L, thank you so much. Cakes, that highlighter is mine. Whose highlighter?
I said I was going to give away a highlighter.
Oh, well, Cakes wants the highlighter, but someone else asked for the highlighter also.
No one asked for the Flint water, I see.
No one wants Flint water. It's weird. You would think that would be a big one. That would be a big one. Slidey Pie says, four guys and Megan walk into a bar. I don't.
That sounds like a dirty movie or something. I don't know. We better avoid that one.
No, it doesn't.
So
I'm not
I don't
allowed to.
know.
What? I'm not allowed to go to the bar with my friends anymore. What?
I'm closing down the poll in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Where are we at?
Super chats are coming in hard though. Keep rolling, man.
Oh yeah, my God. Orange Stream says, did your locals people offer good suggestions which brand of adult diapers to go with for your stream? What? Perhaps you can swing a spokesman deal.
I know. I got it. Like,
did you go to the bathroom at all, Joe?
Us older men, we need to go to the restroom more and more. So maybe we just need a diaper.
What do you think every time I went off air? What do you think I was doing?
Doing your prayers?
Well, that was
yeah.
How many times did you go
You were just avoiding. There were a few times you were just avoiding what I was saying.
I was listening when Ron Coleman was on. He said you probably weren't doing them right.
Mary Capola, so happy for you and yours. Your words this afternoon were heartfelt. Thanks again, as always. Best cult on stream. Not at all a cult type of cult. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Joyce, you sent it. Okay, thank you for the Connie K Rock. I appreciate that. Terry, you sent more than one super chat when people were still here. I read off several of your super chats. I remember.
Did you have Viva on?
Yeah, he was here. He was here.
Yeah, earlier.
Like 9 hours ago.
I was here then too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then I dropped out.
I've been trying to jump on
I'm
so
shutting
many
down.
times.
I'm
today.
shutting down the vote in 30 seconds.
Oh
So-
boy, this is it. This is it.
Oh, people, here we go.
Get
Come
your
on.
votes in.
Come
I
on,
got my
Smith.
vote in.
Come on, Smith. Guys,
Mine's
gotta vote
not
for Smith.
winning.
Let's see.
Jeff, I wish I was in flannel shorts and tennis shoes.
All right.
Oh,
10,
flannel shirt.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I think it's over anyway. No one's catching this. All right.
wait,
And the
stop it.
winner with 16% was angry Catholic noises. I want to just give you credit, by the way. I didn't call it out, but one person had 2 submissions in here. That's nailing it twice. And Smith started
Getting
decided
racked
to
twice.
equal the Constellation as 20. It got 25%. That came in second place. Culturally appropriated the underground. That was from Southie. That got 20%. And number 1 is number 134 reporting in Crusaders in the Tunnels. Congratulations to you, my friend. Winning 50 bucks.
Good
Make
stuff.
sure you hit me up. Make sure you hit me up on that.
Who
I am
was the
also-
brilliant person that put that out there?
That was
J-Rock.
J-Rock. Make sure you hit me up at Good Logic at Locals.
But get your second place winner
Sorry,
too,
no,
because
at
I'll give them a
goodlogic
book.
at gmail.com. Good Logic, all of you winners, goodlogic at gmail.com.
Please clap, everyone.
Steve
Please
is
clap.
laying on the floor in his office. He doesn't realize his camera's still on.
Is he okay?
No, he went up. He got up.
He went off
Oh,
to go
okay.
get another sidecar, probably.
Oh, okay.
Uh, Joe, I'm serious. Send me an address, and I'll send somebody,
Yeah,
whoever you
this
want,
is what I'm
second
gonna do.
place, a book.
This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be sending. I planned. I as soon as I mentioned the hat, literally for like the last 24 hours, Worcestershire has been making a pitch to have that signed hat in ways that really exceeded anyone else. And I was and that's why I decided like hours ago I was going to get Worcestershire a signed hat. Okay, so I'm going to take care of you, Worcestershire. I'm going to get you a hat. I'm going to get Janelle a hat. I'm going to get Viola a hat, and I'm going to get Bella Stella. I'm going to give each a hat. You guys were so neck and neck. I can't be sure which of you was ahead of the other one, who wasn't. So I'm telling you now, okay? I owe $50 to J-Rock. And I'm going to send a hat out to Janelle, Bella Stella, Viola, and Worcestershire. I'm asking each of you. I'm telling you now, I don't want to have to go through this because you know how much I hate doing the whole hat thing. I really hate sending this out, but I'll try to get it all done. First of all, be patient because you're probably not going to get it for a month, okay? So don't sit by your door. It's not coming. I have to first buy the hat. Then the hat has to get here. Then I got to remember to sign it. And you have to tell me in an email, tell me what you want me to write besides my name. I'll write, like the last time I sent a hat, I wrote out good evening to the person's name. So if you want something like that or some other message, tell me what you want me to write. And also tell me if you want it on top or underneath. If you're going to wear it, you probably want it underneath. If you're not going to wear it, you probably want it on top. Each of you choose where you want it. If you want it on the side, let me know that. I'll do that, whatever. Tell me where you want me to sign. I'm happy to sign with whatever you want, as long as it's like there's no swastika.
End the stream, Joe.
Do you sign other things too, Joe?
J-Rock 134 checking in. Please donate all to dog charities as you see. Real? Okay. All right. Fine. Whatever makes you happy, brother. If you're serious, or if you're really serious, I will send it to a dog charity. If you're not, hit me up at Good Logic, and I will happily send it to you. Okay. Okay. So that's that. So please, you ladies, Worcestershire, make sure Worcestershire, Bella Stella, Viola, and Janelle, all 4 of you, please hit me up. I need your address, and I need you to tell me what you want me to write on these things, and whether you want it on top or not. I plan on using, just to let you know, I plan on using this to sign. It's like a little matte pink kind of thing, which looks a lot like this color. So that gives you an idea what it's going to look like. That's pretty much.
I wasn't joking about the glass, Joe. So let me know where to send the stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm going to need from you also. I'll get you, Steve. You wanted to give to Janelle because she came in with that 400
email
at the
me
end.
or email me or text me, and I will send it to whomever you ask.
Okay.
Me too.
Yeah. So as far as Megan and whatchamacallit,
Sean.
So I'm tired and I have like 2 minutes
That's
left
okay.
to wrap this thing up. So Megan, I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense because I actually appreciate the generosity that Viola was offering up, that she was willing to give her hat away to Worcestershire. So I think it's appropriate. I think it's appropriate that we send her your book. I want to reward Viola. So Viola,
Just tell me how you want me to sign, who you want me to sign it to, and an address, and I'll get it out.
yeah. So Viola, let me know where you want on that. Yeah, on as far as what signature you want on that. And finally, Sean, you had the highlighter. What happened with the highlighter?
Well, I had the highlighter, but I said I could do the glass instead.
What was the glass? Ooh,
the one he licked.
Yeah, there's a glass here. It's
very
got
sensually.
Yeah. Now it's been
Wow.
used.
So if you wanted to clone potentially criminal Sean with his personal DNA, so he'll send you a glass to, I guess, you know what we'll do? This is what I'll do. Highest tip post stream in the next 24 hours. Highest tip on this post stream gets his glass. There you go. Gets Sean's glass. And yeah, and I'll let you know tomorrow who won that, and I will take care of that, and I will